Surrounded by countless foes, Zod knelt on one knee. His formidable steel armor, which had instilled fear in innumerable adversaries, finally succumbed to the relentless barrage of attacks, shattering into fragments that ha ha ha. Zod, your mighty armor has been destroyed. Your demise is imminent. The villains rejoiced, fully aware of their assured victory, for Zod had always relied on his powerful armor in combat, being merely an ordinary man beneath it all. Damn it, Zod trembled as he rose to his feet, the villains erupting into maniacal laughter. My armor, which sealed my formidable powers, has been shattered by you. What? Chapter 1. As a Kryptonian. No. Zod collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of a Terminator's dramatic entrance. After a long moment, he regained his composure. Have I crossed over again? Zod gazed around in bewilderment, observing a vast expanse of desert interspersed with patches of green. It was a farm, flourishing with fields of corn, a verdant sea of growth. Is this Earth? Upon seeing the corn, Zod realized he had arrived directly on Earth. However, according to the timeline, Clark must have already matured by now. Zod was a Kryptonian, having crossed over to become one, and upon discovering his identity as a Kryptonian, Zod was engulfed in a frenzy of exhilaration. This was a super race imbued with the essence of the entire Kryptonian lineage. The superhuman abilities of Kryptonians included extraordinary intellect, superhuman strength, immense endurance, super speed, heightened senses, the ability to fly, a formidable physique, heat vision, freezing breath, and remarkable healing capabilities. The genetic makeup of Kryptonians was remarkably resilient, with a ceiling of potential that was nearly flawless. The lighter gravity of Earth, coupled with the nourishing solar radiation, bestowed upon them extraordinary powers that transcended the ordinary. Solar radiation infused Kryptonian cells with energy, enhancing their muscular strength and amplifying their sensory perception. The immense strength derived from the storage of solar energy also enabled the manifestation of additional abilities, such as heat vision, super hearing, and enhanced eyesight. Zod was not the General Zod depicted in films initially. He believed he had transformed into General Zod, only to later realize that this was not the case. General Zod's full name was Drew Zod, while Zod's full name was Zod Hise. The two bore distinct appearances. Zod was tall, among the most handsome of Kryptonians, standing approximately 6 feet 3 inches, with a muscular physique that could rival Captain America and Thor. After crossing over as a newborn Kryptonian, Zod faced the impending doom of Krypton. Not wishing to become a mere corpse, he repeatedly crossed boundaries in an attempt to defy fate, only to be suppressed like General Zod. Fortunately, Zod was blessed with a good father. Despite his numerous transgressions, he had yet to be confined within the Phantom Zone. With the birth of Kal-El, Zod daringly seized the Codex of Life, infusing it into his own being. In the midst of evading capture, Krypton met its cataclysmic end, and the ensuing explosion engulfed Zod. Now, I must ascertain this place. I hope it is neither Gotham City nor Metropolis. As he entered the farm, a middle-aged Caucasian laboring in the cornfield immediately spotted him. Wait, who are you? The man, initially poised to grasp his firearm, was rendered speechless upon glimpsing Zod's visage. What kind of celebrity is this? Though clad in peculiar black armor, the translucent helmet revealed Zod's features, which bore resemblance to that of the middle-aged man, prompting only a momentary wariness. After all, this was Texas. A mere few dozen kilometers south lay the Mexico U.S. border. Mexican migrants burrowed into the earth like groundhogs, while drug cartels and their mules thrived in this sparsely populated expanse, beyond the reach of law enforcement. Sir, I seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly inform me where I am? Zod inquired, his armor unmistakably designed for Kryptonians. In the original narrative, the Kryptonians arriving on Earth managed to hold their own against Clark, who had basked in the sun for years, showcasing the formidable nature of such advanced combat suits. This particular armor, however, was a marvel crafted with the assistance of his father, composed of exceptionally strong alloys synthesized from cosmic minerals, utilizing cutting-edge technology. Its strength surpassed that of the armor worn by General Zod and his cohorts. As this was the latest model, the original suits had long since been rendered obsolete during their prolonged incarceration in the Phantom Zone. This is near the Mexico U.S. border. If you are lost, I can assist you in calling the police, though they may not be inclined to respond," the middle-aged man revealed, showcasing his robust physique. "What is the Mexico U.S. border?" Zod furrowed his brow, having been ensconced in Krypton for far too long to be aware, yet he had no trouble comprehending English. Ultimately, he opted to glean information about this world through the middle-aged man. After inquiring about the peculiar names of Metropolis and Gotham City, Zod was left bewildered regarding the nature of the world he had entered. The man's name, however, was revealed to be Shelley King Jadley, a Washingtonian who had relocated to this remote locale to manage the farm inherited from his father, compelled by the need to continue funding his daughter's education after losing his previous employment. Texas, the illustrious Lone Star State, Zod mused, his expression turning peculiar upon realizing he was in the famed Texas, known for its high firearm ownership and numerous establishments dedicated to the trade of weaponry. In the predominantly African-American neighborhoods of Houston and in Chinatown, incidents of armed robbery perpetrated by African Americans are frequently reported, while the crime rate in Houston consistently ranks within the top 10 in the United States. Currently, Zod finds himself amidst the chaos of the tumultuous U.S.-Mexico border. Fortunately, Zod is clad in armor, alleviating his immediate safety concerns, and once he ascertains his security, he removes his helmet. Initially, he experiences a similar discomfort to that of General Zod and his companions. An overwhelming influx of information inundates his mind as if he were submerged in an ocean. Teetering on the brink of asphyxiation, however, he swiftly acclimatizes. This adaptability can be attributed to Zod's genetic lineage, having been born as a research scientist, which likely facilitated the development of his cognitive abilities, allowing him to process vast amounts of information far more swiftly than General Zod and his ilk. Jadriel was initially opposed to Zod's decision to stay, but after Zod effortlessly created a large crater in the ground with a single punch, he complied. Seizing this opportunity, Zod brazenly commandeered Jadriel's only link to the outside world, a portable telephone. Within a mere 3 days, Zod comprehends the nature of this world. The remoteness and technological backwardness of the area are evident otherwise. He would have grasped the situation even more rapidly. It is widely known that upon crossing into the Marvel Universe, one only needs to glimpse Stark Industries to understand his surroundings. Zod also learns of this through the mention of Osborn Industries, the audacious genius, a scion who has reportedly betted every young model featured in a magazine, even spent the night with Hollywood's most sought-after actress. His arrogant demeanor on the magazine cover astonishes Zod, primarily because such a facet of Stark remains unseen in the films. Chapter 2. An elegant approach to life. Zod relished a quintessential American farmhouse breakfast, though it left him somewhat unimpressed. Jared had limited recourse against Zod's formidable strength. After all, apart from the corrupt officers who accepted dirty money from the drug cartels along the U.S. Mexico border, no amount of calls would summon the police. Even those corrupt officers would turn a blind eye to such matters. Fortunately, Zod was not one to cause trouble. His daily routine primarily consisted of lounging atop the roof, basking in the sun. Texas is indeed one of the few places in America with an extended period of sweltering heat, especially with the vast desert of the U.S. Mexico border nearby. The sunlight here is exceptionally harsh, at least for an ordinary man like Jared. For Zod, however, the sunlight was more invigorating than indulging in cannabis. Despite his lack of experience with it, the life code, having been seized by Zod and integrated into his being, seemed to undergo a transformation as well. A typical Kryptonian could never rival Clark's extraordinary prowess. Only by merging with the life code and possessing the genetic makeup of billions of Kryptonians could Clark attain such exceptional strength, far exceeding that of his kin. After a day of sunbathing, Zod discovered he could effortlessly lift Jared's vehicle with one hand. Although his growth may not appear as rapid as that of General Zod or Fiora, Zod represented a well-rounded Kryptonian. Clark, after nearly 3 decades of soaking up solar energy on Earth, barely managed to match General Zod's prowess. Thus, while Zod's growth may not be swift, it is devoid of flaws, allowing him to awaken further superpowers. Zod possessed the patience and time for this endeavor. After all, Tony Stark had yet to don the Iron Man suit, while Zod was equipped with formidable armor that would enable him to confront any threat with confidence. Feeling somewhat bored, Zod inquired of Jared whether there were any establishments nearby serving barbecue. Texas barbecue is renowned far and wide, even known to someone like Zod, who was not well acquainted with the area. There was indeed a barbecue joint, though it was frequented by unsavory characters, and caution was advised. Jared, embodying kindness, seemed to possess a physique of pure muscle without mastery of combat. It appeared he intended to intimidate rather than engage in violence. While Zod had forcibly made his residence there, he had not caused Jared any trouble. At worst, he merely contributed one more mouth to feed, and Zod's appetite was modest. Moreover, Zod had assured Jared that he would repay him. Although Zod had ample funds, they were in the form of Kryptonian electronic currency. Should Jared accept, Zod could easily bestow 100 billion upon him, a sum that, given Kryptonian prices, could purchase half of America. Zod was unperturbed. Before the emergence of countless superheroes and ubiquitous supervillains, he believed himself invincible in the Marvel Universe, save for hidden powers like the Ancient One. As Ancient One busily suppressed the dark energy she absorbed and dealt with the pitiful debt collector, the dark dimension demon Dormammu, she had little time to concern herself with Zod if he was not intent on annihilating humanity or engaging in actions that might alter the future. Rest assured, I shan't stir trouble, Zod assured Jared with a smile. After a moment of silence, Jared relinquished the car keys along with a handgun. Do not fire the weapon, Jared remarked, his words laden with double meaning. Zod accepted the car keys, leaving the handgun behind. Following Jared's instructions, Zod drove along the interstate. The breeze wafting through the open window, infused with the untamed spirit that is quintessentially Texan. After a considerable distance, Zod finally spotted a small town. He parked the car and ventured into the heart of the town, where he encountered several individuals who appeared quite formidable. Their surprised expressions upon seeing Zod were understandable. After all, his appearance was incongruous for such a locale. Long accustomed to a position of power, Zod had shed any remnants of a downtrodden demeanor, for the environment undeniably influences one's essence. Thus, he seemed out of place here. Soon, Zod caught the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat and followed the scent to a barbecue joint. However, the establishment was overrun by tattooed criminals, who reveled in the cool air and the indulgence of grilled meats and beer, showing no inclination to relinquish their seats. As Zod entered, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Please make way. He smiled at the thugs blocking the pathway, who showed no intention of moving. Huh, this guy actually said please? He must think this is a big city. One of them jeered, prompting laughter from the crowd. Another, a Texan with a Hispanic background, stood up in defiance. After all, in the Texas underworld, the gangs were predominantly either Latino or Caucasian, but rarely black. This is no place for your kind. The man grinned, revealing his pearly whites, along with bits of food caught between his teeth. Zod shrugged. His earlier politeness was merely a habit cultivated on Krypton, with the opposition refusing to yield. It was time to resort to force. With a thunderous crack, a punch sent the black man flying, crashing into 4 or 5 others. Without uttering threats, Zod was immediately confronted from behind with a punch. Unfortunately for his assailant, even without his armor, Zod was far superior to Captain America. His heightened senses provided him with an almost omniscient awareness of his surroundings. Furthermore, the gravity on Krypton was significantly greater than on Earth, endowing Zod with a natural density that rendered him impervious to harm, and he possessed immense strength even without exposure to sunlight. He effortlessly dodged the incoming fist and delivered a sweeping kick, sending his opponent crashing heavily to the ground, after which he raised his foot to stamp down upon the man's head. The ground erupted alongside the scalp, blood spilling everywhere. Damn! The others immediately retaliated, all belonging to the same gang. Come on. Zod had no intention of employing any grappling techniques, primarily due to their greasy bodies, which were utterly repulsive. A swift kick shattered the teeth of a bald man, and an elbow strike sent a sneak attacker flying backward. At that moment, Zod noticed someone drawing a firearm and mused about the simplicity of American society. After daily shootings, he swiftly kicked the gunman away. With that blow, it felt as though he had shattered all of the opponent's ribs, as if stepping into soft jelly. The assailant collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Reduced to mere instinctual twitching, enduring a minute of asphyxiation before the brink of death, perhaps even less. The others remained oblivious to this scene, thinking to themselves, even if his fists and feet are formidable, how could one man overpower us all? Besides, we have guns. Those who dare draw their weapons were met with Zod's ruthless hospitality, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Chapter 3. The Everyday Life in Texas Before Long. The ground was littered with bodies. Even those with the lightest injuries had multiple broken bones, and several had succumbed entirely. Zod approached the stunned front desk. "Bring me your finest dish, and a chilled cola. Serve in the largest glass you have. Make sure it's adequately cold." The proprietor dared not refuse. As Zod surveyed the establishment, he noted not a single clean table. He scavenged the gang members, acquiring several $100s in numerous credit cards, which he carelessly discarded. A bunch of troublemaking paupers. Zod was not particularly familiar with American prices, especially as this was not the era of his previous life. The barbecue restaurant owner hastily sent an assistant to clean the tables, using detergent to wipe away the greasy residue. In such establishments, thorough cleaning was rare. Even if done, the gangsters would soon wreak havoc again, leading to a perpetual state of disarray. Zod savored the distinctive flavors of Texas, finding them satisfactory, before consuming 5 gallons of chilled cola. Additionally, he single-handedly devoured over 100 pounds of various barbecued meats, wiping out a third of the restaurant's inventory. When it came time to settle the bill, the owner wore a look of existential doubt. Zod also noticed his newfound capability for consumption. However, Kryptonians did not typically indulge in such feasting. Merely relying on photosynthesis was sufficient to sustain energy expenditure. If one were to expect a scion-like feast to unleash energy capable of annihilating planets, then the stomach would need to function as a matter annihilator, converting matter entirely into energy. After his hearty meal, Zod began inquiring about local information from the owner. It was only then that he realized the gang he had just wounded and dispatched was the notorious Scorpion Gang, infamous in the region. While the name of this gang may have lacked originality, its reputation instilled fear across both Mexico and Texas, rivaled only by the Skeleton Gang. Allegedly backed by the underground emperor, Kingpin, these two criminal organizations engaged in a constant struggle for dominance along the U.S.-Mexico border, often involving drug trafficking, and at times resorting to kidnapping, extortion, and even the shocking trade of human organs that captured national attention. Presently, the primary operations of the Scorpion Gang revolve around the distribution of narcotics, while the Skeleton Gang focused on arms dealing, with the largest arms dealer in the Americas having sought out Kingpin, who in turn approached the Skeleton Gang. This alliance endowed the Skeleton Gang with advanced weaponry and formidable firepower, leaving the Scorpion Gang at a disadvantage. Zod found the situation intriguing and chose not to intervene further. He was neither a reckless hero nor an invincible figure who would annihilate his foes unless his own safety was at stake. After finishing his meal, Zod did not return immediately, but began to wander the unfamiliar streets. The Scorpion Gang, having suffered considerable losses at his hands that morning, reported back. Although a mere beating might have been brushed off, the casualties were a blow to their pride. While the Scorpion Gang's headquarters was not located in Texas like the Skeleton Gang's, it did not mean they lacked muscle in the area. Soon, over 50 gunmen set out to confront the man who had undermined the Scorpion Gang's authority. Zod's movements did not escape the watchful eyes of the local informants, and it wasn't long before he found himself cornered on the street. The Texas police were disinclined to involve themselves in the affairs of the Scorpion Gang, as many were on the payroll of both the Scorpion and Skeleton Gangs, preferring to turn a blind eye unless matters escalated excessively. Zod's expression was one of surprise. It was not their intention to capture him alive for torture. Executing him on the street served as a more effective deterrent. As they raised their weapons, Zod's reflexes kicked in, and he swiftly calculated the trajectory of their bullets, easily evading the oncoming fire as the gang members instinctively pulled their triggers. What followed was a stunning spectacle. Zod deftly dodged their bullets and closed in rapidly. The gang members, over 50 in number, were taken aback. But even their desperate attempts to hit him were futile, as their physical speed and reflexes paled in comparison to his. Upon closing the distance, Zord landed a powerful punch on the apparent leader, a strike that produced a cinematic moment of chaos. The man collided with 3 or 4 others behind him, who in turn were pushed into those behind them. Due to the elastic nature of the human body, there was no gory scene of a single punch exploding a victim. Nonetheless, the impact felled a significant portion of the group. This gang of errant thugs remains oblivious to the significance of formation, believing that mere proximity renders them invincible. The first unfortunate soul, having borne the brunt of a direct blow, now bears a dent deep enough to accommodate a comprehensive dictionary. Once Zod approached, the Scorpion gang was utterly defenseless. Even their frantic attempts to turn their weapons only resulted in injuring their own comrades, while Zod deftly redirected their fire back upon themselves. Ultimately, the ground was strewn with wailing gunmen, their only remaining sentiment being sheer terror. What manner of monster has emerged here? Zod stepped upon the body of one who cried out in agony. "Take me to your leader," he commanded, casting a disdainful gaze upon the trembling figure. With adversaries at his doorstep, Zod had no intention of retreating peacefully. At that moment, the corrupt police, having accepted bribes, emerged from the shadows. It was a farce. Should anything catastrophic befall the Scorpion gang under their watch, they too would face dire consequences, losing out on months of illicit earnings. Zod glanced at these opportunistic officers as they materialized, and swiftly made his exit. Their skin was not easily shed, so Zod resolved to trace the source of their connection. Surely they would return to the Scorpion gang, or at the very least, their injuries would attract the attention of gang members at the hospital. Thus, he awaited his moment to strike. As anticipated, the corrupt officers alerted the Scorpion gang, who promptly dispatched someone to the hospital to assess the situation. Zod followed this individual to a factory located on the Texas-Mexico border, one of the gang's most vital distribution points. This facility produced over 30 tons of ice and powder annually, serving as the largest production site for the Scorpion gang's narcotics. The manufactured ice, powder, and fentanyl were directly shipped to Texas and various states across America. It is no exaggeration to say that this route flowed with gold. At least 2/3 of the gang's revenue stemmed from these drug transactions. Chapter 4. The Scorpion gang Zod infiltrated the factory, which was predominantly staffed by Mexicans. Although it lay within Texas state lines, its proximity to the border made the presence of undocumented immigrants commonplace. For the Scorpion gang, headquartered in Mexico, it was advantageous to employ individuals who understood the extent of their terror, particularly those whose families remained in Mexico, making them easier to control. The Skeleton Gang had attempted to dismantle this factory multiple times, only to be repelled by the Scorpion Gang's fierce firepower. The relentless Texas sun had hardened Zod to the threat of bullets. Now, only artillery and missiles posed a threat to him. Yet, to preserve his attire, Zod opted to evade confrontation. He could not perpetually don his battle armor in public. Like a specter, he approached with remarkable speed, instilling dread within the Scorpion Gang, who were oblivious to the concepts of fire suppression and tactical lockdown. After all, encountering an extraordinary individual amidst the ordinary populace is bound to evoke feelings of fear and astonishment. Having effortlessly evaded the initial barrage of gunfire, Zod seized a semi-automatic rifle of an unknown model and opened fire. The recoil of the rifle seemed negligible to Zod, and with the aid of his enhanced senses, his marksmanship swiftly reached the level of a sharpshooter. The members of the Scorpion Gang fell victim to Zod's precision, their counterattacks proving futile, which sent them fleeing in terror. Transitioning to single shots, Zod pursued them, incapacitating each one before commencing his search for valuables, discarding anything that wasn't T in U.S. dollars. He surprisingly amassed a sum of $20,000 to $30,000 in this round alone. However, the flow of money felt sluggish. Zod sighed. Had he not been limited to his battle armor, he would have long since infiltrated the network to secure a substantial fortune and an identity, thus avoiding the need to extort the gang for funds. Although he was a researcher, the creation of artificial intelligence or supercomputers required corresponding hardware, which was neither cheap nor easily obtainable. Zod refrained from destroying the factory. Instead, he sent the Mexican workers back, instructing those who spoke English to inform the Scorpion Gang that they needed to prepare $10 million to reclaim the factory, or else he would set fire to all the goods inside, benefiting the nearby rednecks. Given the factory's significance to the Scorpion Gang, they promptly dispatched a contingent of over 200 fully armed men, approaching with the fervor of war. Among them were several heavy machine guns, and Zod even spotted an armed helicopter, due to the Mexican workers' inability to articulate the situation. After all, Zod had utilized a rifle during the massacre. He mistakenly believed that the Skulls Gang or some new force had come to trouble the Scorpion Gang. "Is it just you?" Jean Fei, the third in command of the Scorpion Gang, glared at the composed Zod. "It has always been just me," Zod replied with a hint of curiosity. "Seize him." Jean Fei, skeptical, suspected Zod to be either a messenger from the new force or the Skulls Gang. Zod, picking up a handgun from the table, swiftly shot down 3 of Jean Fei's men before they could react. Startled, Jean Fei hurriedly took cover. "Kill him," commanded Jean Fei, and the Scorpion Gang members immediately opened fire. Zod, armed with 2 rifles he had scavenged from the table, retaliated. As gunfire erupted, adversaries began to fall in droves. The Scorpion Gang valued this factory highly, equipping their subordinates with high-caliber, heavy-duty weapons. Ordinary cover was utterly inadequate against the onslaught of rifle bullets, which pierced through effortlessly. Zod, disregarding the recoil, exhibited a terrifying level of accuracy, wasting no ammunition. With each shot fired, an enemy was guaranteed to fall, and at times, one bullet even claimed 2. The Scorpion Gang refrained from employing any explosives within the factory premises. This month's production of ice and powder had yet to be dispatched, and should any goods be lost, the Scorpion Gang would incur a significant financial blow. Seizing the moment after dispatching a group of adversaries, Zod swiftly advanced, retrieving the rifle of a slain Scorpion Gang member. As a heavy machine gun attempted to unleash a barrage upon him, Zod effortlessly knocked it aside. The cannon of an armed helicopter roared to life, yet Zod boldly advanced through the hail of gunfire, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the assailant flying and seizing the weapon from his grasp. The pilot of the armed helicopter displayed a look of sheer terror, hastily attempting to ascend, but Zod had already trained his weapon upon him and squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous blast, Zod eliminated all adversaries and seized hold of Jean Fei. Trembling with fear, Jean Fei was astounded that over 200 men had been vanquished by a single individual. What kind of world was this? "Quickly, contact your boss and have him send money. Inform him that I have the upper hand and you've been captured." Zod preferred to avoid unnecessary risks, opting instead to compel the Scorpion Gang to commit all their resources to the factory. Of course, if they wished to send more in successive waves, that would not be an issue either. Jean Fei understood Zod's intentions, though he was bewildered by the emergence of such a ruthless individual targeting the Scorpion Gang. "Monis, I have failed. I have been apprehended by an overwhelming force. I am no match for them." Yet, in the interest of survival, Jean Fei chose to comply. Their sole desire was for money. The goods remained intact, Jean Fei stated, and Zod was indifferent to whether he divulged any information, for the Scorpion Gang would never relinquish such a substantial quantity of goods. Setting aside the losses and shortages that would ensue, the most pressing concern was the orders, especially since Jean Bing and the Skull Gang had long cast covetous eyes upon this territory. Should any oversight occur, what would happen when those clients turned to Jean Bing and the Skull Gang? It was worth noting that several clients had already shifted their allegiance to the Skull Gang and Jean Bing after acquiring high-purity powder through Lady Gao of the Hand Association. Thus, even in the face of danger, the Scorpion Gang, already desperate, would still come forth. As Zod had anticipated, they were unwilling to abandon the factory's goods. Since Jean Fei had indicated that the opposing party was merely interested in money, the Scorpion Gang was prepared to accommodate that. The armed individuals they had dispatched were a considerable portion of their strength, although they could muster more forces and gunmen. Jean Fei had already warned that the opposition outnumbered them. If the confrontation resulted in mutual destruction, what would become of them should the Skull Gang seize the opportunity? Therefore, this time the Scorpion Gang sent only a dozen individuals armed with cash. The Scorpion Gang chose to take a step back. Boss Jean Fei. The dozen members surveyed the scene, littered with corpses, the sight of Jean Fay counting money at the table, and Zod leisurely enjoying a glass of whiskey, leaving them momentarily bewildered. "Fools! Hurry and bring the money." Jean Fay had just finished rifling through the pockets of the deceased, exhausted from the task. "Thank you." Zod accepted the sum with satisfaction. After all, it amounted to a staggering $10 million, primarily in old bills of $20 denominations. The sheer volume of cash exceeded Zod's expectations, making it challenging to fit into his vehicle. After procuring a larger car to accommodate the wealth, Zod set off. "Boss Jean Fay, let us hasten our return. Boss Monas is eager to learn all the details." Judd was taken aback by Zod's sudden transformation, having returned not only with a new vehicle, but also with an immense fortune. "What on earth did you do?" Chapter 5. Midnight Hotel. Upon hearing that Zod had provoked the Scorpion Gang, yet emerged unscathed with $1 million, Judd found it utterly absurd. He was acutely aware of the dynamics between the Scorpion Gang and the Skull Gang. "Well, this shall cover my living expenses. Perhaps you could invest in some cattle for your farm," Zod remarked. "Does this mean you have purchased my farm?" Judd replied, somewhat speechless. Yet, his dilapidated farm had never held much value. Judd's farm sprawled across a total of 253 acres, featuring a 32-acre orchard primarily planted with citrus fruits, and 45 acres dedicated to various vegetables, with the remainder allocated to ordinary corn and soybeans. Previously, Judd had contemplated selling the farm to pursue other ventures, but the highest offer he received was a mere $300,000. Given the vastness of America and the desolation of the land, it was hardly surprising that such remote territory commanded little worth, especially when the produce barely covered transportation costs. Zod suggested transforming the farm into a ranch, and Judd began to see himself as an employee, having effectively ceded ownership to Zod. "We are short on manpower," Judd stated directly. The previous farm operations could barely be sustained thanks to the machinery, but a ranch presented an entirely different challenge. Moreover, being near the desert raised uncertainties about the quality of cattle that could be raised. "If we lack manpower, why not hire some?" Zod inquired, puzzled. "With $10 million, surely we could manage to stretch it out. Labor is prohibitively expensive in Texas. I was considering hiring a group of Mexican workers," Judd confessed, uncertain of Zod's views on immigrants. Illegal immigrants? Zod mistakenly assumed Judd was concerned about that issue. "This is the U.S.-Mexico border. There are many Mexican laborers who cross illegally." Judd nodded in agreement. "Then let us recruit them," Zod replied, unconcerned about the legality of the matter. After all, violations abound in this area, and if the Texas police were to truly care, they'd be hard-pressed to catch them all. 10 days later, a large truck arrived at the farm, delivering the cattle Judd had ordered. By this time, the farm had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously planted corn and soybeans had been entirely cleared away, destined for fermentation as silage. Even the land had been freshly leveled. The once neglected orchard has flourished anew, while the vegetable garden boasts orderly rows of vibrant produce. Jaddle acquired over 100 robust Angus cattle from a familiar farmer, known for their exquisite meat, which supplies several upscale restaurants in New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. However, it remains uncertain whether they can thrive in this environment. Jaddle instructed the newly arrived Mexican laborers to massage the cattle, planning to utilize the original pasture for their care. Zod observed the diligent work ethic of these undocumented Mexican laborers, who were compensated modestly. As he basked in the sun over the past few days, he noted that progress was disappointingly slow. The well-rounded Kryptonians naturally did not advance as swiftly as General Zod and his cohorts, yet their lack of weaknesses proved paramount. Zod understood that he was laying the groundwork, and although impatience gnawed at him, there was little he could do. Kryptonians, unlike Psiots, did not require rigorous training or gravity chambers. Merely basking in sunlight sufficed. Once he could soar through the skies, he vowed to ascend to greater heights to absorb more solar energy. As for devices like solar concentrators, the photovoltaic industry's current efficiency hovered around 30. But the atmosphere filtered much of the sunlight, making sunbathing in space far more advantageous. The Scorpion Gang would not relent easily, especially considering the substantial sum at stake. However, upon hearing Jean Fay's words, they surmised that Zod resembled a super assassin or super soldier, an extraordinary human force beyond their meager capabilities to eliminate. Thus, they begrudgingly engaged a hitman. That night, Zod reveled in the moonlight, which, albeit diminished, was merely refracted sunlight. The ranch was not devoid of insects. Yet Zod's skin possessed defenses far superior to their bites, so they could only buzz around him, unable to inflict harm. 5 assassins stealthily approached, oblivious to their conspicuousness before Zod's heightened senses, as the Mexican laborers had already retired to their quarters. With his X-ray vision, Zod discerned their firearms and heavy weaponry, confirming their identity as foes. In an instant, he darted past them with astonishing speed, rendering them all unconscious before they even realized what had transpired. Zod's swiftness had become increasingly elusive. After incapacitating the assassins, he dragged them inside, binding them for interrogation. Following a thorough beating, the once defiant group revealed their true purpose. They had merely accepted a contract to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Zod deduced the identity of their employer. Yet he set aside the Scorpion gang for the moment, finding himself more intrigued by the assassins. How does one become an assassin? Zod inquired with fervor, as he was in dire need of funds and uncertain where to acquire them. After all, even researchers required initial capital, and securing hundreds of millions of dollars was no trivial endeavor. The assassins were momentarily taken aback, perhaps encountering such an eccentricity and predicament for the first time in their line of work. However, given the ease with which the other party resolved their issues, it was not surprising that they aspired to become assassins themselves. Often, it merely required the right avenue. To embark on the path of an assassin, one could only venture to the Midnight Hotel affiliated with the dark web. The assassins quickly remarked, "The dark web?" Zod was intrigued, as it was his first exposure to the assassin trade. Through the accounts of 5 assassins, he gleaned the nature of this dark web. It was the largest assassin organization globally. In comparison, any other assassin group could merely be deemed private or collective. The dark web allegedly had the involvement of high-ranking officials from the 5 major nations, a fact evidenced by the nature of the tasks it received, which were rarely undertaken by figures of such stature, perhaps out of fear of being directly eradicated. The dark web had been in existence for nearly 70 years, and its origins remained a mystery. The Midnight Hotel served as the venue for the dark web to accommodate its assassins, to register as an assassin. One had no choice but to visit the Midnight Hotel. After leaving a message for Jadriel indicating he had matters to attend to, Zod hastily urged the assassins to escort him for registration. Lacking any identification, he realized that he could not possibly leave Texas on his own. The assassins had their own channels, and they facilitated Zod's departure from Texas, heading towards the Midnight Hotel in Washington. The Midnight Hotel in Washington was frequented by numerous assassins from the dark web, although the one in New York also attracted many. Most of its clientele comprised newly inducted assassins. Despite the seemingly inexperienced appearance of these 5 assassins, they had proven their mettle through the trials of the dark web. In armed confrontations, the ability to take on 5 adversaries was considered a basic skill. "We are willing to vouch for you. Please spare our lives." The lead assassin implored Zod. "Surrender all your money," he commanded. Chapter 6. Seeking investment very well, Zod replied. Though he stipulated a condition, he required assistance from the assassins to resolve his status as an undocumented individual. The assassins nodded in agreement, and under their endorsement, Zod became the newest assassin at the Midnight Hotel. The rules of the Midnight Hotel bore a striking resemblance to those of the Continental Hotel depicted in a film Zod had once seen. Killing within the hotel premises was strictly prohibited. Violators would face a global manhunt. Furthermore, the bounties for tasks at the Midnight Hotel were substantial, with 2 payment options available. One could receive direct monetary compensation in 4 currencies: US dollars, British pounds, euros, or Chinese yuan, either through bank transfers or anonymous accounts. The alternative was to be compensated in skull coins, where 1 coin was equivalent to $10,000. However, these coins could not be exchanged for cash. Nonetheless, the Midnight Hotel permitted the conversion of coins into currency. Utilizing skull coins enabled the Midnight Hotel to render various services, such as procuring weapons, addressing immigration concerns, providing identity assistance, gathering target intelligence, managing crime scenes, and resolving complications. It was precisely this extensive capability of the Midnight Hotel that drew countless assassins and instilled a sense of trepidation among them. The foremost enforcer of Gene Bing, known as Target Eye, was discovered by Gene Bing and subsequently recruited as a personal bodyguard. 5 assassins relinquished a significant sum of skull coins, enabling Zod to acquire a legitimate identity, after which all their funds were transferred to him. The amount exceeded a staggering $10 million. However, these individuals were rather miserly. He is now a New Yorker, and mastering the local accent is a trivial matter that Zod can easily learn. The Midnight Hotel tasks are disseminated by providing each assassin with a black phone, which is regularly updated. It is said that this black phone surpasses all existing mobile technology on the market, equipped with features to prevent eavesdropping and tracking, among others. Zod then set his sights on a particular mission, a bounty of $4 million for the leader of the Hellfire Gang in California. This assignment had already attracted numerous assassins, but the Hellfire Gang, even within California, is regarded as a premier criminal organization, prompting the assassins to seek allies. From the armory of the 5 assassins, Zod appropriated a considerable number of custom-modified firearms. In the future, with his skull coins, he would be able to commission bespoke weaponry from the Midnight Hotel, but for the time being, he decided to utilize these weapons. Having resolved his identity issues, Zod could now cross borders with confidence. The interstate borders in America can be quite stringent, given the variations in laws. The headquarters of the Hellfire Gang is situated within a villa community that they have purchased, albeit under circumstances that the seller found less than agreeable. The leader of Hellfire, Lawrence Peter, is a man in his 50s, yet he is remarkably well-preserved, appearing as if he were in the prime of his 40s. He boasts a head of half white, golden hair slicked back, but a triangular notch marred his left ear, nearly cleaving through his left cheek, rendering him quite fearsome. This scar was the result of a sniper bullet that grazed his cheek, marking one of his closest encounters with death, though he later reduced the assailant to mere pulp with his own sniper rifle. Lawrence possesses commendable intelligence. Upon the Midnight Hotel posting his bounty, he was already informed. Cursing under his breath, he swiftly retreated into his heavily fortified villa. If it were an ordinary assassin, he might not have been overly concerned. However, the Midnight Hotel has produced a plethora of deranged killers, such as Target Eye, who gain notoriety for single-handedly eliminating a SEAL team. Who knows what sort of deranged assassin might be lured by a $4 million bounty? The guards stationed outside the villa community were also made aware of the impending arrival of a Midnight Hotel assassin, and their anxiety was palpable. Are they truly that fearful for their lives? Zod observed that there were 20 fully armed guards outside the villa community, all donned in bulletproof vests. While this might pose a challenge for others, Zod, having an advantage, was unfazed, with 2 handguns materializing in his hands. He chose to reveal only a glimpse of his extraordinary marksmanship for the time being. In the Marvel Universe, it is almost customary for superheroes to possess certain capabilities, akin to those exhibited by characters such as the Punisher, Bullseye, and Hawkeye. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 4 consecutive gunshots rang out, culminating in 2 final shots, resulting in the guards at the entrance having their heads obliterated. The assassins wielded customized firearms, meticulously designed for penetrating power, utilizing specially crafted ammunition. Zod was taken aback by the immense power of the weapon he had acquired, as well as its remarkable accuracy. Panic ensued among the guards, who swiftly sought refuge. Zod dashed through the community entrance at an astonishing yet plausible speed, leaping over the wall, and while still airborne, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Upon landing, the remaining guards lay lifeless on the ground, their heads shattered. Concerned about any hidden surveillance cameras, he refrained from displaying overly audacious behavior. The villa had been roused by the cacophony of gunfire. Zod reloaded his weapon and charged inside. With reflexes quicker than most, he aimed directly at his foes' heads before they could react, maintaining a safe distance to avoid leaving scorch marks on their skin from close-range fire. He ascended to the 2nd floor. All 50-plus adversaries on the 1st floor had been dispatched. What a farce, and all within 3 minutes. The Hellfire Club likely never anticipated such a brazen assault. Even Bullseye had not been this audacious. After exhausting his ammunition, Zod seized the firearms of his fallen foes, continuing his relentless assault, ensuring every shot found its mark, regardless of the presence of bulletproof vests. In response, the Hellfire Club deployed individuals clad in bulletproof helmets. This was outrageous. Zod lamented the security situation in California, where selling bulletproof vests was illegal, let alone bulletproof helmets. Nevertheless, even a helmet would not deter Zod's lethal accuracy. Armed as he was with a modified high-caliber handgun, he was an unstoppable force, instilling terror in Lawrence, who was compelled to instruct his subordinates to utilize grenades. As Zod forcefully kicked open a door, a barrage of projectiles was hurled his way. He swiftly slammed the door shut and darted away. The multitude of thrown objects collided with the door, rebounding before erupting into chaos. After hearing the cacophony of screams and explosions from within, Zod returned, only to find the door utterly destroyed. Those fortunate enough to be at a safe distance attempted to rise, but dizziness and a lack of control over their bodies rendered them immobile. Zod nonchalantly walked past them, executing precise shots to their heads. Lawrence's complexion grew increasingly pallid. What manner of monster had he attracted? His meticulously prepared force of over 300 men was utterly incapable of halting Zod's advance. With Zod possessing a form of X-ray vision, Lawrence's attempts to conceal himself were in vain, as Zod swiftly located him. Yet, Lawrence was currently hiding behind a nearly 10-centimeter thick metal door. Chapter 7. Rise to fame in the Great War. I will offer you 8 million. I would even go as far as to procure skull coins. Just spare me this once, Lawrence implored Zod. Zod scrutinized the metallic door before him. Just how terrified of death must this individual be to have such a robust alloy door? The walls, though made of concrete, concealed thick steel reinforcements within. An extravagant expenditure in America, hinting at the considerable cost of this underground chamber. Futile, Lawrence stated calmly. He merely wished to avoid a lifetime confined in this subterranean prison. For this assassin was truly fearsome, having single-handedly eliminated over 350 armed men, a feat beyond even the most skilled marksman. Zod contemplated this, then placed his hand upon the door's handle. With a creak, Lawrence thought he heard the alloy door emit a noise, dust cascading from the cracks. Impossible. It must be an illusion. He shook his head. Suddenly, the alloy door quivered, dislodging more powdery debris. Zod progressively exerted more force, the door screeching in protest as it was forcibly pulled in the opposite direction. His strength had significantly increased, though uncertain of its extent. As long as the door's resistance did not exceed 100 tons, he believed he could still force it open. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the heavy door open with one hand, slamming it against the wall behind him. Lawrence stood dumbfounded at the sight, as Zod aimed his pistol at him and squeezed the trigger. No! Bang! After a thorough search, Zod discovered over 2 million in cash, pondering why Lawrence had such a substantial amount stored at home. Nevertheless, it now benefited Zod. To erase all traces, he ignited a massive fire, simultaneously piling the explosives he had gathered in the basement. With a thunderous explosion and a towering inferno, Zod exited the villa community. The intelligence network of the Midnight Hotel was remarkably adept. Nearly as soon as Zod stepped out, they were already apprised of the situation. After the flames were extinguished, the local Midnight Hotel even uncovered numerous remnants, considering Zod had merely demolished the basement. 353 individuals, all with their skulls shattered. Even the 15 men donning bulletproof helmets were no exception. It was surmised that a high-caliber modified pistol had been employed. The higher-ups of the Midnight Hotel examined this staggering report, expressing their astonishment. One man managed to dispatch 353 individuals. If I recall correctly, the sharpshooter only accounted for 15, right? Inquired a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard. It was 17, sir. Truly terrifying. Aside from the initial 100 rounds of the same caliber ammunition he carried, all other projectiles found in the skulls belonged to firearms utilized on site. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Another elderly man, whose forehead protruded slightly, giving him an appearance of a broad and sturdy brow. Spoke meaningfully with a curved chin and narrow, widened cheekbones. His demeanor exuded confidence, and his marksmanship was astonishingly fearsome. It seemed that the Midnight Hotel had gained a new marquee attraction. Rather than returning to the Midnight Hotel in Washington, Zod registered at the Midnight Hotel in California. "Welcome, sir," greeted the receptionist, an African-American gentleman. "How do I claim my bounty?" Zod inquired, nodding. "You may opt for cash. We offer USD, Euro, GBP, and even CNY, all guaranteed to be clean and legal. However, a 20 fee is applicable. Alternatively, we can provide you with an anonymous account from which you can withdraw funds at your convenience. Of course, you may also exchange it for convenient gold coins, which can be converted into cash at any time and can be used for all services and assistance at the Midnight Hotel," the receptionist elaborated. The 20 fee was a standard at the Midnight Hotel, as Zod's value warranted such a price. Other assassins faced a 45 deduction, meaning their earnings were not as substantial as one might think, especially after sharing with their associates and paying the Midnight Hotel's laundering fees. "Give me half in cash and half in gold coins," Zod responded after contemplation. "As you wish, sir." Zod received what was referred to as the skull coins, roughly the size of a typical bottle cap, but thicker than ordinary coins, with skull engravings on both sides. The reflective surface revealed intricate patterns usually unseen. Though mass-produced, the detailing was commendable. Zod pocketed 200 gold pounds, which the Midnight Hotel ensured were highly valuable, nearing 100 purity. With the assistance of the Midnight Hotel, Zod swiftly returned to Texas. To his surprise, private jet services were available, complete with invisible flight paths. Zod marveled at the extensive capabilities of the Midnight Hotel, which only made it easier for him to deduce the identity of the forces behind it. Obtaining invisible flight paths was no trivial feat. It involved calculating all surveillance gaps and time discrepancies to establish a route that would go undetected, or perhaps it was a matter of prior arrangements ensuring a smooth passage. It was becoming increasingly clear that the Midnight Hotel was not affiliated with the American government or the departments of the 5 major rogue entities. Rather, it seemed to be connected to Hydra. Zod found himself leaning more towards the notion of Hydra. After a few days, Jadriel noticed a change in Zod. Zod nodded in response, revealing his preference for cash over bank deposits. Thus, the newly acquired sum of over $3 million was stored at the ranch, while the clean sum of over $10 million obtained from the assassins would remain untouched for the time being. Jadriel was left astonished, questioning where such wealth had come from in just a few days. "Rest assured, this over $1 million is entirely clean," Zod reassured him. Zod remarked that although he had been drained of 20, it was still quite reasonable, as most money laundering typically yielded around 40 or even higher. Furthermore, he maintained a considerable number of accountants solely dedicated to calculating the intricacies of his money laundering operations. In places such as America, or indeed most capitalist nations, if an accountant's laundering capabilities could retain over 70%, all conglomerates would unhesitatingly vie for their services. Even with a legitimate identity, Zod had no intention of venturing to places like New York. This ranch was quite satisfactory, allowing him to grow with peace of mind. The Midnight Hotel rescinded its previous bounty on Zod, and those who had heard of his exploits had bestowed upon him a devilish nickname, which eventually transformed into the moniker of the White Devil due to his appearance. Texas lacked a Midnight Hotel, compelling Zod to travel to the one in Los Angeles. Chapter 8. The commencement of earnings. Zod entered the Midnight Hotel in Los Angeles. "Sir, it is an honor to welcome you to our establishment." The receptionist greeted with a smile. "I have a custom weapon arranged to be here?" Zod inquired, nodding. "It is currently with our weapons expert," the receptionist replied. The Midnight Hotel offered a variety of services, with the weapons expert responsible for selling, modifying, and customizing firearms, alongside doctors catering to unique needs and other services. Zod ascended to the 3rd basement level via the elevator. As the doors opened, a dazzling array of firearms greeted his eyes. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, and shotguns were all on display. Numerous individuals clad in suits surrounded various weapons experts, most of whom were retired workers from military factories or prominent figures hailing from military backgrounds. "Sir, please come this way," one of the weapons experts, having already received a notification from the front desk, approached him. To Zod's surprise, his weapons expert was an exceptionally beautiful woman. "You are quite the complimenter," he remarked. "Kyra, that is my name," she replied with a satisfied smile, extending her hand. It was evident that Zod's compliments were well received. As he mused that had they been uttered by someone less appealing, Kyra would likely have remained expressionless. "Pleasure to meet you," Zod said as he grasped her hand, attempting to withdraw politely. However, Kyra held on firmly, preventing him from releasing his grip. Zod hesitated to pull away forcefully, fearing he might injure her arm. And it was only after a moment that she relinquished her hold. Is even a handshake so assertive? Zod mused, yet remained unperturbed by her demeanor. Kyra led him to his designated cabinet, retrieving a silver briefcase and opening it. The Israeli Desert Eagle. 50, she began. "To be candid, I would not recommend this firearm. Its weight can compromise stability, and most targets do not wear ballistic helmets. With your marksmanship, such a large caliber weapon is unnecessary." Kylara undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of her clientele. The notorious White Devil, known for his precise marksmanship, would logically require a sidearm that boasts greater range, enhanced accuracy, and a larger magazine capacity. The 50 Desert Eagle utilizes the .050 cartridge, equivalent to the 127 rapid-fire round. However, at Zod's behest, she has opted for the 7.62 by 51 mm full-power rifle cartridge. Typically, a 9 mm round suffices to address most challenges, but the 7.62 by 51 mm is decidedly excessive in its lethality. Zod gazed approvingly at the two striking silver Desert Eagles nestled within the briefcase. Kylara, perplexed, recognized that this was merely a manifestation of masculine ambition, particularly since Zod had the means to indulge his whims. "In accordance with your specifications, I have increased the casing length and enhanced the powder charge beyond that of standard ammunition. However, this will inevitably result in greater recoil, accompanied by pointed steel core projectiles." Kylara merely proposed her suggestions, subsequently producing another briefcase containing the modified ammunition. She struggled to comprehend Zod's relentless pursuit of power and lethality, especially with twin firearms. Could his hands truly endure and maintain stability? To accommodate this custom ammunition, the 50 Desert Eagle underwent significant modifications. Without them, it would be rendered unusable. Indeed, it could be said that it no longer resembled its original form. Additionally, the magazine was extended, originally holding a mere 7 rounds. The special extended magazine now accommodates 12. Kylara initially envisioned a double-stack magazine, yet the 50 Desert Eagle is already quite weighty at 199 kilograms. After her extensive modifications, the empty weapon weighed a staggering 25 kilograms, and with the added ammunition, a double-stack configuration would be even heavier. To prevent an unwieldy heft that could compromise handling, Kylara settled on the extended magazine, resulting in an elongated grip for both firearms. Zod ordered 500 rounds, which he would need to fill himself at a leisurely pace. "Thank you," he said, remitting payment in gold pounds, as all services at the Midnight Hotel require such currency rather than cash. "Do you not require any desserts?" Kylara inquired, opening a cabinet to reveal an array of neatly arranged daggers and short blades. No one can approach me," Zod replied with a smile. After all, who would dare approach a Kryptonian, let alone the formidable wasteland wolf? Next came the tailored attire. Zod commissioned 2 black non-reflective trench coats lined with ballistic and cut-resistant fabric. Upon returning to Texas, Zod swiftly filled all the magazines using a reloader. Jadriel, gather a crew of builders to construct a villa. Zod sought out Jadriel, whose current residence was an antiquated structure built by his parents and grandparents 80 years prior. Though sturdy, it lacked modern comforts, and now that Zod had acquired wealth, he desired a more comfortable living space. "Labor is quite costly. Your budget may prove insufficient," Jadriel cautioned, gasping in disbelief upon hearing Zod's intentions to erect a grand villa. "Is that so? But that's several million, and this isn't a big city," Zod inquired skeptically. "One must forgive him. Having lived two lives, he possessed little understanding of market values. During his time on Krypton, his father held a high-ranking position as a council member, while his mother was a distinguished scientist. Thus, financial concerns were foreign to him. The same held true in his earthly existence. In America, labor costs are exorbitantly high. Many capitalists and politicians opt for labor-intensive constructions to showcase their status and prestige, Jadri explained. In the United States, whether mixing concrete or fabricating steel reinforcements, substantial manpower is required, not to mention the astonishing costs associated with constructing villas from reinforced concrete. Furthermore, property taxes are assessed not only based on the property's value, but also on the expenses incurred for demolition. Only the truly affluent would consider erecting such challenging and costly structures. More importantly, the annual property taxes are steep, and many have lost homes that have been their families for generations due to an inability to pay, becoming homeless. Ironically, securing employment often requires one to possess a residence, while the homeless seek jobs precisely because they lack shelter and sustenance. It is not that American vagrants lack ambition. Regardless, money is not an issue. Let's proceed with the construction, Zod mused, contemplating his own earning potential, which was not insignificant. He activated his black smartphone, revealing a plethora of tasks. Zod's standards were high. He dismissed missions offering only tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. A task worth millions was daunting for the majority of assassins, often necessitating collaboration with accomplices or teams, yet Zod could accomplish it alone, ensuring swift financial gain. Chapter 9. The White Devil. This time, Zod had set his sights on a particular mission, targeting a fellow assassin. However, this was not a colleague from the Midnight Hotel, but rather from another assassin organization. The rationale behind such a task remained obscured due to confidentiality from the employer. All that the assassins could discern was that the mission had been posted for 20 days and assassins from around the world had been notified. The outcome was grim, with over 30 assassins eliminated while the target remained unscathed. A bounty of $5 million was now on the table, initially set at $1 million. The reward had surged to $5 million after the target continued to eliminate those sent to kill him, a mandate enforced by the Midnight Hotel. A global manhunt ensued. What had this individual done to warrant such attention? Zod pondered but ultimately dismissed the thought. Even if the target had wronged the wrong person, it was of no concern to him. He hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to wait for an even higher bounty, but worried that the target might not survive that long. He resolved to proceed without delay. Originally based in North America, the target had managed to escape to Japan amidst the global pursuit. Certainly, he merely took a brief respite in Japan. No one could have anticipated that his ultimate destination was Detroit, with most believing he aimed to enter Russia. Jet, what have you done? The entire world of assassins is now fervently searching for you. Even the assassins from the Midnight Hotel have arrived. Jet's Japanese friend received him and expressed his concern. The information not disclosed by the Midnight Hotel was that, aside from the 30-plus assassins from the hotel, Jet had already eliminated over 100 from other organizations. Yamada, it's perhaps best that you remain unaware of these matters. I fear I may inadvertently embroil you. Jet shook his head. The bounty of $5 million was enough to incite frenzy among assassins worldwide. It was said that numerous notorious assassins had set their sights on him. Only those who have achieved fame or amassed considerable accomplishments possess their own monikers, while the majority must resort to using aliases. Yamada Shinsuke was at a loss for words. You've come all this way, and yet you express concern about involving me? Where are my treasures? Jet inquired of Yamada Shinsuke. Follow me, Yamada Shinsuke said, leading Jet to his home. Upon entering the underground garage, he pressed a button, causing the wall to open, revealing a meticulously arranged array of firearms. These were all customized weapons crafted by Jet himself, his prized possessions. His treasures in North America had been destroyed by explosives. Otherwise, his escape would have been far more effortless. Zod, relying on the Midnight Hotel services, arrived in Japan. One must commend the hotel's intelligence network. They even knew Jet's whereabouts, saving Zod considerable effort. However, too many had set their sights on Jet, and, as Zod approached, clad in a bulletproof trench coat, his heightened senses detected impending danger. A sniper? With two silver eagles holstered at his waist, Zod ducked behind a wall. While he was unafraid of sniper rifles, being shot through his expensive attire was less than desirable. Just then, the target jet appeared, and immediately two assassins on motorcycles charged toward him. Bang! A flash of light erupted in the distance. Jet remained unscathed, but the two assassins were simultaneously pierced. Tumbling from their bikes. One shot, two kills. A top-notch sniper with formidable firepower. Jet cursed softly and rolled to the side. Clearly, the sniper was intent on preventing anyone from encroaching on his territory. The pedestrians on the street had long since fled in terror, and the assassins were restless, yet wary of the sniper in the distance. Zod concluded that he should perhaps try a sniper rifle next time. However, for the moment, he decided to charge forth to eliminate his target. He leapt into view, drawing everyone's attention, with his dual silver eagles capturing their gaze. Dual-wielding the Israeli Desert Eagle. 50? Unless one were a fool, wielding dual Desert Eagles surely indicated formidable prowess. Indeed, as Zod made his entrance, he was immediately beset by attacks from other assassins. While disdainful of this group, Zod, with guns in hand, doubled the frequency of his attacks. Bang, 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 bang. The heads of 6 assassins exploded, startling the others. What kind of marksmanship is this? Hadn't he just been facing away from me? As the assassin stood in shock, Jite suddenly made his move. However, Zod's gun was swifter. 2 bullets collided mid-air, Jite's projectile shattered, causing Zod's bullet to veer significantly off its mark. Yet, Zod wielded dual pistols, so he had fired 2 shots. Jite, in utter disbelief, widened his eyes as a bullet penetrated his skull, entering through his left eye socket and intertwining with his brain tissue, compounded by the immense energy release. Had the target been neutralized? The other assassins were taken aback by how effortlessly Zod had dispatched Jite, who had eluded pursuit for days and had even turned the tables on many. Nevertheless, with the target eliminated, there was no need for further entanglement. The assassins swiftly departed, and Zod, expecting a fierce battle, was astonished that it had concluded so swiftly. After a moment of silence, he heard the wail of sirens, holstered his twin pistols, and turned to leave. Midnight Hotel in Japan. Zod's entrance drew the keen attention of the assassins, as they had just witnessed the earlier events. "Congratulations on completing your mission, sir," greeted the front desk attendant, a sweet-smiling blonde woman. "I need to return to Texas immediately," Zod replied, handing over 2 gold pounds. "Mr. Heath, we offer excellent services here. Why not linger for a few days to enjoy yourself, especially after just finishing a task?" The blonde attendant suggested with a smile. "No, I prefer to stay in my own home," Zod calmly responded. "Very well." As Zod exited, the assassins began to murmur among themselves. They had their own channels of information, and Zod's audacity in swiftly eliminating 6 of his peers, along with a formidable Jite, could not go unnoticed. The White Devil, earning a moniker so early in his career. 353 people. If you can do it, so can you. It was rumored that the Hellfire Gang was embroiled in internal strife over the leadership position, and the White Devil had diminished their strength by at least a third. The Midnight Hotel diligently arranged Zod's return to Texas. He yawned. Over $3 million had already been credited to his account. He returned to his ranch with the remaining funds converted into gold pounds. The entire journey took less than a week, and Jadley was still coordinating with construction workers and ordering custom steel bars, meaning the villa had yet to commence construction. After a brief respite, Zod headed back to the Midnight Hotel to have Kaira recheck his firearms, ensuring that there would be no mishaps in his next endeavor. Chapter 10. Unexpected events. Kaira was of mixed Japanese-Russian descent. Her father was Russian, while her mother was said to be of Chinese descent from an island. As for her choice to delve into the military-industrial sector, it could only be attributed to personal passion. She was strikingly beautiful, at least in Zod's eyes. Kaira was of exceptional caliber. "All checked," she confirmed. Kylara carefully returned the 2 silver eagles to their case, having just attended to them. "I have heard that the Desert Eagle is prone to numerous malfunctions, yet my experience with it this time has been quite favorable. Is it due to your modification skills?" Zod remarked with a smile as he took the case. Although Kylara had received many compliments due to her beauty, the praise from Zod, a strikingly handsome man, deeply satisfied her, especially as Zod revealed his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles through his snug black undershirt. The most gratifying aspect of becoming a Kryptonian was undoubtedly this physique, reminiscent of Captain America and Thor, boasting perfect muscular contours. Of course, Zod's appearance and physique were quite similar to Dante from the fourth installment of the Devil May Cry series. Additionally, Zod sported a hairstyle styled with blue gel. The Desert Eagle's frequent malfunctions stem from its original design as merely a hunting pistol, ill-equipped for high-intensity combat, and as delicate as a love-starved maiden. Dust, moisture, and even slightly adverse conditions could render it inoperative. I invested considerable effort into modifying it, and if you find it to your liking, why not let me see how you wield it? Kylara inquired with keen interest. Of course, no problem, Zod nodded in agreement. The two descended to the 10th underground level of the Midnight Hotel, where a complimentary shooting range was available. Numerous assassins had their own independent rooms, each spacious enough. As it was Zod's first visit, Kylara expertly secured a room. Moving target or high-speed target. She stood beside a row of buttons on one wall and asked Zod, who had yet to don his noise-canceling headphones. One significant drawback of the Desert Eagle was its loud report, although a silenced version existed. Zod had declined it for aesthetic reasons, leaving Kylara to minimize the noise as much as possible. A high-speed target? Zod understood what a moving target was. But what exactly was a high-speed target? The high-speed target involved launching several tennis balls that would ricochet off 3 walls. However, most assassins preferred not to choose this option. Kylara explained, after all, while there were many sharpshooters, hitting a rapidly moving tennis ball was an extraordinary feat. This one will do, Zod decided. He donned the headphones, and Kylara pressed the button. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 tennis balls shot forth from the openings in the walls. At that moment, Kylara noticed Zod drawing his twin pistols with astonishing speed. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire echoed simultaneously. Kylara observed that Zod's hands were remarkably steady. Even with the dual Desert Eagles, he remained unfaltering, shell casings ejected, and with a casual shot, he dispatched the last tennis ball. Zod's draw and shooting speed were maintained at an astonishing 0.2 seconds, rendering his firearms seemingly impossibly swift. The rapidity of your shooting is astonishing. Kaya realized why Zod could achieve such remarkable headshots. His speed in drawing and firing was so swift that it seemed he hardly needed to aim. However, given such remarkable velocity, it would be more prudent to utilize a revolver rather than an automatic pistol. Kaya immediately assessed that a revolver's speed is directly proportional to the shooter's hand speed, and its continued existence to this day attests to its practicality. In contrast, the Desert Eagle's slow ejection of shells renders it inadequate for Zod's rapid-fire capabilities, ultimately wasting his impressive hand speed. I exclusively prefer the Desert Eagle, Zod replied, shaking his head. Very well. I shall modify it to suit your needs, shortening the trigger pull to ensure your accuracy remains unaffected, Kaya stated, respecting the customer's choice. A shorter trigger pull would mitigate the need for a forceful squeeze, thereby preserving precision. By the way, Kaya, I wish to order armor-piercing rounds, at least 1,000. Zod suddenly announced. Armor-piercing rounds? Is that truly necessary? Most targets do not wear heavy ballistic vests or helmets, given that armor-piercing projectiles are difficult to deform. Their lethality against unarmored or lightly armored targets is rather limited, Kaya replied, astonished. Indeed, I have my reasons, Zod clarified, and though Kaya was at a loss for words, she felt compelled to accommodate the customer's request. After resting for a few days, Zod took on a new mission. In his youth, he had to earn as much as possible, for he might lose the joy of making money in the future due to his overwhelming prowess. This task involved eliminating a man named Daiken with a bounty of $3.5 million. Such a high reward typically indicated either an individual as formidable as the previous target, Jeet, who possessed unknown secrets, or someone akin to Lawrence, associated with the Hellfire Gang. Zod merely glanced at Daiken's photograph and location before setting off. Unlike other assassins who would require 10 days to 2 weeks of preparation and reconnaissance to avoid any oversights, Zod was efficient. As customary, he arrived in New York under the cover of midnight, resembling a courier service at a hotel. Upon arriving in this city, which would soon become the epicenter of the Marvel Universe and a chaotic realm, Zod felt a sense of nostalgia. Stark Industries headquarters was still in Los Angeles, but would soon relocate to New York. Zod could no longer recall who the first superhero of New York was, but he knew that official statistics indicated at least 6,000 superheroes resided there. Although most were street-level heroes, it was still an astonishing figure. If they all emerged, there wouldn't be enough supervillains to go around. Thankfully, the city remained rather ordinary for the moment. Easily locating his target, Zod noted the apparent lack of bodyguards. He trailed Daikin into a raucous bar and dance hall, where the raucous music assaulted his ears until he swiftly adjusted his super hearing. Recently, he had been pleasantly surprised to discover that he had finally awakened his thermal vision. Daikin engaged in a passionate exchange with a blonde beauty on the dance floor before making his way to the restroom. Zod followed him inside, where only Daikin was present. Without hesitation, Zod drew his firearm. Bang! The resounding shot was drowned out by the music outside as Daikin's head exploded, and he collapsed onto the floor. Zod, holstering his weapon, prepared to depart when an abrupt gust of wind struck him from behind. He instinctively dodged a punch, pivoting swiftly to confront Daikin, who appeared unscathed and was now assaulting him. Daikin moved with remarkable speed, his strength creating a whooshing sound as he attacked. Zod evaded a couple of blows before placing the muzzle of his silver eagle against Daikin's chest and pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening noise echoed as a gaping hole erupted in Daikin's heart, and he staggered to the ground. Zod observed Daikin, who, after a brief moment of stillness, suddenly lunged at him. While a normal person would likely struggle to react, Zod swiftly seized Daikin by the throat. A vampire? Grateful for the support from reader 20171029185222874. Chapter 11. Power Returns to Oneself. The Marvel Universe indeed contains vampires, as Blade is one of its notable superheroes. Zod had not anticipated encountering a vampire so soon. Was silver and sunlight the only means to vanquish him? Zod found this hard to believe. Foolish creature. Daikin struggled fiercely, yet found the grip around his neck immovable, as if it were forged from steel. Then he noticed Zod's eyes beginning to glow a crimson hue, inducing an innate sense of dread within him. The heat vision enveloped Daikin's face, and to Zod's astonishment, he disintegrated into ash in an instant. Curious, Zod reflected on the effectiveness of heat vision against vampires. Initially surprised, he quickly realized that heat vision, by design, involved Kryptonians absorbing yellow solar energy and releasing it. Sunlight and solar energy were essentially indistinguishable. Exiting the restroom, Zod was met with a gruesome sight. Blood flowed like a river outside, as what appeared to be fire sprinklers showered the dance floor with a deluge of crimson. All the dancers reveled in the sanguine feast. Zod recalled the narrative unfolding. This was reminiscent of Blade, Trinity. However, he had yet to encounter that unfortunate young man, likely still awaiting his moment in the storyline. At this juncture, the blood-soaked vampires turned their attention to Zod's presence. They discerned through scent that he was not one of their own. A human, such striking looks, to waste him would be a travesty. Let us transform him into a vampire. Among them, the female vampires were particularly captivated by Zod's tall, handsome stature, aligning perfectly with their aesthetic preferences. New York harbored an astonishing number of vampires. Zod shook his head, his eyes transforming to a fierce red as the surrounding temperature began to rise. Yet the vampires, blinded by their hunger and desire, remained oblivious to this change, rushing toward him with fervor. The crimson rays swept across the scene, their penetrating heat vision proving to be a formidable adversary for vampires, akin to a nemesis or a harbinger of death. A throng of vampires disintegrated into ash upon contact with the red beams, while the remaining ones, caught off guard, found Zod materializing behind them. He casually turned to unleash another sweep of his heat vision. A few remaining vampires scurried beneath tables. Yet Zod approached and effortlessly kicked aside a table weighing hundreds of pounds. "Behold the sun," he exclaimed. "Ah, no, spare me." In the face of the heat vision, All vampires, even the most alluring among them, were reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, Zod exited the bar in good spirits. Having discovered that heat vision was the vampire's bane, he felt an urge to seek out more of them for sport. Upon arriving at the Midnight Hotel in New York, a burly figure clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses pushed open the bar door, only to be greeted by an empty and chaotic scene that furrowed his brow. A familiar scent lingered. Blade sensed the charred aroma of vampires turned to ash, and the ground strewn with ashes confirmed his suspicions. He pondered who could have dispatched such a multitude of vampires. With a shrug, Blade set about tidying the scene, collecting items such as watches and wallets that lay amidst the ashes and blood. For being a vampire hunter was hardly lucrative. The patrons of the Midnight Hotel were in awe of the White Devil, who had accomplished a high bounty task. After all, Deacon was far more formidable than Gith, with hundreds of assassins perishing in their attempts to kill him, leading the employer to subsequently hire the assassins of the Midnight Hotel. Yet, the Midnight Hotel also suffered considerable losses of its own assassins, and now, with the White Devil's conclusion of the matter, their reputation soared. No smaller assassin organizations could possibly rival the Midnight Hotel. Moreover, as the White Devil appeared reluctant to leave Texas, the higher-ups of the Midnight Hotel's dark web decided to appoint a new manager for the Midnight Hotel and establish a branch in Texas. Back in Texas, Zod resumed his routine of basking in the sun. Only a Kryptonian could remain unscathed by the sun's rays. Otherwise, with his days spent under the sun and moonlight, Zod would have long turned as dark as coal. Of course, he also utilized the Midnight Hotel's coins to resolve the matter of constructing a villa, a task the Midnight Hotel executed with astonishing efficiency. After a peaceful passage of time, the villa on the ranch was completed. The Midnight Hotel in Texas was also inaugurated, with the manager making a special visit to greet Zod, acknowledging that it was thanks to the White Devil that he attained such a powerful position. Zod was pleasantly surprised by the dark web's efficiency in facilitating his needs by constructing a hotel. However, the most significant revelation was that he had finally acquired the ability to fly. After extensive sunbathing, Zod's superpowers began to awaken. He could now soar through the skies and manipulate his biofield with finesse. In the realm of flight, Zod predominantly resided above the clouds, basking in the fullest embrace of sunlight. He harbored aspirations of venturing beyond the atmosphere, yet the pervasive cosmic radiation loomed large in his mind. Who could fathom the effects of such radiation on a Kryptonian in the Marvel Universe? Until the biofield could ensure complete filtration of these harmful rays, he would refrain from transcending the atmosphere. Above the clouds, Zod felt an ever-growing strength, relishing the exhilaration of flight and the spectacular view of the world below. At long last, he comprehended why so many yearned for power to be vested in themselves. As Zod gazed down upon the commercial aircraft soaring beneath the clouds, a slight acceleration sent him hurtling back to the ground. Jadril was grilling, a culinary enthusiast with a hearty appetite, had he not been equally adept at amassing wealth. He might have found his culinary pursuits unsustainable. Zod, perplexed by his own voracious appetite, he was no scion after all, and during his time on Krypton, he had not consumed excessively, devoured an entire Angus cow in mere moments, leaving Jadril wide-eyed in astonishment. In the midst of his meal, Zod contemplated his forthcoming plans, particularly the necessity of working diligently to uncover Stark Industries' initial fortune. Presently, Stark Industries remained an elusive prize, with prices soaring until Tony Stark's disappearance precipitated a decline. However, the most opportune moment would arise when Tony Stark returned to announce the closure of the weapons division. At that juncture, Stark Industries stock would plummet, and Zod could acquire as much as he desired. After Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, his wealth could triple with ease. Henceforth, he would no longer need to toil laboriously, as wealth would flow in effortlessly. For now, however, Zod resolved to exert himself. He accepted 5 high-stakes contracts, each promising rewards exceeding $1 million. Leaving the Midnight Hotel in awe. Was the White Devil truly this self-assured? Chapter 12. Vibranium Greetings, White Devil. The manager of the Midnight Hotel, Thomas, raised his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. "What is this?" Zod felt a sense of bewilderment as he lifted a glass of absinthe, savoring a delicate sip. The rich flavor melded with the intoxicating aroma of the spirit. "Are you not aware? This is the reverence your formidable prowess has garnered among your peers. You have earned yourself a moniker." Thomas smiled at Zod, clinking glasses in a toast of congratulation. "Not particularly flattering. I prefer the straightforwardness of Grim Reaper." Zod found the moniker rather trite. After accomplishing $5 million tasks in swift succession, Zod became a legend at the Midnight Hotel, and indeed, a figure of renown within the assassin's realm. The sheer continuity of his feats left no room for preparation, and even those who might have dared to challenge him would surely falter upon witnessing such an impressive record. Zod's spirit soared. Amassing over 10 million in such a brief span and attaining millionaire status was a cause for celebration, despite the fact that in America, a capitalist nation, millionaires were a dime a dozen. In his leisure time, Zod sought to create a more formidable suit of armor for himself. On Krypton, his birth was destined to be that of a researcher. Naturally, he gravitated towards areas of personal interest for his studies. However, as a traveler from another realm, it was impossible for him to solely engage in research. He also endeavored to cultivate relationships with General Zod's associates, harboring aspirations of eventually winning them over. Although that hope has since evaporated, the armor he currently dons is a product of his own ingenuity. Crafted from a superalloy derived from Kryptonian metals and extraterrestrial minerals he had collected, which he whimsically named kryptonite. This superalloy boasts exceptional strength, with remarkable heat resistance, impact resistance, toughness, and hardness. While the armor worn by General Zod and his compatriots bestows them with formidable combat prowess, it is susceptible to shattering. After all, the ferocity of Kryptonian battles is immense, and ordinary materials cannot withstand the destructive force unleashed during such conflicts. In contrast, kryptonite remains unscathed in the face of most weapons on Krypton. Even the superweapons feared by Kryptonians merely alter the surface of kryptonite, while the alloy possesses the ability to absorb energy and self-repair. Zod does not anticipate relying on his armor for combat efficacy, but he wishes to avoid the worry of it failing mid-battle. Thus, he resolved to create a sturdier suit of armor. The thought of donning a skin-tight suit akin to that of Superman fills Zod with overwhelming embarrassment, as he is not comfortable with his physique. Today, he visits the Midnight Hotel with the intention of procuring some vibranium through its connections. Vibranium is not exclusive to Wakanda. After all, a trader has recently smuggled a substantial amount out of Wakanda, and Ultron has fashioned a vibranium body from it. Zod believes obtaining a modest quantity should not prove too challenging. Moreover, according to the comic lore, Chaka, the father of Black Panther, sold a small amount of vibranium to facilitate the education of scholars abroad, aspiring to elevate Wakanda into a high-tech nation. Vibranium? Thomas has certainly heard of this alloy, originating from a relatively undeveloped African nation, and while its availability has increased recently, it remains scarce. Priced at $10,000 per gram, this is merely the standard rate. The actual cost is considerably higher. Thomas expresses his helplessness, noting that it is not that the Midnight Hotel lacks the capacity to procure it, but rather that the price of vibranium is exorbitantly inflated, enough to bankrupt a millionaire. "I have over 18 million in my account. How much can I acquire?" Zod inquires without batting an eye, viewing money merely as a tool to be utilized when necessary. Moreover, he perceives the Midnight Hotel as a veritable gold mine. Confident in his ability to generate income effortlessly, "Please hold on a moment," Thomas replies, dialing a number. After a brief conversation, he turns back to Zod. "The maximum we can offer is 500 grams. Thomas did not take the initiative but sought confirmation from his superiors before relaying this information to Zod. Is it truly that expensive? Although he had mentally prepared himself, the price still exceeded his expectations. No wonder even Tony Stark lacks a vibranium suit. He is constantly upgrading his technology. If crafted from vibranium, the Mark III would weigh around 90 kilograms. Even though vibranium is a lightweight metal, such a cost would be astronomical, potentially bankrupting most individuals. Zod had rested for 2 days at the Midnight Hotel, gently caressing the box containing vibranium. It was time to depart. The efficiency of the Midnight Hotel further confirmed Zod's suspicion that Hydra was behind it. Upon returning to his home, he found his villa completed. Zod proceeded directly to the basement, his designated studio and laboratory. He began by analyzing the data on the vibranium. While its hardness could not compare to that of kryptonite, the unique properties of vibranium were its most valuable attributes. The molecular structure does not significantly expand when absorbing mechanical energy. External vibrational energy is stored within the molecular bonds of vibranium, resulting in an extraordinary hardness when it absorbs a considerable amount of vibrational energy. However, the upper limit of energy storage remains unclear. If a limit exists, it could potentially explode, releasing the absorbed energy. Kryptonite, on the other hand, is fully optimized for resistance against various attacks, including heat, cold, corrosion, structural stability, immunity to high-frequency vibrations, and resistance to kinetic impacts. A mere pound of vibranium yields little in terms of research. Frowning, Zod contemplated that if he could discover the perfect ratio between kryptonite and vibranium, he could forge an indestructible armor. He was also intrigued by both original and true adamantium. Unfortunately, in this world devoid of mutants, acquiring liquefied true adamantium was impossible. The original adamantium was exclusive to Captain America's shield, while the formula for true adamantium was known only to the US military, making production exceedingly difficult and rare. Currently, only a subpar variant of adamantium was prevalent. Thus, the need to generate income was imperative. Zod required more vibranium. Before Ultron's emergence, there was little concern about market saturation. Opening his encrypted phone, Zod found a multitude of tasks listed. With so many demands, it was astonishing how the world continued to function with so many fatalities each day. Then Zod noticed a task specifically requesting him. Given his current notoriety and skill set, he had reached a point where tasks sought him rather than the other way around. Many sought his services, though whether he deemed them worthy was another matter. However, this particular employer was exceedingly generous, offering $7 million for the resolution of a target. Upon examining the target, Zod discovered it was a drug dealer with indisputable evidence against him, poised for incarceration. Yet, this drug dealer had just revealed knowledge of Wilson Grant Fisk's dark dealings and intended to testify in court the following day. As the editor arranged for me to trial run this week or next, I requested 2 updates a day. Chapter 13. The powerful armor at present. While Gold had yet to reveal his true nature, he appeared to the average person as a great philanthropist and entrepreneur. It is perplexing. Jean does indeed possess a target, yet still seeks my assistance. The identity of the employer is glaringly obvious, though it cannot be dismissed that those behind the powder trade may fear his reckless entanglements implicating them. After all, he dares to bite Jean. Who knows what madness resides in his mind? It can only be said that Jean has recently allied with Mrs. Gao from the Hand Association to sell powder, likely reaping considerable gains, evidenced by his ostentatious expenditure. In truth, Jean fears a diminishment of funds might render the White Devil indifferent to him. The target has been dispatched on another mission and cannot return, leaving him reliant on the recently renowned White Devil of the Midnight Hotel. Zod has gleaned a general understanding. The target is currently incarcerated in a highly secure prison in New York. A direct assault is feasible, but it could attract the attention of the Serpent Shield Bureau. Tomorrow, during the court appearance, the target will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. The only opportunity for assassination lies in the transit phase. Nonetheless, Zod believes in swift resolution. He does not have the luxury of time to linger on a single assignment. Through the Midnight Hotel, Zod swiftly arrives in New York and then flies to the location of the target's prison. He does not intend to infiltrate. Rather, he procures a Barrett 821 from Kara, equipped with armor-piercing ammunition for a direct sniper kill. After all, he can fly and possesses X-ray vision. And most prisons are only enclosed by walls, lacking a roof. Daichi is filled with trepidation. His cell, for safety's sake, contains no other inmates to prevent Jean from bribing someone to eliminate him within the prison walls. In the dead of night, Zod, soaring high above, steadies the Barrett, aiming below. The dual perspectives of X-ray vision and scope do not hinder Zod, Instead, they facilitate his targeting. With no other prisoners present, he saves valuable time distinguishing his target. A mere thought reveals the reason for the absence of other inmates. It appears the New York police are quite experienced. He then pulls the trigger on the target within his scope, and Daichi, engulfed in anxiety, has his head obliterated by the Barrett, leaving nothing above the neck. His body collapsing backward onto the bed, blood splattering across the white walls. The following dawn, Police Chief Georges Daisy arrives at the prison to retrieve the inmate, accompanied by a substantial number of officers, only to find the lifeless body of Daichi, already devoid of life. What transpired? The inmate is dead? Georges' pupils constrict as he rushes forward, hoping to ascertain any possibility of revival, but is met with the sight of a headless corpse, completely devoid of life. This is impossible. We were monitoring continuously last night. The prison warden breaks out in a cold sweat, and the guards exchange incredulous glances to prevent collusion among the guards. They had kept watch over one another, yet the inmate is deceased. His head has been blasted apart. How could such commotion go unnoticed? Georges surveys the scene, discovering the severely deformed bullet. Surely, the noise must have been substantial. His expression darkens as he resolves to conduct a thorough investigation of everyone within the prison. After a while, the Midnight Hotel received intelligence regarding the mission. They all presumed that the White Devil was assigned to eliminate the target on the road, completely unaware that he had audaciously executed the target within the prison, even going so far as to obliterate his head. How had he managed to gain entry? Zod received his bounty, and now he found cash to be an inconvenience, opting instead for direct transfers to his account from the Midnight Hotel. As for the potential attention this might attract, it was a grave underestimation of Hydra. There could very well be undercover agents embedded within their ranks. Jim was equally astonished that the White Devil had chosen to kill Daichi in prison, and successfully so, without raising any alarm. This ignited a sense of admiration in Jim, for it was evident that such a capable subordinate, like the White Devil, had been recruited from the Midnight Hotel. The White Devil, while perhaps not surpassing the marksman, was certainly a worthy counterpart. However, due to the prior experience, the Midnight Hotel kept the White Devil's information classified, and Jim knew he would require more time to uncover it. 3 months later, Zod returned home, weary and laden with a substantial amount of vibranium. The basement was cluttered with failed prototypes, remnants of battle armor that, while unusable, would undoubtedly create a stir if revealed. Today, however, he was finally prepared to complete his armor. After countless attempts, he had discovered the ideal ratio of kryptonite to vibranium, allowing him to procure the latter today. Lacking high-end equipment and containers, Zod resorted to using heat vision to meld the kryptonite and vibranium, combining the two ultra-high-temperature liquid metals by hand. His hands replaced the invaluable equipment worth billions, and after over 5 hours of labor, he successfully crafted the armor. The sleek, matte black design was quintessentially superheroic, likely ranking among the most fashionable in the realm of heroes. The combination of kryptonite and vibranium rendered the armor nearly indestructible. The term nearly was necessary, for the Marvel Universe was notorious for its inconsistencies, and Zod could not be certain of the vibranium's durability. The armor's energy source was its wearer. Thus, only Zod could don this suit. Each arm bore a row of retractable blades, capable of being deployed or concealed at will. Additionally, there were steel claws reminiscent of Wolverine-esque, but due to Zod's unique abilities, the armor lacked ranged attack capabilities. He could close the distance to his foes in an instant, rendering long-range attacks unnecessary. He named it the Solar Blacklight Armor. Once completed, Zod donned the armor and took to the skies. The experience was exhilarating. The energy program he designed was perfectly attuned to his own energy levels. Regrettably, the absence of advanced materials and critical technology meant he could not implement an intelligent system. The Solar Blacklight armor housed a super battery capable of storing the energy Zod naturally emitted, as well as harnessing solar energy when exposed to sunlight. Having witnessed countless instances of Superman's failures, Zod felt compelled to preempt such occurrences. Thus, he resolved to fabricate a suit of armor for contingency. The solar-powered Blacklight armor, as long as it is endowed with energy, could exhibit commendable combat prowess. Should he find himself weakened by magic or the rays of a red sun, Donning the solar blacklight armor could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Perhaps he could even equip it with a high-frequency blade? After all, there exists the possibility that he might be incapacitated to the extent of losing his heat vision. Zod pondered, ensnared by paranoia and the dread of insufficient firepower. Gazing at the freshly forged solar blacklight armor, he felt that his prior designs were inadequate. Fortunately, as he was merely augmenting weaponry, significant alterations were unnecessary. The technology for high-frequency blades had long been established on Krypton, though the majority of Kryptonians were preoccupied with firearms, dismissing the application of advanced technology to melee weaponry as sheer folly. Chapter 14. We must address the water source issue. Jadric approached Zod. Water source? Zod, accustomed to a life devoid of want, was perplexed by the notion of a water shortage. The ranch requires considerable water. Our underground aquifer is nearly depleted. If we do not devise a solution, we will have to resort to purchasing water, Jadric lamented, though he left much unsaid. Zod understood the unspoken implications. After all, the Mexican-American border lay a mere 20 kilometers away, a region frequented by smugglers and drug traffickers, surrounded by a vast desert that endured sweltering temperatures. Accompanying Jadric to inspect the ranch's original well, Zod discovered that the water level had dwindled to less than a meter. To resolve the water supply issue would require at least $1 million, and there were no nearby groundwater sources left. Jadric sighed, noting that otherwise, this sprawling 1,000-acre farm would not be languishing in his hands. Unlike farms adorned with lakes and woodlands, this establishment, managed by Jadric's father and grandfather, primarily focused on agricultural products. Those picturesque farms merely symbolically produced a modicum of crops to provide urban visitors with a taste of harvesting, with the lion's share of profit deriving from tourism. Purchasing water would entail a prolonged expense, particularly in such a region. In arid Texas, a well-stocked reservoir could enhance agricultural yield and even allow for the sale of water. In recent years, Texas had been plagued by drought, with 64 areas experiencing water scarcity, culminating in an astonishing 98 in 2011, and the average reservoir capacity statewide was a mere 65. Zod contemplated, based on Jadric's assertions, that even if an engineering team was summoned to excavate, the likelihood of discovering a water source was slim. He had previously engaged in exploration and was certain that shallow groundwater was non-existent. The endeavor to tap into deep aquifers would entail astronomical costs and effort. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Zod ascended into the air, employing his X-ray vision to penetrate the layers of the earth, revealing depths unseen. In this barren expanse devoid of water sources, he scoured the terrain until he finally located a site rich in underground aquifers. Excellent. The next task was to extract it. Zod resolved to utilize his thermal vision, a method he had executed countless times before. A searing red beam pierced the ground, progressively melting the soil and rock layers with its intense heat. Shielded from the glaring sun, Zod felt an invigorating surge of energy within him. The Serpent Shield Bureau might detect the sudden surge of temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees through satellite surveillance. However, Zod possessed a biological force field that could contain the surrounding thermal reactions as if binding his own mass, thus evading detection by the Bureau. The efficiency of his thermal vision far surpassed that of any engineering team. After 10 minutes of relentless output, the beam penetrated over 100 meters deep, crashing into the underground water vein, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion as gases ignited instantaneously from the extreme heat. Vast quantities of soil were vaporized, leaving behind molten rock from the explosion, creating a gaping chasm approximately 160 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. The severed water vein roared as it surged into the pit, generating turbulent waves that momentarily surged skyward. While the depth of the water could pose challenges, it sufficed for irrigation purposes without concern. Jadriel rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the intensity of the event. Had he not still been in his prime, he might have succumbed to a heart attack. The once parched ranch was suddenly transformed into a vast artificial lake. As the murky sediments settled, the lake's surface shimmered in a clear azure hue, albeit with a dazzling glare under the sun. This reservoir held an estimated 2 million cubic meters of water, alleviating any worries regarding supply. Zod's X-ray vision revealed the vastness of this underground aquifer, suggesting it would not deplete even after centuries of use. Jadriel's ranch buzzed with newfound activity, as fellow Texas farmers and those in need flocked to purchase water, unexpectedly providing Zod with a new stream of revenue. Earning tens of thousands of dollars daily, he was astounded to discover the exorbitant value of water. Subsequently, Zod contemplated establishing a company to capitalize on this opportunity. In America, he was aware that the most lucrative industries were beyond his expertise and riddled with complications. Instead, Zod aimed to create a simple enterprise, enlisting the aid of Midnight Hotel to facilitate the process. Though initially perplexed by Zod's request, Midnight Hotel managed to arrange everything efficiently. Thus, the SkyShield Health Products Company was born, a name inspired by the Chinese translation of the Umbrella Corporation from the film Resident Evil. Indeed, Zod intended to market health supplements, including vitamins and beauty products. Do not underestimate dietary supplements. In America, they can be more lucrative than illicit substances, second only to arms dealing. Marx once asserted that with a profit margin of 20%, capital begins to stir. With 50%, it dares to take risks. With 100%, it braves the noose. And with 300%, it boldly disregards all earthly laws. What is the profit margin of drug trafficking? Is it 300%? In the United States, many households consume dietary supplements, particularly in places like New York, where it can be said that middle-class families routinely indulge in these products. Each morning, they fill their mouths with an array of chewable tablets, contributing to a staggering annual market of over $30 billion nationwide, with an impressive coverage rate of 80%. The cost of these supplements is merely 10 to 15% of the market price, which implies an astounding profit margin of 400% after excluding intermediary expenses. Most importantly, this trade is legal, in stark contrast to illegal narcotics. Furthermore, there is no concern about a lack of clientele. Initial efforts are a minor inconvenience, after which orders become regular and even increase over time. Zod himself knows this from his experiences before traversing to Krypton, where he witnessed that even major crime syndicates in America have shifted to smuggling health products, especially topical medications and hemorrhoid suppositories from East Asia, relegating drug trafficking to a secondary role. However, the American dietary supplement market is already saturated. Newcomers without connections would be quickly devoured by competitors. Therefore, Zod chose the Midnight Hotel to circumvent many complications. He is also conscientious, refusing to produce ineffective supplements that may not be lethal but lack tangible benefits. As a distinguished researcher from Krypton, even if his expertise does not lie in this field, he possesses sufficient knowledge to navigate it. Beneficial substances for the human body are quite limited, and the notion of deficiency is often overstated. In America, the average price for dietary supplements hovers around $70 per bottle, while Zod's vitamin supplements are priced at $300 per bottle. He has even established a production facility and only needs to hire workers for assembly line production. It must be said that the Midnight Hotel has proven to be remarkably resourceful. Zod strategically placed the sale of his vitamins in major pharmacies across New York City, investing millions to secure connections and enlisting a renowned Hollywood actress as a spokesperson. Chapter 15. Human experimentation. The sales of Zod's vitamins did not proceed smoothly due to their high price point. However, he remained unfazed, understanding that an immediate surge in sales would be unexpected. In the days that followed, those who had purchased his vitamins were astonished to find that, in comparison to other brands that had yielded little change after years of consumption, Zod's products stood out. The vitamins produced by the Jitian Company, after only a few days of consumption, imparted a sense of vitality and vigor, rendering the exhaustion from late nights seemingly non-existent. This was not due to Zod adding stimulants to the concoction. Rather, he had merely incorporated nutrients extracted from the human body. These nutrients indeed had a beneficial effect on human physiology. As for the source of these nutrients, the recent decline in traffickers along the U.S.-Mexico border had made a significant difference. Following the extraction of raw materials, the nutrients were cloned and cultivated, with millions produced effortlessly. Although the truth may be harsh, it is likely that even if revealed, consumption would persist, as these substances genuinely offered benefits to individuals. Zod, constrained by his intellect, filled with Kryptonian technology, recognized that what benefited Kryptonians was not necessarily suitable for Earthlings, compelling him to seek solutions from within their own biology. Within a mere month, the vitamins sold out across New York City, with initial investments not only recouped, but also yielding Zod over $100 million in profits. Given that those who consumed the vitamins became living advertisements. With newfound wealth, Zod promptly acquired all the farms surrounding the town of Heathwade, encompassing over 3,000 acres of land. He began construction, dismantling the existing fences and replacing them with towering 5-meter concrete walls. The original fences served only to delineate farm boundaries and to deter the frequently encountered cougars. However, with the concrete walls in place, Zod no longer needed to worry about cougar incursions. This expansive territory became his private stronghold. Compared to the tumultuous nature of New York, this sanctuary offered a greater sense of security, free from the fear of discovery regarding his clandestine endeavors. "Help! Don't come any closer!" A terrified member of the Mexican Scorpion gang exclaimed, gazing in horror at Zod before him. "What are you shouting about? It's merely a human experiment," Zod retorted as he injected an unknown liquid into the gang member's body. The individual struggled momentarily before succumbing to death. "This can't be right. I have successfully deciphered the human genome. Why does it still fail?" Zod furrowed his brow. With his newfound wealth, he procured numerous materials and instruments to establish his own research facility. Some of the more advanced equipment was unattainable by ordinary means, leading Zod to resort to theft, confident that his identity would remain concealed. What is paramount in the Marvel Universe? Power. Zod already possessed it, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated achieving the ability to obliterate the multiverse with a single punch. Next, he turned his attention to his subordinates. The super soldier serum presented a promising avenue, yet Zod, prideful of his identity as a Kryptonian researcher, resolved to develop his own version. However, reality proved otherwise, even after significantly lowering the expected effects. The subjects receiving the serum could not endure the consequences and perished instantly. There seems to be no apparent issue. It feels as though some unseen force is constraining me. Am I forbidden from creating the super soldier serum? Or is it indeed the case, as depicted in comics, that only Steve is exceptional, chosen to become a super soldier, independent of the serum? Zod pondered this and resolved to alter his approach. Within the research facility, he had acquired numerous fresh specimens for human experimentation. Thus, upon changing his direction and quickly synthesizing the serum, a specimen was soon brought forth. If this endeavor also fails, he would have no choice but to pursue the armored route. With a casual jab, Zod injected the serum into the subject, who began to convulse, a reaction previously observed with earlier serums, so Zod merely observed. 10 seconds elapsed. Had it succeeded? Zod's enhanced vision revealed a transformation unfolding within the subject. Fierce and agonizing, without the necessary sedatives or anesthetics. There was a real risk the specimen could suffer excruciating pain to the point of death, yet it persevered. "What have you done to me?" The specimen collapsed to the ground, gazing incredulously at its claw-like hands, tentatively touching them to discover they were encased in hard, cold armor-like skin. "I have infused you with crocodilian genes, and remarkably, the alteration succeeded on the first attempt." Zod surveyed the imposing figure before him, its skin resembling that of a crocodile, a dark green hue, with razor-sharp fangs bared near its mouth, presenting a visage of a terrifying creature, akin to a crocodile man. The specimen was not a willing participant in its transformation into a crocodile man. It furiously swiped at Zod. However, Zod effortlessly caught its hand, his awakened biofield rendering even missiles insignificant, let alone a mere crocodile. The strength was commendable. The question remained regarding its defense. Zod appeared to be conducting an evaluation, and the crocodile man, taken aback, had little time to react before its chest erupted as if struck by a cannon. It was sent hurtling against the wall. In terms of strength, the crocodile man could now crush a car with a single strike, and its defense was adequate. as Zod had only to exert minimal effort to breach it. The crocodile man lay on the brink of unconsciousness, and Zod contemplated, ultimately deciding against eliminating it. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Beast Warriors. The crocodilian serum you received contains a gene virus. Without regular injections of the antidote, you will perish. Do you understand? Zod hoisted the crocodile man's body with one hand and addressed him. Understood, the crocodile man nodded vigorously. Zod paid him no further mind. The serum had proven successful, and thus, candidates for the inaugural batch of Beast Warriors had been established. At the Veterans Hospital in New York City, the institution was filled with patients, nearly all of whom were soldiers who had lost limbs in the war. They had lost everything during the conflict, and most suffered from post-war psychological syndromes. The trauma-induced stress disorder left them plagued by nightmares, personality changes, and extreme irritability. In this state, they often maintain a distant relationship with their families. And due to physical disabilities, they lose their ability to care for themselves, relegating them to reside in veterans' hospitals. These soldiers are typically affluent. The insurance and social security benefits accrued during their service afford them the luxury of covering exorbitant hospital expenses, allowing them to remain hospitalized for extended periods. Zod has set his sights on these soldiers, whose combat prowess far exceeds that of gang members. Moreover, soldiers possess a level of discipline that gangsters lack. Chapter 16. The beastly soldiers. After discreetly greasing the palms of a physician, Zod procured a comprehensive dossier containing the details and information of the veterans. He eliminated those with families, those of advanced age, and those whose physical capabilities were insufficient. Even so, the remaining qualified candidates exceeded 100, a testament to the enduring martial spirit of America. Besides this New York hospital, numerous veterans reside in various veteran hospitals across the nation, yielding an astonishing figure, alleviating Zod's concerns about manpower shortages in the future. America boasts a dedicated profession of lobbyists, and apprehensive about his own oratory skills, Zod employed 3 lobbyists to assist in persuading the veterans. Although they understood that Zod's intentions were dubious, in a nation where wealth reigns supreme, the lobbyists had long abandoned their scruples. With their silver tongues, they successfully convinced these disabled soldiers, who were already in despair and merely awaiting the end of their days in hospital beds, to pursue the hope of standing again. Otherwise, OsCorp Industries would not have initiated research into Lizard's serum, initially aimed at restoring Connor's severed arm. After signing a rather stringent contract, these disabled soldiers effectively became Zod's subordinates, akin to selling their souls. He subsequently arranged for their relocation to Texas, consolidating other farms into a colossal ranch. At this moment, the landscape was transformed into a verdant expanse, with fresh and pleasant air, an unimaginable scenario in Texas. The sprawling ranch, over 3,000 acres in size, was vast enough for a game of football, though Zod had yet to devise a plan for its utilization. The disabled soldiers gazed at the ranch in bewilderment. They had been promised a secret base that would aid in their recovery. Surely, this ranch could not be the clandestine facility, as aside from the villa, there were no other structures in sight. "Follow me," Zod instructed. The first transformed beast soldier, the crocodile man, had regained a human form. His previously frail physique now transformed into that of a muscular behemoth due to the serum. Zod led them into the villa and unlocked the door to the underground base. The basement had long been expanded by Zod, who used thermal vision to evaporate the earth, creating a vast space filled with an array of sophisticated and advanced instruments, evoking a distinctly sci-fi ambience. At the very least, it astonished the cadre of soldiers who were accustomed solely to violence. "Soldiers, demonstrate your strength for them." Zod commanded the beastly soldier, the crocodilian figure, to stand by. Yes, the crocodilian immediately manifested an impressive musculature, transforming into a towering creature exceeding 2 meters in height in less than 2 seconds, a spectacle even Newton and Einstein would find unfathomable. The onlookers were taken aback. "Not only can I restore your health, but I can also bestow upon you strength," Zod proclaimed, gesturing towards the crocodilian. The creature approached a barbell designated for demonstration, weighing an astonishing 500 kilograms, a feat beyond human capability, at least for now. Yet, with a single hand, the crocodilian grasped the barbell, the immense weight bending the solid metal rod in the center, leaving the soldiers in awe. When the crocodilian set the barbell down, it landed with a thunderous crash. The soldiers, who had once feared the beast's appearance, now gazed at it with fervent eyes. None could resist the allure of power. The Super B serum is what you shall receive, but be mindful, for I have infused it with a genetic toxin of my own design. Without periodic access to the antidote, your very genes will disintegrate, leading to a demise so complete that not even a corpse will remain. Should you choose to withdraw now, I can erase your memories, allowing you to forget these forbidden visions, Zod said calmly. The notion of a genetic toxin was of course a ruse, merely a means to intimidate the uninformed soldiers. However, Zod had recently been researching a mind control device, which he intended to employ for individual indoctrination. No one rescinded their decision. They had endured enough of lives marked by physical impairment and torment, subjected to gazes filled with either pity or disdain. I have a suggestion. A black soldier raised his left hand, which ended at the wrist, his right arm severed at the shoulder. I do not wish to become a crocodile. I prefer lions, for they are the kings of beasts. I would rather transform into an insect, for their strength is formidable, he proposed, capturing the interest of the other soldiers. Indeed, the prospect of becoming solely a crocodile seemed rather monotonous. From both a personal and scientific perspective, reptiles and arthropods were indeed superior to mammals, particularly in terms of regenerative capabilities. If you still insist on lions, tigers, or the like, I have no objections, Zod shrugged. What shall we name our organization? Queried the same soldier, now tacitly acknowledging his membership in this enigmatic group, drawn by the promise of such potent serum, a future seemingly boundless. World Serpent, Zod replied with a significant tone. I like that name. 90 disabled soldiers writhed on the operating tables, striving for rebirth. According to Zod's research, the Super B serum would inevitably influence their emotions and cognition, tapping into their primal instincts. At first glance, they resembled a horde of monstrous beings, adorned with fur and horns. The soldiers, now imbued with a fierce bestiality, turned their attention to Zod. Zod stood with his arms crossed, while the crocodile man stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zod. No need, I wish to relax, Zod remarked. The crocodile man immediately moved aside, due to Zod's suggestion. The majority of the beastly soldiers chose not to adopt mammalian genes. Instead, most opted for crocodilian and reptilian traits. A few selected rhinoceros and arthropod genes. A robust rhinoceros man charged at Zod, and with his substantial mass and skin tougher than that of a tank, he seemed formidable. However, Zod merely extended a hand and seized the rhinoceros man's massive horn. With a slight exertion of force, he lifted the rhinoceros man and hurled him towards the other beastly soldiers. The rhinoceros man, propelled by such velocity, crashed into 3 or 4 beastly soldiers, injuring them severely. Zod then plunged into the fray of beastly soldiers, delivering blows that left each one he struck gravely wounded. Moments later, Zod stood alone amidst the chaos, having utterly vanquished their ferocity. Are you all awake now? Zod inquired, stretching his limbs. Yes, I feel restored. I have never felt this alert, exclaimed one beastly soldier. I feel as if I could solve mathematical problems. The beastly soldiers, having been forcibly awakened, now held a profound respect for Zod's might, which had inevitably morphed into admiration. My hands, they are restored. My legs. The beastly soldiers, upon reverting from their transformations, were astonished to discover their limbs had returned to their healthy forms. Indeed, the Super B serum not only restores your health, but also shields you from most ailments. However, you are merely the most basic of beastly soldiers. Only those who earn merit for the organization may evolve into more formidable beastly soldiers, Zod explained. More formidable beastly soldiers? They recalled the terrifying strength they possessed in their transformed state, now grappling with the notion of an even greater power. You are currently but a singular biological gene. Consider this. If one were to merge with a second or even a third type of biological gene, would it not be natural to assume that such a being would be stronger than you are now? Zod continued. This explanation resonated more clearly with them, fostering understanding and belief. Zod also harbored thoughts of this nature, for the very name beastly soldier encapsulated his aspirations for them. A beastly soldier with multiple genes would undoubtedly be stronger. The only uncertainty lay in whether he could create a beastly soldier akin to those found in the strong genetic armor of Krypton. Zod lamented his lack of a Kryptonian spacecraft, for each vessel housed a cognitive engine containing knowledge from 100,000 different worlds. Acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly enhance Zod's capabilities tremendously. Due to a shift in his research focus, Zod, with his increasingly astute intellect, swiftly developed a brainwashing device. He subsequently arranged for the Beast Warriors to undergo a wave of indoctrination. Within the memories crafted by Zod for these warriors, the organization, known as the World Serpent, had existed for a considerable duration, having nurtured them from a young age into formidable fighters, transformed into superhuman beast warriors. Upon completion of the brainwashing, their loyalty to both the World Serpent and Zod reached an unparalleled zenith. At this moment, Zod finally felt a sense of security in the Marvel Universe, akin to finding a true home. Although the strength of these beast warriors was merely tenfold that of an ordinary human, and their defensive capabilities were not formidable, falling far short of tank armor, they represented the mightiest force in a time before the emergence of superheroes and supervillains. Had Zod possessed clarity regarding whether he resided in a comic book universe or a cinematic one, he might have led these beast warriors in a bold assault on Hydra, seizing their power for himself. For now, however, Zod deemed it prudent to remain inconspicuous, opting to develop his influence in this unnoticed corner of the world. The company, Skyshade Health Products, had reaped substantial rewards, primarily due to the lack of regulatory oversight regarding health supplements in America, allowing them to launch products without concern for stringent drug testing. This enabled them to achieve remarkable profits in a short span. Zod was currently amassing funds, anticipating the moment when Tony Stark would announce the closure of the weapons division, at which point he intended to acquire Stark Industries' armament sector, including both labor and machinery, to assume control of weapon production. This endeavor would require a significant sum, and moreover, most weapons were patented by Tony, rendering them unproducible post-acquisition. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Zod, as he could develop weapons himself. After all, kinetic weapons powered by gunpowder were a mere relic in Kryptonian history. Subsequently, Zod dispatched the Beast Warriors to the Midnight Hotel, where they functioned as assassins and mercenaries, enhanced by the Super Beast Serum. Their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary humans even without transformation, making them well-suited for lucrative careers in assassination and mercenary work. However, acquiring shares in Stark Industries proved challenging. Following Tony's disappearance, stock prices plummeted, complicating any potential acquisition. The reasoning was simple. His disappearance was orchestrated, making it impossible to purchase shares at that time, as Obadiah would have acquired them entirely. Only after Tony announced the closure of the weapons division could Zod hope to buy shares, and when that opportunity arose, he would purchase relentlessly, regardless of the potential market rescue it might entail, as the subsequent profits would far outweigh such concerns. Assassins from a midnight hotel and mercenaries affiliated with the World Mercenary Organization noted an influx of ruthless and powerful competitors recently, who had appropriated a significant amount of their business. However, those who conspired against these newcomers soon vanished from the sight of others, leading to speculation that a formidable force was backing this group of rivals. Zod, treating the Midnight Hotel as nothing more than an ATM, remains unfazed. After all, he believes he stands a good chance against Hydra. The notion of fear is utterly foreign to him. Of course, the vanished assassins are not dead, but have been returned to the base for a thorough brainwashing and transformation via the Super Beast Serum. In addition, Zod has even altered their appearances, rendering them unrecognizable to their own parents. Simultaneously, any beastly soldiers who encounter skilled individuals during missions are seized for further modification. Thus, the World Serpent subtly grows stronger, lurking in shadows even deeper than those of Hydra. Beside a serene lake on his ranch, Zod has constructed a glass lounge designed to keep mosquitoes and other insects at bay. This structure, composed entirely of transparent, bulletproof glass except for its framework, extends partially over the water surface and partially along the shore, lacking any sunshade, as it serves as Zod's personal sanctuary for basking in the sun. Under the intense heat, he lifts a nearly boiling soda from his side, blowing gently upon it, causing the beverage to cool rapidly, even forming a thin layer of ice atop it. Frosty breath. Thus far, Zod has awakened all his superpowers, finding them far more manageable than those of many others. He takes a sip of the chilling soda and resumes his research. Currently, Zod intends to follow the path of Batman and Superman, or perhaps Iron Man and Superman. He plans to arm himself with an array of powerful armored suits, so that when others presume he is merely relying on the armor, they will be caught off guard by a fully powered Kryptonian once they manage to breach the suit. Following the solar armor designed for survival and counterattacks, Zod is now devising his second battle armor, distinct from the core concept of the solar armor. This war armor aims to maximize combat efficacy. Zod has integrated numerous weapons into the war armor. Chapter 18. The Material Revolution during his time on Krypton. Zod was conceived as a research scientist. Krypton possesses a unique trait. When two loving Kryptonians decide to have a child, they set parameters through the life codex, nurturing the child without any involvement from a maternal figure. Zod excels in the domains of weaponry and materials. The current biological advancements have crossed significant boundaries, and without his rapidly increasing intellect, he would struggle to keep pace. The weaponry of the war armor includes high-frequency hand blades. These do not resemble the arm blades of Captain, but rather transform his entire arm into a high-frequency weapon, as Zod's body can withstand the strain. Additionally, the interior of the war armor is coated with vibranium, providing exceptional shock absorption. Next, inspired by the Predator's plasma shoulder cannon, Zod has installed two formidable cannons capable of destroying a tank with a single shot, and this is not even their full power. Moreover, the war armor features the Angel of Thunder floating cannon system, which can deploy 4 floating cannons from the back to assist in combat. These floating cannons are laser-based, equipped with automatic targeting and auxiliary locking attack functions, and they also possess an interception system to prevent any airborne projectiles from approaching. For the time being, Zod was content with the 2 sets of armor and had no intention of creating new ones. His primary focus now lay on the Beast Warriors. Through his research on human genetics, he found peculiarities that seemed to diverge from the genes he possessed prior to his traversal, discovering many genetic traits that should not belong to humanity. Zod even stumbled upon what appeared to be anomalous genetic material, but he hesitated to proceed, concerned that the birth of the first mutant might trigger a global phenomenon of mutation. After all, mutants were notoriously formidable and often unruly. Consequently, Zod quickly dismissed this notion. Acquiring animal genes was not particularly challenging. They could even be purchased, albeit at a substantial cost. Fortunately, the Beast Warriors were quite lucrative, earning money at a pace surpassing that of vitamins, given the incessant conflicts and warfare in this world. For instance, in the Middle East, the demand for mercenaries was significant, with local warlords and oil magnates often hiring them. While Zod was engaged in the research of a new Super B serum, he was simultaneously laying the groundwork for a new enterprise, which was intended to take over the weapons division of Stark Industries. Establishing an industrial company, particularly one focused on arms manufacturing, was fraught with restrictions. Even with the assistance of the Midnight Hotel, Zod and the Beast Warriors found their funds severely limited. The American military-industrial complex, or the arms market, had already been divided between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, with Hammer Industries relegated to dealing only with the less desirable light weaponry from Stark. The emergence of a new competitor, even one that was yet to materialize fully, was unwelcome. Once the company was established, Zod needed to select a location for the construction of the production base for Blade Industries, along with addressing a myriad of other logistical concerns, including sourcing materials and obtaining various permits. Aware of the future, Zod wisely chose Washington over the beleaguered New York City, where land was both scarce and costly. However, he soon realized that his financial resources were woefully insufficient. With a sigh, he reminded himself that he need not rush. There was ample time. It was only the turn of the millennium, and Tony Stark would not be kidnapped for another 8 years, providing Zod with a comfortable window for development. After more than 2 months, Blade Industries was formally established, though it remained financially strapped, rendering a public offering impossible. Investors were understandably reluctant to support a venture with less promise compared to Stark Industries and the somewhat inferior Hammer Industries. Left with no other options, Zod resorted to trafficking in substandard kryptonite, an alloy created from his own knowledge and Earth's raw materials, lacking the extraterrestrial minerals that characterized true kryptonite. While it did not measure up to authentic kryptonite, vibranium, or adamantium, it surpassed most aerospace alloys and various other composites, exemplifying the notion that scientific advancement is intrinsically linked to energy and materials. The emergence of this novel alloy, known as secondary kryptonite, coupled with its superior performance compared to most existing alloys, could potentially propel human technological advancement by 50%, with the remaining 50% hinging on energy issues. Due to its inferiority to vibranium, Zod refrained from exorbitant pricing, merely charging $8,000 per gram, and there was a market for it. Initially, the military was quite indifferent to the hype surrounding the so-called New Century alloy materials for Blade Industries. However, after Zod organized an exhibition to showcase the alloy, military researchers were left astounded. Moreover, Zod's Blade Industries had international ambitions, dispatching secondary kryptonite to both the Celestial Empire and the Bear Nation. Naturally, orders did not flood in immediately, as various parties were skeptical about their ability to replicate the material. It was not until more than a month later, when the workers at Blade Industries were bracing for a shutdown, that a steady stream of orders began to pour in. The advent of this new material was nothing short of a revolution. With secondary kryptonite, tank armor no longer needed to be excessively thick, as a mere 1 millimeter of this alloy exhibited ballistic resistance equivalent to that of 10 millimeters of steel alloy. It was applicable to projectiles, bullets, missiles, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets. Despite this breakthrough, Zod did not seek to claim the title of the father of new materials. He had little interest in such accolades and preferred to focus on financial gain. Stark Industries also reached out to Blade Industries for orders. On the day of the exhibition, Tony was preoccupied with a young model and could not attend. However, upon learning of the event through Jarvis, he became intrigued and procured some secondary kryptonite from the military, who were eager to see if Tony could replicate it, hoping to use it covertly since purchasing it was prohibitively expensive. Ultimately, Tony discovered that the performance of secondary kryptonite exceeded expectations, surpassing most alloys by a significant margin. Its greatest value lay in its versatility. The metallic properties and characteristics of secondary kryptonite enabled its application across a wide array of fields and industries. Tony endeavored to study and replicate secondary kryptonite, fascinated by the prospect of creating even more advanced weaponry. As a result, Blade Industries experienced a meteoric rise in market value, attracting investors. Financial moguls from Wall Street sought to acquire shares, while the United States Air Force and Army expressed interest in holding stakes in Blade Industries. Stark Industries, OsCorp and Hammer Industries initiated discussions with Zod regarding mutual shareholding, alongside various other enterprises and American families. Chapter 19. Blade Technology Industries. In a fleeting moment, Zod became the focal point of much attention, despite his lack of interest in going public, for he was already financially secure. Vibranium, valued at $10,000 per gram, was scarce in the market. Otherwise, nations would deplete Wakanda's resources. How much more so for secondary kryptonite, which was openly priced and had a production base ready to manufacture at any time. Zod's blonde secretary even informed him that orders for secondary kryptonite had already reached the scale projected for 2 years hence. Continue the production of secondary krypton, and then find talents for weapon manufacturing to return to me. Blade Technology Industries is not solely focused on materials. It also extends into the defense sector. Zod remarked to the blonde woman. She was a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious private university, her figure exuding an alluring heat. However, Zod was not drawn to her solely for her beauty and physique. It was her competence that captured his attention. Indeed, Ol nodded. Regarding her charismatic boss, she certainly harbored thoughts, yet she was disinterested in any office romance. Her work ethic was unwavering. During working hours, one ought to engage in work-related matters. and other pursuits could wait until after hours. Zod admired the silhouette of Ald as she departed. He was acutely aware of the affections directed towards him by his executive assistant. Having grown accustomed to being admired, Zod, with his tall, robust physique and striking handsomeness, naturally attracted attention, standing out even amongst the most dashing. Zod then tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating that while Ald and her colleagues were commendable, they lacked the extensive experience of seasoned professionals. Unfortunately, those experienced talents were quickly sought after by headhunting firms, and although Blade Technology Industries had attracted numerous individuals, it struggled to draw truly capable personnel, primarily due to the looming presence of Stark Industries. Moreover, Zod pondered whether Hydra and agents had infiltrated his establishment. There was a likelihood of such infiltration. As he toyed with his secondary Krypton orb, he manipulated it with his power, shaping it into a more rounded form. Originally a square piece of metal, he chose not to concern himself with the potential presence of Hydra and agents, suspecting their interest lay solely in observing the formula and production methods of secondary Krypton. However, without Zod's proprietary technology, even obtaining the production process would prove futile. Blade Technology Industries, due to its evolving circumstances, received a green light for Zod's newly established subsidiary, Blade Security Company, which was promptly formed. This private military and security consulting firm would oversee security, training, and logistics. The department was inspired by the configuration of the Umbrella Corporation, though regrettably, Zod lacked their cloning technology. Otherwise, he could have captured a few mercenaries to amass an abundance of human resources. The Shield Healthcare Product Company also announced its merger with Blade Technology Industries, becoming its medical department. Thus, a vast industrial conglomerate was born. Meanwhile, discussions regarding Zod in the external world intensified. A young achiever, he not only invented vitamins as a health supplement, but was also reported to have over 30% of the American population currently utilizing them, with that figure continuing to rise. Those who consumed vitamins reported significant improvements in their health. Simultaneously, a novel alloy was developed, revolutionizing material technology worldwide. Blade Technology Industries has now evolved into an industrial conglomerate valued at over $10 billion. Although it still trails behind Stark Industries, OsCorp, and Hammer Industries, its prospects for growth are exceedingly promising. Indeed, Zod has been heralded as this year's most promising young talent, with Time magazine even featuring him on its cover. Furthermore, Ald informed Zod that he had been nominated as one of the 10 most influential figures of the century. Yet Zod remained indifferent. For Tony Stark had already claimed that honor, leaving Zod with merely a nomination. Absurdly, Tony Stark has merely become an arms dealer, while Zod has pioneered a new alloy that has transformed the global materials sector and industry, and he is still just a nominee. Zod would only concede once Tony Stark establishes himself as the foremost authority in clean energy. OsCorp is one of Zod's focal points as it houses Dr. Connors, a specialist in cross-species genetic transplantation and reptilian studies. Currently, Dr. Connors has not yet transformed into the lizard. He is still engaged in research on the super soldier serum for Norman Osborn, aimed at treating his retroviral cellular hyperplasia, though Dr. Connors remains unaware of this. Unfortunately, the experiment is presently stalled due to Dr. Connors' inability to address the violent side effects resulting from serum injections. OsCorp appears to be a suitable target. As Norman is likely nearing his end, Zod reflects, the retroviral cellular hyperplasia afflicting the Osborn family has historically prevented any member from living beyond 50, with most perishing around 40. Given Norman's condition, Zod surmises that time is running short. Otherwise, Norman would not be growing increasingly anxious. Zod contemplates whether he can indeed cure Norman, as he has never encountered retroviral cellular hyperplasia and is unaware of its implications. Ald, please arrange a meeting with Norman Osborn. Simply mentioning something regarding a curse will suffice, Zod instructed Ald, considering Blade Technology Industries' current stature and future potential. They would undoubtedly not be relegated to waiting in line by OsCorp's secretary. Upon receiving Ald's communication, Norman Osborn sensed that his family's secret might be at risk of exposure. Were it anyone else, Norman would have ensured their disappearance. Yet Zod's significance compelled him to agree to a meeting. Norman Osborn has consented to meet. and he will arrive around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Old reported. Very well. Arrange for someone to escort him to the biological laboratory, Zod nodded. Old was somewhat taken aback, as the biological laboratory is a confidential division of Blade Technology Industries, and even she, the secretary with the second highest level of access, lacks the clearance to approach or comprehend the operations of the biological laboratory. However, considering that OsCorp specializes in biotechnology, it may indicate a potential collaboration with Blade Technology Industries. The following day, Zod encountered Norman Osborn in the biological laboratory. He appeared to be in good spirits. However, Zod's enhanced vision revealed that Norman's complexion was actually quite poor, merely concealed beneath a heavy layer of foundation. Chapter 20. Deals and Deceptions. Zod invited Norman into the biological lab, which featured a long corridor flanked by glass walls filled with fluorescent tubes that illuminated the passage with a bright glow. At both ends of the corridor were doors made of 50mm thick secondary kryptonite alloy. Norman was perplexed by the significance of this, wondering if the tubes possessed any special properties or if the corridor itself was remarkable. As he followed Zod through the passage, Norman was unaware that he was treading on a razor's edge, for this 10-meter-long corridor was Zod's morbid homage to the laser corridor from Resident Evil. In the real world, the use of laser weaponry is impractical and unreasonable due to energy and material constraints. However, in the fantastical realm of Marvel, combined with Zod's Kryptonian technology, a laser corridor capable of slicing through even secondary kryptonite had been successfully rendered. Inside the biological lab stood 4 sentinels, rigidly poised, beastly soldiers, the final line of defense for the facility. Mr. Osborn, I extend a warm welcome to you today, Zod said, gesturing for Norman to take a seat. Norman surveyed his surroundings before finally settling down. To avoid wasting valuable time, let us get straight to the point, Zod continued. Norman maintained a stoic expression, yet he appreciated this direct approach. He was increasingly aware of his mortality and began to value time. Had Zod not mentioned the curse, Norman would still be immersed in the laboratory and would not have come in person. I can cure your family's hereditary retroviral cell proliferation disorder. Zod preferred to eschew ambiguity, favoring candor in his discourse. Norman was not surprised, though he was uncertain how Zod had acquired such knowledge. What do you require? Norman inquired, maintaining his composure, aware that Zod could offer a cure but had yet to witness it himself. I desire OsCorp Industries, along with the Osborn lineage, Zod replied with a smile, the leverage firmly in his grasp. Whether Norman accepted or not mattered little. If he were to perish, he could simply seek out Harry, who would be far easier to manipulate than Norman. Norman's expression darkened. Zod's demands exceeded his expectations. Do not be hasty in your rejection. I possess but this singular request, yet you cannot afford to dismiss it. Consider that after your demise, Harry will likely follow in your footsteps, as will his son and daughter. The shareholders of OsCorp cannot allow Harry to take control. This is a fleeting opportunity, Norman, Zod concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Norman. While Norman's face betrayed no emotion, his mind was tumultuous, realizing that he truly had no choice. The path of life and death lay before him, and any rational individual would never willingly choose the latter. What do you require from OsCorp Industries and my family? Norman certainly does not wish for his demise. Zod's words unveil a brutal truth. If the opportunity is not seized, the Osborn family will continue to endure this curse, one they have suffered for far too long. The cunning Norman finds himself powerless at this moment. Although he could resort to various tactics to coerce Zod upon his return, he suspects that Zod, having laid everything bare, may not actually care about Norman's pressure. Moreover, he is genuinely reluctant to provoke any unforeseen incidents. Norman, have you heard of the World Serpent? Zod begins his persuasive endeavor with a significant tone. In Zod's narration, the World Serpent transforms into a colossal organization that has thrived in the shadows since the First World War, with a singular ambition to dominate the world. This is a remarkably straightforward and unpretentious villainous scheme, and Zod, as the newly appointed North American director, currently finds himself in a precarious position, requiring OsCorp's strength to solidify his foundation. Though Norman harbors disbelief, He is soon left in awe when 4 beastly soldiers morph at Zod's command within the biological laboratory. These are the beastly soldiers transformed by the organization. Years ago, we obtained Captain America's super soldier serum, and after extensive research, we developed a controllable Super B serum. Their physical capabilities are equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary human, and this merely represents the organization's basic beastly soldiers, with even more formidable variants existing beyond them. Zod is confident that with Norman's expertise and experience in biotechnology and super soldier serum, he comprehends the revolutionary implications of the so-called Super B serum. Without sufficient time, experimentation, financial resources, and accumulation, such advancements cannot be achieved. Otherwise, the super soldier serum would not have languished in OsCorp's grasp without progress or breakthroughs. Beastly soldiers. Super beast serum. Even more powerful beastly soldiers. As a biologist, Norman is acutely aware of the significance of this information, especially since Zod speaks of controllable super soldiers. If Zod had merely presented the serum, Norman might have remained skeptical. Yet what lies before him is a finished product, what you refer to as treatment. It cannot possibly pertain to this, Norman suddenly interjects. Certainly not. The Super B serum is merely a means to modify and enhance the biological weaponry of the human body. Diseases are diseases. How could they be conflated? It is not a panacea, Zod asserts, questioning whether Norman's intellect has faltered. If it were merely ordinary injuries, such as disabilities, the Super B serum could indeed remedy them, but hereditary diseases or ailments are beyond its capabilities. However, the modified beastly soldiers will possess enhanced physical attributes and immune systems, allowing them to be immune to the vast majority of diseases, Zod continues. Due to the shocking revelations presented by Zod, Norman swiftly comes to believe in the existence of the World Serpent. He refrains from inquiring about the consequences of any potential leakage or breach of contract. For such a long-standing and formidable organization could easily dispose of him if they so desired. The facts presented by Zod align with the majority of logic, and even the discrepancies can be rationalized by Norman. What do I gain by joining the World Serpent? Norman inquired. Joining the World Serpent? No, Norman. You are not yet a formal member. Our agreement is merely to cure your family's hereditary ailment. Truly becoming part of the World Serpent is not a simple matter. Zod indicated that Norman was overthinking it, as the entry threshold for the World Serpent is quite high. Norman nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He then underwent a comprehensive examination conducted by Zod, who was intrigued by the retroviral cell proliferation disorder that even Marvel's advanced technology struggled to address. This was precisely why Norman had not sought assistance from Dr. Strange or Tony Stark. Otherwise, those two would have swiftly resolved the issue. After the examination, Zod quickly grasped the situation, and Norman donned a suit. You may return. In a few days, everything will be fine. Chapter 21. Transcendent weaponry. Having departed from Blade Technology Industries and witnessed the World Serpent's advanced beastly super soldiers, Norman felt a sense of resignation regarding the lack of progress on his own super soldier serum. Simultaneously, if there were indeed a glimmer of hope for survival, Norman desired to join the World Serpent. With the existence of such revolutionary super soldiers as the Beastly Warriors, aligning himself with them undoubtedly promised a prosperous future. Within a single day, Zod developed a medication to combat the retroviral cell proliferation disorder, though he did not immediately provide it to Norman, opting instead to delay the delivery for several days. When Norman finally received it, he eagerly opened the briefcase to find a syringe, 3 vials containing a blue liquid, and an instruction manual. The regimen dictated a monthly injection to suppress the retroviral cell proliferation, with recommendations for quarterly checkups to ensure the disorder did not adapt to the suppressive medication or mutate. No medication could produce instant results, particularly with a hereditary condition that was inherently a manifestation of genetic flaws. Norman, undeterred, took the briefcase and sought out Connors, needing assistance in monitoring his condition post-injection. Although Connors was unaware of the origins of the suppressive medication and advised against Norman's direct injection, fearing unforeseen complications, Norman could hardly contain his impatience. Reluctantly, Connors acquiesced. assisting Norman as he reclined on the examination table and administered the suppressive serum. Under the influence of a medication, Norman succumbed to slumber, during which the serum began to rectify his flawed genes. Upon awakening, he discovered that the prior sensation of weakness had dissipated. He felt invigorated, his limbs strong, experiencing an unprecedented sense of well-being. The hereditary ailment that had eluded resolution through generations of OsCorp Industries' efforts had been resolved by the World Serpent. This further solidified Norman's determination to join their ranks. Norman initially believed that the next step would be the merger of OsCorp Industries with Blade Technology Industries, thereby strengthening the industrial conglomerate. However, Zod instructed him to maintain the status quo. The rationale was straightforward. OsCorp Industries was not a one-man show. It was laden with numerous stakeholders, many of whom wielded significant influence and power. While a forceful approach was not out of the question, it would ultimately squander an inordinate amount of time. Zod's first directive for Norman was to journey to Russia in search of Ivan Vanko. With only a name and scant information about this enigmatic Russian, Norman leveraged his financial resources, and within 2 days, Zod was presented with Ivan Vanko, who had been conveniently packaged for transport. Oh, and his still-living father, Anton Vanko, was included as well. Acquiring these two individuals made matters much simpler. Zod disregarded their potential demands and promptly employed a brainwashing device, transforming them into devoted researchers for World Serpent. To prevent Anton Vanko from succumbing to the frailty that had led to his silent demise in the original narrative, Zod administered a super-beastification serum, converting him into a beastly soldier. Under Zod's directives, they successfully developed a compact, controllable cold fusion arc reactor. However, it still relied on palladium. The new elements from Krypton diverged significantly from those on Earth's periodic table. Zod found this discrepancy perplexing. Might it be that the universe was crafted by a deity, imbued with theological elements, while the Marvel universe, created by that same entity, leaned toward a blend of realism and fantasy, resulting in divergent periodic tables? This naturally meant that Zod was unfamiliar with many of the elements present, yet the micro-arc reactor's power output sufficed for his purposes. He was not aiming to create anything monumental. His intent was merely to preempt Tony Stark and produce an armored suit. Thus, Zod embarked on his imitation endeavor. No, it was no longer imitation. He would be the first to create this technology. Tony Stark's mark I would not emerge for another 8 years, which meant that in the future, it would be Tony Stark imitating him. Zod's secretary, was instructed to invite the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council and other capable nations' military and defense departments, announcing a new exhibition of epic-making products from Blade Technology Industries. This time, however, it was not about materials, but revolutionary new weapons. Was momentarily taken aback by the rapid emergence of yet another groundbreaking weapon. Nations receiving the notification from Blade Technology Industries took heed. After all, the transformative effects of secondary kryptonite had already begun to manifest globally. At least half of humanity's industrial sectors had achieved groundbreaking advancements due to the advent of secondary kryptonite. It could be said that Zod and his Blade Technology Industries were now perceived as the most influential figures worldwide. And now, Zod claimed to have yet another epic-defining weapon. Not only nations, but also every military-related conglomerate and enterprise was intrigued by the news. Was it an electromagnetic kinetic weapon? Or perhaps a laser weapon? Could it be something even more fantastical, like a force field weapon? On the day of the exhibition, a multitude of celebrities, dignitaries, and representatives from various nations' military defense sectors gathered. However, the protagonist, Zodisus, was notably absent. When inquiring with his secretary, she informed that Zod would make his appearance at the commencement of the event. Little did I know that such a stunningly beautiful secretary accompanied Zod. Tony Stark was also present, intrigued by Zod's revolutionary weaponry. More significantly, he prided himself on being the smartest man in the world, dismissing the notion that such groundbreaking weapons could be that formidable. As for materials, Stark was adamant he would not concede. "Mr. Stark, welcome to our exhibition," courteously greeted, nearly overwhelmed with the responsibility of hosting numerous esteemed guests. Yet Zod merely remarked on her salary increase and distanced himself from the scene. Old remained oblivious to the nature of Zod's revolutionary weaponry, but she understood that if he failed to present something remarkable, Blade Technology Industries would face dire consequences. "Might I invite you to dinner after the event?" Tony had taken a liking to Old, contemplating a fleeting romance. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but I must attend to other guests," Old replied with an apologetic smile before departing. While Tony Stark was undeniably handsome and charismatic, he paled in comparison to his own more charming and attractive boss. As the guests settled in, awaiting the exhibition's commencement, the lights suddenly extinguished. Though unexpected, the attendees, accustomed to grand occasions, remained composed. Chapter 22. War Machine. At that moment, a fiery projectile soared from the distance. A missile? Panic ensued among the guests. But as the fiery object drew near, searchlights illuminated it, revealing an airborne Iron Man. The Iron Man executed a superheroic landing upon the exhibition platform. Unbelievable! The arrival of Iron Man created a sensation, even eliciting a look of disbelief from Tony Stark. Most attendees found themselves instinctively rising to their feet. Then, they witnessed the Iron Man being dismantled by machinery extending from the ground, revealing Zod within. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the exhibition. I am Zodisis," he announced with a smile. Tall, handsome, and exuding masculine charm, he captivated many women, yet the majority remained entranced by the spectacle of Iron Man. Old, too, was astonished. Having not anticipated that the revolutionary weapon concealed from her was indeed this, truly a groundbreaking revelation. I shall forego the tedious introduction and proceed directly to the crux of the matter. Indeed, the Iron Man you have just witnessed is the centerpiece of this exhibition, a weapon of epical significance, poised to revolutionize the armament systems of an entire century. Agile, swift, formidable, and precise, it embodies the essence of a flying tank, a veritable fleet of combat aircraft in motion. As Zod elaborated, a mechanical arm deftly affixed the recently unveiled Iron Man components to a human model that ascended from the ground. My goodness! The audience sat in rapt amazement, transfixed by Zod's presentation. Even the weapon experts and research teams brought in from their respective nations were spellbound by the Iron Man on stage. If Zod had merely donned the suit, it might not have elicited such a profound impact. However, it had just flown in. With a maximum flight speed reaching Mach 2, its surface is coated with radar-absorbing material. Crafted from steel alloy and composite armor, powered by a palladium arc reactor, it can sustain combat for 24 hours before requiring a palladium replacement. With a punch force of 3 tons and an arm strength of 5 tons, its defensive capabilities can withstand even anti-material sniper rifles. Only armor-piercing explosive rounds or depleted uranium shells can penetrate its defenses. It carries 10 anti-tank bombs with a range of 1,000 meters, employing laser and thermal locking for precision strikes. The palm houses an energy cannon capable of penetrating 40 millimeters of steel at a range of 100 meters. With rapid activation and an adjustable 3-round burst mode, Zod refrained from overloading the Iron Man with weapons. The anti-tank missiles and palm energy cannon suffice. Perhaps a shoulder-mounted machine gun reminiscent of a war machine could be added for good measure. Tony Stark gazed intently at the Iron Man, particularly at the reactor embedded in its chest, a feat of miniaturization he had yet to achieve, while Zod had already perfected its application in his weaponry. The strategic value and significance of this groundbreaking weapon did not escape anyone's notice. "Mr. Zod, I simply wish to know, what is the price?" inquired a representative from the American military and the Department of Defense, standing up with palpable eagerness. The allure was undeniable. "The Iron War Machine is priced at $400 million, although I could opt for a secondary kryptonite variant, albeit at a higher cost." Zod quoted the price directly. In this new millennium, the dollar still holds considerable value. Do not consider it excessively dear, gentlemen. Its capabilities in aerial and ground combat are unparalleled, far surpassing most current weaponry, Zod continued, observing the silence among the representatives. The strategic significance and value of the Iron Man suit are undoubtedly worth the price. In fact, Zod felt it was undervalued, initially contemplating an asking price of $800 million per unit, knowing full well that the 3 major powers, China, Russia, and the United States, could afford it. However, he decided to temper his ambitions for the first sale, saving the more aggressive pricing for subsequent transactions. The War Machine 2 will be priced at $800 million each, and the 3 at $1.6 billion. This is more memorable, and it appears to be a bargain, Zod mused, feeling somewhat disadvantaged by the pricing. However, in reality, this is merely fostering a military competition, allowing Blade Technology Industries to reap substantial profits. Is it truly the case that the United States cannot afford to invest $100 billion into war machinery, simply because of a mere $400 million? Once the United States makes its acquisition, will the Russians and the Chinese refrain from following suit? If they choose not to, they will inevitably find themselves compelled to purchase when the United States gains an advantage through these armaments. Should the Russians and the Chinese procure them, it is only natural that Britain and France would follow suit as well. After all, isn't it just $400 million? Can the 5 major powers not muster such an amount? The 5 major powers dictate global trends. Once they invest and showcase the combat prowess of their war machines, will Germany and others not feel the need to join in? Would it not be more prudent to allocate funds previously set aside for tanks towards the acquisition of war machines that are more agile, have greater firepower, and exhibit enhanced precision in combat? Even terrorist factions might make such purchases. For instance, it is conceivable that Kim could allocate several $100 million towards acquiring a few war machines. After the exhibition, Tony sought to engage Zod in discussions concerning the microreactor. Little did he anticipate being surpassed by Zod, a significantly younger individual. Nonetheless, Zod instructed Old to decline a meeting with Tony. Blade Technology Industries has now transitioned into a new era, potentially surpassing Stark Industries in scale even before Tony shuttered the weaponry division. This is inevitable, given that Zod has unveiled 2 groundbreaking innovations that will influence the entire century. The War Machine, produced by Anton and Ivan Vanko, was left to their devices after Zod provided the technology. Initially, they intended to enhance it with more formidable firepower, but Zod insisted it be reserved for War Machine 2. Old gazed at the bustling exhibition with a sense of awe, recognizing that from this day forth, Blade Technology Industries would be irrevocably transformed. Like the secondary kryptonite, the representatives from various nations placing orders were driven by intentions of dismantling and studying the technology. However, they quickly realized that the war machine was fundamentally unresearchable. Its structure appeared simple, yet its most crucial component, the energy core of the microreactor, along with its integrated systems, remained elusive. They overlooked the shock absorption system, which constituted the 3rd most valuable aspect, as Zod had incorporated the shock absorption technology from the Kryptonian battlesuit, achieving remarkable efficacy. Upon discovering that the war machine, akin to secondary kryptonite, was an unreplicable product, the United States swiftly curtailed numerous military contracts, reallocating funds to procure war machines instead. A significant portion of the contracts that were cut belonged to Hammer Industries, nearly crippling them, and Stark Industries also felt the repercussions. This led to Obadiah's growing dissatisfaction with Tony Stark, as he no longer stood unrivaled as a genius within the military-industrial complex. Chapter 23. The Dawn of Development. Naturally, Stark Industries sought to acquire war machines for research purposes, with Obadiah hoping that either Tony or someone within the weaponry division could unravel the mysteries of the war machine. The value of the war machine in warfare is evident to even the most oblivious observer. Had it been possible to decipher and replicate its technology, Stark Industries would not have succumbed to Blade Industries. Subsequently, during Tony Stark's disassembly of the war machine, an explosion erupted, obliterating everything within 100 meters. Fortunately, a countdown was audibly announced prior to the detonation, allowing Tony Stark to escape in the nick of time. However, the weaponry division of Stark Industries was not so fortunate. In the aftermath, faced with Stark Industries' vehement accusations, Blade Industries retorted that they had explicitly stated in the War Machine's manual that they bore no responsibility for any consequences arising from unauthorized disassembly. Despite the divergence of Kryptonian and Earth technologies due to environmental and atmospheric differences, making replication unlikely, Tony Stark is, after all, Tony Stark. Moreover, his character had not yet reached the heights it would later attain. Zod, seizing the opportunity, equipped each war machine with a self-destruct mechanism, ensuring total annihilation without a trace. Other nations encountered similar predicaments. Only the diligent rabbit, who thoroughly perused the manual, halted disassembly at the final step. Oscorp Industries also felt the repercussions of the war machine's emergence. Military contracts for the super soldier serum were rescinded, resulting in a staggering loss of nearly $10 billion. The principal investor withdrew their funding from the project, leading to its abrupt cessation, enforced by other shareholders of Oscorp Industries. The military, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the necessity of super soldiers, capable of taking on hundreds single-handedly. Now, the war machine flawlessly fulfilled this requirement, free from a need for transportation or logistics. It could easily dispatch a fully armed 100-man unit in collaboration with infantry. A new era of military weaponry had dawned, igniting a renewed arms race across the globe. Many defense industries collapsed due to the war machine, and overnight, Zod became the target of numerous assassination attempts, with bounties reaching up to $500 million for his head. However, following the unveiling of the war machine, Blade Industries garnered significant attention from the United States, being regarded as a military-industrial entity of greater importance than Stark Industries. Although attempts to dispatch military protection were rebuffed, Blade Industries nonetheless secured permits for armed operations and lethal force. Fully equipped, Blade Security's mercenaries occupied every corner of their base, heavily armed. The interior was guarded by heavily fortified beast soldiers, rendering even Captain America's intrusion futile. Zod, perceived by all as the most influential genius scientist of the century, found himself engaged in the development of products deemed less critical. Among his creations were a powerful cockroach repellent, requiring merely a single spray in the home to ensure a week free of sightings, a mosquito and fly exterminator, effective for an entire month when placed within a household, and a versatile rodent poison, effective against most rats and field mice, with a potency lasting 1 month. All of this is associated with the Blade Pharmaceutical Department, and Shroud Health products have also been included. Surprisingly, these three seemingly inconspicuous medications are selling remarkably well, primarily due to their impressive efficacy, as humanity has long suffered from the afflictions they address. Old was also astonished to find that the revenue from cockroach, mosquito, and rodent extermination products could exceed 100 million monthly, with this figure continuously on the rise. In response to Old's bewilderment, Zod revealed the truth. The more unremarkable the domain appears, the more it conceals unexpectedly substantial profits. This market is vast. If the world's population of over 6 billion were to utilize our medications, what do you think our earnings would amount to? Zod remarked, much like a certain Tony Stark from another universe, who reigns as the king of cosmetics. Products for pest eradication, as well as fertilizers, yield unimaginable profits. The three types of medications Zod provided precisely meet a fundamental human need, and importantly, they do not aim for complete extermination, for while cockroaches, mosquitoes, and rodents are indeed bothersome, they play a vital role in the ecosystem. Thus, most of the effect is to drive them away. As long as they do not invade homes, the streets outside, along with America's vast sewer systems, can accommodate them. With ample funding and the current stature of Blade Technology Industries, Zod finally acquired precision instruments that were previously unattainable, even with wealth or through coercion. These instruments are typically exclusive to governmental entities and are genuinely among the rarest in the world. Of course, Zod found them somewhat rudimentary, but there was little choice. After all, he lacked a solitary fortress in the Arctic or a Kryptonian spacecraft, and had to build from the ground up. Unlike Clark, who, despite possessing a steel physique, forsook the formidable technological prowess of Krypton and repeatedly faced setbacks without learning, Zod felt no sympathy for such folly. Subsequently, he took over the Super Soldier Serum project from Dr. Connors at Oscorp Industries, brainwashing him into becoming another loyal researcher for the World Serpent and assisting in the development of beastly soldiers. Zod also contemplated seeking out the future Overlord. If he could obtain the genes of the Hulk, perhaps he could create a beast god general. In the pitch-black streets of New York, within a frenzied underground bar, 3 black Chevrolets halted at the entrance. From the vehicles emerged 15 men clad in dark combat attire. The two bouncers at the bar had no time to inquire before being forcefully pinned against the wall by two of the men. "Is this the place?" the leader inquired, his tone cold and unyielding, resembling that of a machine. "The thermal source has been monitored for quite some time. It should indeed be here," replied another. "Then let us proceed." At that moment, the two guards pressed against the wall suddenly revealed fangs, their faces contorted in a gruesome snarl. Vampires! However, they did not anticipate that even after revealing their fangs, this group remained utterly unperturbed, their resolve unyielding against the arms that held them down. The iron door of the bar was forcefully kicked open, and the men in black streamed inside, followed by a cacophony of sounds emanating from the underground establishment. Yet, within a mere 20 minutes, silence enveloped the scene. Subsequently, a colossal transport arrived, and the black-clad figures dragged out the unconscious or sedated vampires, tossing them onto the truck. Soon, the vehicle, laden with its cargo of vampires, made its way directly into the facility of Blade Technology Industries. Chapter 24. The War Machine in Action. Dr. Connors. "These are the living vampires you require," stated the lead beast soldier with a calm demeanor. The beast soldiers, having been brainwashed, exhibited little emotion. Zod had recently been in contact with the loathsome Bronsky, intending to lure him in and transform him into a beast soldier as well. Connors was exhilarated. Acquiring the vampire genome might allow the incorporation of it into the Super Beast serum. Zod was keenly interested in this matter, as the operations of the beast soldiers required his approval, and he could not remain oblivious. Once Dr. Connors had completed the sampling of 100 vampire specimens, Zod also took an interest in the research. Fascinating. Rather than a gene, vampires could be said to be a viral mutation, Zod mused, examining the vampire genes he had studied. No wonder, in the third installment of Blade, vampires could utilize technology to create mutated reapers impervious to silver. Although according to comic lore, vampires stem from Dracula, it remained uncertain whether this belonged to the cinematic or comic universe. Nonetheless, the vampire virus proved to be an excellent vector, and the second generation of the Super B serum finally had a foundation. The remaining task was to combine genes multiple times to achieve the optimal solution. The War Machine had thus far sold 100 units. Old reported to Zod, 100 units? That amounts to $400 billion. Zod nodded in satisfaction. It is not calculated that way, Old replied calmly. After deducting material, labor, and energy costs, we still have taxes to pay. Zod suddenly realized he had indeed overlooked the infamous implications. In that case, the actual income is rather meager. However, the United States had already reaped the benefits of deploying the War Machine in the Middle East. Although Zod utilized steel alloy for the armor, it was not ordinary industrial steel. In fact, it was significantly sturdier. The three war machines, adorned with the stars and stripes, swept through a terrorist organization cultivated by a hostile faction in the region. There were no casualties requiring compensation, no extensive battle damages, and no uncertain outcomes contingent on the expenditure of dollars. Even with heavy weaponry, the terrorists were powerless against the steel-clad, impervious war machines. The United States will persist in its relentless campaign against terrorism across the globe, showing no tolerance for any acts of terror. The footage captured by the cameras embedded in the War Machine, once edited, transforms into a portrayal of America's righteous counterterrorism operations. This decisive and comprehensive machinery of war has garnered unprecedented public support, although it seems the higher echelons of America are not overly concerned with public opinion. The emergence of these just anti-terror actions has initiated the chain reaction desired by Zod. The magnates of Wall Street favor such outcomes, and the conglomerates have developed an affinity for the War Machine. Can a super soldier, even one as iconic as Captain America, achieve such perfection? Certainly not. It raises the question of which misguided individuals sanctioned the investment in the Super Soldier Serum Project, which has squandered hundreds of billions, if not trillions, over the years without yielding any results. Had those funds been conserved and directed toward acquiring war machines, America would have long since dominated the world. Of course, there have been outcomes, such as the emergence of a certain green behemoth, yet that creature remains uncontrollable. Uncontrollability equates to failure, unlike the efficiency and precision of the war machine. After a few strikes against them, terrorists have finally grasped the terror that the war machine instills, rendering even anti-tank armor-piercing rounds ineffective, as they can simply evade them. In addition to radar-evading coatings that render the war machine undetectable, it has also been equipped with layers that counter all current weaponry, including heat source locking and laser targeting. Indeed, this constitutes a starkly uneven combat scenario, unless Tony Stark experiences another technological breakthrough to develop even more advanced weaponry, which seems unlikely given his current preoccupation with creating an armored suit. Consequently, terrorists have sought to procure war machines from Blade Technology Industries, recognizing that even Stark Industries has its traders willing to sell weapons to them. Surely, Blade Technology Industries cannot afford to dismiss an offer that comes knocking at their door. Zod, too, remains indifferent to who purchases the weapons, once embroiled in this industry. To be finicky is akin to a harlot erecting a moral facade. Even as human rights activists lambast him as a more terrifying executioner than Tony Stark, accusing him of accelerating humanity's slaughter through his war machines, and even branding him with charges of crimes against humanity. Blade Technology Industries diplomatic, public relations, and legal teams will not let these slanders go unchallenged. In a wealthy America, dissenting voices swiftly vanish. Presently, Blade Technology Industries is flourishing and cannot afford to let these malevolent spirits disrupt its ascent. Provoked by America, the Russian bear promptly placed an order for 180 war machines from Blade Technology Industries, while the rabbits required a mere 100. Unexpectedly, America still approached Stark Industries and Hammer Industries for modifications to the war machines. Zod observed the video of the Justice anti-terror operation, where the war machine adorned with the stars and stripes was outfitted with an abundance of weaponry, resembling a mobile arsenal. In such a scenario, how could his war machine 2 still deceive for profit? Initially, Zod had intended for War Machine 2 to simply be equipped with a few weapons for monetary gain. Yet he was taken aback to discover that others were not so naive, having also equipped their machines with arms. Moreover, Stark Industries had surpassed the arsenal Zod had originally planned for War Machine 2, necessitating Zod to make adjustments. Why must they be so astute? Zod sighed, as he truly wished to avoid enhancing the performance of the war machine. Fortunately, a wave of good news arrived. Countries like Great Britain, which had been observing from the sidelines, were astonished by the operational prowess of the war machine showcased during America's Justice anti-terror operation, prompting them to place orders. National capital could easily procure a few war machines. After all, the war machine required no satellite guidance and was not overly complex, featuring a self-sufficient system that even a novice could operate. Our revenue has already surpassed $200 billion, Old excitedly announced to Zod. Zod was not particularly surprised. Although Stark Industries had only become a colossal entity with assets exceeding $200 billion after venturing into new energy, the rapid ascendance of Blade technology was indeed remarkable. Chapter 25. The second generation of Beast Warriors, however, a comparison between the two industrial groups' products reveals a stark contrast. After ceasing operations in the weapons sector, Tony Stark's Stark Industries pivoted to the new energy domain, emerging as the world leader in clean energy, holding patents that theoretically amounted to an immeasurable fortune. Yet, this transition faced significant challenges, particularly in the form of resistance from Middle Eastern oil fields and various old energy magnates. It is important to note that the shadowy owners of these oil fields often had ties to American financial conglomerates, who would not willingly see their wealth diminish or face bankruptcy. If not for the protection of SHIELD, it is likely that Tony Stark would have faced assassination attempts to facilitate the takeover of new energy. Furthermore, the advent of new energy would precipitate widespread unemployment among those reliant on old energy sources. How many workers would be affected? Consider the students studying traditional energy knowledge and management, the schools established for their education, the teachers instructing them, and the manufacturing sectors dependent on old energy, all of which support countless families. For humanity to accept new energy, the transition must be gradual. It may take at least 4 generations before new energy achieves widespread acceptance. This figure of 4 generations is optimistic. As previously mentioned, the titans of old energy would not passively allow their assets to diminish or face insolvency. They would undoubtedly take measures to thwart, or even manipulate, those relying on old energy to protest against Stark Industries' new energy facilities. Such actions could delay the acceptance of new energy by 5 or 6 generations. Humanity is not unaware of the advantages of renewable energy. Rather, they are reluctant to embrace it. This reluctance elucidates Zod's decision to eschew the pursuit of renewable energy. It is simply too cumbersome, and the swift profits from materials and weaponry are far more enticing. Consequently, he has opted to fabricate miniature arc reactors solely to manufacture and sell war machines, neglecting the opportunity to promote renewable energy. This is also the reason why Blade Technology Industries has rapidly caught up to, and even surpassed, Stark Industries. You are indeed remarkable, a genius, yet one should not remain ensconced in research perpetually. Old observed that Zod hardly ever left the laboratory, immersed in his experiments daily. While she admired his dedication, she felt a sense of helplessness and concern. For someone like Old, who was unaccustomed to conducting personal matters within the corporate environment, helplessness stemmed from her inability to draw closer to Zod. Her worry was that his relentless dedication might adversely affect his health. Old, there are countless individuals outside who wish for my demise. If I were to step out, I would only endanger others. It is far better to focus on my research. Zod replied, shaking his head. Much like his collaboration with Tony to develop renewable energy, Zod's war machines had also offended numerous military tycoons, inciting many to wish him ill. Although Zod was indifferent to such threats, he currently had no interest in mingling with ordinary people. Old found his reasoning sound. After all, safety was indeed a concern. Despite Zod being regarded as a pivotal figure in propelling humanity into the Fourth Industrial Revolution, if such influence were genuinely beneficial, history would not be rife with extraordinary scientists whose deaths were shrouded in mystery. By the way, how is Emil Blonsky faring? Zod inquired suddenly. As a formidable adversary capable of holding his own against the Hulk, Emil Blonsky would make an excellent candidate for new experiments involving the super soldier serum, potentially adding a powerful ally to Zod's ranks. Notably, Zod believed that the villains in the Marvel Universe would possess their own charisma, alleviating concerns about any potential issues. He has accepted our invitation, Old replied, noting that no one could currently decline the overtures of Blade Technology Industries. The influx of impressive resumes from talented individuals seeking positions at the company was astonishing. Recently, Zod had expressed a desire to recruit various talents in the field of biotechnology, prompting Old to diligently reach out to leading experts in bioengineering. Emil Blonsky was taken aback by the invitation from Blade Technology Industries and eagerly agreed to join. Within 2 days, Zod met Tim Ross. Emil Blonsky, a former Special Forces operative, was astonished to meet Zod, never expecting to encounter such a globally influential genius in person. He appeared remarkably youthful. According to records, Zod was merely 20 years old, and the term talented barely encapsulated his brilliance. As a sun-kissed Kryptonian, Zod need not concern himself with mortality, which is why he had casually filled in a number back then. Mr. Bronsky, would you be inclined to join Blade Technology Industries? Zod inquired with a smile. It is a tremendous honor, Mr. Heath, Bronsky promptly responded, though he found it peculiar that he had been chosen. Zod was well aware of Bronsky's yearning for power and his desire to remain at the pinnacle of combat. Fearing that age would diminish his strength, Bronsky, a fervent warrior, had yet to marry, have children, or find a beloved companion. Our company has recently achieved groundbreaking innovations in biological experiments, and your inclusion is due to your exceptional suitability among the formidable individuals we seek, Zod articulated, discreetly omitting the fact that the second aim was to recruit Hydra's premier model. For now, the World Serpent must remain discreet to avoid Hydra's detection, as Zod wished for Hydra to protect the World Serpent, allowing outsiders to perceive only Hydra and not the World Serpent. Bronsky's breath quickened. What is Blade Technology Industries most renowned for? Undoubtedly, it is their 2 epic-making products. Possessing either would immortalize an individual in history and serve as a monument for future generations to recite. The secondary Kryptonian alloy had already been dubbed Heath Alloy or Zod Alloy by some. Conversely, the war machine was not similarly named. for no one would refer to an atomic bomb as an Einstein bomb. Now, Blade Technology Industries claimed to have made another groundbreaking invention in biological experimentation. Vronsky was astonished at the prospect of becoming a witness to such a revolutionary development. He was then willingly escorted to the experimental platform. The second generation of super beastification serum had produced beastified soldiers who bore no resemblance to earthly species, resembling monsters instead. Yet they indeed surpassed the first generation of beastified soldiers. After Vronsky was injected with the super beastification serum, he was immersed in a cultivation tank. Chapter 26. Mutation. The modifications induced by the second generation of super beastification serum were neither as abrupt nor as violent as those of the first generation, as they required substantial energy and nutrients for the transformation. The nutrient solution within the cultivation tank had been meticulously concocted by Zod, and the tank was connected to an ample energy supply, consisting of 10 miniature arc reactors. Vronsky, slumbering within the tank, bore a striking resemblance to the appearance of Karnos adjusting a beastified soldier, though in this case, it was the serum within him that was making the adjustments. Once the process was complete, Vronsky would emerge as the sole super beastified soldier. After 5 days, signs of awakening began to manifest in Vronsky. Without hesitation, Dr. Connors alerted Zod, apprehensive that Vronsky might exhibit violent tendencies, an ordeal that this unmodified ordinary researcher could scarcely withstand. As Zod arrived, Vronsky opened his eyes and, with a ferocious roar, shattered the incubation chamber, his entire body rapidly undergoing a transformation. He sprouted claws like daggers, developed a robust exoskeleton, and muscles of explosive strength. Outwardly, one could hardly discern that he was a product of Earth's genetic synthesis. Fierce, savage, and brutal, Vronsky swiped at Zod with a claw, but Zod raised his left hand to deflect the strike. The force was vastly superior to that of a mere beast soldier. A single swipe from an ordinary beast soldier would suffice to obliterate, Zod remarked, only to witness Vronsky roar once more. A radiant light emanating from his chest as a high-temperature plasma coalesced at his mouth. The plasma cannon. This was a specialized organ generated after Zod's adjustments. A form of bioweapon capable of concentrating internal energy into ultra-high temperature plasma, sufficient to instantly melt steel. Vronsky unleashed the plasma from his mouth. The meteoric plasma shot toward Zod at a speed beyond human reaction, yet Zod caught it single-handedly. The extreme heat failed to scorch his skin as he crushed it effortlessly. Continue. Let me see how much surprise you can deliver, Zod taunted, activating his bioforce field to safeguard the surrounding environment. Vronsky's back opened up, and 6 bio-missiles whistled forth. Having been modified, Vronsky could generate liquid explosives within his body and fill these projectiles with them. When launched, these guided bombs could be influenced to some degree through brainwaves. The power of these liquid missiles was astounding. Designed with tanks as hypothetical enemies, one could completely annihilate a tank, reducing it to mere fragments. Zod stood motionless, allowing himself to be struck. Boom! The massive flames engulfed the entire space, yet the area shielded by the bioforce field remained unscathed. Dr. Connors displayed an expression of fervor. How miraculous this was! As the flames dissipated, Connors beheld Zod gripping Vronsky by the neck, a scene so surreal it was awe-inspiring. Subsequently, Zod hurled Vronsky against the wall, which remained intact, yet Vronsky's body suffered a multitude of broken bones, snapping him out of his violent frenzy. What just happened? Vronsky gazed at his grotesque form, momentarily bewildered. Congratulations, Vronsky, you have successfully become a product of a new era. A super soldier, Zod stated calmly. Super soldier? Vronsky felt the immense power coursing through him, only to see Zod kick a barbell towards him. Thud! The barbell struck Vronsky's foot, causing him pain. This was a specially designed barbell equipped with a gravity engine. Currently set to weigh 1 ton, Zod gestured, acknowledging that if one merely pursued quality, any size of barbell could be manufactured. However, such an object would be exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, he devised a gravity engine apparatus to simply augment the weight of the barbell. To his astonishment, Zod discovered that he could also utilize this method for training, stimulating his body to accelerate the absorption of sunlight. Bronski grasped the barbell, its mass weighing a ton, yet it felt as light as a golf ball in his hands. Power. As a being who revered strength above all, Bronski did not mind that he had become akin to a monster. This display of raw power was indeed a revolutionary creation, was it not? Hise was truly a genius of unprecedented caliber. Your current muscular strength is equivalent to 30 times that of an ordinary individual. It is imperative to note that this refers specifically to muscular strength, rather than a mere generalization of your overall strength. Your skeletal density is also several times stronger than that of an average person. Your physique can withstand the artillery fire of a tank, and your neural reflexes are sufficiently swift to perceive and evade bullets. Nonetheless, Zod need not elucidate Bronski's newfound strength. At that moment, Bronski recalled the recent episode where he was utterly outmatched by Zod. "And what of you? How strong are you?" Bronski could not help but inquire. "As for me, I am uncertain, as no instruments currently exist that can quantify my strength." Zod shook his head. Ever since he discovered that gravity training could expedite his body's ability to absorb sunlight for enhancement, his rate of empowerment had surged like a racing vehicle. Perhaps the variance in strength was due to the sun of the Marvel universe differing from that of his own world. Most astonishingly, Zod realized he seemed to possess a form of mental power. This was a capability beyond that of Superman, akin to the abilities of Professor X or Jean Grey. The force of mind and spirit left Zod in a state of bewilderment. While this newfound ability could prevent him from being controlled by adversaries wielding mental or psychic powers, he pondered whether it might also bring forth unforeseen vulnerabilities. It was already evident that his mental prowess was a consequence of the peculiarities of the Marvel Sun, which was only natural given the diverse abilities of superheroes within that universe. Concerned about potential mutations or anomalies arising from an examination of his cells and genetic makeup, Zod was wary, for in the Marvel Universe, such accidents were to be vigilantly avoided. In this unpredictable scenario, Zod devised a method to harness his mental power, the thought wave. This technique emulated the psychic waves used by beast gods to control beastly soldiers, implanting a fragment of his mental force within each soldier's mind, sustained by their own mental strength, thereby allowing Zod to command them from any distance. Chapter 27. Intelligence. The psychic force that feeds on the spirit and mind of the beastification soldiers is inescapable. Forcibly severing this connection would result in death, as their consciousness has fused into a singular entity. Furthermore, Zod possesses the ability to command the beastification soldiers to end their own lives with just a thought, even from hundreds of kilometers away. Naturally, Bronski has also become a super beastification soldier implanted with thought waves and at Zod's mental command. He found himself performing a pole dance in his super beastification state. What transpired? Bronski struggled against this humiliating act, only to realize that his body was entirely beyond his control. In a fit of rage and confusion, he questioned, "What have you done to me?" Zod replied, "I have implemented protective measures on you. With merely a thought, I can control you or compel you to take your own life." As soon as Zod's words concluded, Bronski's hand suddenly pierced through his own chest, seizing his wildly beating heart. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the urge to act recklessly quickly dissipated. Zod then ceased his control, and Bronski collapsed to the ground, withdrawing his hand from his chest. The regenerative capabilities of the super beastification soldier were remarkable within mere moments. The gaping wound was enveloped by a layer of skin and flesh, and soon enough, a new exoskeletal armor would emerge. From this day forth, you shall serve as the super beastification soldier of the World Serpent, the instructor for the beastification soldiers, Zod casually declared. Although Bronski was now a super beastification soldier, it was conceivable that Zod would soon develop an even more potent serum for beastification soldiers, leading to the creation of a super beastification soldier. As Bronski pondered the meaning of World Serpent, another beastification soldier entered, summoned by Zod's command. This soldier was responsible for escorting Bronski while also updating him on the situation. Gravity chamber. The completely transparent gravity chamber basked under the sun's direct rays, where Zod was engaged in physical training. The chamber's unique glass structure maximized the concentration of light upon Zod. Due to the Kryptonian's extraordinary physiology, Zod did not perspire profusely. More importantly, any injuries sustained during training and the strain on his internal organs rapidly healed under the sun's formidable energy. He could train indefinitely, in a fit of reckless ambition. Zod even considered traveling to the opposite side of the Earth, where it was daytime, to construct another gravity chamber for continued training, allowing for limitless exercise. However, training can be monotonous, and Zod felt that enduring an entire day was quite commendable. He was not a battle fanatic. Clark, being invincible, had never contemplated the need for training, and after basking in the sun for over 20 years, he quickly caught up with General Zod and his cohort. Zod had always recognized the limits of the Marvel Universe. Thus, he was determined to strive for greater strength. The double gravity environment was reminiscent of Krypton's gravity, allowing Zod to adapt swiftly. The difference was that he had previously lacked superpowers. Now, he felt invigorated, akin to a fish returning to water. After all, he had acclimated to this gravity for 20 years, and initially, Earth's weaker gravitational pull was somewhat disconcerting for him. After concluding his workout, it was around 7 p.m. Zod bit into a piece of roasted meat and opened a refrigerator, retrieving a can of soda from the abundance within. He devoured the meat in a few bites and, while sipping the soda, entered his research lab. To an outsider, even to most researchers, stepping into Zod's private laboratory would evoke the sensation of entering a realm of science fiction. He had painstakingly recreated a significant portion of the Kryptonian apparatus he had once employed, though the most crucial elements, key materials and technology, remained conspicuously absent. Black Queen Protocol. Zod uttered the voice command, and instantly, a programming console emerged before him. He commenced his work on this console. The war machines were equipped with the most rudimentary intelligence. Naturally, Zod aspired to develop his own artificial intelligence. Jarvis, after all, was not true AI. He was merely an intelligent program. True artificial intelligence possesses the ability to analyze data and enhance its algorithms autonomously, capable of self-repair when compromised, a feat beyond Jarvis's capabilities, as he could only process information. As Zod completed the final program, the console sank down, replaced by a luminous display illuminating the entire area. "Sir?" A voice emanated from the surrounding speakers. "Pleasure to meet you, Black Queen." "Likewise, sir. Your internal database contains a data package. Please parse it." Zod issued the command. "Parsing complete." Following the analysis of the data package, the Black Queen's tone exhibited a discernible shift. "Excellent, Black Queen. Establish the War Machine files, the Beast Soldier files, and the Super Beast Soldier files," Zod commanded, intent on evaluating the intelligence level of the Black Queen to prevent any unforeseen complications. Files established. Utilizing the projection apparatus within the lab, the Black Queen displayed 3 folders before Zod, categorizing the information contained within the data package he had provided. "Establish data models and commence calculations," Zod instructed. The Black Queen began processing the data tests Zod had left in the package, only to determine that all results were erroneous, subsequently providing the accurate answers. It is worth noting that these were experimental data, a mere step from B soldiers to Super B soldiers, having eliminated thousands of genetic combinations. Under human endeavor, unless one were a genius like Tony or Richard, it would take an exceptionally long time, possibly centuries, to discover even a handful of effective formulas. However, entrusting such tasks to a formidable artificial intelligence like the Black Queen proved to be unproblematic. Strong artificial intelligence is the epitome of machines capable of reasoning and problem-solving, and such entities are regarded as sentient, possessing self-awareness. They can contemplate issues independently and devise optimal solutions, holding their own values and worldview. They exhibit various instincts akin to biological entities, such as the needs for survival and security. In a sense, they can be perceived as a new form of civilization. Humanity believes that by the year 2050, it will be capable of creating strong artificial intelligence, leading to a form of immortality. As such intelligence would resolve all the quandaries faced by mankind, including cancer, leukemia, and various other terminal illnesses. This formidable intelligence could theoretically synthesize a panacea through countless computations and pairings of all earthly materials, allowing humanity to heal from cancer with merely the ingestion of a small pill. On the planet Krypton, strong artificial intelligence already exists. General Zod, accustomed to the assistance of such intelligence, is determined to reconstruct it, regardless of the vast resources required. However, the Black Queen is currently constrained by her primitive vessel, unable to fully manifest her capabilities. Chapter 28. The Beastified Soldiers. Nevertheless, her existing abilities are sufficient, even in the presence of Ultron. She would be able to eliminate him directly within the network. Upon completing her computations, the Black Queen efficiently devised several formulas for the Beastified Soldiers, while Zod merely enjoyed a few cans of soda. After considering the genetic diversity of all species worldwide, only 10 formulas for Beastified Soldiers emerged. Although Zod is aware that some species were too elusive to gather their genetic material, it is astonishing that a single planet could yield only 10 types of Beastified Soldiers, including Blonsky. Thus, there remains a necessity to seek out mutated types akin to the Hulk and the Thing. Zod pondered that Peter Parker could also be considered a form of Beastified Soldier. However, his spider genes are subtly integrated within his genetic fragments rather than being explicitly modified like Zod's to achieve transformation. Consequently, Parker's genetic makeup offers no advantage to the creation of Beastified Soldiers, as the Black Queen has already amalgamated various spider genes in her calculations. Notably, the Beastified Soldiers modeled after Blonsky are capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a standard Hulk, while even the ordinary Beastified Soldiers can contend with the strength of tanks. However, they currently lack the ability to confront the human military, necessitating their stealth. Their plan is to strike globally like Kronos. Yet, Zod harbors no interest in world domination. His ambition is the cosmos. Thus, he researches Beastified Soldiers and war machines to secure a foothold in the universe, competing for planetary resources with the billions on Earth who have yet to escape their stellar confines. In his previous life as a Kryptonian, Zod's research base was measured in planetary scales. Suddenly, the underground world across the globe received a message. A prominent figure would host an underground, no-holds-barred fighting tournament in New York, seeking to recruit formidable combatants, with the champion and selected fighters promised substantial rewards. The term no-holds-barred fighting is merely the official nomenclature for underground boxing, aside from the prohibition of weapons. Once in the ring, only one can emerge alive. While underground boxing once enjoyed immense popularity, it quickly fell into decline due to the comprehensive rules governing legitimate competitions, which could be broadcast globally and have a significantly lower injury rate. The revenue generated from such events is undoubtedly far superior to that of the less popular underground boxing matches. The audience for underground fights is limited, resulting in correspondingly meager earnings for the fighters. Even if the financial rewards of underground boxing appear substantial, they come at the perilous cost of severe injuries or even death, where a single misstep could render a fighter incapable of competing for life. It is not as if one bout can sustain a lifetime. Why then would one risk so much for such a pittance? Clearly, it is the impoverished and desperate individuals who resort to underground boxing for financial gain. However, the situation is further complicated by the fact that professional fighters have access to dedicated nutritionists, personal trainers, public relations specialists, and agents. They need not concern themselves with anything beyond their training. In stark contrast, those engaged in underground boxing possess little more than their lives. This comparison inevitably leads to the conclusion that the skill level of underground fighters cannot possibly rival that of their professional counterparts. Most spectators of underground matches are merely drawn to the brutality of the spectacle. Only those left with no alternatives choose to become fighters in such perilous arenas. Yet, exceptions exist. As the adage goes, profit reigns supreme. It is precisely the lack of substantial incentives that deters many from risking their lives. But what if the rewards were significant enough? In such circumstances, even professional fighters might be tempted to transition to underground bouts. While it may not attract the most steadfast individuals, it would undoubtedly engage a vast majority. In this instance, after acquiring a new formula for the Super Beast Warriors, Zod sought to select prime candidates to become these formidable fighters. There are few more suitable than those forged in the crucible of life-and-death combat, which is why he reached out to the underground Kingpin. Kingpin was taken aback by Zod's interest. After all, Zod is a globally renowned prodigy, a figure of immense stature. Despite America's dissatisfaction with his acquisition of war machines, they dare not take action against him for fear of driving him away. What would happen if Zod left the United States? As for any underhanded attempts to detain Zod for the benefit of America, it is unlikely that the capitalists would allow such a transgression, for they would not permit a precedent that could be used against them in the future. This represents an inviolable boundary. To cross it would result in dire consequences. Moreover, several powerful conglomerates and prominent families within America have set their sights on Zod, planning to position their daughters or women to ingratiate themselves with him. It is not an exaggeration to say that with a mere word, Zod could dismantle Kingpin's empire overnight, as the disparity between them is vast. The very foes that Spider-Man and Daredevil regard as lifelong adversaries would be mere pawns in Zod's game. Nevertheless, Kingpin possesses value. Hence, Zod refrains from such actions. Involving the world in unregulated combat necessitates notifying every capable participant. Their attendance is inconsequential, but they must be made aware of the existence of this competition. For the champion shall be awarded 100 war machines. As soon as Zod concluded his statement, Jinbing felt an irresistible urge to join the fray. Given his prowess, clinching the championship would be a mere formality, unless an imitation master or some obscure villain unexpectedly emerged. Otherwise, Jinbing held no fear of ordinary fighters, for he diligently sought out 10 boxers each day to engage in combat, subsequently sending them all to the hospital. The concept of 100 war machines is akin to that of an entire army. The United States possesses merely 100, albeit additional orders have been placed in light of recent conflicts in the Middle East, where terrorist factions have deployed their own war machines, impeding America's righteous endeavors. Although the U.S. wishes to rationalize this predicament, it ultimately refrains, recognizing that even Stark Industries is not above reproach. These arms dealers operate solely for their own profit and deserve the gallows. Simultaneously, the Bear Nation has unveiled its own war machines, adorned in a menacing red hue and equipped with an array of weaponry and armor, transforming each into a mobile bastion of firepower, though it remains uncertain if they retain the ability to take flight. With the knowledge that both the Bear and the Rabbit nations have each ordered over 100 war machines, along with various affluent countries placing their own orders, the United States finds itself compelled to increase its own procurement. Chapter 29. No-holds-barred combat. There is no denying the utility of war machines. The more they are employed, the more their versatility becomes apparent. They serve as aerial units, connect to satellites for beyond visual range strikes, and can even function as strategic missiles. On the ground, their agility and anti-material capabilities allow them to easily neutralize tanks, let alone engage in low-altitude combat, where helicopters stand no chance against the nimble and swift war machines. Although nations are somewhat reluctant, they have consequently curtailed their development and expenditure on aircraft and tanks, redirecting resources towards the acquisition and research of their own war machines. This epic-defining weapon lives up to its name, fundamentally altering the military systems of an entire era. The notion of a one-man army has transcended mere metaphor. In this realm of research, without the intervention of Tony Stark or Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, it is unlikely that anyone could successfully develop a war machine. Of course, even were they to intervene, Tony Stark might be improbable, while Mr. Fantastic could very well conceive something beyond war machines, perhaps even the Blood Edge armor. The lucrative rewards of no-holds-barred combat have drawn fighters from across the globe, yet there are those, like Zod, who remain indifferent to profit. Mercenaries, too, may participate, as there are no restrictions on profession. 3 months later, George Stacy, the police chief of New York City, rubbed his temples. Recently, a plethora of mysterious individuals had surfaced in New York, their origins unknown, and their reasons for congregating in the city equally puzzling. The presence of complete identification further complicated matters for the police, leaving them at a loss. Zod was acutely aware that this unregulated combat would likely attract a myriad of peculiar characters, and the prohibition of weapons posed no significant challenge for many. Intriguingly, he even encountered an exceedingly verbose individual, Wade Wilson, who would ultimately become the infamous Deadpool, though at this juncture, he remained an ordinary man. Driven by the allure of substantial rewards, mercenaries like Wade were naturally eager to participate, especially since he harbored ample self-assurance. Boldly proclaiming that he required only one piece of war machine among the 100 available, with the remainder to be sold at a premium to the early bidders. This event also served as a preliminary assessment, allowing Zod to gauge the emergence of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities or overtly manifesting unique genetic traits. Zod was acutely cognizant of the plethora of extraterrestrial beings inhabiting the Marvel Universe, as well as their numerous descendants. Despite Earth's location in a remote corner of the cosmos, it harbored a surprising number of hidden aliens, with some inadvertently landing here due to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, Captain Marvel, a member of the Kree Empire, found herself on Earth after traversing a wormhole without explanation. Furthermore, the mother of the second or third Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, was a defector, a female Kree warrior who fortuitously established her life on Earth and subsequently gave birth to Carol. Following a catastrophic incident, Carol was taken back by the Kree for transformation, a situation that appeared to be rather convoluted. Most aliens residing on Earth led peaceful lives, with only a small fraction representing unstable factors. Among the most notorious were the Skrulls, whose future secret invasion would be pivotal. During that time, Nick Fury was not present on Earth, but rather commanding operations in space, having a Skrull impersonate him to issue commands, ultimately leading to disastrous consequences. Therefore, Zod had no desire to engage with the primary narrative characters, as they often proved to be burdensome. The antagonists, in contrast, were more straightforward. At least one could comprehend their folly and devise a remedy later. This unregulated combat served not only to select candidates for the Super B soldiers, but also to gather genetic material, exploring the possibility of superpowered individuals entering the fray for the rewards, an enticing scenario akin to lambs willingly walking into the lion's den. However, in this universe devoid of mutants, the only entities likely to present themselves were those altered by mutations, technological enhancements, wormhole anomalies, pharmacological transformations, or biochemical reactions, alongside the Inhumans modified by the Kree. Zod contemplated that he had already dispatched his Super B soldiers to locate street heroes such as Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Purple Man, whose genetic material would undoubtedly be exceptional, making their recruitment into the Super Beast ranks a lucrative endeavor. Finding one would be a boon. Discovering two would be akin to winning the lottery. The unregulated combat tournament necessitated a thorough medical examination, and no one raised any objections, deeming it a standard procedure, likely to avoid any unforeseen health crises that could disrupt the competition. However, the meticulousness of the examination seemed excessive, aside from blood tests. They also required bone marrow and subcutaneous cell samples, leading Zod to question the necessity of such thorough scrutiny. With the assistance of the Black Queen in examining these genetic samples, Zod found himself considerably relieved. What would typically require countless trials and the efforts of hundreds of researchers was, in this instance, rendered far more efficient. As anticipated, the chaotic brawl gave rise to numerous exceptional individuals, completely oblivious to their status as prime material in Zod's eyes. As they fought fiercely for rewards that seemed trivial to him, those unfortunate enough to fall were swiftly transported to the recently established medical division of Blade Industries. This formidable medical facility boasted the claim that as long as there was breath, life could be restored. Of course, it was not yet quite so miraculous. That would come later when Zod perfected cloning technology and devices, enabling direct brain tissue and neural transplants to facilitate a new body. The injured in the medical division received meticulous and attentive care. With the regular B soldiers in short supply, they were readily repurposed as beast warriors. The fighting progressed smoothly, and Zod's eyes fell upon a target he had long coveted, the premier model of Hydra, Barnes, affectionately known as Bucky. This leading model wore a stoic expression, his steel arm concealed beneath a layer of synthetic skin. However, under Zod's penetrating gaze, nothing was hidden. It was unexpected that even Hydra was drawn into the fray. But the allure of 100 war machines was undoubtedly irresistible. Zod was pleased with Hydra's perceptiveness, and after witnessing Bucky deliver a decisive blow to his final opponent, he personally approached. The championship rightfully belonged to this gentleman. Zod dismissed any potential threat posed by Bucky's proximity, while the Hydra agents assigned to monitor him held their breath, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to abduct this brilliant genius. He appeared to be unaccompanied by guards or war machines, and the Winter Soldier was alarmingly close. Bronski stealthily approached the arena. Being capable in combat was one thing, but ensuring protection was another. Bucky remained expressionless, indifferent to the cheers surrounding him. Chapter 30. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Winter Soldier was much like this. Though possessing his own thoughts, he was not overly rigid or mechanical. Yet one should not expect him to exhibit significant emotional fluctuations. "Now, let us invite the champion to receive his award," Zod said with a smile. In truth, he would not have minded if S.H.I.L.D. had sent Hawkeye Barton to participate, but it appeared that Hydra was maintaining its composure. Alternatively, perhaps Nick Fury was preoccupied with other matters? Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have rushed over to intercept the 100 war machines. Watching as Bucky was escorted away, the Hydra agents sensed something amiss, yet they could only wait outside for his return. Then, Bronski stealthily abducted the targets previously marked by Zod amidst the crowd, accompanied by several beastly soldiers. It was no jest. Zod was a Kryptonian endowed with psychic abilities, capable of perceiving the mental fluctuations of those around him, akin to wielding a collective mind-reading skill. The inner turmoil of the Hydra agents was particularly pronounced, and Zod certainly took note of it. "Let me go. Who are you? Do you even know who I am to dare seize me?" The Hydra agents were forcibly crammed into a Chevrolet, after which silence ensued. Bronski exited the vehicle and gestured for the surrounding beastly soldiers to disperse and maintain vigilant watch, lest any unforeseen incidents occur. Following his transformation into a super beastly soldier, Bronski discovered that even in his normal state, he possessed remarkably powerful physical capabilities, rivaling his peak form in combat. This realization intensified his yearning for the ultimate beastly soldiers and the beast god. Moreover, the World Serpent appeared to hold greater promise, aside from having Zod, a super genius. Their war machines and beastly soldiers had long surpassed the advancements of the world. Bucky was taken into the laboratory, and as soon as he was removed, Zod utilized his psychic powers to control him. Other candidates for super beastly soldiers had already been placed in their respective incubation chambers. "What adjustments shall we make to him?" asked Connors as he restrained Bucky. "Let us mold him into the strongest of them all." Zod held high hopes for Bucky. After all, he was the close companion of Captain America, Steve Rogers, and thus should possess considerable strength. The strongest super beastly soldier was characterized by a tri-layered skeletal structure, comprising the original biological skeleton augmented by 2 layers of exoskeleton, with an exceptionally hard outer shell. Zod even dubbed this super beastly soldier's formula the Azura rhinoceros beetle. The unfortunate Hydra agents were also transformed into beastly soldiers, and Zod developed them into his subordinates, leveraging them to draw out the upper echelons of Hydra. This cycle of control and manipulation continued, and perhaps even Hydra could ultimately become a facet of his power. However, Hydra bore numerous heads. The Baron, who focused on researching the Inhumans, was not to be underestimated, and Madame Viper in Japan was equally formidable. Without clarity on whether this scenario stemmed from film or comic, Zod was reluctant to take any risks. "I'll wait until I grow even stronger," Zod contemplated. In the office of Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D., amid the sweltering 40-degree heat outside, Fury donned his excessively thick overcoat. This was partly due to the air conditioning in his office, which allowed him to endure the sweltering heat, and partly because the coat was equipped with its own cooling system, eliminating concerns of overheating. Additionally, this coat concealed an array of secret weapons and intelligence, and it also provided commendable bulletproof protection. What exactly does Zod seek to accomplish with this unregulated combat? For a prodigy like Zodesis, it is only natural that S.H.L.D. would take notice. However, Nick Fury found no discrepancies in Zodesis' identity. After Zodesis created the Black Queen, he had her modify his identity records, erasing all traces of the Midnight Hotel, thus appearing entirely unremarkable. Initially, Nick Fury believed that S.H.I.L.D.'s hope rested with Tony Stark, and therefore he kept a vigilant eye on him, ensuring his protection. To his astonishment, a super genius even more extraordinary than Stark suddenly emerged, one younger and more capable. Whether it be secondary Kryptonian technology, the war machine, or the miniature arc reactor, this young man possesses the potential to become the Einstein or Tesla of this century. It is unfortunate that S.H.I.L.D., ostensibly a super agent organization formed by 5 rogues to safeguard global security, is unable to wield weapons like the war machine. Otherwise, Nick Fury could easily procure 100 units with the funds at his disposal. Fury wished for Zodesis to serve S.H.I.L.D., but such a desire cannot be forced. He could only hope to offer assistance that might persuade him. At that moment, he received news that Zodesis had contacted Kingpin, a notorious crime lord, to collaborate on underground boxing. His immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Was this some sort of absurd farce? What was Kingpin really? If not for his well-maintained reputation, and the ensuing chaos that would erupt among America's underground factions should he be eliminated. Nick Fury could easily dispose of him with a mere word. Why would Zodesis seek him out? What purpose did underground boxing serve? Soon after, his trusted aide uncovered information suggesting that Zodesis had made a groundbreaking invention in the field of biology, and this underground boxing venture was somehow connected to that innovation. This revelation piqued Nick Fury's interest. Goodness, how long has it been? Another epic-making invention already? What is his mind made of to be so far ahead of us? Initially, Fury had planned to send Black Widow or Barton to participate, but an unforeseen complication arose, forcing him to relinquish the 100 war machines. Now, he felt compelled to intervene, convinced that with Zodesis' series of world-shocking inventions, he had attracted many ill-intentioned eyes. What if this revolutionary invention fell into the hands of nefarious individuals? To safeguard this groundbreaking innovation, Nick Fury resolved to dispatch Black Widow to infiltrate Blade Tech Industries and assist Zodesis in protecting his creation. Zodesis, Mr. Obadiah from Stark Industries wishes to speak with you. Clad in high heels, Uldra passed through the voice and oral locks designed by Zodesis and entered his laboratory, where she found him revealing his strong, muscular torso while engrossed in his work. Uldra's heart raced. His perfect collarbone and defined abs captivated her gaze. Obadiah? Zodesis asked absently, fully focused on his task. Chapter 31. Issues with the production line. He is a major shareholder and an elder statesman of Stark Industries, presumably here as a representative of the company. Uld understood perfectly why Obadiah had come. The war machines produced by their employer were selling remarkably well, capturing numerous contracts that Stark Industries would have otherwise secured in the realm of military equipment, such as missiles and tanks. Prior to the emergence of Zod and Blade Technology Industries, military industrial groups worldwide could only feast upon the remnants of Stark Industries, but now the tables had turned, and Stark Industries found itself vying for scraps from Blade Technology Industries. The capabilities of the war machines were so compelling that many nations opted for them over traditional weaponry, leaving only a few types of armaments viable in the market. This shift meant that the once dominant Stark Industries now had to compete fiercely with global military corporations, resulting in a decline in its stock prices. Numerous shareholders began to blame Obadiah and Tony Stark for their inability to devise a solution. In the past, Tony Stark would have promptly introduced a groundbreaking weapon to counter such challenges, but that was no longer feasible. Unless Tony Stark could unveil a weapon as revolutionary as the war machines, even the United States would find the war machines more practical than any tanks or aircraft. Given the evolving nature of warfare, Obadiah, facing a dilemma, had no choice but to approach Blade Technology Industries for discussions. He sought to explore the possibility of Stark Industries assisting in the production of war machines. They were well aware that Blade Technology Industries, being a newly established entity, could not rapidly produce the required machinery, even with overtime efforts, as these were precision instruments of a caliber so high that even rabbits could not procure them. Had rabbits possessed such machines, they would have already eclipsed the military industry of the United States. Although securing the production of these machines would grant Blade Technology Industries a smooth passage through congressional approvals without the usual bureaucratic delays. The manufacturing speed of machine tools was measured in units, and any failure in precision would necessitate starting anew. In such circumstances, for Blade Technology Industries to establish a complete production line would take several years at the very least, and that was an optimistic outlook. In contrast, Stark Industries was different. As a long-established military-industrial powerhouse, it not only possessed its own production lines, but multiple ones at that. This capability allowed Tony Stark to obtain any weapon he desired almost instantaneously, provided he supplied the necessary technology and blueprints. The situation for Zod was less favorable. Old had previously mentioned that the backlog of orders from various nations extended 2 years into the future. And the reason for this was not merely the volume of orders, but the inability to produce them. Furthermore, operating on American soil required Zod and his team to fulfill the orders of the American military first. The bulk of the contracts would naturally go to the United States, while Russia and the Rabbits would secure a portion, albeit without the ability to complete them swiftly. The three formidable rogues are not to be trifled with, and the United States is well aware of this reality. Having claimed the lion's share for itself, it naturally chooses to turn a blind eye. Obadiah, of course, does not come with benevolent intentions, allowing them to participate in production while withholding the secrets of the war machine. In due time, Stark Industries would possess its own war machines. Even if Blade Technology managed to secure patents, it would be futile, as Stark Industries boasts several legal teams capable of prolonging litigation indefinitely. Furthermore, it is likely that the United States would prefer to avoid a monopolistic scenario. After all, having more options is surely advantageous. Unexpectedly, the stunning secretary returned, courteously informing Obadiah that Mr. Zod was currently preoccupied with a groundbreaking invention and was unavailable for a meeting. Obadiah clenched his fists, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. As someone characterized as a villain, he certainly does not trust Zod's words, perceiving them instead as a dismissal, a slight, or even affront. This ignited a blaze of fury within him. However, as a member of the upper echelons, maintaining poise is a fundamental requisite. Even a top-tier elite like Old, a graduate of a world-class university, could not discern the truth, and Old is not merely a bookish intellectual. Having earned Zod's trust and assuming control of Blade Technology, a corporation with cash flow exceeding $100 billion in assets worth thousands of billions. Merely 6 months post-graduation speaks volumes about her exceptional management and execution capabilities. If Zod had not seen her as a person of merit, he would not have entrusted her with such a critical role. There are many who are more beautiful and possess finer physiques than Old. Why, then, was she chosen? Of course, with the emergence of the Black Queen, Zod can now delegate some management and execution responsibilities. Obadiah managed to smile and suggested rescheduling for another time, but turned away, contemplating how to arrange a meeting with Zod. Given Zod's current stature and influence, a direct approach would be unfeasible and could backfire. "Hello, is this the 10 Rings?" Obadiah said, pulling out his phone once seated in the car. Zod, of course, was not oblivious to Obadiah's intentions regarding the production of war machines. It was rather too blatant. Did he take him for someone like Tony Stark, who possesses intellect but lacks interpersonal acumen? Although Kryptonians are devoid of scheming tendencies due to their genetically engineered emotional detachment, Zod was once a human on Earth, born in the land of China. When it comes to cunning and duplicity, he may not have been adept, but he had certainly absorbed enough from watching television. Zod was also aware of the complexities surrounding production lines. However, there was little that could be done, as those machines required official certifications to be manufactured, each bearing its unique identification number. Instances of theft or damage must be documented and remnants recovered. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated acquiring the weapons division of Stark Industries. Nevertheless, There remain 8 years until that narrative unfolds, and who can say if it will even materialize? After all, Zod's actions have been quite audacious, having usurped the very foundation of Tony Stark's fame. Why not directly bring Hammer Industries to its knees? Zod contemplated that Hammer Industries possessed its own machinery, and he felt that those machines were an egregious waste for Hammer Industries. Of course, this was not to suggest that Justin Hammer was devoid of merit. Although his ex-wife was rather lackluster, the missiles did not detonate due to their friend or foe recognition capabilities. A straightforward fact. No matter how absurd Hammer Industries might be, it remains unrivaled globally in the military-industrial sector, aside from Stark Industries. How could one possibly fathom a scenario where explosions did not occur? To even consider offending the American military with subpar products would be unthinkable. Surely, rigorous testing would precede installation. Chapter 32. A windfall dismantling Hammer Industries would grant access to its production lines. Zod was greatly tempted, especially since Hammer Industries was being cornered by his own blade technology industries. After all, Stark Industries had resumed orders it once deemed unworthy, leaving Hammer Industries in a precarious position. Fortunately, after diligent research, Tony Stark developed the anti-war machine defense system. The emergence of this system altered the landscape of warfare, as radar and satellites could no longer effectively monitor the war machines. Their diminutive size rendered them difficult to intercept, even when spotted by the naked eye. It could be said that the global community was scrambling to devise radar systems targeting the war machines due to Zod's influence. Yet Tony Stark managed to unveil a solution with remarkable swiftness. The United States conducted tests utilizing the war machines and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the error rate of Stark's defense system was a mere 30%. This was nothing short of astonishing. One could only praise Tony Stark for his ingenuity. The United States was highly satisfied with Stark's defense system, which was equipped with weaponry specifically designed to penetrate the war machine's armor, striking true with every shot. What once appeared invincible to nations worldwide suddenly resembled a paper tiger. Naturally, this intelligence could not remain concealed from other nations, especially considering the likelihood that the United States might not choose to keep it under wraps. Stark Industries, being partially owned by the military, would never sell this defense system to other countries, with only Obadiah possibly contemplating clandestine sales. However, initially, the United States would undoubtedly clamp down tightly on any such transactions, and Obadiah would not act hastily. Indeed, Tony Stark had once again proven himself the strongest, swiftly undermining what Zod held most dear, the revolutionary weaponry. During a board meeting, Obadiah spoke with unwavering confidence, and the other shareholders beamed with delight, dispelling the earlier clouds of gloom. It should be noted that many among them had seen their assets diminish following the war machine's debut, compelling them to contemplate liquidating their shares in Stark Industries. However, they were not foolish. With Blade Technology Industries yet to go public, Stark Industries' stock price remained precarious. Once Blade Technology Industries did launch, Stark Industries stock could plummet at an alarming rate. This self-defense system, comprising launchers, radar, and command centers, is undeniably costly. Nevertheless, in the face of potential threats posed by war machinery, the United States Military and Defense Department have opted to procure 12 units. A modest number considering it is a mobile defense system. Naturally, Blade Technology Industries has also received the news, along with videos of U.S. military trials. In the footage, 3 simulated enemy war machines are depicted as they breach American territory. The moment they cross the border, a missile vehicle on the ground reacts. Its electronic eye swivels, locking onto the predetermined target before deploying a launcher that reveals a rather distinctive missile. Almost instantly, the missile is launched, and while the war machines attempt to evade and intercept it, the missile unexpectedly splits into submunitions mid-flight, catching the war machines off guard. These missiles appear to be devastatingly effective in penetration, with a minimal explosion radius, resulting in the war machines being internally detonated and reduced to fragments. Witnessing the ease with which the war machines are brought down, Old expresses concern, only to notice Zod deep in thought. Zod never anticipated that his pressure would prompt the emergence of the Jericho missile, which would not materialize for another 8 years. Furthermore, Tony Stark truly is a genius. Zod initially believed the war machines could dominate the market for at least 2 to 4 years before introducing War Machine 2. However, he did not foresee Stark developing countermeasures against the Iron Man's suit so swiftly. Remarkable indeed. It seems Stark excels in countering his own creations. Zod? Old awaits Zod's direction. Regardless, even if this self-defense system proves formidable, the military will still purchase our war machines. Zod calmly asserts that the advent of this self-defense system merely fosters a sense of being targeted for Blade Technology Industries. In reality, it does not affect their orders. After all, interception systems have long been in existence, and various types of missiles continue to be manufactured. Just because there is an interception system on the other side, does that mean I should forego my missiles? What a joke. The U.S. has only procured 12 self-defense systems. The remainder still consists of war machines. For the allure of such weaponry has captivated the world. Who wouldn't desire to don that suit of armor, soaring through the skies and reveling in the invulnerability it bestows? Have you not seen that even the four-legged, multi-purpose quadrupedal deer livestock has proposed to equip the army with war machines in Congress? This ludicrous suggestion was promptly dismissed. War machines are strictly for the Air Force, and not a single unit can be spared. The Navy and Air Force are nearly at each other's throats for shares, leaving no room for the Army. The National Guard also covets these machines, but alas, they cannot compete with the Air Force and Navy. The Air Force argues that war machines cannot operate in water, rendering them useless to the Navy. Conversely, the Navy contends that war machines are akin to aircraft carriers' aircraft. Their utility is immense. Subsequently, Blade Technology Industries received a substantial order. The United States is set to produce a new aircraft carrier, aptly named the Poseidon Project. This carrier is intended to be constructed entirely from secondary kryptonite, requiring an astronomical quantity that could potentially consume the remaining resources of Blade technology for a decade, if not several. The Poseidon Project? In this day and age, they are still building aircraft carriers instead of nuclear submarines? Zod expressed his bewilderment at the United States' extravagant financial capabilities, pondering how they could afford such an endeavor, especially considering that the price of secondary kryptonite is a staggering $8,000 per gram. The design weight of this aircraft carrier remains uncertain, with a production timeline estimated at a minimum of 50 years, and there's a possibility it could be abandoned midway. However, Zod was indifferent to the potential failure. Even if the project faltered, the secondary kryptonite produced would find a market, as only Blade Technology Industries can manufacture it, ensuring a livelihood for generations. Furthermore, if extraterrestrial minerals could be discovered and utilized, even finer alloys could be produced. In the realm of materials, a step ahead could catalyze a monumental leap in humanity's industrial revolution. Naturally, such a significant contract could not be disclosed, and upon learning of it, Old felt a wave of reassurance. Chapter 33. Obadiah Old was walking home, having relocated from New York City to Washington due to Blade Technology Industries. Fortunately, the affluent neighborhood in Washington boasted decent safety, alleviating her concerns about potential dangers on her journey. However, premeditated threats were an entirely different matter. Before she could comprehend the situation, a black sedan abruptly appeared beside her, forcibly abducting her. Moments later, Zod received the news, viewing footage of Old bound and clearly distressed. Her face a portrait of panic. Zod raised an eyebrow. As an astute Kryptonian, it was implausible that he had not anticipated such an occurrence, and thus he had prepared accordingly. Black Queen, do you know Old's current whereabouts? Zod inquired. After developing the Black Queen, he had tasked her with monitoring Old. His superhuman auditory abilities, though formidable, were still insufficient for pinpointing her exact location. Sir, Miss Old is currently at Stark Industries. However, she is being relocated, with the anticipated route leading to a junkyard, replied the Black Queen. The footage also indicated that Zod was not to contact the authorities and that he must arrive alone at the junkyard, a request that even a fool could discern as malicious. Yet, Zod was left wondering why Old had been kidnapped. Did they presume he would certainly come to her rescue, simply for the sake of a beautiful secretary? Was Obadiah involved with Stark Industries? Zod, well-versed in the intricacies of the plot, swiftly identified the mastermind behind the chaos and entrusted the mission to rescue Old to the Black Queen. It was time to assess the capabilities of this formidable artificial intelligence, while Zod remained vigilant, ready to provide assistance in the event of unforeseen circumstances. The Black Queen pinpointed 4 war machines within the warehouse, all designed by Blade Technology Industries as guardians of their own interests. Although labeled as Sentinels, their firepower far surpassed that of the standard models sold to the public, rendering them far more formidable. Unbeknownst to the terrorists of the Ten Commandments gang, the Black Queen's operation had already honed in on their location, aided covertly by several American satellites. Upon the arrival of the war machines, they commenced targeting the objectives within the junkyard. The Black Queen, utilizing scanning and modeling techniques, established predictive trajectories for all projectiles and anticipated the terrorist responses. After meticulously calculating every possible outcome, she selected the course of action with the highest execution rate and minimal margin for error. "Open fire," commanded the Black Queen in a synthesized voice. The war machines unleashed their built-in sniper weapons, piercing through the walls and accurately neutralizing 10 terrorists. Their S.A. sniper. "Return fire. Capture that witch. Take cover." The terrorists hastily constructed a defensive line, awaiting the arrival of police or any potential rescuers. Unfortunately for them, they were up against the Black Queen, who required no breaching maneuver. She fired through the walls, eliminating targets with precision. Upon hearing the gunfire, Old realized that her employer had likely come to her rescue. The 2 terrorists assigned to guard her cursed in a language she could not comprehend, preparing to seize her. Just as they drew near, the wall exploded, and a steel arm seized both men, swiftly dragging them away. "War machine." Old recognized it immediately, as did the terrorists. Startled, the terrorists redirected their weapons towards Old, firing frantically without a thought for her safety. Terrified, Old screamed and shut her eyes, only to find a war machine shielding her. The bullets ricocheting harmlessly off its armor. "Are you unharmed, Old?" The Black Queen used Zod's voice, careful not to reveal her identity. "Me fine." Although Old had anticipated this moment, she was nonetheless deeply moved. "I'll take you home," the Black Queen stated, concerned about being discovered. Old had many things she wished to express, but for now, she had to set them aside. However, at that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. 2 war machines with different paint schemes appeared, engaging in combat with the Black Queen's machines, significantly hindering their efforts. "Zod, why do they also have war machines?" Old questioned, perplexed. It would be understandable if they were from Stark Industries, but they were merely terrorists. Zod, however, was aware of the reason. The war machines had previously been sold at a high price to the terrorists. There was no alternative. They offered $600 million per unit, $200 million above the standard price. Thus, Zod masqueraded as an insider at Blade Technology Industries, selling several war machines to them. Naturally, the tax on this income had to be paid, lest they be confronted by tanks at their door. "It's fine. They likely acquired the information through some channel," the Black Queen remarked ambiguously. Old, being astute, immediately conjectured that America might be covertly supporting a few terrorists, providing funds and arms. Perhaps these so-called terrorists were not terrorists at all, but rather agents from other nations attempting to abduct Zod, which would elucidate how they came to possess war machines. As 2 war machines, adorned in distinct livery, prepared for a grand display of force, their screens suddenly went black. They were shut down by the Black Queen. The war machines sold by Zod had their own back doors, now under the management of the Black Queen, who could deactivate them with a single command. Consequently, the 2 war machines became cages, trapping the terrorists inside with no means of escape. The Black Queen then commandeered the war machines, lifting Old away from the scene, just as several anti-material missiles struck the junkyard. With a resounding explosion, the junkyard was engulfed in flames and rubble, obliterated by the missiles. Every trace within was erased, and the terrorists were all taken away, repurposed as material for beastly soldiers. This incident was far from over. Zod believed in avenging grievances. As Obadiah was engaged with a young model, 2 bullets pierced his right hand and left leg. These bullets inflicted severe damage, being toxic, not fatal, but enough for Obadiah to realize that survival necessitated the amputation of his right hand and left leg. To live, he had no choice but to comply. The most frustrating aspect of this attack was his inability to identify the assailant. He had no target for vengeance. Zod? Impossible. The female secretary could not possibly know it was him. Chapter 34. Nuclear physics. Upon learning of Obadiah's assault and subsequent amputations, Tony Stark was filled with rage. To him, Obadiah was akin to family, and this felt like an attack on his own kin. No matter who was responsible, Tony Stark would not let them escape unscathed. In response to the war machines of Blade Technology Industries, Tony Stark had already formulated a plan to develop his own weaponry. The defensive system was merely a signal, a warning to Zod that he intended to strike. Neither party regarded the defensive system with any seriousness. OsCorp Industries teetered on the brink of collapse, suffering greatly from the emergence of war machinery. As shareholders sought to devour the OsCorp empire, Blade Technology Industries intervened, acquiring 30% of OsCorp Industries shares. The majority of shareholders had already divested their interests, making Blade Technology's investment a seemingly futile endeavor. Old had repeatedly cautioned that OsCorp Industries had no future. Yet Zod would not allow Norman and the company to perish. The laboratory dedicated to the research of super soldier serum was indispensable to him, along with the plethora of data and equipment it housed. Norman remained unfazed, confidently confronting the shareholders, as this was essentially Zod's cleansing operation. Even the military had sold off its holdings during OsCorp Industries' stock plummet. The 30% acquisition was merely a fraction of what had been lost. Norman himself had reclaimed a significant amount of shares, and now the shareholders' meeting consisted solely of Norman, Harry, and Zod, with the remaining minor shareholders posing little threat. It was precisely for this reason that Zod felt secure in transferring the production and research of beastly soldiers to Norman. Norman willingly embraced the transformation into a beastly soldier, as Zod granted him the opportunity. However, the ultra-beastly soldiers could only be synthesized at the Blade Technology base. In an effort to bolster their stock price, OsCorp Industries convened a press conference. Mr. Norman Osborn, how do you perceive Blade Technology Industries' investment of over $100 billion to acquire shares in OsCorp Industries? A blonde reporter, her vibrant red lips captivating, pushed her way to the front. I can only describe this as a collaboration. Moving forward, OsCorp Industries will engage in cooperative research with Blade Technology in the biological field, Norman replied, feeling quite content. Having become a beastly soldier was akin to joining the ranks of the World Serpent. Aside from being advised against indiscriminately allowing pregnancies to avoid genetic complications, Norman felt liberated. Having resolved the hereditary afflictions that had plagued his family for years, no longer needing to inject special medicines periodically. Now, he merely awaited the opportune moment to introduce Harry to this transformation. Mr. Norman, are you suggesting that Blade Technology Industries seeks to collaborate with OsCorp Industries in the biological realm? What projects will this collaboration encompass? Who will lead them? And will Mr. Zod assist in these endeavors? Other reporters sensed the significance of this announcement, recognizing that Blade Technology Industries had entirely supplanted Stark Industries, each appearance a global spectacle. Regarding Blade Technology, the public could only express one sentiment. Could you possibly expedite the production of your products? Their specialized medicines for pests like rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies had sold out, leaving a severe shortage, while Blade Technology struggled to meet demand, hampered by insufficient production lines. Vitamins faced similar shortages, and the need for secondary kryptonite and war machinery was even more pressing. The nature of the collaborative project remains temporarily confidential. However, with the name Zodis, I am confident that you shall not be disappointed. OsCorp Industries and Blade Technology Industries stand at the forefront of the next era, so do anticipate what is to come. Norman concluded the press conference, revealing that the project entrusted to him by Zod was not related to the biological field, but rather to energy. Norman found it perplexing. After all, hadn't Blade Technology Industries already developed a fire seed reactor? Why pursue additional energy research? Nevertheless, he complied with Zod's instructions and sought out the physicist Otto Ganser Octavius. This physicist, who specialized in physical sciences, had become an eminent nuclear physicist, focusing on atomic energy physics, and had published numerous well-received papers in the field. Currently, he was in search of investors to develop a tritium reactor. When Norman approached Otto, he was taken aback. However, upon learning that Zod had sent Norman to him, Otto felt a sense of relief. In his untested confidence, Otto regarded Zod as a genius akin to the likes of Einstein, Tesla, and Joule, an extraordinary talent that arises only once in a century. After all, Zod had accomplished the formidable task of creating a compact cold fusion reactor, a feat considered more challenging than the tritium reactor. Although Stark Industries had long possessed a cold fusion reactor, it was of a colossal scale developed over generations. In contrast, Zod had no prior documentation on cold fusion reactors and had independently engineered a miniaturized version. It was no wonder that Zod would recognize Otto. Such a brilliant individual must have commonalities with him. However, Otto harbored doubts. Given the existence of a superior and more environmentally friendly cold fusion reactor, why would Zod seek him out? It is worth noting that Zod's fireseed reactor had become a significant obstacle for Otto. Before Zod's emergence, Otto's tritium reactor had attracted investments and sponsorships. Although Stark Industries' cold fusion reactor commanded a larger market, with Zod's fireseed reactor now available, Otto's tritium reactor had fallen out of favor. With a more advanced, environmentally friendly, and superior option in Zod's fireseed reactor, the pursuit of the tritium reactor seemed futile. After dedicating much of his life to research, Otto found himself in the most disheartening phase of his life. Fortunately, his partner remained steadfast by his side, and he contemplated abandoning the tritium reactor to explore other projects. The advancement of science cannot be a one-way street. Dr. Otto, Zod responded to Otto's queries after their meeting. What followed was an engaging academic discussion. Although Zod lacked the physical sciences of Krypton, he had absorbed considerable knowledge of Earth's atomic energy physics and had furthered his studies under Anton Vank and Ivan Vank, proving more than adequate in his discourse with Otto. A genius can only be humbled by another genius, Otto realized through first-hand experience. State the required funding, and it shall be provided, Zod declared, presenting a blank check. Chapter 35. Taking the initiative, his search for Otto was merely an experiment to ascertain whether the product of his reactor could substitute for the sun. If successful, Zod's growth would accelerate significantly. In the basement, within the arena crafted from secondary kryptonite, Bronsky was effortlessly sent flying by Zod, who was suspended in mid-air, his expression devoid of emotion. Even after transforming into a Super Beast soldier, Zod merely kept his eyes closed, embodying an extraordinary spectacle, not due to his speed, but rather his awakened mental prowess. It is almost unfathomable to consider the augmentation and enhancement that mental power bestows upon Kryptonians. After all, aside from Zod, no other Kryptonian has awakened such abilities. Even Superman possesses only a template of mental prowess, which Zod believes falls considerably short. Zod's mental power allows him to manipulate and absorb cosmic energy, transforming it into various superhuman abilities, including super speed, super strength, heightened perception, energy manipulation, and flight. In the Marvel Universe, cosmic energy is regarded as the pinnacle of power, second only to the Phoenix Force. Most cosmic deities derive their formidable strength from absorbing cosmic energy or possessing means to harness it. Yet, what exhilarates Zod the most is the instantaneous teleportation-like ability his mental power grants him. As long as he can envision, remember, or has visited a location, he can arrive there in an instant, with the only variance being the expenditure of mental energy. The utter domination he exerted over Bronsky was merely an application of his mental power's potential. Zod's mental energy is vast as the ocean, likely surpassing even the most powerful mutants, such as Professor X. It is a veritable treasure trove, and without experience, Zod must explore its depths gradually. Force grip. Zod extended a hand, and Bronsky found himself ensnared by an invisible grip around his throat, struggling as he was lifted off the ground. This sensation was not particularly challenging. Was it due to the sheer magnitude of Zod's mental power? With a casual flick, Zod cast Bronsky aside. The latter, seething with indignation, felt utterly powerless. Under the influence of the mental wave, A mere thought from Zod could compel him to twist his own head in a complete circle, rendering him incapable of retaliation. "How goes the situation with Bucky?" Zod inquired calmly. "They have successfully infiltrated Hydra. However, Bucky has been encased in ice. It is said that the Winter Soldier is only unfrozen for missions and remains encased otherwise to ensure optimal combat readiness." Bronski rose to respond, scoffing at the Winter Soldier's methods. In retrospect, the ominous shadow cast by Hydra upon the world did not seem so formidable after all. The true powerhouse was the World Serpent. Ambitiously, Bronski was dissatisfied with his current position as a commander of the World Serpent SB soldiers. He aspired to ascend to a higher echelon, perhaps even to the mythical Beast God General that Zod occasionally mentioned. Though he was unaware of what a Beast God General entailed, it sounded far more formidable than a Super B Soldier or an Enhanced B Soldier. It is impossible to replace Zod. The existence of the Mind Wave cements Zod's position as the indisputable leader of the World Serpent. However, the role of second-in-command is still up for grabs. Oh, how many Hydra agents have been located thus far? Zod intends to commence with a small faction of Hydra, brainwashing them to develop into subordinates of the World Serpent, gradually consuming the North American Hydra. In due time, the SHIELD Bureau will transform into the World Serpent. Currently, 20 Hydra agents have been identified, and preparations for a capture operation are underway. Bronski, apart from being the instructor for the B soldiers, also serves as the leader of the action team. Yet, due to the undefined structure within the World Serpent, the longevity of this action team remains uncertain. Zod might dissolve it at any moment should he find it troublesome. There is no rush. Every trace must be meticulously eradicated. "We have ample time." Zod remarked that if the World Serpent were to be exposed, he would undoubtedly abandon it and establish a new organization. After concluding his sparring session with Bronski, Dr. Connors, visibly exhilarated, sought out Zod through the Black Queen. "What has you so animated, Dr. Connors?" Zod inquired calmly. "There are new developments regarding the vampire virus. It is truly astounding." Dr. Connors replied with fervor. Zod then proceeded to the biological laboratory, where Dr. Connors elucidated his findings on the vampire virus. The vampire virus is an unprecedentedly potent pathogen, capable of annihilating all known viruses that afflict the human body. It could rightly be termed the king of viruses. "It is nothing short of a panacea," Dr. Connors proclaimed after demonstrating, revealing that all cultivated viruses were effortlessly obliterated by the vampire virus, which swiftly completed cellular infection and transformation. What excites Dr. Connors is the infectious mechanism of the vampire virus. It is unimaginable that such an aggressively invasive virus exists, specifically designed to exterminate other viruses. If its mechanism could be replicated and the adverse effects of cellular transformation could be eliminated, it would be the salvation of humanity. "Calm down, Dr. Connors. You have yet to experiment with leukemia and cancer, correct? Let's see how the vampire virus fares against various human ailments," Zod suggested. Having been exposed to the more advanced medical technologies of Krypton, Zod was not particularly astonished. After all, it was merely a theoretical panacea that had yet to be synthesized. Moreover, overcoming the transformation mechanism of the vampire virus is likely to be a formidable challenge. The virus's formidable capacity against other pathogens may indeed be linked to its transformative prowess. Removing that ability could significantly diminish its efficacy as a viral assassin, reducing it to merely a powerful remedy rather than an all-encompassing cure. Dr. Connors conceded this point. If the vampire virus possessed abilities beyond merely combating viruses, the implications would be unfathomable. Leaving behind the engrossed Dr. Connors, Zod observed Old walk towards him. Since her rescue, Old had been restless, and after years of solitude without romantic involvement, she was uncertain whether what she felt could be classified as love. However, embodying the spirit of a strong woman, Old resolved to take the initiative, for she perceived Zod as a scholarly type, likely consumed by his scientific pursuits. In his eyes, she suspected that no woman could rival the allure of atomic equations. Hence, if she did not make the first move, would she merely wait for Zod to approach her? Yet, before Old could extend an invitation to Zod for a meal as a token of gratitude, he had already assigned her a task. Chapter 36. discovery of the immune body. Although Zod trusted Dr. Otto, he felt the need for someone to monitor the situation closely, to prevent any inadvertent overspending on Otto's part. While Otto was indeed affluent, Zod preferred not to waste resources. As the chief assistant secretary, it was also Old's responsibility to keep a vigilant eye. Otto's laboratory was still under construction. Old was quick to respond. Competition in her field was fierce, and without exceptional performance, job security was tenuous. Thus, she needed to be astute and possess an impeccable memory to justify her substantial salary. Speeding up, Zod considered the instruments and materials he required. With his extraordinary intellect, he had already reserved and addressed these needs. Old reviewed the invoices and personally visited the site to assess the situation, enlisting the help of a close friend from the university for guidance, as she was not well-versed in certain matters. Why are we still researching tritium reactors when we already have palladium reactors? Old posed the question that had long puzzled her. To an outsider, the explanation might be that utilizing multiple elements allows for an inexhaustible energy supply. However, the insider's perspective emphasized that scientific progress cannot merely follow a single path. We require a broader foundation. A singular trajectory could lead to a bottleneck, potentially trapping one for a lifetime, for science evolves like a branching tree. Zod responded earnestly, the palladium reactor is indeed cutting-edge technology. Although the Marvel Universe is rife with advanced technologies, I believe in a grounded approach, and I also wish to ascertain whether the tritium reactor can meet my needs. In fact, Zod was also investigating tritium nuclear fusion. He had perused Dr. Otto's papers and found no logical inconsistencies. Any unforeseen complications were likely due to instability. Next came a matter of secondary krypton. After creating the Black Queen, Zod initiated a series of simulation experiments. The original krypton, which Zod had brought along, had been combined with vibranium to synthesize a super Kryptonian suit, far surpassing the capabilities of the original Krypton. Although Zod was aware of the formula for the original Krypton, he was unable to replicate it within the Marvel Universe. Sir, we have calculated a new alloy formula, which, after testing, has demonstrated an 80 increase in strength compared to secondary Krypton. The Black Queen projected data and experimental simulations while Zod sipped an icy cola, engrossed in the display. Very well, let us designate this alloy as grade kryptonite, he remarked after reviewing the information. Grade kryptonite approaches the strength of vibranium, particularly since the Black Queen possesses both data and physical samples of vibranium. Sir, aside from the alloy, we have unearthed additional information, the Black Queen reported, displaying a grainy video of a man clad in a black trench coat wielding a knife to slay vampires. The footage was remarkably indistinct, resembling something that had been smeared with filth and then ground against concrete for an extended period. Even with the Black Queen's enhancements, clarity remained elusive. However, the Black Queen subsequently projected all available information on the man in black, including his hospital birth records and current status. Blade, Zod recognized the illustrious character. The Black Queen retrieved further data. Nothing on the internet could escape her scrutiny. Yet, this information consisted of cryptic symbols and inscriptions on what appeared to be weathered parchment. Is that Enochian? Zod pondered, recalling more details as his memories resurfaced. He was somewhat familiar with the plot of Blade. If it were indeed Enochian, this would correspond to the narrative of the first Blade film. The plot was relatively straightforward, as it was based on a comic adaptation. The director cleverly showcased the essence of the comic, making it visually captivating. Although the lead actor changed later on, the film remained engaging. The primary antagonist, Deacon Frost, was a half-blood vampire and the leader of North America's half-blood vampires, perpetually at odds with pure-blood vampires. The reasoning was simple. Having transitioned from human to vampire, Deacon Frost believed that humanity would not passively observe the growth of vampires. He surmised they would inevitably retaliate, while the pure-blood vampire elders futilely sought a truce with humanity. Oblivious to the rapid advancements in human technology, would they wait for humanity to turn vampires into mere experiments instead of converting all humans into vampires? Furthermore, he had learned to utilize computers to decipher the Enochian text, which had remained an enigma to this day. This text contained the method for the vampire clan to summon the Blood God. It was revealed that summoning the Blood God required 12 pure-blood vampires and a Daywalker. And the unleashed Blood God would sweep across the globe like a tempest, transforming everyone into vampires. To be frank, disregarding the feasibility of the Blood God, considering the multitude of powerful entities in the Marvel Universe, even Agamotto would thwart such an endeavor, unless the summoned entity was the comic version of Dracula, which would certainly be intriguing. Even if the summoning succeeded in turning the entire world into vampires, a pressing question arose. Where would the sheep be? When everyone becomes a tiger, devoid of sheep and prey, would they not descend into mutual slaughter? Zod found the narrative uninteresting. However, he was intrigued by Blade, particularly because there were no records of illness associated with him. Aside from the record of his birth, there exists no other documentation of his presence in a hospital. He has even been registered as deceased. This is quite astonishing, for even with miraculous remedies, most ailments could escalate to the point of necessitating medical attention. And private physicians are exorbitantly expensive, something Blade, as a man of modest means, could never afford. However, recalling the earlier discoveries made by Dr. Connors, Zod discerned the answer. Blade had transformed into an immune entity. He had developed immunity to all human viruses and diseases. Could it be that the vampire virus within him had undergone a new mutation? After all, Blade was designed to be half human and half vampire, not fully transformed into a vampire. He had fortuitously benefited, possessing the strengths, speed, and regenerative capabilities of a vampire while still retaining his humanity. Yet, he also bore the craving for blood, albeit not to the extent of needing to consume it to survive. Black Queen immediately established a dossier on Blade. Retrieve all surveillance footage. I must ascertain his current whereabouts. Zod surmised that the universal remedy envisioned by Dr. Connors likely resided within Blade. For the sake of humanity, let us have Blade assist in some research. After all, it merely requires sampling, not dissection. Chapter 37. Blood God Dakin Fess was exhilarated. He had finally realized his ambition, colluding with vampires to betray the Pureblood Vampire Council, eliminating Gaudiano, and abducting all 12 elders. The altar was prepared, and Blade had fallen into their trap, having been captured. Tonight, he would ascend as the Blood God, ruling the world. Blade was powerless as the vampires bound him to the altar. Sharp stakes pierced his body, the blood of the Daywalker flowing into the altar, dripping along the designated path onto the foreheads of each pureblood. As the Daywalker's blood was offered to the Blood God, the altar emanated an eerie aura, an energy manifesting within its confines. The 12 purebloods chosen as sacrifices began to undergo grotesque transformations, their bodies fracturing and skeletal forms erupting forth, creating a scene both bizarre and frightful. At that moment, however, the roof was shattered by a tremendous force, and a figure clad in iron armor burst in. While the Black Queen was collecting Blade's whereabouts under Zod's command, she discovered that Blade had already fallen into the hands of the vampires. After informing Zod, who was aware that in the original narrative, Blade ultimately thwarted the Blood God Dakin, he nonetheless arrived fully armed to prevent any unforeseen complications. Not only did he come prepared, but he also brought a substantial supply of anticoagulants. He would not engage in a battle without assurance of victory, for the power of the Kryptonians was merely a final resort. Observing the altar now teeming with flying skeletons, Zod recognized that the narrative had taken a dire turn. Yet, fortunately, Dakin had not yet transformed into the Blood God. Standing at the altar's center, Dakin spotted Zod and hastily commanded his subordinates to thwart this formidable adversary. In response, Zod's visor ignited with a brilliant red glow. Heat vision. The searing heat beam struck Dakin directly, raising the temperature in the vicinity significantly. With a pained cry, Dakin was reduced to ashes. The flying skeletons, having lost their target, circled aimlessly in the air, leaving Zod at a loss regarding their next move. The heat beam swept across, eliminating the remaining vampires to prevent them from transforming into blood gods. Just then, the flying skeletons appeared to have found a new target, all converging upon the blade. "Wait!" Zod exclaimed in urgency. A surge of golden psychic energy erupted from him, cascading toward the skeletons. Those skeletons touched by the psychic force became rigid in mid-air, as if the very air had solidified to bind them. Nonetheless, a few still managed to penetrate the blade's form. Almost immediately, the blade warrior defied gravity, standing upright in a bizarre manner. Zod readied his weapons, prepared to unleash all his anti-blood agents should the blade warrior succumb to the transformation into a blood god. What is happening to me? The blade warrior opened his eyes, bewildered. Had he not been drained to a state of weakness? Why then did he feel an abundance of power coursing through him? Are you all right? Zod inquired, sensing that the blade warrior had not lost his sanity and might be capable of conversation. Who are you? The blade warrior gazed at Zod, amidst the remnants of ashes, evidence of the slain vampires. However, still disoriented from his recent unconsciousness, he was uncertain if this stranger was responsible for the carnage. I am merely a passing superhero. No need to remember my name. However, I believe you ought to have your health examined, Zod asserted with conviction. No need for that. The blade warrior dismissed the suggestion. If you wish to avoid becoming a vampire, it would be wise to heed my advice. I have access to a private hospital that can assist you. Zod extended an earnest invitation. As the skeletons in the air began to dissipate, Zod was astonished that his psychic power had indeed proven effective. After a moment's hesitation, the blade warrior was forcibly escorted away by the enthusiastic Zod, unable to resist, mistakenly believing Zod's armor to be overwhelmingly powerful. Despite it being the early hours of the morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Dr. Connors arrived promptly upon receiving Zod's call, compelled by the mention that Zod might have brought back living material for the universal cure. The blade warrior's black girlfriend was also brought along, concerned for his safety. Upon witnessing the blade's technological domain, her astonishment was palpable. Was he truly affiliated with such a significant industrial entity? Such a prominent figure engaging in these activities? Was he seeking thrills? The blade warrior, anxious, complied with a comprehensive examination. Dr. Connors was meticulous, leaving no sample unexamined. Zod eagerly facilitated a scan of the blade by the Black Queen, acquiring detailed data on the blade warrior. Subsequently, the blade warrior was sent home, instructed to return in a few days for the results. Dr. Connors became engrossed in his relentless research, while Zod found himself considerably more at ease, knowing that with the presence of the Black Queen, he had a general understanding of the blade warrior's condition. This blade warrior, having been pierced by the blood goddess skull, was uncertain whether there was a distinction between its current state and its previous form, at least with the prevailing technology. Such differences remained undetectable. The Black Queen revealed that the blade warrior's cells exhibited an extraordinary level of activity, indicating an outrageously accelerated metabolic rate. Remarkably, under these circumstances, the cells of the blade warrior displayed no limit to their division. They could continue to replicate indefinitely, barring the loss of a portion of these cells, rendering him effectively immortal. Compared to human genetics, the blade warrior possessed merely a 10% genetic divergence, which likely corresponded to vampiric DNA. Intriguingly, this vampiric genetic component was superior to that found in the captured vampire specimens, containing numerous elements absent in other vampire genes. The serum had been successfully synthesized. Dr. Connors was overwhelmed with excitement. The blade warrior was a veritable treasure, potentially resolving diseases that had plagued humanity for millennia. He mused that capturing the blade warrior for breeding should be a priority. Doctor, I have reiterated countless times that experiments necessitate isolation and observation for a period. Do not rush to me with the first specimen you procure, Zod cautioned, expressing concern over Dr. Connors' overzealousness. What if it were to fail? With the assistance of the beastly soldiers, Dr. Connors acquired numerous notorious individuals as experimental subjects who would be implanted with various lethal human viruses or diseases, subsequently injected with the universal serum to ascertain whether it could effectuate a cure or transform them into vampires. Zod designated a year for this observation period, though he acknowledged that a protracted incubation period could prove perilous, advising utmost caution. Chapter 38. The Super Kryptonian Zod felt ill at ease, akin to the disorientation experienced upon his initial adaptation to sunlight on Earth. He surmised that he might be on the brink of awakening a new ability, despite having already unlocked an entire suite of superpowers along with psychic abilities that even Superman lacked. Was it possible to acquire yet another new power? Zod, what troubles you? Old inquired, perceiving Zod's discomfort and mistaking it for illness. I am well. I merely require some sunlight, Zod replied, rejecting Old's offer of support. Asserting he was not yet so weakened. Black Queen, establish surveillance over my body. I must be informed of any changes that occur. Zod retreated to a specially designated room, where brilliant sunlight streamed in. He reclined on the bed, basking in the sun's warmth, and succumbed to sleep. The Black Queen commenced scanning Zod's body, meticulously documenting the subtle transformations. In his dreams, Zod felt as though he had returned to the amniotic fluid, a sensation foreign to him due to the asexual reproduction of Kryptonians, rendering him devoid of any maternal experience. Nonetheless, it was a marvel in its own right. His body was evolving at an astonishing pace. When Zod regained consciousness, he became aware of the extraordinary powers he had acquired. A smirk graced his lips as he realized the nature of his newfound abilities. Perhaps he could now be referred to as a humanoid vibranium. His new power enabled him to absorb all forms of energy and convert it into his own, allowing him to release that energy at will. This ability rendered Zod capable of withstanding attacks to grow stronger. Each blow he received only fortified him further. By absorbing kinetic energy and all other forms of energy, he could enhance his physique, strength, and speed. This enhancement was permanent. He could also transform the absorbed energy into various outputs, adding a third means of energy projection to his arsenal, alongside heat vision and freeze breath. This energy could manifest as thermal, kinetic, electrical, wind energy, and more. The Kryptonian's indomitable steel body and biofield previously allowed Zod to disregard all physical assaults. Now, with the advent of energy absorption, he could remain immovable, impervious to harm. Mentally, he possessed psychic powers that alleviated any fears of being controlled, leaving only the enigmatic forces to be concerned about. It was astonishing that the solar power of Marvel could induce such profound changes in a Kryptonian. Zod mused that he was now not far removed from being compared to the super Kryptonian. Hell, even if his raw power had yet to reach similar heights. He felt he had earned the title of super Kryptonian himself. There was no telling whether he would awaken further abilities. But this latest power of energy absorption had certainly equipped him to transcend Earth's gravitational pull. Long yearning to do so, Zod wasted no time in soaring into the sky, all the while instructing Black Queen to erase any trace of his actions, such as temporarily obscuring satellite surveillance. The shockwaves produced by his flight were absorbed into his being, augmenting his strength. The thermal energy generated by breaking the sound barrier was similarly absorbed without incident, and soon Zod breached the atmosphere, entering the vast expanse of space. The vacuum of the cosmos differs greatly from what humanity perceives as a vacuum, while the latter denotes a complete absence of gas. The former is fraught with lethal cosmic radiation and dust. Fortunately, for Zod, who had awakened energy absorption, this cosmic radiation was merely a boon. He liberated his biofield, allowing his corporeal form to be exposed to the vacuum of space. At that moment, the sun shone directly upon North America, and Zod felt the invigorating rays strengthen his body at a visibly rapid pace. Though he was tempted to draw closer to the sun, he restrained himself, fully aware of the fate that befell Superman. Overexposure to the sun had led to an overwhelming influx of energy that he could not assimilate, leaving him with but a day to live. It is worth noting that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by Lex Luthor. Zod basked in the sunlight, only returning to Earth after 100 hours. The Blade Technology Industries remained unfazed by Zod's brief disappearance. After all, he frequently sequestered himself in the laboratory for days on end, and this occasion was merely viewed as another instance of his typical behavior. While the sun, apart from the red sun, served as a significant boon and a source of power for Kryptonians, it did not facilitate an immediate enhancement of strength. Zod had acquired a new ability, necessitating his prolonged absence, and now he was fully charged with energy, requiring time to assimilate it. Sir, we have encountered an unexpected situation, the Black Queen suddenly announced after Zod had been occupied for some time. What unexpected situation? Zod inquired, adjusting the machinery. The Black Queen projected a video, revealing an enormous green behemoth wreaking havoc in a laboratory. Hulk, Zod remarked, his interest piqued as it appeared this Hulk was freshly born. The Black Queen then provided a map. Although the green giant had just come into existence and possessed the intellect of a child, it retaliated immediately when attacked, only to lose interest and flee. However, under the subconscious influence of Banner, the Hulk did not rampage through the city, but instead retreated to a secluded wilderness, leaving Zod bemused by the existence of such vast terrain nearby. At that moment, Bruce Banner was awakening from his confusion amidst a torrential downpour, clad only in a pair of oversized trousers, as his clothing had been torn apart due to his transformation. Fortunately, he quickly recalled the circumstances that led to his current predicament and the ensuing troubles. Just then, a figure materialized before him. With the convenience of mental teleportation, Zod merely needed a glance to appear in that location. Although it expended considerable mental energy, basking in the sun would restore him. "Who are you?" Banner exclaimed, startled, as this world had yet to witness the emergence of a plethora of superheroes and supervillains. Even Nick Fury, who had encountered Captain Marvel, was not prone to casual revelations, making Zod's sudden appearance utterly astonishing to Banner. "Dr. Banner, I'm here to assist you," Zod replied with a smile, contemplating whether he could land a blow on the Hulk. "Stay away from me. I do not require your assistance," Banner retorted, turning to flee. Overwhelmed with emotion and acutely aware of the impending turmoil, he was naturally reluctant to trust a stranger. Zod, utilizing his X-ray vision, observed Banner's accelerated heartbeat and the surge of adrenaline. A little more stimulation, and the Hulk would emerge. Chapter 39. Confrontation. "Do not approach me," Bruce Banner exclaimed, feeling a sudden warmth enveloping him, causing him to lose his rationality. To Zod's eyes, Bruce Banner abruptly transformed into a vibrant green, his physique expanding rapidly until he became a colossal entity. Should I scream, or perhaps utter an "oh my god" at this moment? Zod mused, gazing up at the green giant, then proceeded to jest. Though it is expected that Zod would employ his telekinetic abilities to pacify the Hulk and prevent him from rampaging, his personal approach was motivated not only by his interest in the nuclear physicist Banner, but also by a desire for confrontation. "Hulk!" The green giant roared at Zod, though his intent was not to inflict harm, as Zod had not intended any malice towards him either. At this moment, Hulk's thoughts remained rather simplistic. After a brief moment of mutual stare-down, Zod extended a hand and flicked his fingers against the Hulk's chest. Boom! The Hulk was sent flying, crashing through countless trees before he finally came to a halt. Enraged, Hulk's form slightly expanded. "Hulk!" The green giant leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Zod's head. Yet Zod stood unyielding, the ground beneath him unscathed, for all the shockwaves and kinetic energy were absorbed entirely. The Hulk's fist, on the other hand, contorted as if a mere mortal had struck impenetrable steel, resulting in a broken hand. With a pained roar, the Hulk observed Zod's eyes glowing with a crimson light. A searing heat vision struck the Hulk, effortlessly melting through his seemingly invulnerable skin, penetrating deep into his flesh and directly piercing his body. The Hulk's fury intensified, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his form growing even more robust. He seized a massive tree and swung it forcefully towards Zod. Zod did not even bother to defend himself. The tree shattered upon impact with him. Confused, the Hulk glanced at the remnants of the tree in his hands. Crackle! Zod extended his hand, converting his inner energy into electrical power, unleashing a bolt of lightning at the Hulk. Roar! The Hulk trembled under the electric shock, but he quickly broke free. However, Zod was swifter, transforming his energy into wind energy and summoning a colossal hurricane in an instant. As the Hulk struggled to grasp the ground, he was swiftly engulfed by the tempest. The surrounding air was drawn into the hurricane, rapidly escalating it from a gigantic whirlwind to an extraordinarily massive one. Helpless, the Hulk spun within the hurricane. This cataclysmic Category 6 storm, influenced by Black Queen, went unnoticed. After all, humanity's recognized highest category of hurricane is Category 5. If a Category 6 were to be discovered, it would surely terrify the United States. Zod, now a personified natural disaster, did not harbor any delusions of invincibility. He found himself constrained at this juncture, aware that ascending further would lead to a god-level status. The duration to achieve such a level remaining uncertain, especially as god-level beings were plentiful in the Marvel Universe, rendering it rather unremarkable. I suppose this could be considered a manifestation of soft overcoming hard. Observing the immensely powerful Hulk rendered powerless by the invisible winds, Zod felt that his mastery of this principle had reached an elevated level. Nodding in satisfaction, he continued to watch as the Hulk spun, only to realize that not only was the green giant not becoming dizzy, but rather his size seemed to be increasing. After all, the newly emerged green giant is not easily subdued, embodying boundless potential. Thus, Zod absorbed a substantial amount of wind energy, causing the hurricane to dissipate. As the green giant touched down, he lunged at Zod like a ferocious beast. Zod welcomed the challenge, landing a powerful punch to the giant's chest, which sank deeply into him. Following this, he executed a shoulder throw, slamming the green giant onto the ground. Although Zod is not a soldier by profession on Krypton, he has implanted the Codex of Life within himself, granting him limitless possibilities and, consequently, the strength of a warrior. Coupled with his super intellect, he effortlessly mastered Earth combat techniques within an hour. Before the green giant could fully recover from the slam, Zod lifted him up and executed a brutal backbreaker. A sickening crack echoed as Zod viciously shattered the giant's spine. Utilizing the technique of tendon separation from his eagle claw, Zod's iron-like physique made this maneuver particularly terrifying. The green giant let out a series of agonized howls. Had it not been for his remarkable regenerative abilities, he would have been utterly incapacitated. After dislocating all 18 major joints of the green giant, he collapsed to the ground, groaning. Although his eyes were bloodshot, he remained powerless against Zod. With his X-ray vision, Zod swiftly assessed the green giant's internal condition, astonished to find that even such a grievous injury could be rapidly healed. Truly, he was a monster. The green giant, indignant and unrelenting, had never suffered such a defeat. Despite the prolonged struggle, he had yet to witness Zod in a compromising position. He was the one enduring the losses. Suddenly, Zod unleashed a freezing breath, freezing the moisture in the air. The green giant was instantly encased in ice. At this moment, Zod began to channel cosmic energy with his mental prowess, summoning Captain Marvel's photon energy into his hands. He released a wave of photon energy, striking the icy form of the green giant. Instead of exploding, the beam propelled him backward, causing immense suffering. Hulk! The green giant roared. But before he could continue, Zod telepathically gripped his massive head and slammed it into the ground. Can't you come up with another line? Come on, say it to me. Zod seized the green giant's head and declared, Zod is the most handsome and powerful. Boom! To ensure the green giant would remember this statement, Zod drove him into the earth, then, with bare hands, broke through the surface. A colossal green arm reached out, attempting to pull Zod into an embrace. Yet Zod stood firm, unmoved. Despite the green giant exerting all his strength, he could not budge Zod. Instead, Zod grasped the giant's arm, giving a gentle tug that sent dirt flying, launching the green giant into the sky. In an instant, Zod teleported above the green giant, raising his right leg to deliver a devastating axe kick. The indomitable bones of the Hulk shattered directly beneath Zod's right leg. The gravitational acceleration from Zod's Newtonian punches caused the Hulk to crash into the ground, creating a gaping crater several hundred meters in diameter and several meters deep. The resultant shockwave violently ruptured the Hulk's internal organs, and he lay on the ground, expelling fragments of his innards and a green, highly radioactive blood infused with gamma rays. Chapter 40. New Element Become. Hulk, I wish to be your friend. After a cordial exchange, Zod employed his mental prowess to soothe the Hulk, ensuring that this potentially limitless force was not intimidated. Should the Hulk falter, his capacity to grow stronger with anger would be lost. Calmed by Zod's influence, the Hulk fell into a deep slumber, reverting to Bruce Banner. Zod transported Bruce Banner back to the base of Blade Technology Industries, where Dr. Connors took charge of him and proceeded with a blood draw. Be cautious. He is radiating high levels of gamma rays, Zod cautioned Dr. Connors, wary of the risk of radiation sickness. Although Dr. Connors had transformed into a beastly soldier, it did not imply he could withstand prolonged exposure to gamma radiation. Dr. Connors nodded, donned protective gear, and began his research. The Hulk's formidable power ignited excitement within Zod. If a serum could be developed from the Hulk's blood, he could command an army of Hulks. The mere thought was exhilarating. After all, an army of Hulks could dominate the universe, rendering the three great empires and the dark cults utterly powerless. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Dr. Connors remained motionless, and suddenly, a figure clad in a vibrant orange cloak appeared. "Cease your actions. You are gravely affecting the future," declared the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, addressing Zod. Throughout previous conflicts involving war machines, secondary Kryptonian threats, reactor cores, vitamins, and even beastly soldiers, Ancient One had refrained from intervening. However, the research on the Hulk was a different matter. At that instant, the future unraveled, and Ancient One lost her ability to foresee what was to come. "Who are you?" Zod recognized the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, but feigned ignorance, acting as if it were their first encounter. "I am a sorcerer, Mr. Zod. I implore you to abandon your studies on the Hulk," she replied, her gleaming bald head captivating attention. "Very well," Zod acquiesced, understanding that he was no match for Ancient One and relinquishing his ambition for a Hulk army. Ancient One was not surprised. Zod appeared to be the type who recognized when to yield. After offering an apology, she departed. Time resumed its flow, and Dr. Connors stood bewildered in place, realizing that both the Hulk's blood and Bruce Banner had vanished. "What just happened?" Dr. Connors inquired in astonishment, only to find Zod wearing a displeased expression. "No matter. Continue your research on the beastly soldiers," Zod stated before vanishing in an instant. He did not express a desire to study magic at Kamar Taj, for in the Marvel Universe, the practice of magic necessitates a cost. Otherwise, even if one were to recite incantations flawlessly, the spells would remain unyielding. The power acquired through sacrifice can ultimately exact a toll on the soul. Even though Kamar Taj employs the white magic of the Vishani Triad, it still demands a price, with the distinction lying solely in the magnitude of that cost. Furthermore, the notion of Kryptonians having a weakness to magic is merely a trope, not an indication of genuine frailty. Since the Ancient One forbade him from researching the Hulk, Zod could instead investigate the Red Hulk. After all, it suffices that General Ross be exposed to gamma radiation. By following this formula to create a Red Hulk, he could then study it, confident that he would indeed succeed in manifesting the Red Hulk. However, these considerations are secondary. Zod has now infiltrated Tony Stark's residence, with the Black Queen obscuring J.A. Hervé's perception. Through scanning the layout of Stark Industries, Zod has acquired the particle structure of a new element. It is truly remarkable. Upon returning home, Zod commenced his research. The periodic table of elements on Krypton differs significantly from that of Earth, though some elements are shared. This new element, however, is unknown to Zod, making it difficult to fathom how Howard Stark initially discovered it. With knowledge of the particle structure, the subsequent fabrication becomes considerably easier. By bombarding with rays from naturally radioactive elements, new elements can be synthesized with the aid of an accelerator. This new element can indeed be regarded as an isotope of the energy from the Tesseract. It is likely that the molecular structure of the Tesseract's energy was analyzed to unveil this new element. Otherwise, in the primitive conditions of Earth, it would have been improbable to discover elements native to non-natural environments. In truth, the process of creating new elements is the least scientific of all. It is well known that when particles are shattered, a sufficient quantity of fragments may reassemble to form a new atomic nucleus. When this nucleus achieves a stable weight, a new element is born. However, in reality, new elements cannot truly stabilize. Most newly created elements exist for only a billionth of a second before decaying. Due to this instability, it is exceedingly challenging for humanity to replicate Tony Stark's ability to store new elements within his arc reactor, especially considering that in the film, they must be transported at speeds approaching that of light. Two aspects of the original narrative are particularly outrageous. First, Stark could not possibly remain in the same room as the accelerator, as he would be exposed to intense radiation. Second, the generated beam of elements could not possibly travel in a single direction. Imagine when two cars collide. Do all the fragments fly to one side or scatter across the ground? If two objects collide head-on, the expelled portions typically do not all veer to one side. In the original plot, when Stark collided two particle beams, all the particle streams advanced in one direction, violating the law of conservation of momentum. This is a significant error, as the principle of momentum conservation has been applied by humanity for 4 centuries. Furthermore, if Stark were to utilize an excess of magnets to concentrate and launch the particle beam, Zod might find it somewhat plausible. However, it would undoubtedly be impossible with merely a wrench. From a scientific perspective, such synthesis is unattainable due to the limited instrumentation and energy at his disposal. Incorporating additional protons into an existing atomic nucleus is virtually inconceivable, as synthesizing new elements in a laboratory typically necessitates several accelerators and industrial-grade electricity. Moreover, any newly synthesized element should logically be positioned towards the end of the periodic table, where elements yet to be named reside. A glance at the latest periodic table reveals that Stark's purported new element possesses a greater number of protons than those listed, which implies that such heavy elements would, under normal circumstances, undergo continuous decay, emitting radiation that is indeed lethal. The notion that Stark would don merely goggles without protective gear is tantamount to courting disaster. However, one might also contemplate that Stark has merely stored an immense amount of energy in a triangular configuration, akin to a battery, albeit with an astonishing capacity of 10 joules. The rays may have excited the material constituting the triangle into a stable, excited state, thus allowing for energy provision. One could reference the scene in Iron Man 3 where Stark charges his armor as a basis for this. Therefore, it is conceivable that this substance might represent an isotope or a stable ionic state of a certain element, storing considerable energy through high-energy particle beams, though the exact nature of this matter remains ambiguous. Chapter 41. The superhuman project. The element depicted in the film is portrayed as a stable, non-radioactive transition element, utilized as a catalyst. In reality, according to Mendeleev's periodic law, the 118th element has been synthesized, and all preceding elements in the periodic table are fully accounted for. Subsequent discoveries of elements have revealed significant radioactivity and extremely short half-lives, decaying almost instantaneously upon synthesis, rendering the existence of such an element as shown in the film impossible. This is fundamental knowledge from high school chemistry. While it is referred to as a new element, the data model suggests it is, in fact, a spherical polymeric composite, which cannot be classified within the periodic table. To create a new element, it must necessarily exist outside the confines of the periodic table, implying that the proton count in its nucleus would exceed that of any listed element. It is well established that as the proton count increases, the stability of the element diminishes. The artificially produced elements towards the end of the periodic table exist for mere seconds. Even if such an element could be created, its radioactivity would surely surpass that of the palladium Stark originally employed, meaning, in essence, that Stark's demise would be hastened. As for the notion that the new element is an isotope of the space stone, do you understand what an isotope is? Isotopes share the same proton count but differ in neutron count. Only elements with differing proton counts are classified as distinct elements. If Stark merely altered the neutron count of the highly radioactive palladium, it would not constitute a new element, and its radioactivity would remain exceedingly high. The most quintessential example that comes to mind is the fact that we are all aware that substances in nature that emit light are typically radioactive. The new element is remarkably luminous, even before undergoing any reactions in a reactor. Yet, Zod successfully synthesized this new element, a process that unfolded within the confines of his own ignorance. He was baffled as to how he achieved such a feat. Originally intending to follow the established narrative to demonstrate its impossibility, he was astonished to find himself successful. Why? Zod could not fathom the reasons. But now that the new element had been synthesized, he chose not to dwell on such complex inquiries. He decided to name this new element after himself, zodium. The emergence of this new element necessitated a corresponding code to match it. Naturally, the rules for this classification had to be established by the discoverer himself. Just as Dmitry Mendeleev's formulation of the periodic table was essential, without which later generations could not categorize newly discovered elements according to their inherent properties. However, this new element was not part of Mendeleev's periodic table, nor could it be classified according to Kryptonian standards. Zod had no intention of publicizing the molecular composition of this new element. While doing so could immortalize his name, he sought no such glory, as he was destined to live for an extensive duration. To prevent Tony Stark from potentially replicating zodium, Zod publicly announced his creation of the new element, disclosing most of the evidence and data, save for the molecular structure. This revelation naturally caused a stir, leading to the development of reactors utilizing this new element, which, like zodium itself, was based on cold fusion. The scientific community was abuzz, and for the first time, Zod's name entered the consciousness of eminent researchers. Prior to this, even his revolutionary contributions to materials science and his role in igniting a global arms race had not garnered significant attention. Yet this was a new element. However, Zod's reluctance to fully disclose the new element sparked discontent among some researchers. The potential for this element to propel humanity forward was immense. Zod, indifferent to the self-righteous indignation of those who sought to coerce him into altruism, respected those who acted selflessly but had no desire to conform to that ideal. After having Old register the patent with the data, he chose to disengage from the matter. Old found himself at a loss for words to describe such a genius. At merely 20 years of age, Zod had discovered and synthesized a new element. What groundbreaking inventions might he unveil next? Tony Stark, poised to unleash his own innovations, fell into silence upon reading the news. A new element? The discovery of an element holds immeasurable significance for the advancement of human civilization. Are the youth of today truly so audacious? However, Tony Stark remained undeterred, firmly believing himself to be the most brilliant mind. After all, what was a new element? He could achieve that too. Tony Stark regained his resolve. Meanwhile, the international community began to pay closer attention to Zod. Initially, there were minor maneuvers from the United States, but those ceased entirely. It would be irrational to persecute a genius capable of benefiting all humanity. Sir, we have identified a target, the Black Queen remarked as Zod conducted his research. What target? Zod inquired. The target of the Overhuman Project, Jessica Jones, the Black Queen replied. Jessica Jones, originally named Jessica Campbell, was a high school classmate of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, during a family trip to Disneyland. A quarrel between her and her brother in the backseat distracted their father, leading to their vehicle colliding with a military truck laden with radioactive chemicals. The entire family was exposed to radiation, resulting in their demise, leaving only Jessica alive. She was subsequently hospitalized and fell into a coma for several months. Upon awakening, she discovered she had acquired the ability to fly and extraordinary strength. Eventually, Jessica was adopted by the Jones family and took on the name Jessica Jones. Zod was eager to obtain the cargo of chemicals to ascertain what could induce such mutations. However, he realized that it was futile and deemed it more prudent to seek possibilities within Jessica Jones herself. At that moment, Jessica Jones remained unconscious in the hospital. It was not until the Fantastic Four confronted the Planet Devourer near her hospital that Jessica would awaken from her slumber. Presently, a comatose high school girl, now an orphan, was effortlessly taken away by Blade Technology Industries. Since she had not yet been adopted by the Jones family, she was still referred to as Jessica Campbell. Black Queen, scan her physical condition, but do not provoke her, Zod instructed. His X-ray vision penetrated the hospital gown and Jessica Campbell's flesh, revealing the tumultuous changes occurring within her. He then communicated to the Black Queen, "Understood, sir." The Black Queen immediately commenced the scan and began compiling Jessica Campbell's profile. Chapter 42. A major incident. The Black Queen quickly completed the analysis and established Jessica Campbell's personal file. If they were on Krypton or aboard a spacecraft, they would likely have already begun simulating Jessica Campbell's genes. For now, They could only attempt manual sampling to see if cultivation was feasible. Having not disturbed Jessica's tranquil self-transformation, Zod shifted to a standard laboratory to monitor her condition, subsequently turning his attention to the company's operational status. Although he trusted Old and the Black Queen, he felt compelled to review it for the sake of personal fulfillment. The sales of vitamins have been remarkably successful, establishing themselves as a flagship product of Blade Technology Industries, though it is worth noting that the company boasts several such flagship offerings. Recently, Old has reached out to multiple pharmaceutical manufacturing bases to discuss acquisition deals, as over 50% of the population in America has begun using vitamins, effectively sweeping through all potential consumers. The remaining individuals are either unable to afford the $500 per bottle price tag or are simply unaware of their existence. In other words, the American market has become saturated, leading to the downfall of numerous health supplement companies. Old's timing in pursuing acquisitions feels rather opportunistic, yet considering the possibility of bankruptcy and substantial debts, selling may prove to be a more prudent choice, particularly as Old's offers, while diminished from their peak, remain relatively fair. Now, Blade Technology Industries harbors grand ambitions to expand its vitamin market globally. There are already smugglers transporting vitamins to other countries, and due to the nature of the product, most nations do not classify this as a crime when apprehended. Additionally, there are pest control medications targeting cockroaches, mosquitoes, mice, and flies. The sales of these pest control products far exceed those of vitamins, with profits significantly surpassing those generated from vitamin sales. This is attributed to their undeniable efficacy, coupled with the fact that America grapples with considerable hygiene issues, which has resulted in sales figures far beyond Old's expectations, compelling him to acknowledge this seemingly inconspicuous profit margin. Once this profit potential was uncovered, Old realized it was even more lucrative than arms dealing. He sought out several pharmaceutical manufacturing bases to expand production capacity, with plans already printed and ready for Zod's review, though Zod has yet to find the time to examine them. I neglected to label the vitamins with tags indicating their benefits for enhancing vitality, beauty, and breast augmentation. Upon noticing that vitamin sales lagged behind pest control medications, Zod promptly made a note of this, intending for the Black Queen to send it directly to Old's phone. He was not being dishonest, as vitamins are indeed derived from various beneficial nutrients for the human body, qualifying them as a potent supplement, especially when cloned and cultivated, eliminating the need for raw materials. As for secondary monetization, it is unnecessary to delve further. The orders from Poseidon in America are already lined up. Next on the agenda is the war machine. In the context of contemporary scientific advancements, war machines are exceedingly valuable, particularly on the battlefield, where they possess formidable tactical and strategic significance, facilitating decapitation strikes against adversaries with unparalleled success. The greatest advantage of war machines lies not in speed, firepower, or defense, but rather in their capacity for wholesale production. This distinguishes them from the super soldier serum products, such as Captain America and the Hulk, which have become unique and irreplaceable due to various constraints. However, Old has informed Zod that Stark Industries has also developed war machines, albeit under the moniker of Iron Armor. The legal teams of Blade Technology and Stark Industries have engaged in a fierce battle. However, the audacity of capitalists is indeed remarkable. Following their defeat in the Los Angeles court, Stark Industries shifted their appeal to the courts of New York City, where the conflict continued. It is apparent to any discerning observer that Stark Industries is prepared to engage in this relentless contest, as they have the financial means to endure it. The cost of litigation is trivial compared to the profits from a single Iron Man suit, which they can easily recoup, and more. The United States discreetly supports Stark Industries, seizing the opportunity to undermine Blade Technology. Naturally, this suppression cannot be excessively blatant, as there are concerns regarding Blade Technology's delayed public offering and the global sale of the war machine. What if they inadvertently drive Zod away? Who would be held accountable? Given Stark Industries' military stake, they cannot afford to distribute Iron Man suits worldwide like Blade Technology does. All their models are sold exclusively to the United States. Zod, indifferent to Stark Industries' bold maneuvers, merely contacted Bucky. At this juncture, Bucky has taken control of a Hydra division, all of whose members have transitioned into the ranks of World Snake, although none have yet become beastly soldiers. Bucky, assist me in abducting Tony Stark and transporting him to the Middle East for the 10 Rings to take over, Zod instructed. He believes that Tony Stark's current obsession with profit is detrimental, although the timeline has not yet reached the commencement of the original plot. He sees an opportunity to guide Stark towards becoming the exemplary Iron Man ahead of schedule. Abducting Tony Stark proves to be exceedingly simple at that moment. He is preoccupied with 2 cover model sisters in a compromising situation. Upon learning his location, Bucky and his team stormed in, swiftly neutralizing Stark's bodyguards. The sudden crash startled Stark, causing him to collapse in shock, while the 2 models screamed and embraced each other in terror. "Is this Tony Stark?" Bucky inquired. "No." At ISNT, Stark attempted to evade detection, only to be hoisted up by Bucky, unceremoniously stripped of his pants and unceremoniously stuffed into a black vehicle for departure. In the aftermath, the scene was sealed off by police, military, and agents, with SHIELD operatives displaying grim expressions. The hotel's surveillance system had inexplicably lost footage from that critical time, and all guests present had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving no witnesses. Clearly, those orchestrating this operation were exceptionally cautious and likely had a top-tier hacker providing cover, as the street cameras also failed to capture the relevant footage. Coulson reported to Nick Fury, "What do you suspect is behind this?" Fury, visibly troubled, asked Coulson for his opinion. "I'm not certain. It could be retaliation from Blade technology, or perhaps kidnappers targeting the Stark family's wealth," Coulson replied, noting the scant evidence at the scene, which hindered their ability to find any leads. Nick Fury, inherently suspicious and cautious, is acutely aware of the ongoing legal disputes between Blade Industries and Stark Industries, a matter that has become public knowledge. Given the circumstances, it is entirely plausible that Blade Industries may resort to nefarious means of retaliation. I extend my gratitude to those who have generously supported me with their tokens, particularly for my affinity for double happiness and floating life. Additionally, dear friends, I have another significant push scheduled for the 6th, so I humbly seek your support for this week's promotions and the Sci-Fi Channel recommendations. Chapter 43. The Abduction of the Great Excrement. If indeed it is Zod Hise who is behind this, we are in serious trouble. Although Nick Fury is reluctant to accept this possibility, he has nonetheless activated Natasha, who has infiltrated Blade Industries under the guise of a senior assistant. Upon receiving her assignment, Natasha, known as Natalie, found the challenge alluring, as she was to investigate secrets before even becoming a pivotal figure herself. The Black Widow, Natasha, whose full name is Natalia Alienovna Romanova, was born in 1928 in Stalingrad, Soviet Union. Trained from a young age by Soviet operatives, her body was augmented by the Soviet government to significantly slow her aging process, enhance her immune system, and bolster her resilience to physical harm. Coupled with years of rigorous physical and mental training, she has evolved into a lethal force akin to a deadly Black Widow spider. After betraying the Soviet spy organization known as the Red Room, she joined the Avengers, being only 8 years junior to Captain America. In the year 2000, the turn of the millennium, one can imagine the age of the Black Widow. According to comic lore, she had once shared a romantic entanglement with the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, during their time in the Soviet Union, a relationship that was deemed unacceptable by their nation. She was compelled to sever ties with Bucky and marry test pilot Alexei Shostakovich. Despite this marriage being orchestrated by her superiors, Natasha fell genuinely in love with Alexei. Tragically, she soon received news of his demise during a rocket test, plunging her into deep sorrow and prompting her return to her duties. Subsequently, Natasha became the quintessential Black Widow, undertaking various missions to infiltrate Western social circles, using her allure to seduce scientists into defection for the benefit of the Soviet Union. Cautiously, Natasha approached an area within the company that was strictly off-limits, a zone even her superior, Old, was forbidden to access. She surmised that if any secrets lay hidden, they would likely reside there. If Zod Hise were indeed responsible for the abduction of Tony Stark, it was conceivable that Stark himself might be within that restricted area. Unbeknownst to her, as she drew near, she was detected by the Black Queen, who promptly informed Zod. Intrigued, Zod observed through a pinhole camera, noting the striking beauty of the woman before him, though her appearance did not resemble that of Scarlet, thus failing to register her identity. A female operative? Zod watched with keen interest, eager to see how this captivating agent would navigate the traps he had set. The 50mm thick secondary kryptonite door left Black Widow at a loss. With insufficient intelligence, she had no idea how to open it. She speculated that it must be some incomprehensible high-tech mechanism, especially since Zod has been universally acknowledged as the sole genius of this century. Blade Technology Industries has become a coveted destination for many researchers, a privilege previously exclusive to Stark Industries. Black Widow retrieved a miniature camera to document every corner, hoping that upon her return, the SHLD scientists could analyze a way to unlock the door. Unbeknownst to her, a laser corridor lay behind it, unless she were possessed by Alice. The absence of a protagonist's halo would lead to her demise without any understanding of the cause. Zod, however, remained unperturbed. After retracting his gaze, he commenced his own research. Mechanical soldiers. This was a type of combat weapon once utilized by Krypton to assist its inhabitants in battle. Despite the Kryptonians being numerous, their population was insufficient to conquer 100,000 worlds, hence the necessity for mechanical soldiers to aid in governance and management, controlled by powerful artificial intelligence. These mechanical soldiers possessed exceptional management and assistance capabilities. Since Zod had successfully created the Black Queen, a potent AI, he would naturally not overlook the mechanical soldiers. Due to technological constraints, the soldiers he produced were merely passable. Each mechanical soldier was equipped with 4 multi-barrel machine guns and a 75mm recoilless cannon mounted on its shoulder, supported by 6-legged mechanical appendages capable of adapting to any combat environment. On Krypton, these mechanical soldiers were powered by miniature hydrogen energy cells. However, Zod now had a superior alternative, the Zod Elemental Fusion Reactor. This singular device could fulfill all energy requirements for the mechanical soldiers until their eventual decommissioning, enabling them to transform into agile steel spiders under the robust energy supply. The exterior armor consisted of secondary kryptonite, enhancing defensive capabilities, although due to its exorbitant cost, primary kryptonite was not utilized for these soldiers. Zod's creation of mechanical soldiers was solely for the benefit of the Chitauri and Thanos' Dark Cult. The war machines were a diluted version, yet still afforded nations the ability to protect themselves, preventing them from being utterly defenseless. Tony Stark found himself in an unfortunate predicament, as Zod opted not to hand him over to the Ten Rings, fearing potential complications. Instead, he sought individuals to impersonate Middle Eastern terrorists. He demanded the creation of war machines in exchange for Stark's freedom. An elderly white man named Lofi, who had supplanted Insun, addressed Tony Stark amidst the grandiose claims of the supposed terrorist. Stark was resolute. He would not comply. He understood this all too well and lamented his misfortune, questioning why he was subjected to such adversity. If one desired to create war machines, they should apprehend Zod. After all, his own invention was the Iron Suit. Yet, the question lingered. Why had Zod not been abducted? The reasons are not lost on Tony Stark, for Zod has always maintained his integrity, unlike Stark, who indulges in the frivolities of life with glamorous models and hotels, while Zod remains immersed in his laboratory. Initially, Stark believed that Zod lacked an appreciation for enjoyment. However, he now perceives Zod as possessing a remarkable foresight. Simultaneously, Stark discovers an alarming number of Stark Industries weapons within the terrorist stronghold. How could Stark Industries armaments fall into the hands of terrorists? Stark's emotions are tumultuous. He suspects a traitor within Stark Industries, one of considerable rank. Yet, he has yet to cast suspicion upon Obadiah, especially given that Obadiah has suffered grievous injuries, losing a hand and a leg, and is currently a hostage himself. The chaos within Stark Industries is palpable, and Stark does not suspect Obadiah at this moment, particularly as the Iron Man suit requires his expertise for production. It is worth noting that, thus far, only one suit has been constructed. Chapter 44. Blade Technology Industries prevails others, despite acquiring the prototype. Could manage little more than crafting an exterior shell, for they lack the capability to produce the core and the arc reactor. Frustration consumes Obadiah as he desperately seeks to locate Tony Stark. Had Zod handed Stark over to the Ten Rings, it is conceivable that they might have returned him, unaware that Stark had already developed the Iron Man suit for sale. However, Zod anticipated this possibility and thus had his transformed soldiers masquerade as terrorists. Each day, they dutifully escort Stark outdoors, allowing him glimpses of the suffering endured by ordinary civilians oppressed by those wielding Stark Industries weaponry. Tony Stark's emotional journey has transitioned from anger to anxiety, and now to guilt, regret, and anguish. He has always believed his weapons supported anti-terrorism efforts, yet they are now wielded by terrorists to harm the innocent. This distinguishes Stark from other arms dealers. He retains a rare innocence. His emergence as a hero is not mere happenstance. The conditions were ripe, awaiting only the spark of activation. Zod had initially worried that Stark might not yet be prepared to experience this awakening, but witnessing Stark's reaction dispels his concerns. It is inevitable that Tony Stark will become Iron Man, though he must endure further trials and tribulations. Zod mused to himself. In the wake of Tony Stark's disappearance, Zod was summoned for questioning, as he was the prime suspect. However, he defended himself, asserting that Blade Technology Industries is merely an ordinary tech conglomerate, incapable of orchestrating terrorist attacks or abductions. With ample financial resources at his disposal, he enlisted an elite team of lawyers, ultimately achieving a favorable verdict. Nick Fury at S.H.I.L.D. kept a vigilant eye on Zod's every move, monitoring his signals, yet remained oblivious to the fact that these were mere decoys devised by the Black Queen to confuse him. In a twist of fate, it was S.H.I.L.D. that fell victim to the Black Queen's eavesdropping. After several days without any sign of Tony Stark, and with no communication from the kidnappers, who had not even attempted to extort a ransom, many had resigned themselves to the grim possibility that Stark might have met his demise. Consequently, Stark Industries began to suffer a decline in stock prices. Meanwhile, external observers perceived that the protracted legal battle between Blade Tech Industries and Stark Industries was decidedly leaning in favor of the former, resulting in Blade Tech Industries being awarded a staggering $800 million in compensation due to Stark Industries' inability to produce Iron Man suits, leading the military to abandon Stark in favor of Blade Tech. It appeared that Stark Industries had softened its stance, refraining from pursuing appeals in various courts, as differing state laws might have offered a glimmer of hope for a favorable outcome. In truth, Obadiah had shattered everything within his office out of frustration, as he awoke each day to witness the plummet of Stark Industries' stock prices, which nearly precipitated a stroke due to the overwhelming stress on his aging heart. $800 million was, of course, a mere trifle for Stark Industries. What truly irked Obadiah was the military's abrupt shift in stance, leaving Stark Industries to face the wrath of Blade Tech alone. Old was profoundly incensed by Stark Industries' blatant imitation of their flagship product, and the legal team's relentless confrontations ultimately secured the compensation, which had initially been a mere $50 million. Zod, fully aware that he could not inflict significant harm upon Stark Industries, remained indifferent, for if he were to concern himself with every trivial matter, he would scarcely have time to attend to his own affairs. However, Blade Tech Industries had hinted at the possibility of establishing a branch in Rabbit, which caused great unease in America. Though it was merely a branch, the thought of Zod potentially relocating there was alarming. Nonetheless, Zod had no intention of moving. The Spear Bureau in Rabbit ensured that all superheroes and supervillains complied with their regulations, and Stark's archnemesis, Mandarin, had been expelled from Rabbit for failing to adapt. Rabbit welcomed Blade Tech Industries with open arms, offering them a selection of prime locations in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen for their branch headquarters. Frustrated by Rabbit's audacity, America swiftly retaliated by locating a parcel of land in New York, intending to sell it to Blade Tech at half price, while also providing an array of advanced equipment. Upon hearing this news, Zod's expression turned peculiar. New York? He dared not accept. That wretched place harbored ill fortune, where insurance companies frequently went bankrupt. Had they not noticed that despite Blade Tech's exponential growth, their headquarters remained firmly in Washington, D.C.? Old did not anticipate such a turn of events, resulting in other nations swiftly responding, offering Blade Technologies the opportunity to occupy land within their borders at no cost. With ownership terms ranging from 70 years to indefinite, alongside assistance in construction. This left America in a rather precarious position, yet fortunately, Zod had no inclination to acquiesce. He merely dispatched Uld to engage in discussions with the rabbits, aware that he would likely be unable to exit America through conventional channels, as customs would undoubtedly impede his passage. In this delicate scenario, where Blade Technologies supplanted Stark Industries as the preeminent industrial conglomerate in America, Zod received an invitation for a meeting from Aldrich Killian, the founder of a company known as Advanced Idea Mechanics, which is colloquially referred to as AM. For those unfamiliar, this is the very corporation associated with the antagonist who developed the extremist virus in Iron Man 3. Nevertheless, within the comic lore, the leader of AIM is Modok rather than Aldrich Killian. Zod contemplated the message left by Killian, who professed to possess a project aimed at enhancing the human body. Was it the extremist virus? 8 years had elapsed since then, and Killian was likely still experimenting with the virus. However, he soon realized that his own capabilities were insufficient to develop it. His fortunes changed when he encountered Maya Hansen, with whom Tony Stark had shared a fleeting romance years prior. From her, he acquired the equations that Tony had casually pinned down, propelling the extremist virus further in its development. This predicament forced Killian to seek Tony Stark's assistance, despite his deep-seated resentment towards Stark for past humiliations. Such is the irony of life. Chapter 45. The extremist virus, akin to the centipede serum, is rather lackluster. Beyond its ability to generate extreme heat and regenerative capabilities, it offers little else. Moreover, this regenerative power dissipates once its core is destroyed, while the high-temperature ability is limited to a short range, including fire-breathing. Consequently, the extremist soldier holds little significance. However, if applied to beastly soldiers, it could bestow them with an additional high-heat energy release capability. One might even consider the possibility of creating a Wolverine-like being, as the regenerative abilities of the extremist soldier bear striking resemblance to those of Wolverine, albeit lacking the adamantium skeleton. Let us dismiss this notion and simultaneously ascertain the location of Killian's base. Zod instructed the Black Queen. He intended to procure several samples of the extremist virus for his own research, deeming collaboration unnecessary. Zod was not inclined to associate too closely with villains. And with the Vank father-son duo already under his control, he pondered who Tony Stark would contend with if he were to eliminate Killian as well. With the assistance of the Black Queen, the whereabouts of Aldrich Killian were swiftly uncovered. It was located in an abandoned building on the outskirts, a type of structure that Vanguard Technologies specifically acquired for experimentation. Such locations, when they explode, can obscure past events and draw little attention, primarily due to their cost-effectiveness. As evidenced by the current situation, Zod surveyed the edifice below, his X-ray vision effortlessly penetrating the lead-free walls, revealing the underground base where Aldrich Killian was monitoring an experiment. On the testing platform lay a mutilated soldier, whose limbs had miraculously illuminated with a brilliant glow after being injected with the despair virus by a researcher, subsequently regrowing. While the soldier expressed gratitude to the divine, Aldrich Killian and his associates were struck with alarm as the detection device emitted a red light, indicating that the dosage had exceeded safe limits, causing the despair virus to spiral out of control. The soldier sensed something amiss. A red light emanated from beneath his skin. With no time to assist the soldier in unbinding him, Aldrich Killian and his team hastily began to gather their belongings. "No, save me," the soldier cried, realizing the impending doom, but Aldrich Killian and his cohort remained indifferent, focused solely on their escape. As the soldier roared, a beam of light erupted from his mouth. Boom! The self-detonation of the despair soldier unleashed catastrophic power, leveling the entire structure. Zod descended slowly to the ground, while Aldrich Killian and his subordinates stood frozen in a vacant space, their expressions vacant. A formidable psychic force seized control of their minds, and Zod casually took a briefcase from one of the subordinates, within which lay the despair virus. Subsequently, Zod extracted all data and documentation regarding the virus from Aldrich Zakilian, his superhuman intellect retaining every detail. Remember, Aldrich Zakilian, your animosity towards Tony Stark is profound, not merely stemming from physical humiliation, but also from psychological torment. After establishing Tony Stark as a formidable adversary, Zod instantaneously returned to his base, lifting the mental control from Aldrich Zakilian and his team. In their haste, the despair virus had been destroyed in the explosion. The subordinate who had been in possession of the virus lamented, "I should have been more careful. It's of no consequence. We can always produce more of the despair virus. Next time, let us conduct multiple experiments in one go," Aldrich Zakilian replied, gazing sorrowfully at the obliterated building. The explosion rendered the site unusable, necessitating further financial expenditure, which was a significant burden. Damn Tony Stark. Upon returning to his base, Zod commenced his research on the despair virus. During this period, he had acquired considerable knowledge and was no longer in the same dire predicament as before. The primary issue with the despair virus was its stability. Aldrich Zakilian and his team had long believed that the excessive dosage was the problem. After an extensive search yielded no standard line, they finally realized their own folly. In the hands of Zod, this dilemma was resolved with remarkable ease, as he scarcely perceived any difficulty. It turned out that this mechanism of action was indeed the nemesis of the vampire virus. Zod inadvertently discovered the antidote to the vampire plague. Although the despair virus appeared formidable, capable of incinerating vampires to ashes, its mechanism was not so ruthlessly intense. Provided the vampire was not of pure bloodline, the injection of the despair virus could revert them back to humanity. This revelation conjured thoughts of the universal serum derived from the modified blade virus that he was still researching. He pondered whether this serum might harbor long-term side effects. Yet if he employed the despair virus, administering the universal serum first to eliminate the virus, followed by the despair virus to eradicate the vampire contagion, would that not be an optimal solution? He merely needed to regulate the despair virus to ensure it was purged by the body's immune system upon completing its function, thus alleviating concerns of transforming individuals into despair warriors. Concurrently, the despair virus served as a vampire exterminator, a weapon for Blade to wield. However, that would be the most extravagant application. It would be wiser to equip Blade with ultraviolet weaponry instead. Through a series of experiments, Zod successfully harnessed the despair virus to serve his whims. The newly refined serum for beast warriors was deemed unsuitable for ordinary use, prompting Zod to christen it the second-generation mass-production Super Beast Serum. This iteration boasted enhanced thermal energy discharge capabilities and with Zod's adjustments to the organs, the resultant Super Beast warriors could emit thermal energy beams. In close combat, only those clad in vibranium, adamantium, or akin to the Hulk could withstand the intense thermal energy unleashed in battle. The heat was so extreme that it could instantaneously melt steel. Although Zod believed the film failed to consider the speed of heat conduction, he dismissed such concerns, well aware that Marvel often disregarded the laws of physics. After addressing potential issues with the Universal Serum, the Blade Technology Corporation approached Blade, forging a partnership. In exchange for a regular supply of 1,000 milliliters of blood, they would provide advanced weaponry to assist in the hunt for vampires, such as ultraviolet bullets. Zod recalled that the plot of Blade 2 was looming on the horizon, albeit several years away. Yet, one could never be too prepared. Once Blade utilized the weapons from the Blade Technology Corporation, he became infatuated with them, finding the prospect of donating blood monthly entirely acceptable. Chapter 46. Wakanda. The Blade Technology Corporation made headlines once more. Hise had developed a groundbreaking cure for AIDS. Most notably, it was not merely a targeted therapy, but rather a remedy effective against genetically inherited AIDS, offering hope to AIDS patients worldwide. Individuals infected with HIV may endure a latency period lasting several years, sometimes extending to a decade or beyond, before progressing to AIDS. During this phase, the immune system deteriorates significantly, leading to a myriad of infections such as shingles, oral candidiasis, tuberculosis, and severe infections caused by various pathogens, including enteritis, pneumonia, encephalitis candidiasis, and pneumocystis, among others. In advanced stages, malignant tumors often arise, resulting in prolonged debilitation and ultimately systemic failure and death. However, many individuals are not devoid of preventive measures. Their infections have predominantly arisen from blood transfusions. Due to the prolonged latency and the challenges in detection, numerous individuals only realize their HIV status several years post-transfusion, rendering them the most unfortunate victims. According to statistics released by the World Health Organization in November 2009, by the end of 2008, an estimated 33.4 million people were living with HIV globally, including 31.3 million adults, 15.7 million women, and 2.1 million children under the age of 15. These figures represent only those diagnosed and projected. In reality, the number of individuals still in the latency phase could far exceed this count. Blade Technology Industries conducted a random sampling of HIV patients, providing them with free treatment, and, astonishingly, within less than half a month, the patients experienced recovery. Their immune systems and bodies, previously ravaged by HIV, were restored by the subsequent administration of the unique virus, leaving all attending physicians in disbelief regarding the mechanism of this miraculous medication. The World Health Organization extended an invitation to assess whether this special medication meets regulatory standards. However, Zodexis firmly declined, asserting that this medication would not undergo any oversight to prevent it from being exploited for pharmaceutical experiments in America or being replicated by others, despite the belief that neither virus could be obtained. While conventional vampire viruses can indeed eradicate all viruses, they carry inherent risks. Only the Blade Warrior's vampire virus has minimized assimilation effects to a mere 10%, requiring only a minimal addition of the unique virus for effective control. The quest for blood from the Blade Warriors has proven less than ideal, prompting Zodexis to initiate research into cultivating the Blade Warrior's vampire virus, aiming to further diminish its assimilation capabilities. The HIV-positive individuals worldwide have descended into despair, as have those who suspect they may be infected. The majority of these individuals belong to the affluent class, and the reasons for this are well understood by those in the know. Consequently, even if Blade Technology Industries sets exorbitant prices for the special medication, demand continues to far outstrip supply. The emergence of this groundbreaking HIV medication has once again elevated Blade Technology Industries to a revered status, conquering a challenge that has eluded the global community for decades since the discovery of AIDS. Zodexis is no longer merely a genius. He has become a treasure of humanity. The influence of Blade Technology Industrial extends across the globe, prompting Zod to embark on his own ambitious plans for constructing satellites and space stations. Upon returning from his encounter with the rabbit, Old was promptly dispatched by Zod to Wakanda, where the latter sought to acquire more vibranium. As for the heart-shaped herb, Zod had no particular intentions regarding it, for it is not the miraculous material for creating super soldiers. Rather, it serves merely as a hallucinogenic or toxic substance that allows one to commune with the Panther God. Were it not for the royal family of Wakanda consuming the heart-shaped herb, the Panther God would have crushed them without hesitation. Only the royal family is deemed worthy to undergo the Panther God's trials and be transformed into the super soldier known as the Black Panther. Zod was not covetous of Wakanda's vibranium-based technology, for he was confident in his own capabilities, believing he could achieve even greater feats. Moreover, it was absurd to witness such a versatile and nearly omnipotent metal being squandered on clothing and spears. Such a waste. Old felt overwhelmed by his responsibilities and sought assistance from Natalie to manage company affairs before boarding a private jet to Wakanda. The current king of Wakanda, Chaka, was taken aback by the arrival of an outsider in their seemingly primitive land. Upon disembarking, Old too perceived the underdevelopment of Wakanda, especially considering the presence of natural vibranium mines. What extraordinary luck! He was aware that vibranium commanded a staggering price of $10,000 per gram, with it being highly sought after on the black market, where prices soared beyond $50,000 per gram. The indigenous people of Wakanda seemed to possess wealth surpassing that of oil tycoons in the Middle East. Chaka removed his royal robe woven from vibranium fibers, valued in the hundreds of millions, and donned a tattered garment that merely covered his lower half. "Greetings, King of Wakanda," Old said courteously. There is no king in Wakanda. I am merely their tribal leader, Chaka replied, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief at the notion. Old, oblivious to the extraordinary nature of an underdeveloped tribal leader speaking English, proceeded to explain his purpose. Chaka was even more astonished, having initially assumed that Old was one of the persistent Americans seeking to reclaim vibranium, as Wakanda had, long ago, sold some of it in exchange for funds to enable the youth of the tribe to study at universities in America, returning to aid in their homeland's development. Consequently, their computers operated on binary systems, akin to those of the outside world, and with the unique properties of vibranium. Wakanda's technological advancement had outpaced that of humanity as a whole, culminating in the establishment of their own spacecraft and satellites that surpassed all global human capabilities. To Chaka's surprise, the visitor was none other than Zod, hailed as a treasure of humanity, a genius akin to Einstein, Tesla, Joule, and Planck, who also saw vibranium. As vibranium was foundational to Wakanda's existence, Chaka was understandably reluctant to part with it, particularly as T'Challa was not yet king, and the prevailing mindset was focused solely on ensuring Wakanda's continued existence. Thus, Chaka declined, stating that the vibranium sold previously was all that remained. If there were any doubts, Wakanda would allow for searches. Initially, the Americans were skeptical. They excavated everywhere, but found nothing. How could they know that the shallow vibranium mines had already been collected by Wakanda, while the deeper deposits lay too far beneath the surface to be revealed? The entirety of Wakanda rested upon a colossal vibranium meteorite. Chapter 47. The Theft of Vibranium. This immense meteorite could sustain extraction for centuries without depletion. A veritable gift from the heavens. Uldra observed the Wakandan soldiers nearby, equipped not only with shields and spears, but also a small contingent armed with firearms, an arsenal reminiscent of World War I, typical for many African nations. She believed this could be an avenue to exploit. Since Zodi sent her, Uldra was convinced that Wakanda possessed vibranium, although the natives appeared simple-minded. It did not imply they were truly foolish. Would they really sell every last bit of such a precious resource? Mr. Chaka, our Blade Technology Industries can provide you with a batch of advanced weaponry, Uldra suggested. While the Vank father and the son could not compare to Tony Stark, they had indeed invented numerous conventional weapons. Advanced weaponry? Do you mean the Iron Man that flies in the sky? Chaka responded, intrigued. Uldra felt a wave of frustration. These African natives were audacious in their thinking. The war machine was coveted by nations beyond the 5 major powers, and even they had to queue to procure it. Yet they seemed to expect it as a gift. Chaka feigned ignorance of Uldra's expression. He too felt helpless. His dealings in vibranium with the American government had resulted in the formation of a military equipped with American arms. Yet the tribal warriors scorned firearms, stubbornly preferring their bows and arrows. This was a lingering consequence of Wakanda's isolation. Lacking external cultural influences, the tribesmen held conservative views and resisted new ideas. Chaka recognized this issue upon his ascension, and the outbreak of World War II further illuminated the nation's backwardness. He aspired to promote foundational education. Yet the elders of other tribes vehemently opposed this policy, fearing it would undermine the nation as foundation, and thus the proposal remained stagnant. It was not merely the elders' short-sightedness. The ruling class maintained an oppressive grip on knowledge. A populace devoid of education, contrasted with a group of intellectuals possessing their own perspectives, was an obvious dichotomy. The rapid advancement of the outside world was evident to Chaka, and he understood that changing the elders' entrenched beliefs could not happen overnight. Hence, his strategy involved implementing a strong nation policy within the least resistant Golden Tribe, anticipating that after a decade, or even 2, the other tribes, having fallen behind, would have no choice but to adapt to the prevailing tides, leading to the gradual dissolution of their outdated ideologies. Governing a nation is not an instantaneous endeavor. In Chaka's vision, his generation would transform primitive and regressive mindsets. Wakanda is destined to achieve true greatness in the next generation, following the path laid by its predecessor, as his son ascends to the throne and leads the nation to its resurgence. Unbeknownst to him, his son T'Challa has already realized his vision, albeit in a future that has diverged from the original. With the emergence and intervention of Zod, the situation has become quite enigmatic. Indeed, while the Wakandans could amass considerable wealth by selling more vibranium than the Blade Technology Corporation, they dare not do so. For each additional sale attracts the attention of yet another power eager to seize their resources. Vibranium is a precious commodity, yet it also poses a perilous dilemma. I cannot make decisions regarding War Machine, Old lamented. There are merely 10 kilograms of vibranium remaining in the tribe. Chaka quickly interjected. He intended to entice further collaboration. The technology of War Machine is formidable, and should it be successfully studied, Wakanda would no longer need to fear external affairs. 10 kilograms? Old thought to himself. Realizing the cunning nature of these natives, who seemingly possessed far more vibranium than they let on. Logically, there must be an even greater quantity. Thus, Old contacted Zod. Would you trade War Machine for vibranium? Absolutely. Whatever quantity is available, I assure you Wakanda's vibranium reserves are measured in tons, Zod informed Old. Had he not been concerned about the potential intervention of Agamotto or the Black Panther Bast, Zod would have seized the opportunity outright. He certainly had the capability to do so. War Machine was equipped with Zod's own locks, and any unauthorized dismantling would trigger an explosion. The Black Queen would also monitor such situations, eliminating any fear of someone circumventing his technology. Zod, ever generous, permitted Old to negotiate with Chaka, offering to exchange War Machine for an equivalent weight in vibranium. The Blade Technology Corporation was prepared to trade as much as was available. However, Chaka was no fool. The most crucial aspect of War Machine was undoubtedly its core, which was hardly more than a mere assemblage of metal. The notion that he should trade an equivalent weight of vibranium was absurd. Yet, Old remained steadfast in his position, firmly insisting on that figure. Initially, Chaka had intended to delay Old's departure, but to his surprise, Old departed without hesitation, exhibiting no reluctance. Unbeknownst to Chaka, Zod had an epiphany. While he could not seize the War Machine outright, he could resort to subterfuge. Why not simply steal the vibranium? After all, Wakanda's scientific advancements were likely only a few years ahead of the rest of the world, far from the era of interstellar travel. Through a photograph provided by Old, Zod arrived in Wakanda, the dilapidated exterior wholly absent from his perception, revealing instead a city brimming with advanced technology. Has it developed to such an extent? Zod mused as he teleported into the city's interior, triggering no alarms. Vibranium could not obstruct Zod's piercing vision. He began his search for the coveted target. Not long after, Zod stumbled upon a warehouse-like structure filled with numerous square, silvery metal blocks. At first glance, they appeared rather unremarkable. However, this was none other than the renowned vibranium. With his enhanced vision, he concentrated intently, scrutinizing the molecular structure of the metal to ensure he did not make an error. After a thorough examination, Zod confirmed that these blocks matched the vibranium structure he had previously encountered. While he had been aware of Wakanda's vast reserves of vibranium, the quantity before him was astonishing. It was as if he had discovered a mountain of gold, while the Wakandans casually loaded the vibranium onto forklifts, coming and going to collect it. Suddenly, a hovering transport vehicle arrived, opening its cargo bay to reveal it brimming with freshly refined vibranium, extracted daily by Wakanda's mining tribes. As he unleashed his mental powers, all present stood frozen in place, and the individuals within the warehouse mechanically exited. Zod then descended to the ground, his hands pressing against the earth as a biofield began to envelop the entire warehouse. With a gentle exertion, he uprooted the entire structure. At that moment, Wakanda sensed something amiss, and alarms blared as people rushed to the scene. Chapter 48. The interrogation room of Tony Stark. Unfortunately for them, Zod had already vanished. Warehouse in tow, utilizing instantaneous teleportation, Wakanda swiftly cordoned off the area for several kilometers, conducting searches for days without any trace of the missing vibranium warehouse. The situation in Wakanda had escalated drastically. They were being targeted and had lost a substantial amount of vibranium without even realizing it, despite having numerous intelligence operatives embedded in various nations. Chaka was particularly troubled by this incident, unable to find rest. This situation revealed that the adversary possessed an intimate understanding of Wakanda, even knowing the locations of vibranium storage facilities. While such warehouses were numerous in Wakanda, the ability to bypass extensive security measures raised Chakara's suspicions of a potential insider threat. While Wakanda remained engulfed in paranoia, Zod, upon returning with the vibranium warehouse, discovered that its exterior layer was entirely composed of vibranium. Damn Wakanda, such an extravagant waste. This precious vibranium was tarnished, and it could only achieve its utmost potential in my possession. Fortunately, Wakanda had not descended into madness to the extent that even the flooring was made of vibranium. Otherwise, Zod would have had to consider taking the entire Wakanda with him. This warehouse likely was not of significant importance, containing only over 500 tons of vibranium, which converted to a mere $25 trillion. Zod calculated based on $50,000 per gram, having just learned that the official trading price of vibranium in Wakanda was $10,000 per gram. In reality, the insider had already sold it for over $50,000 per gram. It can only be said that Wakanda had been naive in the past, lacking business acumen. If Zod were in charge, he could sell it for $1 million, with ample stock on hand, and given that vibranium is a naturally occurring metallic ore, it could easily be utilized for alloy testing with other metals. Should by chance a super metal be inadvertently created, Zod would find himself at an advantage. While instructing the Black Queen to analyze the pairings of vibranium and other metals or substances, Zod indulged in his breakfast. His diligent pursuit of wealth and research served not only to secure his own safety, but also to ensure his autonomy. He had no desire to end up like Clark, who, despite possessing invincible power, relied on Batman to purchase a bank to assist him. Zod preferred to embody a synthesis of both Batman and Superman. For breakfast, Zod had summoned a master dim sum chef from Guangzhou, having been a native of Guangdong in his past life and separated from it for over 20 years. He naturally longed for the flavors of his homeland. Take, for instance, the shrimp dumplings. Typically found in tea houses, they consist of 5 main shrimp, showcasing the chef's skill. Indeed, in a single tea house, the phoenix claws, shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, and rice rolls could be considered the 4 kings of Cantonese dim sum. Before Zod lay a table adorned with shrimp dumplings, phoenix claws, char siu buns, red rice rolls, beef tripe, shao mai, steamed dumplings, white cloud phoenix claws, and boat porridge, among over 20 varieties of delicacies. These once familiar dishes now evoked a sense of nostalgia and delight. After all, the master chef, hired at great expense, was dedicated solely to Zod's service. The chef was astonished by Zod's knowledge of Cantonese dim sum. Could it be that this foreigner once resided in Guangdong? Delicious, isn't it? Zod remarked, glancing at Ult. Having been successfully drawn into the world of Cantonese dim sum, Ult was too engrossed to respond, struggling even to grasp her chopsticks. For foreigners, the 8 culinary traditions likely find their most accessible expression in Cantonese dim sum, as its flavors are relatively mild compared to those of Shandong or Sichuan cuisine, leaning towards the delicate. Moreover, the variety and flavors are abundant. So much so that the dim sum in the Chinatowns of San Francisco and Chicago require no adaptation for foreign palates. Dim sum is not merely breakfast. It can be savored from morning until afternoon, with some establishments serving it well into the night market, maintaining this style of dining throughout. Ult particularly enjoyed the delicacy known as phoenix claws, especially the white ones. Zod, with his burgeoning appetite, could indulge in all the dim sum in one sitting, although he did not have a fondness for certain types of dumplings. Exquisite, simply exquisite, Ult exclaimed, her limited vocabulary failing to capture her delight. Yet, Zod could easily perceive her emotions, noting the hormonal surge within her. The true highlight, however, lay in the tea, pu'er, tiguanyin, and longjing. Zod was accustomed to pu'er and tiguanyin, showing little preference for other green or black teas, or varieties like lei cha. After satisfying their appetites, Ult's cheeks flushed slightly. She had initially intended to maintain an air of sophistication befitting an elite, but the challenge of mastering chopsticks proved daunting. The more she rushed, the more clumsy she appeared, resulting in a chain reaction that left her looking somewhat flustered. Zod, however, paid no mind to this, casting a fleeting glance at Ult's charming visage before departing to attend to his other endeavors. The base of the Serpent organization is nestled within the arid expanse of the Mexico U.S. border, where Tony Stark finds himself imprisoned. Each day, he is subjected to a meticulously orchestrated performance, as Zod has arranged for a cadre of beastly soldiers to enact scenes of terror, depicting the brutal threats and executions carried out by terrorists. A makeshift translator and a physician, stepping into the role once filled by Insun, inform Stark of the unfolding events, further amplifying his sense of guilt. Although Zod remains uncertain whether this will give rise to a malevolent Iron Man, perhaps an unjust Iron Man, he is unconcerned, confident in his ability to eliminate such a foe if it were to arise. Awakening from a troubled slumber, Stark feels his sanity teetering on the brink. Just the day prior, he witnessed the terrorists ruthlessly execute innocent civilians before his very eyes. "They died because of you," Tony echoes in his mind. "Because of your advanced weaponry that rendered the local government forces incapable of overcoming these armed terrorists. Here, they wreak havoc with impunity. I have witnessed this scene countless times." The pseudo-ensign admonishes him, delivering both condemnation and indictment. Seated on the crude concrete bed, Stark wrestles with his own anguish, his hands tangling in his hair in despair. This place feels like an invisible interrogation chamber, a veritable hell, as he believes he can hear the anguished wails of the innocent souls who perished because of him. This is no mere hallucination. Zod has arranged for individuals to whisper tormented cries into Stark's ear while he sleeps, their beastly agility ensuring they remain undetected. Despite the relentless torment and sleepless nights, Stark perseveres, for he has begun to awaken the spirit and will of a hero within himself. The terrorists demand that he forge an iron suit, and while he initially hesitated, he has now come to realize that prolonging the inevitable serves no purpose. He can no longer alter his dire circumstances. It is far wiser to seize control of his destiny. After all, these terrorists are likely illiterate, with some cunning. He can deceive them and don the very suit he constructs to break free from captivity. Zod's war machine has already demonstrated its formidable might and strategic value, earning considerable admiration. With proven combat efficacy, Stark is filled with confidence. Although the iron suit he constructs in this rudimentary environment cannot rival Zod's war machine, it will suffice to confront these terrorists. Intriguingly, Zod ponders how Stark survived such a great fall without a shock absorption system in the original Mark I. Could it be that Stark, in this austere setting, crafted the shock absorption system through sheer determination? Such a notion seems nearly fantastical. Since the advent of the new element, Zod has closely monitored Stark, anticipating events that may upend his worldview. This moment marks the second such occurrence. Cause him some trouble. Do not allow things to proceed too smoothly. I wish for him not to return so swiftly, Zod instructed the beastly soldiers. But how exactly should we proceed? One of the soldiers asked, his expression revealing his uncertainty. They were only aware that they must not kill Tony Stark. The specifics eluded them. For instance, you could be ambushed by another group of terrorists just as he is about to complete the iron suit. In the ensuing chaos, Ensign could perish, and the suit could be accidentally destroyed, allowing you to capture Tony Stark. The previous group would be completely wiped out, and in that moment, you would recognize Tony Stark. Compelling him to continue the suit's production, Zod outlined with apparent ease. He had devised an elaborate script, one brimming with cyclical potential. The death of Ensign would likely solidify Stark's resolve as a superhero, only for another Ensign to be arranged later. During this period, the frequency of terrorist attacks surged alarmingly. The Ten Rings leader, Mandarin, took responsibility for these incidents. The greatest headache for America was the inability to find any trace of explosives or bomb fragments at the explosion sites. Logically, no matter how powerful a bomb may be, it should leave behind remnants. Even a nuclear bomb cannot entirely incinerate its components. Typically, investigators could glean information from what remained, tracing potential suspects who might possess such weaponry. However, they could never have anticipated that these attacks were rife with randomness and were not premeditated. Killian and his associates had no intention of instigating terror. Rather, it was a tragic mishap during the administration of a dosage meant to alleviate the extremist virus in their subjects that led to these catastrophic explosions. Thus, even with meticulously monitored recordings, identifying the terrorists proved impossible, as Killian merely shifted the blame for the incident onto a fabricated Mandarin character, attributing the terror acts to him. In the eyes of America, Mandarin emerged as the most terrifying terrorist of all time, rivaling even that notorious figure who had already met his demise. They speculated that he must have an exceptional intelligence team and operational personnel behind him, even suspecting that a significant portion of the world's elite mercenaries might be in his service. Yet, they were baffled by Mandarin's choice to target areas populated by ordinary citizens, while affluent districts remained untouched. Did he not realize that a single act of terror orchestrated on Wall Street could nearly devastate America? In response, security measures in Wall Street and most affluent areas were substantially reinforced, drawing intense scrutiny towards Zod's blade technology industries. However, Zod, fully aware of the situation, remained unfazed. He did not permit Killian to continue such actions unchecked. Though Zod did not consider himself a champion of justice or superhero, he still felt compelled to act on matters within his capacity as a human being. Thus, Killian was ensnared by Zod's mental prowess and subsequently confined within a small, dark chamber, awaiting the return of Tony Stark for his release. Killian fell into a dormant state reminiscent of the Winter Soldier, encased in ice by Zod's frigid breath. While the surrounding environment maintained a chilling atmosphere, Zod sought out Blonsky, who responded promptly, unaware of Zod's intentions, fervently hoping it was not for a sparring session. Since Zod had grown increasingly formidable, Blonsky felt utterly outmatched, perceiving Zod as an unfathomable force who could defeat him without even lifting a finger. "Rest assured, I am not here for practice," Zod replied calmly. Blonsky was momentarily taken aback, yet he dismissed the thought, attributing it to his overt expression. Zod refrained from disclosing the truth, recognizing that someone capable of penetrating the minds of his subordinates could instill disquiet within them. As Zod's mental powers expanded, he acquired the ability to delve into others' minds, sensing their thoughts, a capability akin to telepathy, reminiscent of a professor's prowess, albeit currently limited to those weaker than himself. However, this proved advantageous. Facing lesser foes, he could exert direct control without the concern of being overwhelmed. "Blonsky, do you desire to grow stronger?" Zod inquired, losing interest in probing Blonsky's psyche further. Blonsky's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect, envisioning yet another upgrade, contemplating what lay beyond the super soldier transformation, Super Beast, Ultimate Super Beast, or perhaps the invincible cosmic Super Beast. His yearning was palpable. "Of course, I crave power," he asserted, thumping his chest. For a man like Blonsky, who had forsaken all other desires for strength, his singular focus rendered him both pure and easily manipulable, having never pursued romantic entanglements or contemplated marriage. "I shall provide you with a means to attain power," Zod declared. He instructed Blonsky to return to Great Britain as a super soldier king, leveraging his enhanced physique, which would be more than sufficient. After a few years, he would be lent to General Ross to capture the Hulk, all while bringing back both the super soldier serum and Hulk's blood. Chapter 50. Arrangements. Tony Stark, return my home. "Tony Stark, you have doomed my family. You are a butcher." "Tony Stark. Tony Stark. No." Suddenly, Tony jolted awake from his nightmare, bewildered as he glanced around, the haunting cries seemingly just departing from his ears. "Are you all right, Tony?" Ensign inquired from the adjacent bed. Tony massaged his temples, forcing a strained smile. "I'm fine." The heavy dark circles beneath Tony's eyes rendered him as haggard as a man on the brink of death. However, having awakened from his anguished cries, he found himself devoid of any inclination for sleep. Instead, he seized the opportunity to complete his Iron Man suit. Ensign, too, seemed to have been roused by the commotion, choosing not to succumb to slumber any longer. After a while, a steaming cup of hot chocolate was placed beside him. "What is this?" Tony exclaimed in surprise. He had been in this wretched place for quite some time and had grown accustomed to the abysmal food, the sticky dough, and the sporadic offerings of fresh fruit and meat that arrived only once a month. As for coffee and chocolate, staples of American life, they were non-existent. Only water remained, and even that was hardly clean. Initially, Tony had stubbornly refused to eat, disregarding the indifference of his captors. Yet, after enduring several meals without sustenance, he found himself licking his plate cleaner than a dog. There exists no human capable of resisting hunger through sheer willpower. A person driven mad by starvation would consume even dirt rendering any coercion to eat unnecessary. I exchanged quite a sum for this. I've noticed you've been lacking in spirit lately, Ensign remarked with a smile. Taken aback, Tony felt a slight itch in his throat. The transformation of Ensign from hostility to camaraderie moved him deeply, leaving him at a loss for words. He could only vow to rescue Ensign alongside him, ensuring he could return to his daughter. Without further ado, he simply uttered a thank you, downing the hot chocolate in a few gulps. Almost instantly, he felt as though he had been revitalized. He understood that this was merely a psychological effect. The warmth from the hot chocolate could not possibly meet his recent needs. Yet it sufficed. Energized, Tony Stark poured every ounce of his focus into forging the Iron Man suit. At the moment the suit took shape under the hammer's strikes, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Just then, the air was shattered by the sounds of intense explosions and gunfire outside. The brutish soldiers unleashed a torrent of gunfire, tossing grenades and bombs, transforming the surroundings into a blazing battlefield. What is happening? Tony pondered, utterly baffled. Had the terrorists turned on one another? Before he could contemplate seizing this opportunity to don the iron suit and charge forth, a rocket screamed through the air towards him. In that moment, Tony felt as if he could perceive the rocket's flight in excruciating slowness, as if time itself had decelerated around him. The rocket, trailing a fiery plume, spun languidly, revealing the Stark insignia emblazoned upon it. His pupils constricted in horror. Boom! The rocket struck the wall, instantly detonating and shattering Tony's hopes for his Iron Man suit. Both he and Ensign were thrown into the air, colliding violently with the wall. Tony Stark fell heavily to the ground, and before he could process the destruction of his suit, he noticed a shard of shrapnel embedded in Ensign's left chest, blood oozing from the wound and staining his clothing a deep crimson. No, Ensign. Tony struggled to rise, but Ensign, on the brink of death, weakly shook his head, offering a smile that would etch itself into Tony's memory forever. Hold on, Tony, Ensign uttered before his head tilted, leaving Tony in a state of shock, frozen in place, oblivious to the chaos around him. As he stared blankly at Ensign's lifeless body, he was unceremoniously lifted by others and led away. In that moment, he glimpsed the ground littered with the corpses of the terrorists who had once threatened him. Then, a hood was pulled over his head, obscuring his vision, and he realized he was being transported by helicopter. Once Tony Stark departed, the seemingly dead, beast-like soldiers immediately rose, extracting the scorching bullets from their wounds. Why did you just open fire on me with a machine gun? Didn't we agree on pistols only? One soldier, riddled with holes like a honeycomb, chastised his comrade. Though they wouldn't perish, the pain was excruciating. Next time, I'll stuff a grenade into his body. The helicopter descended shortly thereafter, with Tony Stark completely unaware that it had been teleported by Zod to a meticulously prepared second interrogation chamber. A brief flight was logical. After all, it was implausible for so many terrorists to have flown a great distance just to engage in battle. Upon disembarking, Tony was relieved of his hood, finding himself in yet another desolate landscape, though this one appeared more formidable than the previous stronghold of terrorists. No wonder they had managed to defeat that group. However, it seemed he had fallen into the hands of another faction. To his dismay, he spotted a dazzling array of Stark Industries weaponry. His expression darkened. One group of terrorists was one thing, but this faction possessed Stark Industries arms as well. Were his creations meant to serve justice and the American way? Or were they aiding terrorists? The thought that his proud inventions were being used to slaughter rebels and innocents once again gnawed at Tony's conscience. They had discovered his identity as Tony Stark and sought his assistance in crafting an Iron Man suit. A figure resembling Ensign, albeit with only a passing resemblance, was brought before Tony by the terrorist leader, who then acted as a translator. In truth, Tony Stark no longer requires translation. Over the past few days, he has grasped the unfamiliar linguistic system through the conversations between Ensign and the terrorists. His proficiency in everyday communication has significantly improved. However, upon observing the translator, who bears a striking resemblance to Ensign, Tony did not decline the offer. He conveyed to them that it was impossible. Having just been bombarded in his Iron Man suit and grappling with the grief of losing Ensign, his temper flared. Chapter 51. The genius of Tony Stark. The terrorists had no intention of assaulting him. Having heard that Tony Stark refused to don the Iron Man suit and subsequently departed. For the past few days, you've been conversing in a different language, and Tony Stark has learned Arabic through the previous dialogues between Ian's son and yourselves? Zod informed the beast-like soldiers. Really? The beast soldiers were taken aback, incredulous that someone could be so extraordinary. As Zod focused on Tony Stark, he noted that unlike before, when he appeared bewildered during conversations with his second Ian's son, he now wore a contemplative expression which invaded Zod's thoughts, revealing that Tony Stark had indeed mastered a significant portion of the Arabic language. While this revelation was unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. After all, this was Tony Stark. Consequently, Tony soon discovered that the terrorists had shifted to a language he could not comprehend. Hansen, what language are they speaking? Tony inquired, his brow furrowed. It appears to be Hebrew, the common tongue of Israel, Hansen replied, feigning uncertainty, yet inwardly alarmed that Tony Stark had genuinely learned Arabic, as he could discern that the terrorists were now communicating in another language. This was troubling. Was this individual a monster? Would he need to switch languages every few days? Zod remained unfazed. With Middle Eastern languages exhausted, there were always others to utilize, perhaps the language of rabbits, or even the devil's tongue, such as the dialect from Xiuzhou. If Tony Stark could master those, there would still be a plethora of languages to contend with, including Hunan dialect, Cantonese, and Minnan. Initially, Tony Stark was obstinate, but when a day passed without the terrorists providing him food, he began to panic. This tactic was all too familiar. A previous group of terrorists had employed the same strategy. When he had requested red wine, steak, and cheeseburgers instead of the sticky dough, they had said nothing and subsequently deprived him of food for days. By the fourth day, Tony Stark had licked the plate cleaner than a dog would. The pangs of hunger can overwhelm even the strongest will, compelling one to consume anything that can be ingested, regardless of the peril it may entail. Torturous interrogation? Zod harbored little fear for Tony, whose frail physique would succumb to illness after just a few blows, leaving him a shadow of his former self. The efficacy of starvation as a form of punishment seemed dubious, akin to water torture, yet Zod believed that hunger produced superior results. After all, a few missed meals could be harmless and might even aid Tony in shedding some excess weight, detoxifying his system, and preventing ailments such as fatty liver, alcoholic liver disease, vascular hardening, hypertension, and cardiovascular issues. Given that Tony consumed predominantly high-calorie foods and indulged in wine, though wine itself is not detrimental, excessive consumption is certainly problematic. A brief period of vegetarianism could prove beneficial for both body and mind. Tony Stark had initially believed he could endure this deprivation for a longer duration, but lacking any systematic training in hunger, he found himself increasingly unable to cope with the pangs. By the second day, he was overwhelmed by discomfort, yearning to satiate his hunger with anything in sight. Ultimately, Tony Stark had no choice but to capitulate. Zod subsequently instructed his subordinates to prepare a high-fiber meal for him, conducive to alleviating his intestinal distress. Observing the pallor on Tony's face, Zod surmised that Tony's long-standing constipation had finally resolved. Zod withdrew his gaze from Tony Stark, reassured that the Black Queen would monitor him continuously, alerting Zod to any irregularities. Under Zod's direction, Blonsky successfully returned to Great Britain, awaiting General Ross's summons. Though the duration of his wait remained uncertain, it was likely that his assignment would be a long-term endeavor, compelling Blonsky to temper his expectations. Zod had not overlooked the Hulk, devising a clever plan. If he could not obtain the Hulk serum directly, he would seek it through indirect means. Although Ancient One had survived until the Chitauri invasion of New York, Zod was confident she would not emerge again to thwart his acquisition of the Hulk serum. Recently, mysterious disappearances had plagued New York, but as the missing individuals hailed from Hell's Kitchen, a chaotic area where deaths were commonplace, these incidents had not attracted significant attention. Nevertheless, with the Black Queen's assistance, Zod had unearthed some clues. The missing persons were primarily street thugs from Hell's Kitchen, and the surveillance had captured swift, shadowy figures. Reapers? Zod contemplated, connecting the dots to the myriad of monsters inhabiting Hell's Kitchen, including the Hand's Black Beast, Daredevil's adversaries, and Punisher's foes. However, considering the timeline, the most probable culprits were likely the hybrid Reapers. He resolved to investigate further, as the viral mutations of the Reapers held substantial research value. Hell's Kitchen, nightfall. In the dilapidated subway tunnels, groups of homeless wander aimlessly. Such scenes are not uncommon in this international metropolis of New York, where the more resplendent the exterior, the more profound the decay within. When these homeless individuals seek respite, they often congregate in parks or, as seen here, in forsaken subway stations. The history of the New York subway is remarkably profound, and naturally, the abandoned, decrepit, and sealed tunnels are not in short supply. Such places have become natural sanctuaries for the homeless, though they serve not merely as shelters. The current forsaken subway tunnel exemplifies this, with a dozen or so vagrants meandering about. To be precise, they were not wandering aimlessly, but rather languidly forming a semblance of a queue. Before them, several neatly attired individuals were inspecting the bodies of some, subsequently pushing them further into the depths of the tunnel. However, the occasional emergence of homeless individuals from the shadows attested that these figures were not as menacing as they seemed, especially when the pallid-faced individuals clutched wads of cash, revealing toothless grins. "Brother, it seems this is your first time selling blood," remarked one anxious, slender vagrant, who gently tapped the shoulder of a tall figure seated before him. Seeking conversation, the tall figure before him was clad in a tattered trench coat and wore a hood. Slowly, he turned his head, revealing a visage markedly different from the ordinary. His complexion was strikingly pale, as if he had never seen the sun. Not a single hair graced his face, no hair on his head, no beard, nor eyebrows, nothing at all. His pupils, obscured by the dim light, appeared to be a grayish blue, and most peculiarly, there was a conspicuous scar along his chin, as if he had undergone surgery. The unusual appearance of this individual did not elicit astonishment among the homeless. Their group often included such figures, many afflicted by grave illnesses. Thus, the slender vagrant felt a twinge of sympathy for him, at least considering himself somewhat healthier in comparison. Noticing the kindness in the vagrant's gaze, the tall figure's eyes flickered momentarily before he managed a faint smile, clearing his throat as he spoke in a voice that seemed parched. "Yes, this is indeed my first visit here." The slender vagrant, seeing that he had captured the attention of the towering figure, became animated and began to speak incessantly. "Did you know? They pay in cash." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle filled with dark crimson liquid from a cloth bag at his waist. "It doesn't matter how many times you've sold before. They will accept it as long as you are willing to part with it. And the price is no lower than what you would find on the market. They even buy it in bottles." The tall figure's eye twitched, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. He remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the slender vagrant's words. "Chad Norman, it is your turn," announced a woman clad in a suit. The towering vagabond nodded at the diminutive one before following him inside. Zod perched atop a skyscraper, his X-ray vision granting him the sensation of witnessing a live film, accompanied by neatly arranged chips and cola. While Chad Norma unleashed carnage within the vampire blood bank, Zod had already infiltrated the sanctum of sanguine reserves. The blood bank housed an astonishing quantity of plasma. Through the Black Queen, Zod had discerned the vampire's impact on humanity. The plasma reserves in the human blood bank had plummeted below the warning threshold, resulting in numerous emergency patients perishing on the operating table, deprived of transfusions, while the life-saving plasma had been consumed by vampires as sustenance. The United States urged its citizens to take to the streets and donate blood altruistically, and during holidays, queues for blood donation vehicles would form. This would typically be commendable in the real world. However, in the Marvel Universe, the scenario diverged considerably. The United States did not recompense its altruistic taxpayers a single cent, whereas vampires were charged $400 for each 100 milliliters of plasma extracted from the American blood bank. Indeed, this was the nature of the exchange between the United States and the vampires. The fatalities resulting from blood shortages were not merely due to the vampires' insatiable appetites, but rather a consequence of America's avarice for profit. The lack of blood was not because the blood banks were genuinely empty, but because the United States had opted to sell the majority of plasma to the vampire empire for profit, encouraging voluntary blood donation only to sell it at exorbitant prices to vampires made the United States a substantial profit. Nick Fury of S.H. ILD was also aware of this situation, yet he remained silent, for the stakes were too immense. Even if Fury recognized the circumstances, he could do little, as many expenses within S.H.A.L.D. could not be accounted for through conventional channels. According to Zod's knowledge, the entire vampire clan's enterprises in North America, alongside personal taxes, contributed nearly $200 billion to the United States annually. The total tax revenue of the United States stood at approximately $3 trillion, accounting for nearly 7% of the nation's total tax income. The vampires had existed for far too long, becoming deeply entrenched in numerous industries, not to mention the substantial fees they paid annually for plasma purchases. This constituted a unique system exclusive to the Marvel Universe. Even if Zod were to uproot the vampires overnight, the ensuing chaos would be beyond his control. Thus, Zod could only support Blade in hunting vampires to manage their population. While deploying beastly soldiers would undoubtedly enhance efficiency, the capitalist whose interests were jeopardized would surely intervene, potentially even opposing Zod to safeguard the vampires. After all, the vampires possessed not only financial benefits, but also an allure of near-immortal existence that captivated the capitalists. Vampires, too, congregate, and their advantages far surpass those of the Jewish people. The Jewish community, prior to World War II, was subjected to various forms of exploitation by governments and capitalists. In stark contrast, vampires infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity 5,000 years ago. During that time, European noble families were so deeply permeated by vampires that humanity had to rely on the church's religious activities to preserve the purity of their social strata. It is well known that vampires cannot partake in Catholic religious ceremonies. In the era of the Roman Republic, numerous prominent citizens were linked to vampires. During the Imperial Age, many Roman emperors, in pursuit of immortality, chose to embrace the vampire's initial offering. At the very least, Nero had a notably close relationship with them. Although Nero himself was a practitioner of demonic contracts, his subordinates among Roman officials and nobles included enough vampires to convene a bloodline assembly within the palace. As entities deeply rooted in the Western world, following the Industrial Revolution, they were among the first to immerse themselves in commerce and finance, reaping substantial benefits from the advancements of the Industrial Revolution. In the subsequent world wars, they formed an unbounded international capital alliance, coexisting harmoniously. After the war, when international capital shifted to America, it profoundly influenced and controlled the nation. The political and economic power of vampires is self-evident. They are akin to parasites thriving within the very fabric of the capitalist world, deeply entrenched from the brain to the limbs. Many refer to bankers as vampires, often in a literal sense. The Serpent Shield can combat extraterrestrial invaders, rulers from alternate dimensions, those who have fortuitously gained power, and even the colossal Hydra that has lurked since ancient Egypt. Yet, it remains powerless against those vampires who feed on humanity. In a certain sense, vampires embody this nation, or at least its economy. Who are you? A voice interrupted Zod's contemplation, though Zod had already sensed the intruder. Chad Norma detected no trace of vampiric odor emanating from Zod. He was human. Behind Chad Norma, a throng of Reaper mutants lunged at Zod, drawn by the warehouse filled with plasma. The blood of vagrants invariably harbors bacteria and viruses. Zod's superhuman vision allowed him to observe molecular structures, enabling him to see the bacteria and viruses within the blood. Over 90% of the plasma was unhealthy. Chad Norma sensed that Zod was a troublesome individual as Zod advanced toward him. The Reapers behind Chad Norma could no longer contain themselves and surged toward Zod. Control was wavering. Zod felt a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 53, The Underworld Fighting Tournament. Casually converting the energy within him into ultraviolet rays. The advancing Reapers screamed as they were reduced to ash. What have you done? Chad Norma retreated wearily. No need to be anxious, Prince Norma. I merely wish to extract the viruses from you for sampling, and then you shall be free. Zod endeavored to unleash his psychic abilities, denying Chad Norma the opportunity to respond, while simultaneously asserting control over the Reaper behind him. To his surprise, it proved easier than anticipated. It seemed that controlling vampires was no different from subjugating humans. As he manipulated Chad Norma and the Reaper, Making them roll like dogs one moment and squirm like worms the next, Zod found the experience quite amusing, pondering whether the professor would indulge in such playful antics. Zod believed that, compared to the coveted ability of invisibility, sought after by countless men, psychic power was far more suited to his needs. The ease of control and the freedom to manipulate were far more entertaining and practical than mere hypnosis, yielding results of several million words with little effort. Alas, he lamented, it was now relegated solely to the control of adversaries. With a sigh, Zod escorted Chad Norma back to the Blade Technology industrial base for sampling and other tasks. Upon completion, he instructed Chad Norma and his Reaper subordinates to line up and crawl into the sewer, simultaneously implanting a powerful psychic suggestion that compelled them to attack only vampires and scoundrels. By this time, a full night had elapsed since Chad Norma's assault, leaving behind only clear surveillance footage. The recordings were reported in layers, eventually reaching the hands of the vampire aristocrat Elita Makinos, the leader of the vampire ruling party in New York. Upon reviewing the footage, Elita summoned his most elite vampire warriors and devised a significant plan. Elita Makinos, the oldest known vampire in the Americas, held the prestigious title of vampire aristocrat, governing his kin. This honor, however, did not render him as the handsome and melancholic figure often depicted in worldly novels, radiating an air of noble, chilling charm like an ancient aristocrat. In fact, his visage could only be described as grotesque. His body had decayed and mutated into a bizarre pale blue, with hair failing to grow upon such a form. Veins stood out like ravines, and the fluids seeping from his skin evoked a sense of revulsion. This existence resembled a decaying corpse desperately struggling for survival, eliciting a psychological aversion, particularly in the presence of his daughter, Nisa Makinos. As a vampire, Makinos was not meant to appear thus. Other purebred vampires of his age, or even older, remained handsome and elegant. The reason for Makinos' repulsive appearance lay in his relentless pursuit of power, refusing to enter a dormant state, even at the cost of his strength and bodily decay, preferring instead to remain perched upon his throne, vigilantly observing every move of his empire. To ensure the supremacy of his authority, he established the Blood Clan Guard, recruiting elite warriors to ruthlessly eliminate his dissenting kin. In a bid to solidify his reign, he even allied with human rulers, mutually sustaining each other's power. In the relentless pursuit of power, one could aptly describe Elita Makinos. Undeniably, he remains the sovereign ruler of this vampiric empire, governing all vampires in New York City. The emergence of Chad Norma has made Makinos acutely aware that his son seeks vengeance, and he is well aware of the formidable strength of the Reaper variants. Thus, he finds himself in need of allies, simultaneously aiming to resolve the final aspects of his grand design. Zod, however, exhibits little interest in such affairs. The newly acquired vampire virus variant ignites the curiosity of scientists. During Zod's research, he uncovers that the virus is not inherently averse to silver. Rather, its rapid metabolic rate expends energy to counteract the damage inflicted by silver. Even anticoagulants, which are highly toxic to vampires, can be eliminated and expelled through this mechanism. Nevertheless, the Doomsday virus proves to be a different beast. Even a mere trace of it can effortlessly annihilate the vampire virus, leaving Zod somewhat disheartened, as his expectations had been considerably high. Of course, the virus possesses remarkable attributes, boasting an infection capability 100-fold stronger than that of the vampire virus. Astonishingly, it requires only a single cell to effectuate an entire transformation. Zod muses that the world of Marvel is indeed perilous. This virus is essentially an enhanced version of a pathogen. Fortunately, it lacks the ability to survive in the air. Otherwise, should it become airborne, Chad Norma and his Reaper subordinates would need only a single injury for their bodily fluids to disseminate the virus, resulting in a Marvel rendition of a biohazard crisis. Upon concluding his research, Zod ventured to the underground fighting tournament in New York. After selecting a cadre of beastly fighters, Zod continued his support for these contests, merely shifting his focus from war machines to monetary rewards. The 100 war machines promised to the champion, once returned to Hydra by Bucky, have unveiled numerous Hydra strongholds to Zod, who is now poised to execute the Serpent Devourer plan. The underground fighting tournament has persisted to this day, with Gene putting in considerable effort. This tournament is arguably the most prestigious of its kind worldwide, though the backing of Blade Technology Industries remains undisclosed. It is only known that they possess considerable financial resources, attracting many desperate souls. Zod contemplates that if the world of King of Fighters can produce such extraordinary fighters, it stands to reason that the Marvel Universe should not be devoid of superheroes and supervillains in its early stages. Consequently, the tournament has indeed showcased numerous exceptional fighters, effortlessly dispatching their opponents as if on a conquest. The footage has been preserved by the Black Queen for analytical purposes, and the pre-fight medical examinations have proven invaluable, allowing Zod to easily procure samples from these individuals. Should a formidable opponent arise, the Serpent Society extends an invitation. If declined, they resort to subterfuge to abduct the individual. Through such tactics, the Serpent Society has acquired a number of remarkable talents. Though disappointment arises from the fact that most participants are not of the mutated variety, but are instead self-trained. Zod's subordinates even captured a later lesser-known villain, a master of imitation, while only a handful of the mutated individuals exhibited strength several times greater than that of ordinary humans. Chapter 54. The assault. The purpose behind Zod's grand competition was not solely to scout talent, but also to acquire these arduous techniques of human extermination. Compiled by the Black Queen and enhanced by Zod's super intellect, he mastered all the muscle exertion techniques, essentially the art of combat, after merely a single glance. However, Zod pondered, these methods are merely effective against humans. Are there any lethal techniques designed for monstrous entities? In the realm of Marvel, adversaries extend beyond mere humans or humanoid beings. There exist various monsters. While Kryptonians may not require combat skills, as Superman can obliterate foes with a single punch. Encounters with beings such as Hyperion, Sentinel, Blue Marvel, Captain Marvel, and Swordmaster necessitate a different level of finesse. Not to mention the formidable challenge posed by monstrous foes. After conducting some research, Zod returned to the headquarters of Blade Technology Industries. The Los Angeles branch was already under construction, with old reporting that it would require approximately a year to complete, given the vast expanse of land, equivalent to the size of 2 football fields, including seating arrangements. This is the document you need to review today, Zod remarked as he settled into his office. Just then, a woman with fiery red hair entered, clad in a provocative business outfit, her deep neckline unmistakably alluring. "And you are?" Zod inquired, fully aware of her identity, yet refraining from stating it outright. "I'm Natasha, the senior assistant to Old's secretary," she replied, the Black Widow herself. "And Old?" Zod nodded, following up with the question. "Old has already taken leave to attend to personal matters," the Black Widow informed him, placing the document on his desk. As she bent down, the intentionally unbuttoned garment drew his gaze, though he found himself merely curious about the button's design. What surprised the Black Widow was that her usual captivating tactics did not yield the desired effect on Zod. He merely glanced at her before redirecting his focus to the document at hand. Feigning disinterest? A deliberate ploy? No, as a seasoned agent, merely 7 years younger than Captain America, she could easily discern the subtle nuances in facial expressions. It was evident to her that Zod was genuinely uninterested. Zod raised the document to shield himself from her gaze, while he took the opportunity to admire the Black Widow's figure, which was undeniably captivating in its entirety. The Black Widow stood waiting for instructions, secretly seeking more opportunities. The footage she had brought back had confounded S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experts, who spent hours attempting to ascertain the mechanism to open the door, only to be left utterly perplexed. Even Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. had received this footage, yet they too were unable to deduce how to unlock the door. It could only be said that Zod was indeed a genius, having designed a door that stumped all experts. Violent solutions are not advisable within the confines of Blade Technology Industries. There exists an arsenal of over 50 war machines on standby, and even deploying tanks would prove futile. The documents that Black Widow sought to review were not of significant importance, though they did contain some noteworthy information. For instance, Blade Technology Industries has unveiled a groundbreaking cure for AIDS, rendering the billions invested over the years by private and national research laboratories into mere folly. Investors were on the brink of bankruptcy, hastily withdrawing their funds and holding project leaders accountable, demanding to know why. After years of investment, there were no results. While Zodhisis achieved success almost instantaneously, those who aspired to make advancements in the field of AIDS research were driven to the brink of despair by Blade Technology Industries' revelation. They had invested an abundance of time, money, and youth into this pursuit, only to see everything crumble. Even if they wished to persevere, their investors had retreated, and potential new investors were far from naive. Why should they not save their capital for the day Blade Technology Industries goes public and invest directly in its success? In their desperation, some sought to discredit or undermine the AIDS cure, alleging issues such as inadequate drug testing or side effects. However, the AIDS cure achieved a resounding success, curing thousands of patients upon its release. Those afflicted from birth or through blood transfusions viewed Blade Technology Industries as a beacon of hope. In light of these developments, Zodhisis's personal safety became gravely compromised. SHILD received intelligence that a bounty of $200 million had been placed on Zodhisis's head, inciting envy among assassins and mercenaries. These individuals cared little for humanity's welfare. They were driven solely by monetary gain. The consequences of eliminating such a singular genius as Zodhisis were of no concern to them. A multitude of unidentified individuals had infiltrated America, their intentions unmistakably aimed at Zodhisis. Upon learning of this, Zodhisis could only chuckle. Black Queen conducted a search and discovered that a significant portion of this bounty was funded by researchers whose financial avenues had been severed by Zodhisis. The remaining researchers, although similarly deprived of funding and facing bleak futures, lamented merely that they were born in the wrong era, relegated to being mere background figures. Zodhisis instructed Black Queen to extend invitations to these individuals. They were the qualified researchers possessing true scientific spirit. With Blade Technology Industries thriving and financially robust, there was no fear of being unable to support these talents. Moreover, their education would not go to waste, as they could continue their research endeavors. Zodhisis did not wish for the cures for AIDS and other diseases to rely solely on the vampire virus. Scientific progress must be holistic in nature. That which is non-reproducible cannot be deemed scientific. As for the acquisition of YouTube and Twitter, as anticipated, those proposals were rejected. After some contemplation, Zodhisis resolved to establish his own platform. Additionally, he considered the Daily Bugle, the newspaper where Peter Parker works, recognizing that news media still holds significant market value in America. However, the owner of the Horn Herald refused to sell, which caught Zod by surprise. Given his miserly disposition, one would have expected him to be pleased with a direct sale. This perplexity lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, at the gates of Blade Technology Industries, a convoy came to a halt nearby. The occupants of the vehicles, upon spotting the emblem of Blade Technology Industries, wore sinister smiles. The security guard, engrossed in an adult magazine featuring youthful models, remained oblivious until the door of one vehicle swung open, revealing a man clad in a black bulletproof vest and a balaclava. Good heavens! The security guard at the gates of Blade Technology Industries widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 55: War Machines and Assault with a resounding explosion. The gate was obliterated by a rocket, sending the guard tumbling to the ground, grievously injured. The mercenaries aboard the other vehicles disembarked, pouring into Blade Technology Industries in a relentless surge. The sound of the blast startled Black Widow, who was acutely aware of her surroundings in downtown Washington, D.C. Was such audacity truly permissible here? Zod, meanwhile, accessed the surveillance footage, witnessing the armed assailants, fully equipped, advancing with ominous intent. I expected a package, perhaps containing a bomb. Yet this is the reality? Black Widow hastily informed her superior, the one-eyed, dark-skinned Egg, taken aback by the sheer audacity of the mercenaries, pondered the lengths to which they would go for money, seemingly valuing wealth over their lives. Natalia, ensure Zod Hise's safety. His company houses 50 war machines, sufficient to withstand the police and military until they arrive. I will contact the nearby National Guard, he instructed promptly. Regardless of whether Zod Hise had kidnapped or harmed Tony Stark, His breakthrough in AIDS research had granted him a metaphorical get-out-of-jail-free card. Many influential figures would not wish to see him perish, as they saw hope in him. This genius, transcending the century, might unravel the secrets of human aging and find cures for terminal illnesses such as cancer. In essence, his potential value was unfathomably vast. To harm him would be to oppose the interests of all humanity. The military, upon receiving Egg's alert, swiftly mobilized. To save time, they deployed helicopters, creating an imposing presence. Alongside the war machines traded to America by Hise, all available units, except those on missions, converged. Quickly, shouted the security personnel as the beastly soldiers donned the war machines, meeting the first wave of mercenaries with a hail of gunfire, reducing them to a mere swarm of chaos. The war machine developed by Blade Technology Industries can essentially be regarded as the War Machine No. 2. It is equipped with an automatic machine gun mounted on its right shoulder, featuring a targeting system that autonomously locks onto its prey, unleashing projectiles capable of penetrating standard 20mm steel plates. Its back boasts an augmented ammunition pack, while the left shoulder houses a missile compartment filled with missiles tipped with silver paint. These munitions utilize a novel chemical compound with a single missile, no larger than a finger, possessing the destructive power to obliterate a tank, generating flames from the chemical reaction that can reach extreme temperatures, even melting titanium alloy. The chest armor splits open, revealing missiles with golden paint tips within. These gilded missiles are even more potent, specifically designed for demolishing structural targets. The formidable war machine swiftly subdued the mercenaries. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the corridor as the head of one war machine detonated, the shockwave causing its heavy body to topple. A mercenary armed with an anti-material sniper rifle smirked. Although the war machine was formidable and could withstand most weaponry, this was an explosive armor-piercing round, and coupled with the anti-material sniper rifle, it was a guaranteed hit. However, he was soon taken aback as the fallen war machine rose anew, its left shoulder missile compartment elevating and opening to release a silver missile that whistled through the air. "Damn!" the mercenary exclaimed, hastily rolling away with his sniper rifle, but the silver missile did not strike the wall as he anticipated. Instead, it elegantly veered around and locked onto him. With a thunderous boom, the mercenary was obliterated, leaving no trace of his existence. The beastly soldier exhaled in relief. Fortunate that the internal war machines were coated with a secondary kryptonite layer. Otherwise, he would have been a head shorter just now. Typical war machines possessed steel alloy armor, but Zod's creations were distinctly different, featuring a secondary kryptonite coating that provided exceptional defense. Even a blast from a Barrett's explosive armor-piercing round would merely dent it by 10mm. While the beastly soldier was unconcerned about being struck elsewhere, a hit to the head was unacceptable, as it was a vulnerability. Hence his frustration manifested in the use of the silver missile. At this moment, American helicopters and war machines arrived, charging in, but were met with gunfire from the defending mercenaries, resulting in several casualties. The war machines advanced to the forefront, with other soldiers taking cover behind them, occasionally peeking out to retaliate. The war machines had the upper hand, wielding the military-grade Browning 127mm heavy machine gun, a formidable vehicle-mounted weapon. The thunderous barrage echoed as multiple war machines fired and advanced simultaneously. The sturdy construction materials of Blade Technology Industries held up remarkably well, with minimal damage otherwise. They would have been easily perforated by the onslaught. With a resounding crash, one of the war machines suffered a catastrophic breach to its head, collapsing to the ground. "Fall back. The enemy has armor-piercing rounds." The war machines were startled, quickly scattering in all directions. Fortunately, they were not cumbersome machinery. On the contrary, when adequately powered, the war machines exhibited greater agility than humans, sprinting with remarkable speed. Their weaknesses had been discerned through repeated encounters. Conventional large-caliber weaponry proved ineffective against their steel alloy exteriors. However, humanity's expertise lay in the slaughter of its own kind. There were indeed armored units superior to the war machines, leading to the swift development of methods employing armor-piercing rounds to combat them. The explosive armor-piercing shells became the most frequently utilized, with some even resorting to the madness of depleted uranium rounds. As their lives were threatened, the war machines grew more ferocious. They seized weapon crates from the logistics personnel, revealing specially designed rocket launchers within. Observing the stillness outside, the mercenaries, chewing gum, scoffed at the war machines, believing that a sniper rifle setup in the confined space would keep them at bay. Suddenly, a war machine emerged, brandishing something that made the mercenaries' pupils dilate. They hastily attempted to fire their weapons to halt the foe, but the war machine was swifter, pulling the trigger and launching 2 rockets. With laser guidance assistance, the war machine faced no fear of missing its target, especially as the rockets increased the explosion's radius. The mercenaries abandoned their firearms and attempted to flee. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, the shockwave propelling them away, their insides shattered by the force, leaving them lifeless mid-air. The ensuing heat and flames merely serving to desecrate their remains. In her office, Black Widow witnessed the surveillance footage displayed by Zod, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the armed forces of Blade Technology Industries. However, she was unaware that Zod's automated mechanical soldiers had yet to be deployed. Chapter 56. The Dark Knight. Should the automated armed soldiers join the fray, the battle would conclude instantaneously. Nonetheless, these mercenaries provided Zod with an opportunity to showcase his might. He had long pondered the moment he would don his iron suit, and now that moment had arrived. "Natalie, come with me," Zod beckoned, leading her toward a metallic corridor. Natalie's heart raced. As a newcomer, she was astonished to have access to company secrets so swiftly. Was Zod's intention to ensure her safety by bringing her behind the secure metal door, which appeared quite formidable? She observed Zod halting before the door, which revealed a keypad featuring both iris and oral recognition systems. No wonder she had been unable to locate it. Such advanced technology was indeed impressive. Once Zod entered, Natalie quickly followed him inside, discovering a spacious environment filled with war machines, all prepped by Zod to bewilder any intruder. Clearly, she had fallen for the ruse. Next, Natalie watched as Zod ascended a black platform. "Black Queen," Zod called out, and instantly, Natalie witnessed the black platform illuminate with lights as a metallic substance, resembling liquid, spread from the platform to Zod's feet, subsequently creeping upward until it enveloped his entire body, forming an exquisite suit of armor. Black Widow exhibited a look of astonishment. It was understandable, for she was, after all, of a generation that predated this extraordinary display of science fiction, a spectacle that surpassed her limits of comprehension. The sleek, aerodynamic design of the armor exuded a minimalist yet fierce aesthetic, while the robust joint structures conveyed an undeniable sense of strength. The layered metallic plates not only provided formidable defense, but also boasted an aesthetically pleasing form. The helmet, crafted from nanometal extending from 2 external ear covers, radiated a distinctly futuristic allure. This oddly shaped helm connected to the armor at the nape of the neck, with protective elements extending from the jawline. The outer color of the armor began to shift, with the primary protective areas transforming into a deep black hue, a change induced at the molecular level by the nanometal. Soon after, golden patterns emerged upon the thick armor at the shoulders. In an instant, this transformation rendered the previously mechanical-looking nano-armor imbued with a dark elegance. This armor was composed of nanorobots. After acquiring several hundred tons of vibranium, Zod had the resources to indulge in research, leading to the development of nanotechnology with the assistance of the Black Queen, who created these nanorobots. All were under the Black Queen's control, endowed with the capability to morph and possess formidable defensive attributes. Analyzing the data of vibranium alongside the global composition of alloys and metals, the Black Queen successfully crafted an alloy superior to both secondary and primary kryptonite. This alloy became the principal material for the creation of these nanorobots. Though it was regrettable that the Sun God armor and War God armor could not be further dismantled, otherwise, merging with raw kryptonite might have rendered them even more powerful. The Dark Knight armor was fully donned. The cold voice of the Black Queen revealed the name of this armor to Natalie. It appeared entirely distinct from mass-produced armaments like the War Machine. Zod, clad in the Dark Knight armor, led Natalie away from the scene. While the listening device she had discreetly placed was subsequently retrieved and destroyed by the nanorobots dispatched by the Black Queen. Encountering a squad of mercenaries, Zod, in his Dark Knight armor, faced the war machine. The mercenaries shouted in alarm as they opened fire on Zod. However, the alloy strength of the Dark Knight armor surpassed even that of vibranium. The projectiles struck his armor without even marring the glossy black finish. Zod raised his hand and unleashed a beam of blue energy towards the mercenaries. This emitted energy was, in fact, a cluster of energy particles. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a beam of energy, albeit slower than true light. Without any trace of bloodshed, the energy emitted vaporized nearly all objects it encountered. The heads of the first two mercenaries, leaning against each other, were effortlessly converted into the most fundamental elemental molecules by the energy beam, while a fraction of this energy passed through their sides, incinerating the left hand of a mercenary behind them. The necks of the decapitated mercenaries were scorched by the astonishing energy, rendering any blood spillage impossible. From a distance, they resembled headless mannequin figures. Natalie, following Zod, furrowed her brow upon witnessing the formidable weapon. The armor worn by Zod was equipped with a palm energy cannon that surpassed the power of other war machines by a significant margin. She then observed Zod extend his index finger, which glowed with a crimson light, unleashing a barrage of red laser beams at an astonishing speed. These beams pierced through the mercenaries' fully armored bulletproof vests, leaving gaping holes large enough for a ping-pong ball to pass through. The Dark Knight could emit these highly penetrative laser beams from all 10 fingers, and when the output power was amplified, these beams even possessed cutting capabilities. The Dark Knight progressed through the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Despite the mercenaries' fierce firepower, engaging in such a confined environment was akin to suicide. "What is that?" the mercenaries exclaimed, observing the figure in the obsidian armor approaching with purpose. It bore a resemblance to a war machine, yet with numerous distinct details. Then they witnessed the figure raise its hand. Incendiary cannon. Zod's voice resonated as the armor on his arm transformed, nanorobots assembling into a predetermined shape. Subsequently, flames spiraled forth, shooting hundreds of meters away, incinerating the mercenaries struck by the fiery vortex into ashes. The corridor's fire sprinkler system immediately activated, dousing the flames with copious amounts of water. The performance of the Dark Knight was commendable. Zod was pleased. Thus far, most of the designed weaponry had been tested, and now it was time to activate the slaughter mode. The nanorobots swiftly reconfigured into a formidable longsword, its high-frequency vibrations rendering it indestructible, capable of cleaving through even vibranium with a single stroke. Black Widow then witnessed the back of Zod's armor open, revealing a row of thrusters that emitted a blue flame, resembling resplendent wings of light. This acceleration allowed the Dark Knight to close the distance to the mercenaries in an instant, slicing through them with ease as if they were mere vegetables. Chapter 57. Special genes. The firearms in the hands of these mercenaries, like their bodies, were effortlessly cleaved in two, smooth and pristine. With the Dark Knight entering the fray, the battle concluded swiftly, albeit with a mess to clean up. The war machine secured the scene, barring the journalists who arrived on the scene. It was a jest to think that such a spectacle could be reported by them. The military and police displayed an attitude markedly different from their usual demeanor, leaving journalists devoid of the audacity to champion the spirit of press freedom, thus averting chaos. On the side of SHIELD, Nick Fury promptly received the footage and intelligence from Black Widow regarding Zod Hise's new war machine. After reviewing the footage, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation. This war machine, aptly named the Dark Knight, was significantly more formidable than its counterparts, capable of single-handedly confronting 100 foes. It was hardly surprising that Zod Hise could engineer such a powerful war machine, yet the purpose behind its creation perplexed Fury. He found himself questioning Zod Hise's intentions. However, safeguarding Zod Hise remained paramount, as the mercenary assault had incited considerable discontent within the United States. They were aware that the underworld had placed a bounty on Zod Hise, yet the means by which these mercenaries had infiltrated remained a mystery, their firepower alarmingly potent, with most of their weaponry of American origin, suggesting they had internal support. The United States swiftly identified the officers covertly aiding these mercenaries, only to discover that these officers had all committed suicide. Those who had not perished met with accidental deaths. Some succumbed to fatal mishaps, such as electrocution from a leaking toilet, while others fell to their demise on staircases. Under ordinary circumstances, such incidents might seem commonplace, yet in this context, they appeared highly suspicious. Zod, having gleaned these internal secrets through the Black Queen, swiftly deduced the identity of those orchestrating the attacks. It was Hydra, yet he wondered why the North American contingent of Hydra had failed to signal. After all, the 100 war machines Zod had dispatched to champion Bucky during the Underworld Combat Tournament had been activated by Hydra, thereby exposing many of their bases and hideouts across North America. Blade Technology Industries, capitalizing on this information, promptly apprehended the exposed Hydra agents to brainwash them for Zod. Could it be that the Hydra attacking him was not from North America? Zod was acutely aware that Hydra had numerous heads, such as Madame Viper from the Island Nation and the Baron from Great Britain, while the North American head was Alexander Pierce. If it were another faction of Hydra targeting Zod, it would not be surprising, given Zod Hise's unparalleled influence, which made them regard him with covetous eyes. Concerning this assault, Blade Technology Industries did not seek to conceal the truth, but rather convened a press conference to address it directly. I harbor concerns regarding the security issues in America, particularly given that this is the very heart of Washington, D.C. It is alarming that a group of marauders could wield weapons such as Barrett 762 automatic rifles and fire upon civilians, while we waited a full 10 minutes for law enforcement and military assistance to arrive. On behalf of citizens across the nation, I denounce such a sluggish response. Despite our substantial tax contributions annually, we have not cultivated an elite force capable of safeguarding the American populace. Zodis passionately condemned this situation during a press conference, noting that while the elite and Congress may be indifferent to public sentiment, it is likely that many capitalists will reconsider the necessity of such hefty tax payments. America may disregard public opinion, yet capitalists must take it into account. In response, America convened a press conference to express profound regret over this act of terrorism and pledged to compensate Blade Technology Industries for all losses incurred. Furthermore, they vowed to enhance security measures, such as increasing police patrols in affluent neighborhoods and establishing boundary lines to prevent the entry of those deemed inferior. Once Blade Technology Industries received compensation, Zod ceased to focus on the matter, realizing that prolonging the issue would be futile. To placate the discontent of the genius Zodis, America offered a substantial sum as a peace offering and promised to form an investigative team to uncover the identity of the person who issued the bounty. However, they also expressed interest in the Dark Knight, with a certain agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to covertly confront Zodis regarding the Dark Knight, only to be intercepted. Beastly soldiers took over the security responsibilities of Blade Technology Industries, disregarding credentials and individuals alike. Nick Fury found it impossible to infiltrate. Regarding the Dark Knight, Zod declared it a non-negotiable asset, a personal war machine of his own design, only to be sold if he ever deemed it obsolete. Even a high offer from America failed to pique his interest, as he currently possesses sufficient funds to acquire a building outright, akin to Tony Stark, and dismantle it for amusement. However, news of the terrorist attack quickly spread across nations, each extending an olive branch, assuring Zodis that their territories were utterly secure and that he need not worry about safety. Zod, fully aware of the motivations of these nations, chose to disregard their overtures as he focused on his own intriguing projects. From a selection of combatants sampled from the underworld, Zod discovered unique genes reminiscent of suspected mutant DNA. It is widely recognized that Earth in the Marvel Universe has faced numerous calamities, including the Kree conducting experiments long before humanity's emergence, seeking to create formidable biological weapons, alongside various other chaotic endeavors. Consequently, Zod suspects that this particular set of genes may indeed belong to the inhuman race. Millions of years ago, a war erupted between the two cosmic races, the Kree and the Skrulls. For strategic reasons, the Kree established a workstation in the Uranian region of the solar system. Soon, their interest in the genetic potential of life on Earth burgeoned, prompting them to conduct a series of experiments on contemporary Homo sapiens. Such experiments clearly bore a dual purpose. Firstly, to investigate and mitigate the potential stagnation in their own evolution, and secondly, to forge formidable mutant soldiers for the battlefield. However, upon successfully creating a cohort of humanoid beings endowed with extraordinary abilities, for reasons unknown, the Kree abandoned their experimental creations. This population of Inhumans subsequently began to evolve independently, establishing their own social systems. Their secluded existence facilitated the development of advanced technologies surpassing those of humanity. Through the Terrigen mists, they acquired a myriad of superpowers, albeit at the cost of genetic degradation and deformity. Chapter 58. Gene Modification and Human Experimentation. Through diligent research, Zod swiftly discerned and confirmed the genetic identity of these Inhumans, whose genes remained dormant due to the absence of a crucial substance. The Terrigen mists, he mused, presented a more controllable population of superhumans compared to the unpredictable mutants, and their potential was notably high, exemplified by figures such as Black Bolt. Yet, this was not sufficient. Further comparisons were required. After some contemplation, Zod reached out to Uld. Consequently, Blade Industries acquired and established 20 private hospitals, a gesture of corporate social responsibility aimed at enhancing the American healthcare system. Zod pledged that these new hospitals would offer complimentary health checkups for a year. Scattered across cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Boston, these hospitals were substantial in size, qualifying as major medical facilities. Upon announcing the charitable initiative of free health screenings, many in America speculated that with Zod's brilliance in medicine, these hospitals might outperform others. As a result, after just over 2 months, Zod amassed a vast collection of samples, filtering through over 1,000 mutant genes and nearly 20,000 Inhuman genes. Notably, the sample size was derived from a population exceeding 19 million. Even after excluding repetitive mutant and Inhuman genes, the figures remain staggering. All mutant genes resided in a mysterious dormant state, akin to ancient genetic fragments inherited by humanity. Yet, Zod sensed that with the right manipulation, he could activate these mutant genes, bringing mutants into the world. However, he decided to temporarily set aside the mutant genes, as the Inhuman genes appeared to be a safer avenue. With the assistance of the Black Queen for mathematical modeling, and employing a templated human data model for simulations, the error margin stood at a mere 10%. This discrepancy attributed to the complexities of human anatomy, which deviated from the idealized mathematical models and bore the potential for mutation at any moment. Following her calculations, the Black Queen abruptly halted her work. The absence of the key substance rendered the experiment unfeasible, leaving the nearly 20,000 Inhuman genes stagnant, akin to a still pond. Zod pondered whether the Inhumans would face extinction if they were entirely reliant on the Terrigen mist, should it ever cease to exist. Although the cinematic version depicted Quake detonating the Terrigen crystal above New York, awakening the Inhuman genes within humanity, Zod was determined to prevent such an occurrence. He contemplated acquiring some Terrigen crystals for experimentation. Zod recalled that the Terrigen mist was an unimaginably potent toxin for mutants. Should mutants emerge in the future, he would have the opportunity to test its effects. Much like Batman, he prepared meticulously, refusing to engage in battles without certainty of victory. It seemed prudent to send agents to Egypt to ascertain the possibility of unearthing Apocalypse. Zod considered the implications of whether finding Apocalypse would be fortuitous or not. Even a dormant Apocalypse would be subject to his whims. Although the forces of the World Serpent were increasing, in terms of power, even the mightiest of his Super Bee soldiers, the Azura Beetle, could only trade blows with the Hulk for a limited time before being overwhelmed by the latter's rage-fueled strength. As Zod examined the collection of over 1,000 unique mutant genes, he found them tantalizing. Yet, he wondered whether they were akin to Pandora's box or a golden apple. Unable to suppress his fervent scientific zeal, he commenced his research on the mutant genes. Predictably, the Black Queen, after conducting 2 rounds of calculations, eliminated a significant number of useless mutant genes that would cause undesirable transformations, such as developing scales or turning limbs into fish tails, while meticulously recording her findings for future reference. In truth, the number of mutants in the Marvel Universe was staggering. The Genosha incident alone claimed the lives of 16 million mutants. This phenomenon arose because the mutants one typically encountered were the elite, the pinnacle of power, while the majority possessed abilities that were often detrimental or wholly impractical for combat. The X-Men and Magneto's followers represented the CR, de la CR of mutant kind, showcasing the plight of those like Northstar and Gifted, who were oppressed by humanity. Thus, while over 1,000 mutant genes seemed impressive, the number of truly useful genes was exceedingly scarce. Following the Black Queen's calculations, Zod initiated human trials. The subjects for these experiments were naturally the beast soldiers he had arranged, casually abducted from locations such as the Golden Triangle, Brooklyn's underbelly, and the Middle East. To mitigate risks, Zod implanted a psychic wave in each test subject. Should complications arise, he could detonate the wave. Even mutants of Professor X's caliber would struggle against the psychic detonation within their minds. Resistance was futile once the wave had been embedded in their brains. The results of the experiments were less than ideal. Although many of the discarded genes from preliminary calculations had been eliminated, a substantial number of ineffective mutant genes remained during the actual trials. The experimental subjects have transformed into grotesque monstrosities, wailing in agony upon their sickbeds. However, there exists a singular success among them, a mutant who has become akin to a steel titan. Through meticulous research, Zod discovered that this individual's entire being had morphed into a biological metal resembling steel, yet possessing superior hardness and toughness. All internal organs had vanished, replaced by this biological metal that filled his form, resulting in a staggering increase in weight from 80 kilograms to 200 kilograms. Under the influence of Zod's thought waves, this mutant was unable to resist and complied with the experiments. His strength was extraordinary, capable of lifting approximately 50 tons, and he could engage in hand-to-hand combat with the malevolent Loki. Indeed, despite Loki's appearance as a fragile sorcerer, he too possessed a strength of 50 tons, surpassing that of even the agile Spider-Man. The resilience of this biological metal astonished Zod. It could withstand temperatures reaching 9,000 degrees Celsius, rendering even a 127mm armor-piercing, explosive shell ineffective against it. Zod then summoned one of the larger bee soldiers to inject this mutant's genes. This endeavor successfully transformed the large soldier into a steel titan, while the original mutant was henceforth referred to as the Iron Man. The newly transformed steel titan exhibited even greater strength than the Iron Man, reaching approximately 70 tons, and his defensive capabilities remained unchanged except for the heat resistance, allowing him to disregard the assaults of a tank's main cannon. Regrettably, aside from this solitary successful bee soldier, all other members of the World Serpent were unable to adapt to the Steel Titan's mutant genes, either nearly perishing or displaying no reaction whatsoever. Zod refused to accept the notion that only one Steel Titan could exist, suspecting that the compatibility of genes might be exceedingly rare, indicating a need for increased sample testing. It is worth noting that this Steel Titan bee soldier is likely far superior to the original Steel Titan, and Zod has already taken samples of the biological metal, hoping to replicate it. Much like Blonsky, Zod has begun contemplating transforming him into the Abomination, an enhanced bee soldier. This should yield significant improvements, though it remains uncertain whether the transformation would affect the Abomination's characteristics. According to the film's narrative, Blonsky's metamorphosis into the Abomination was a consequence of excessive super soldier serum injections. The present Blonsky bears a striking resemblance to his cinematic counterpart, albeit appearing more weathered, having spent nearly a lifetime in the throes of battle, devoid of a pristine visage. Thus, it is plausible that this may also influence his eventual appearance as the Abomination. Zod instructed Uld to continue expanding the Free Health Check initiative, ideally prompting similar charitable endeavors in other nations. Subsequently, Zod's post-human initiative unearthed new targets. The initial subject from the post-human project, Jessica Campbell, has now been eclipsed by the Black Queen's newly identified targets, Wanda and Quicksilver, in a universe devoid of mutants. The extraordinary abilities of Wanda and Quicksilver are attributed to the activation of the Mind Stone, a premise established in the cinematic rendition. This is also the reason why Zod initially designated them as targets in his files. Furthermore, this superhuman initiative dossier includes entities such as the Pulsar. While Luke Cage remains elusive, his current whereabouts unknown, leaving one to ponder whether he has yet to emerge from incarceration. Presently, Wanda and Quicksilver find themselves in Sokovia, having not voluntarily become subjects of Baron Strucker's experiments. Following Zod's approval, the Black Queen has dispatched Beast soldiers to retrieve them, utilizing Zod's covertly developed supersonic aircraft. The Beast soldiers swiftly completed their mission without detection by any nation's air defense systems. They take pride in their organization as formidable technological prowess, but remain perplexed as to why no orders have been given to dominate the world. Reluctantly, Wanda and Quicksilver are brought before Zod, only to encounter a strikingly handsome man whose identity as the world's foremost arms dealer is conveniently overlooked. "Fear not. I shall not harm you," Zod assures with a smile. The precocious Wanda blushes, while Quicksilver remains unfazed. "You forcibly take us away and claim you won't harm us?" Quicksilver retorts directly. "Pietro." Wanda tugs at her brother's sleeve, not only out of concern, but also to prevent him from being overly confrontational. "It's quite all right. I merely wish for you to join my company, and I will support your education and living expenses until you reach adulthood," Zod instructs Old to convey to them, prompting Quicksilver to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. Old himself is baffled as to Zod's intentions in summoning these two minors. Does Zod harbor a particular affinity for their type? Although Wanda possesses a delicate beauty surpassing that of her cinematic counterpart, she notices that Zod's gaze lingers on her for only a brief moment, indicating that he favors a more mature and voluptuous type, leaving Wanda, still youthful and perhaps malnourished, seemingly overlooked. Through their conversation, the siblings ascertain that Zod harbors no malice. Despite the bizarre nature of their abduction, Zod merely aimed to conduct a health examination before Old facilitated their applications for American citizenship and schooling. It was almost unbelievable that such a benevolent individual existed in the world. Then why only assist us? Zod, after acquiring samples, eagerly retreated to his laboratory for research, with Dr. Connors assisting nearby. Connors is astonished by Zod's rapid advancement. Initially, Zod was merely a laboratory assistant, not even a leading aide, yet within days, he has surpassed the capability of Connors himself. Particularly noteworthy is Zod's ability to procure genetic samples that defy Connors' expectations, and the Beast soldiers, once limited to terrestrial biological genes, seem to be exhibiting increasingly abnormal traits. The genetic makeup of Wanda and Quicksilver does not contain any components of mutated genes. Rather, it is a novel gene that Zod has never encountered before. How many unique genetic strands does Earth possess? Zod mused, seemingly aware that the planet is home to both Skrulls and Asgardians, uncertain whether he could obtain samples of their genetic material. Currently, Zod is diligently researching cloning technology and has made significant progress. At the very least, he has produced the necessary blueprints, which have now been entrusted to the Black Queen for construction. I find myself in Brooklyn, where robbers are engaged in a fierce gunfight with the police. The assailants are armed with overwhelming firepower, rendering the officers powerless to retaliate. A reporter from the New York Daily News is risking his life for a live broadcast, driven by the promise of a 3-month salary increase from the editor due to this thrilling headline, while a rival journalist from the Herald is vying for attention. Motivated by the stinginess of his own boss, the police can only take cover behind their vehicles, while the bank robbers brandish absurdly powerful 7.62mm automatic rifles, with one burly thug even wielding a 12-gauge shotgun, firing relentlessly, making it unsafe to hide behind the squad cars. Several officers have already fallen, along with numerous civilians injured. Their objective is a staggering $50 million in cash from a bank, and they're a gang of ruthless criminals from South Africa intent on executing this heist flawlessly. Just as the robbers revel in their audacity, a rocket-like object streaks through the sky, initially unnoticed until it drew gasps as it approached. It was a war machine clad in sleek black armor, polished to a mirror-like finish. Yet, emblazoned upon this war machine were intricately carved emblematic characters, the Dark Knight. The robbers, oblivious to the implications, mistook the Dark Knight for an American war machine and hastily aimed their weapons at him. Zod, with his black cloak billowing in the wind, strode forward purposefully towards the criminals. Chapter 60, The Age of Superheroes. The bullets ricocheted off Zod's body with little effect, and one thug met his demise when struck by a deflected bullet. With a resounding thud, Zod delivered a powerful punch to one of the criminals, instantly ending his life. The force crushed his internal organs and resulted in a catastrophic spinal fracture, rendering him completely unresponsive before he even collapsed. As this marked the Dark Knight's debut, Zod was determined to avoid excessive bloodshed. Drawing from the combat footage he had studied from the Underworld Fighting Championship, he swiftly appeared behind two thugs, flicking his fingers at the base of their skulls. In an instant, the two criminals trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground as if stricken by Parkinson's disease. The surrounding crowd began to calm, emboldened by the police's newfound courage to fight back. Subsequently, Zod efficiently dispatched all the robbers. "Who are you?" The police, having never encountered vigilantes or superheroes, were at a loss for how to engage with them. Moreover, the imposing figure of the war machine was indeed formidable. "I am Zod Hise, and this is my war machine, the Dark Knight." "Well done, officers," he declared, his armored visage parting to reveal his striking face, which was recognized across the nation, as Zod Hise had been deemed the most captivating man in America. Zod then took his leave, leaving reporters from the Daily News and the Herald in dismay, lamenting their slow pursuit. His public display was a deliberate effort to cultivate a positive image. Old had established a news agency at Zod's behest, whimsically named the Planet Daily, complete with an iconic planetary emblem, a massive iron sphere. By managing his image effectively, Zod believed he would secure an invincible position. Simultaneously, he aimed to instill a sense of awe in his adversaries, making them think his prowess stemmed solely from the formidable Dark Knight armor that allowed him to soar and evade. Above all, Zod aspired to usher in a new era, the age of superheroes. As the proprietor of the Planet Daily, he secured exclusive high-definition photographs of the Dark Knight, taken from various angles by the Black Queen, achieving a perfection that even professional photographers could scarcely replicate. Beneath the sleek combat armor, his powerful physique and striking musculature exuded both strength and beauty, surpassing even Michelangelo's David in male allure. The majority of American women were instantaneously captivated by Zod's charm, making him the object of desire for girls, mature women, and everyone in between. Although he had already garnered such attention, this was the first time they beheld his physique in such detail, complemented by his slightly aloof demeanor and a striking blue-dyed hairstyle, truly a national heartthrob. The Dark Knight, the most brilliant Zod Hise in the annals of human history. Clad in the war machine, he had ascended to the status of a superhero. Was Zod's strategy a subtle indictment of America's security dilemmas and its convoluted systems? This world yearns for heroes, and thus he stepped forth. A comprehensive assessment of the distinctions between the Dark Knight and other war machines was warranted. The New York Police Department proclaimed that New York City was thriving, and America was well, with no need for a genius to assume the role of a hero. In addition to the Planet Daily's unreserved accolades, other newspapers attempted to emulate this approach, even taking alternative routes to critique Zod Hise's individualistic heroism, despite the fact that America traditionally favored such personal valor. However, they were at a disadvantage, having failed to acquire images of the Dark Knight, leading to a significant decline in their sales as they were overshadowed by the Planet Daily. The primary focus of the report by the Planet Daily resonates deeply with numerous young and middle-aged Americans, evoking a sense of heroism, a desire to save the world, combat evil, and uphold justice. America yearns for heroes. Nick Fury and the prominent figures of the nation are perplexed, questioning why one would abandon the noble pursuit of scientific endeavors to assume the role of a so-called superhero. While the armored figure of the Dark Knight is undeniably formidable, such actions are fraught with peril. Ultimately, he remains merely a young man seeking the limelight, mistakenly believing himself unlike Tony Stark, only to discover that he surpasses Stark in prowess. At the very least, Stark never donned a suit of iron to rescue the world. Such responsibilities belong to the police and military. His antics significantly undermine the credibility and capabilities of law enforcement. "Natasha, how is your work progressing?" Nick Fury felt compelled to reach out to his trusted subordinate, hoping she could rein in that brilliant genius. After all, beyond concerns for his personal safety, the sheer strength of the war machine Dark Knight would undoubtedly attract many who harbor ill intentions. Busy beyond measure, Black Widow was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message. nearly forgetting her mission was to approach Zod Hise for intelligence gathering, rather than merely acting as a flawless assistant. Zod Hise's whimsical ideas often led him in unpredictable directions. For instance, while everyone anticipated his next focus would be on conquering cancer, he unexpectedly decided to acquire private hospitals. Black Widow and her colleague Old had never engaged in such matters, and their frantic efforts were seemingly never-ending. Just when they managed to complete one task, Zod Hise would demand they acquire a news agency, which, while manageable through the purchase of a struggling tabloid, soon led to him requesting the recruitment of elite personnel. Zod Hise aimed to establish a platform akin to YouTube or Twitter, leaving Black Widow consumed by work with scarcely a moment's respite. It's quite disheartening. He seems utterly disinterested in me, perhaps regarding me as no more significant than a mechanical component, she lamented. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, incredulous. How could this be? Black Widow had always been victorious in her dealings with men. If Zod Hise favored scientific pursuits over women, what then of his stunningly attractive and alluring executive assistant? Old? He might not be drawn to my type. Perhaps you should find a female operative akin to Old, Black Widow sighed, feeling emotionally and physically drained. Despite the lucrative salary at Blades Technology, which far surpassed her annual earnings as a spy, and Zod Hise's generous raises for accomplishments, truly a commendable entrepreneur, she found the demands overwhelmingly exhausting. Thank you to those who support us. Floating Life, Xiao Gu, Hiya Hai, Dark Sun Empire, Book Lover Xiao AI, and Backpack Shadow. Chapter 61. Congratulations, you have now become the dream lover of all women in America. Old placed the documents on Zod's desk. Zod lifted his head, observing Old's narrow, elegant skirt that gracefully accentuated her curves, while her long legs gleamed like alabaster in the light. Noting Old's businesslike demeanor, Zod shrugged, discerning the underlying implications in her words. Are you not going to mention why you suddenly donned a war machine and dashed off to play the hero? Old could not contain her inquiry, equally disapproving of Zod's reckless bravado. Rest assured, Old, I would never jest with my own life, Zod assured her. Old's lips quivered, yet she ultimately refrained from further comment. I would prefer not to change employers, she conceded. The Los Angeles branch is set to be completed in a little over 5 months, and Zod plans to relocate there, designating it as the new headquarters. Meanwhile, the Washington, D.C. office remains operational, albeit as a mere branch, despite the fact that Blade Technology Industries employs very few staff. However, there's a silver lining. Due to Tony Stark's prolonged absence, he has been presumed dead, resulting in a significant decline in Stark Industries stock prices. Obadiah has exhausted every means to stabilize them, yet the employees of Stark Industries feel a sense of hopelessness regarding their future. During this tumultuous time, Blade Technology Industries has seized the opportunity to recruit, successfully enticing a substantial portion of Stark Industries' weapons division to join their ranks. A minority, however, was retained by Obadiah after he raised salaries and benefits, coupled with the loyalty of long-term employees who have formed emotional ties to Stark Industries. Regardless, even in Stark's absence, the company can still generate revenue through its weapons specialization. With Blade Technology Industries bolstered by Stark Industries' weapons division and the resilient, reliable Russian-made weaponry designed and produced by the Vanko family, they have begun to penetrate the conventional weapons market within the military-industrial complex. This development spells dire news for Hammer Industries, as both Blade Technology and Stark Industries vie for dominance in the conventional and heavy weapons markets. Previously, Hammer Industries could only scrape by with orders that Stark Industries had overlooked, but now their business prospects have dwindled considerably. After all, it is evident to all which industrial weapons are preferable. Zod holds little regard for Hammer Industries laborers. His interest lies in their production lines. However, Justin Hammer does not appear overly distressed at present, leading Zod to believe he will not sell just yet. Patience is key. Wanda and Quicksilver can scarcely believe the life they currently lead. In America, even though Washington, D.C. does not rival New York as an economic powerhouse, it far surpasses Sokovia, especially since Zod has enrolled them in a private school. Public education in America is characterized by a laissez-faire approach. Students are free to engage or disengage as they please. Even those who earnestly strive to learn often find their efforts fruitless, which contributes to the widespread lack of educational attainment among both American citizens and non-citizens. Only private institutions provide an elite education, perpetuating the wealth gap and ensuring that those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds remain less capable of challenging the affluent elite and capitalists. It is no exaggeration to assert that the educational standards of private schools in America surpass those of the majority of institutions in Rabbit Inner. These are truly places where one can acquire meaningful knowledge. Wanda is acutely aware that today, as circumstances have not come easily, although she remains uncertain of the specifics of that difficulty. Nevertheless, the mature-minded Wanda comprehends well that there are no free lunches in this world. Every gift bestowed by fate has already been priced in the shadows, and she is yet to understand what price she must pay. In stark contrast, Quicksilver quickly succumbed to the allure of the bustling entertainment of the metropolis. He learned to play video games, frequent nightclubs, indulge in alcohol, and even engage in reckless driving, toying with the law enforcement of Washington, D.C. Today, as Wanda attended school, she overheard her classmates discussing the Dark Knight and Xerxes. Intrigued, she inquired further, discovering that Xerxes had indeed become a hero, having assisted the Brooklyn police in subduing a gang of bank robbers just yesterday. Among these affluent or middle-class youths, with few exceptions, most admired Xerxes' actions. The image of his formidable armored suit, capable of soaring through the skies, was bound to become an indelible memory for them. Compared to the popular comics of Batman, Superman, and the Justice League currently flying off the shelves, Xerxes embodied the very essence of a real-life superhero. After absorbing her classmates' conversations, Wanda decided to purchase a copy of the Planet Daily after school, where she encountered a striking high-definition cover photo of Xerxes. The headline, although exaggerated, proclaimed him as the new century's super genius and superhero, the guardian of the Dark Knight. The sales of the Planet Daily had rapidly caught up with those of the Horn Herald and the Daily News, as Xerxes ignited widespread discourse and fervor surrounding superheroes. It would not be an overstatement to say he has become the most sought-after figure in global news, albeit regrettably, he declined all interviews from journalists, with old preventing many eager young models from approaching him. Wanda felt a stirring within her heart as she gently caressed Xerxes' image in the photograph, solidifying her resolve. In a new laboratory in Los Angeles, Zod had opted against elaborate contraptions. Instead, he simply installed a strength tester at the entrance, requiring the application of 100 tons of force to unlock the alloy door. Behind it lay his latest creation, the Dark Knight armor. The cape, imbued with an air of dashing elegance, was not intended for any cape-fighting tactics. Zod had merely designed it for aesthetic flair. However, he recalled there might be a more striking approach, such as the Assault Freedom S-Dragon Cavalry floating cannon system. Through Zod's meticulous research and manipulation, the cape of the Dark Knight transformed into 8 blade-like floating cannons, typically affixed to his back, also serving as thrusters. When needed, he could connect and control them using his mental prowess. These floating cannons unleashed powerful laser blasts, boasting astonishing might, and could switch to a rapid-fire plasma cannon mode, allowing for sustained combat for 10 hours before requiring a return to the Dark Knight armor for energy replenishment. Certainly, these floating cannons possess a slashing mode, transforming into high-frequency blades under Zod's mental control, akin to an 8-sword style. Should Zod wield an additional 2 blades, it would culminate in an unprecedented 10-sword technique. However, only Zod, with his super intellect, could execute such multifaceted maneuvers. Others would find it utterly impossible. Chapter 62. The Spiderweb Naturally. After Zod ascended to the status of the Dark Knight, he did not frequently venture out to save the world. He was not one to squander time. He would occasionally make a public appearance or intervene only when the police were utterly at a loss. With the assistance of the Star Planet Daily for publicity, coupled with the formidable media control of the Black Queen, negative reviews on the internet were swiftly deleted, and malicious attempts to tarnish his reputation on platforms such as YouTube and Twitter were thwarted. In addition, fabricated hacker attacks were launched against these servers to ensure the growth of his spiderweb. The spiderweb incorporated all functionalities of Weibo, WeChat, Douyin, and Bilibili, representing a comprehensive amalgamation. Furthermore, produced by Blade Technology Industries, it garnered widespread acclaim from users. Consequently, instances of the Dark Knight Zod's blemishes were scarcely visible. save for the Horn Daily's persistent disparagement of Zod's image. Zod was well aware of the Horn Daily's onerous circumstances and remained largely unfazed. The crucial matter lay with the comic company. Zod visited in person, only to discover that they had recently concluded the Batman series, while characters like Superman, The Flash, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Green Lantern, and Green Arrow had yet to debut. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. However, the Black Queen had made a significant discovery. A manned spacecraft from the Life Foundation had met with disaster, leaving only one astronaut, named John Jameson, as the sole survivor. The next rocket from the Life Foundation was prepared and would soon embark on further explorations of outer space. This was the pivotal information unearthed by the Black Queen. The Life Foundation? Zod's expression shifted dramatically. This was the plotline of the film Venom, where an alien symbiote resided aboard the spacecraft. Interestingly, astronaut John Jameson was the son of the Horn Daily's proprietor. Thus, this remarkably fortunate astronaut had previously crossed paths with Peter Parker. Yet, was there a discrepancy in the timeline? Zod found this perplexing. Nevertheless, the emergence of the symbiote could not be overlooked. It represented prime experimental material. San Francisco, renowned as a hub of cutting-edge technology, housed the headquarters of the Life Foundation, a titan in the high-tech domain. With vast resources and a multitude of employees, public interest remained remarkably high, consequently compromising confidentiality. In Venom, let there be carnage for symbiotes descended upon Earth. Apart from Venom and Riot, the remaining two were named Scream and Whip. With ease, Zod, embodying the Dark Knight, effortlessly entered through the front door, unable to resist. The enthusiastic security guard forcibly ushered Zod through the gates, despite his reluctance. The guard in the monitoring room also greeted Zod warmly, offering him a handshake and inviting him to explore, expressing their honor at having the Dark Knight Zod among them to oversee their work. In response to their fervor, Zod modestly acknowledged their warmth while striding into the highly confidential laboratory. Within the sealed confines of the lab, 2 test subjects were imprisoned, homeless individuals apprehended by the Life Foundation, each hosting symbiotes named Venom and Whip. However, the symbiote known as Devour had already perished. Sensing the approach of a powerful host, both Venom and Whip became agitated, mirroring Zod's own excitement. He regarded the symbiotes as the epitome of biological perfection, akin to xenomorphs, and considered the potential for creating super beastly soldiers through study. The Black Queen deftly disengaged the locks containing the 2 extraterrestrial life forms, prompting Venom and Whip to detach from their hosts and lunge towards Zod. Not wishing to become ensnared by their sticky forms, he converted his internal energy to an ultra-low temperature, causing a rapid drop in the surrounding temperature accompanied by a visible icy blue current, which immediately froze Venom and Whip in their tracks. Zod then seized each symbiote, carrying them away. 3 clusters of alien symbiotes perished, leaving only 2 in the hands of the intruder, which would undoubtedly incite chaos within the Life Foundation the following day. However, this concern was of no consequence to Zod. He merely played the role of a passerby. The security guards remained oblivious, having dozed off. While the monitoring system was compromised by a mouse that had gnawed through the wires, the rodent meeting its demise in a shocking electric fate. Zod first encased the 2 symbiotes within a reinforced glass container, infused with vibranium, impervious even to the might of the Hulk. Black Queen commenced scanning and inspection, he instructed. He recalled the symbiote named Riot, aware that the Life Foundation would soon launch a rocket, and without Venom to thwart it, Riot would return to its home planet, bringing an onslaught of symbiotes to Earth. This was precisely what Zod desired. After all, with the Ancient One still alive, he felt secure, believing she would manage any impending calamity. As for the Ancient One's focus solely on interdimensional threats, while disregarding extraterrestrial invasions, Zod mused that if she was concerned about the potential emergence of a Hulk army, she would surely be apprehensive about Earth transforming into a symbiote world. Just then, upon turning around, he found the Ancient One standing behind him. Zod observed her nodding with a smile before she vanished, along with Venom, while Whip remained. "Sir, would you like me to provide a vibranium target for your frustrations?" The empathetic Black Queen inquired. "Do I appear to be so devoid of reason?" Zod replied, shaking his head. Without a doubt, the Ancient One had taken Venom, presumably to deliver him to Eddie. "By the way, Ancient One, are you truly so idle?" Involving yourself in every matter could lead to overexertion. The whip had become a subject of study for Zod, who was aware that the symbiote's vulnerabilities lay in extreme temperatures and ultrasonic waves. However, these weaknesses were not insurmountable, as the symbiote possessed immense potential for evolution to counteract its shortcomings, provided it was not swiftly incapacitated by those very weaknesses. The symbiote also exhibited remarkable magical resistance, making it well-suited to coexist with Kryptonians, though Zod was averse to the sticky sensation that accompanied such an existence. As Zod had anticipated, the Ancient One, guided by her foresight, bestowed the symbiote venom upon Eddie. Unfortunately, Zod had already cleaned himself up after a late-night escapade, while Eddie and the subsequently arriving Dr. Danvers had been captured on surveillance and by bystanders, thus becoming targets of the Life Foundation. Following a series of exhilarating and adrenaline-fueled car chases, Eddie, now bonded with Venom, managed to evade his pursuers. What a day it had been! Venom felt akin to a superhero villain's costume, as Eddie, drenched and exhausted, crawled ashore and collapsed beneath a utility pole, gasping for breath. In the span of a single day, he had experienced a whirlwind of perilous excitement that left his heart racing, a memory etched into his mind for eternity. Chapter 63. The symbiote with a splatter, a dark, viscous liquid surged forth from Eddie's shoulder blade, transforming into a grotesque visage with a gaping maw that bared its fangs at him. Gazing into the demon's unsettlingly pale, eerie eyes, Eddie could not suppress an expletive. "What are you?" "I am Venom, and I am now the master of your body." "You just—" Eddie's pallor shifted as he gestured weakly, his stomach churning violently. "You just used my body to devour a man's head." "I require sustenance," Venom replied, narrowing its eyes with a sinister grin. And the flavor was rather delightful. Was it not? Ugh, ugh. Eddie immediately retched, dry heaving, even as he shoved his fingers down his throat, unable to expel anything. Clearly, it had already been digested. Eddie felt as though he might perish. He had actually consumed human flesh. "Listen, Eddie, if you wish to survive, you must assist me with a task." Venom's eyes slitted menacingly, its grotesque maw intimidating him into submission. What task?" Eddie stammered, trembling at the thought of being compelled to commit further atrocities. "I need you to join me in stopping Riot. If Riot returns to outer space, it will undoubtedly bring a host of symbiotes to invade Earth, which is an outcome I cannot abide." Venom's words widened Eddie's eyes in disbelief. In the comics, Riot is a direct descendant of Venom, endowed with even greater powers. However, the film adaptation altered this premise, portraying Riot as an independent symbiote, entirely detached from Venom. Moreover, in the symbiote community, Riot held significant sway, a powerful leader commanding an army of over 1 million followers. Consequently, Venom has devolved into a complete loser, living a life of failure akin to Eddie's. In the film, Venom instinctively prevents the Riot from returning to space and leads the symbiote army to invade Earth, motivated by his contented existence on the planet and a desire to protect his idyllic life from disruption. Furthermore, due to a strong sense of empathy, he harbors a fondness for Eddie. Eddie expresses disbelief, questioning how Venom, who appears to be a malevolent entity, could betray his own kind for the sake of Earth. The incongruity of the situation is evident. Venom struggles to convince Eddie with mere words. In a moment of frustration, he forcibly takes Eddie to confront the Riot. As for Riot and the Whip, they are already deceased. Meanwhile, Zod examines the Whip, finding little of interest, noting its similarity to Riot, both being lesser symbiotes. Recalling Venom's capture by the Ancient One, Zod dons the Dark Knight's mantle and heads directly to the Life Foundation. The owner, Drake, is an extraordinarily wealthy individual. A self-made billionaire who established the Life Foundation at the age of 24, successfully transitioning from scholar to businessman. In his youth, he was the envy of his peers, and as he matured, he became a celebrated rising star in academia. Today marks a pivotal moment in Drake's life. As misfortune strikes, the laboratory has been breached, and inhumane experimental data has leaked, resulting in utter chaos. Upon Zod's arrival, his supersight reveals the chaos of the Riot, and he witnesses Riot assimilating with Drake before charging in. Dark Knight Zod. Drake is taken aback, as he has only just merged with the symbiote, currently experiencing a phase of psychological expansion. Zod, a genius who incites envy in many, including Drake, finds himself face to face with his rival. As Drake whistles, generating a sonic attack, Riot is overwhelmed and leaps away from Drake. Drake exclaims as the gray Riot lunges towards Zod, recognizing the immense potential of this new host. However, in the next moment, Riot rolls back faster than it lunged forward as Zod conjures a blazing flame in his hand. Riot abruptly halts mid-air, rolls, and returns to Drake's form. Zod is satisfied with Riot's reaction, which indeed surpasses that of Venom. In the original film, Venom endures a barrage of assaults, barely managing to hold his own against Riot. Had Riot not insisted on boarding the ship, Venom would have had no opportunity to defeat him. Riot's abilities exceed those of Venom, with the capacity to transform any part of his body into weapons, combined with superhuman strength, speed, and reflexes, making both offensive and defensive maneuvers remarkably effective. As Zod retracts the flames, Riot seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, morphing its hands into blade-like weapons, only to be caught single-handedly by Zod. Useless. In the presence of my formidable Dark Knight armor, you are but a fool, Zod remarked dismissively. Drake promptly relayed information regarding Zod's capabilities, revealing that his Dark Knight armor was immensely powerful, possessing the ability to generate ultrasonic waves and flames. Drake had to concede that Zod was indeed a genius. The technological sophistication of this war machine had yet to be deciphered by any genius worldwide, as if they were lagging a century behind Zod. Upon hearing Drake's assessment, the rebellion determined that Zod offered greater parasitic value than Drake. As long as they could neutralize his armor, they would be free to manipulate Zod at will. I have just noticed that you seem quite fearful of ultrasonic waves and flames, Zod suddenly stated. The rebellion froze momentarily, and in the next instant, a powerful ultrasonic wave enveloped it. Its weakness was immediately exposed, and the rebellion, realizing the brilliance of this planet's most gifted life form, found itself helpless to resist. Soon, Zod encased it in freezing air and took it away. As for Drake, before departing, Zod subtly influenced him with psychic power, indicating that the assets of the Life Foundation should be liquidated and handed over to Blade Technology Industries. He need not waste effort seeking evidence. He already had more than enough. Within the laboratory, the rebellion was suspended in midair within a zero-gravity environment created by Zod. At the edges of the tempered glass chamber, repulsion generators were in place to prevent the rebellion from making contact with the glass under the continuous surveillance of the Black Queen. Zod also acquired the whip and a portion of the rebellion samples, commencing his research. Notably, he was quite eager for the symbiotic battle suit, primarily as a precaution. It could serve as a shield during magical assaults from adversaries. Chapter 64. Electromagnetism. Once again, Zod found himself outmatched by the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, who wielded power over the Lesser. Reflecting on his own inadequacies, Zod acknowledged his weakness. Were he stronger, he might still struggle against her, especially since this version of the Ancient One possessed the Time Stone, capable of banishing him into a time loop at a moment's notice, a prospect that would surely drive Zod to madness. However, Zod had indeed discovered a means to significantly enhance his abilities. Electromagnetism, the capacity to absorb energy and convert it into electromagnetic force, was a revelation. In the hands of someone as versed in quantum physics and applied mathematics as Zod, the possibilities of electromagnetism were boundless. For instance, he could manipulate cells, modify and control atoms, rearrange fundamental particles, and even project his consciousness onto an electromagnetic field, transcending his physical form to become a quantum life form, a scientific deity. Electromagnetism served as a lever, capable of manipulating the material, energy, time, and space of the universe, epitomizing a quintessential power. Achieving immortality, rebirth through blood, and withstanding nuclear blasts were mere trifles. The true potential of electromagnetism lay in reversing time, manipulating spatial dimensions, unifying disparate elements, and recreating the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind. Moreover, Zod possesses the extraordinary sensory abilities of Kryptonians, endowing him with an innate capacity for observation and manipulation at the atomic level. Countless magnetic lines, as if they truly existed, hovered around his form. With a gentle flick, Zod stirred one of these lines, drawing a distant vibranium target towards him with formidable magnetic force. Manipulating the magnetic field with finesse, he tore the target into 4 or 5 fragments, enveloped in electricity and flames, as the invisible forces violently ripped it apart. On the ground and in the sky, Zod had never encountered such a dense and potent electromagnetic force. Even the faintest magnetic field was within his perception, and he could influence the mightiest geomagnetic forces. Everything in existence was rendered into a multitude of equations and numbers as Zod delved deeper into the realm of electromagnetism. This force governs all matter, controlling atoms and penetrating their very cores, revealing the secrets of mass energy conversion. Kamartaj's supreme sorceress, Ancient One, sighed, recognizing this as one of the bleakest futures she had witnessed. However, if she did not intervene to rescue Venom and preserve the timeline, even worse calamities would ensue. For now, Zod had merely mastered electromagnetism. He had yet to discover the force of gravity. Yet, in the next moment, Zod indeed became a master of gravity. Magnetism and gravity are inherently intertwined. It stands to reason that if one can manipulate electromagnetic forces, one can also govern gravitational forces. Ancient One was taken aback. The unfolding future had diverged from her foresight. Zod had swiftly acquired mastery over both electromagnetism and gravity. Fortunately, he remained relatively weak, unable to fully exert his newfound powers. Before her thoughts could conclude, Ancient One witnessed Zod distorting the Earth's gravitational and magnetic fields, binding the sun's rays that fell upon the planet, illuminating his surroundings as he grew stronger under the sunlight. Ancient One mused that Zod's aptitude for extrapolation was formidable. She contemplated whether to dismiss Stephen Strange and appoint Zod as the supreme sorcerer instead. Zod believed that by carrying away the turmoil, he would disrupt the future, unaware that this was a choice already foreseen by Ancient One. The Black Queen then informed Zod that the Life Foundation had launched a rocket again before filing for bankruptcy, fortuitously intercepted by the reckless Venom and Eddie. As Zod watched the footage, Drake, clad in a silver symbiote, battled fiercely against Eddie, who was encased in venom. Their clash led them to the streets of San Francisco, where police officers dared only to observe, hesitant to intervene. What was happening? Where had this symbiote come from? Zod could not believe his eyes. He had consumed both the riot and the whip, while Venom was with Eddie. Where had this silver symbiote emerged from? The Black Queen, through the surveillance footage, provided the answer. The silver symbiote was, astonishingly, the offspring of Riot. It remained unclear when Riot had laid its eggs, but it was evident that Drake had become host to this symbiote during his asset liquidation. Once empowered, Drake naturally shed the mental influence Zod had imposed upon him, as symbiotes exhibit considerable resistance to such control. The silver symbiote is named Tyr. Upon witnessing Tyr effortlessly overpower Venom, Zod realizes that Tyr surpasses Riot in strength. Dressed in Tyr, Drake exhibits a force and swiftness that eclipses Riot, rendering Venom utterly defenseless. Venom, in a state of resignation, laments that not only can he not defeat his father, but he is also unable to contend with the son. Even Eddie cannot bear to watch. Come on, Venom. You may not stand a chance against Riot, but this is Riot's offspring, and you can't prevail. Silence, Eddie. Venom roars, only to be met with a brutal assault from Tyr, leaving him dazed. You dare to thwart me, traitor? I shall end you now. Tyr's skin, reminiscent of silver metal, is exceptionally resilient, starkly contrasting with other symbiotes. In the face of Tyr, Venom demonstrates a surprising bravery, far exceeding his courage against Riot. At that moment, two crimson beams, akin to lasers, strike Tyr, cleaving him in half at the waist. Both Venom and Tyr are momentarily stunned. However, Tyr experiences excruciating pain. Then they behold Zod, clad in dark knight armor. You again, Zod, Hise. Tyr's face splits, revealing Drake within, who bellows angrily at Zod. Zod, uninterested in dialogue, releases 8 floating cannons from his back, which hover ominously before unleashing a barrage of plasma projectiles. As if raining artillery, Zod Hise unleashes a torrent of plasma shells upon the two symbiotes below, despite their perceived weakness in the Predator series. When Zod enhances these projectiles with magnetic and gravitational constraints, they unleash devastating destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The San Francisco police and onlookers stand aghast at the cataclysmic display, akin to the firepower of an entire tank battalion, likely obliterating even dozens of tanks. After the explosive chaos, both Venom and Tyr remain intact, though severely weakened by Zod's assault, which also prevents them from spawning or fleeing. Zod then manipulates high-energy electromagnetic waves to heat their cellular tissues, akin to a microwave. Venom and Tyr writhe in torment, curled helplessly, devoid of the will to resist. Yet, Zod only chooses to take Tyr, as Venom is unlikely to spawn like Riot. With Ancient One present, he can manage that situation. Chapter 65. Black Tank with electromagnetic powers at his disposal. Zod's first step is to modify his own limits, lifting restrictions imposed by researchers and altering himself according to the life code template, bestowing upon himself the abilities of every profession. Drawing from military prowess, Zod cells become unprecedentedly active, enabling him to absorb sunlight with remarkable efficiency. The ability to manipulate and modify cells awakens Zod to the realization that he is not limited to such transformations solely for himself. The genes of mutants can indeed be modified, giving rise to beastly warriors and even the contemplative beast deities. What Zod lacks is the adjustment technology of the Celestials. However, with the manipulation of electromagnetic forces over cells and modifications, even the Celestials pale in comparison. Zod pondered that, by his standards, each beast deity should possess a unique and formidable ability, akin to Geo's control over gravity. He was unaware of how the Celestials achieved their feats, but the mutant genes perfectly aligned with this criterion. How many mutant genes have you collected so far, Black Queen? Zod inquired. He had never ceased his mandatory health examinations, extending his efforts to other nations. Thus, the number of mutant genes gathered should be substantial. After all, in one universe, the population of mutants exceeded 200 million, with an alarming statistic of 1 in every 30 individuals being a mutant. Even if this universe did not boast such numbers, the quantity would still be considerable. We have amassed over 10,000 distinct mutant genes without any repetitions, Black Queen replied. Excellent. Let the experiments commence. Zod resolved to employ electromagnetic and gravitational forces to see if he could manifest his envisioned outcomes. Even the useless mutant genes were utilized in his experiments. If he could enhance these inferior genes into something formidable, it would be a significant gain. Subsequently, through his experiments, Zod successfully created a specimen that was markedly less inferior. The original mutant gene merely caused the eyes to emit light, serving as a makeshift flashlight at night. However, after the modification through electromagnetic forces, it transformed into laser eyes. Moreover, there existed a mutant gene from the original storyline that allowed for the regrowth of limbs after being severed by Wolverine. Yet, this gene, which could solely regenerate arms, was altered by Zod to emulate Wolverine's level of healing factor. Although it lacked the formidable aspect of immortality, normal lifespan would lead to death prior to that. Even decapitation or a pierced heart would not result in demise. However, incineration to ashes would still prove fatal. Zod speculated that Wolverine and Sabretooth might evade death simply because they had never been caught and roasted. Furthermore, Zod endowed the specimen with the ability of Colossus. When discrepancies arose between Colossus's mutant gene and its own, electromagnetic forces facilitated a flawless integration of the Colossus gene. Nevertheless, the amalgamation of 3 mutant genes was the specimen's limit. Further fusion could easily lead to genetic collapse and death. At this stage, Zod had yet to delve deeper into the realm of electromagnetic forces, leaving him unable to proceed. Utilizing psychic powers, he completely erased the specimen's memories and implanted carefully crafted recollections, though not overly elaborate, merely a mental imprint ensuring unwavering loyalty, while leaving behind a trace of longing to prevent future complications. With an undying body, a steel physique, and laser eyes, the mutant awakened to receive the name bestowed upon him by Zod, Black Tank. Regrettably, you lack the ability to soar through the skies. Otherwise, you would be perfect. Zod addressed the Black Tank, which remained silent. Zod, undeterred, knew that the Black Tank would soon develop its own consciousness, currently merely innocent as an infant. He needed to arrange for the Black Queen to provide it with a channel for exposure to information, nurturing its worldview. The designation Black Tank was primarily attributed to the experiment's imposing and robust physique, coupled with the existence of a red tank in the Marvel Universe, which inspired Zod's naming choice. Naturally, this Black Tank would stand no chance against the red tank, even the cinematic version. Meanwhile, Blade sought Zod, not for issues concerning Chad Norman, as the Reaper leader had already perished and he had been unable to save Marcia. Instead, the disheartened Blade encountered a peculiar combination of events that revealed to him a method to eradicate all vampires worldwide, contingent upon eliminating Dracula, who had been retrieved by the vampires. Having already battled Dracula and realizing he was no match, Blade sought Zod's assistance. Blade's advanced technology company possessed an array of sophisticated weapons, and Zod himself was now a globally renowned superhero. Faced with a threat to all humanity, Blade could not afford to act recklessly, given his limited confidence. The progenitor of vampires, Dracula, Zod accessed Blade's memories and, after reviewing the footage, confirmed that this was not the comic book's reclusive Dracula, but rather the cinematic version. Here, you won't need the Morningstar virus. Have that female doctor hand it over to me. This is my latest development, a weapon specifically designed for vampires, and I assure you, it will eliminate even the progenitor with a single shot. Zod produced the Apocalypse virus weapon, intrigued by the Morningstar virus. What is this? Blade inquired as he observed the liquid within the bullets, feeling skeptical. Holy water? Be cautious. That substance reacts to any vampire virus and could be lethal if mishandled. For vampires, it is likely the deadliest toxin imaginable, Zod explained. Since Dracula is not afraid of sunlight, ultraviolet weapons will be ineffective. The Apocalypse virus is just right. Blade, still skeptical, accepted the 100 rounds of Apocalypse virus bullets, ensuring he was well equipped. Upon realizing that Blade had not summoned any reinforcements, Deadpool, oh no, rather Hannibal and Jessica, felt a pang of disappointment. However, Blade reassured them that although he had not procured allies, he had acquired formidable weaponry, though he was uncertain of its practical efficacy. As the battle commenced, the Albert squad stormed the vampire stronghold, and Blade soon encountered Dracula. Upon revealing a sinister grin, Dracula prepared to transform when Blade swiftly drew another firearm and fired 3 rounds, striking him. Dracula scoffed. He had encountered the weaponry of bullets upon his awakening, whether silver or the so-called anticoagulants. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped him as the 3 bullet wounds in his body radiated a vivid crimson glow in the eyes of Blade. Chapter 66. The Thunder General. Dracula's eyes, mouth, and ears emitted a dazzling luminescence, his skin fissured to reveal an inner blaze of searing red, unmistakably indicating an outrageous temperature. In disbelief, he extended his hand, his form grotesquely transforming into that of a cinematic monster. Yet, even so, the dire virus coursing through his veins showed no sign of abating, continuing its relentless spread. Blade, Dracula understood that his demise was imminent in his final moments. He sought to drag another down with him. Blade, astonished, glanced at the firearm in his grasp and then at Dracula. Could it truly possess such formidable power? Was it, perhaps, the holy water blessed by the Pope? Yet, Blade had already experimented with virtually every legendary substance purported to affect vampires. Although he had not procured the Pope's holy water, he had obtained that of a cardinal, which had proven utterly ineffective with the vampire repulsed by its foul odor. Bang! 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 Observing Dracula on the brink of death, attempting to take him down as well, Blade fired several more shots. Dracula's pupils constricted. The bullets he could have evaded now found their mark due to his catastrophic condition, one striking his heart and another his head. Blade, Dracula's eyes widened in agony, yet his body had begun to liquefy, melting away along with the surrounding matter under this extreme heat. The dire virus and the vampire virus coexisted without explosion, but the potency of the vampire virus within Dracula had sustained him until now. Blade watched as Dracula merged with a molten rock, confirming that he would rise no more. Recognizing the extraordinary efficacy of this vampire-eliminating substance, Blade resolved to safeguard it for future encounters with vampire overlords such as the blood god Cain or the progenitor Lilith. In accordance with their agreement, Blade handed the Morningstar virus to Zod, who did not inquire about the whereabouts of the remaining dire virus bullets. Confident that Blade would not misuse them. At most, he would allow Whitler to conduct some research, though what can an old man like Whitler possibly discover? Besides, even if complications arose, with the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, at the helm, they would be protected. Ancient One, just as Zod was preparing to investigate the Morningstar virus. He received a notification from the Black Queen. His Hulk serum might be in jeopardy. Zod placed significant value on the Hulk serum. Upon hearing the Black Queen's words, he immediately became attentive, soon grasping the situation. The cause lay within his war machine. Given the current state of scientific advancement, the war machine was exceedingly precious, particularly on the battlefield, possessing formidable tactical and strategic significance, adept at executing decapitation tactics against foes, proving to be unfailingly effective. The greatest advantage of the war machine lies not in its speed, firepower, or defensive capabilities, but rather in its capacity for mass production. This sets it apart from the likes of Captain America and the Hulk, whose super soldier serum creations have become irreplaceable singularities for various reasons. Particularly notable is General Ross's Hulk project, which incurs substantial costs annually in the pursuit of capturing the Hulk. On one occasion, Ross even resorted to the use of small nuclear warhead. Although the Hulk emerged unscathed, the department, known for its annual squandering of military funds and the ensuing chaos, garnered dissatisfaction not only from Congress, but also from the military itself. Consequently, after the proliferation of 100 war machines, Ross's department was ultimately disbanded. Initially, Ross had aspired to secure a promotion to Air Force General through the Hulk, but instead, he found himself demoted from Major General to Lieutenant Colonel due to the losses incurred over the years and the compensation owed to soldiers. This demotion was only mitigated by the influence of his family and that of his wife. Otherwise, he would have faced a military tribunal and a lengthy imprisonment. Following his demotion, Ross was assigned to an obscure Air Force base, one that housed but a single transport helicopter. Now, he spends his days in a haze of alcohol, acutely aware that his life has reached a dead end, with no hope for redemption. As he sips a glass of rye whiskey, a voice interrupts his solitude. Ignoring it, Ross, in his current disheveled state, felt no need to respond. Colonel Ross, the voice greeted, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of glass being hurled at him. Upon hearing the voice, Ross turned to glance at Zod, recognizing the genius indirectly responsible for his plight, despite the alcohol clouding his senses. Attempting to rise and leave, Ross swayed unsteadily, prompting Zod to steady him. "Colonel Ross, do you wish to alter your fate?" Zod inquired with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for Ross to retaliate. "Get away from me," Ross scoffed, dismissing him outright. "Should I rephrase that? Do you desire to become the Hulk?" Zod continued, undeterred. Ross paused momentarily. "I have a method to transform you into the Hulk, one with intellect." "What do you say?" Zod was eager to introduce the Red Hulk, asserting that the serum for the Red Giant should bear little difference from that of the Green Giant. Without responding or halting, Ross pushed open the bar door and departed. Zod remained unbothered, fully aware that someone like Ross could never accept his circumstances. After returning home, it was likely he would exhaust every possible avenue, and when all hope was lost, he would inevitably seek out Zod once more. Due to the influence of the Black Queen's erasure and Zod's mastery of telekinesis and electromagnetism, the encounter with Ross remained entirely unbeknownst to the SHIELD agency. Had they been aware, they would have undoubtedly intervened or prevented it. Upon Ross's return, the following day unfolded as Zod had anticipated. He sought assistance from his family, his wife's lineage, and his former connections, striving for one final chance at redemption. The outcome, however, was predictably fruitless. Ross's reputation had become irreparably tarnished, and, as the scapegoat following agreements between Congress and the military, he was afforded no opportunity for resurgence. After several days of fruitless attempts, Ross was compelled to confront reality. He approached Zod without hesitation, embodying the straightforwardness of a soldier. After all, delaying his visit would only risk Zod's impatience. While the distinction between his current visit and the previous day's encounter was evident, Ross was unwilling to resign himself to a life as merely a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. Furthermore, despite his misgivings toward Zod, he trusted in Zod's capabilities. If Zod claimed he could transform him into the Hulk, then surely he could do so. Chapter 67, The Red Hulk. This exemplifies the influence wielded by the name Zod Hise. Zod, for his part, did not deliberately procrastinate or leave Ross in waiting. Rather, he welcomed him with warmth. Ross, unable to contain himself, directly articulated his purpose for the visit, thereby ceding the initiative to Zod. There would be no need for political games. He implored Zod to be forthright about what was required to facilitate his transformation into the Hulk. In the interim, Zod had also been contemplating the most advantageous position for Ross. The military? That was out of the question. Ross's standing within the military had been firmly established, and Zod had inquired. There would be no consideration for Ross's reinstatement unless Zod were to provide several war machines. Ridiculous. The value of a war machine was far too great for Zod to distribute recklessly. Monetary compensation would be preferable. Reflecting on the original narrative, Ross had attained the position of Secretary of State after the catastrophic battle between the Hulk and Abomination in the streets, not only avoiding demotion, but rising to the role of Secretary of State, although the mechanics of this ascent remained unclear. This was a precedent worth considering. As for transforming Ross into the Red Hulk merely to cast him into the Deathwing, such an act would constitute a gross misallocation of talent. It would be far more beneficial for Zod to facilitate Ross's ascent to Secretary of State. Lying on the examination table, Ross prepared himself as Zod donned multiple layers of protective gear. Although Zod was impervious to gamma radiation, he opted for the protective suit to prevent any potential mutations in his cells due to gamma exposure. A substantial dose of gamma radiation enveloped Ross, who was immediately beset by excruciating agony. His immune system was swiftly dismantled, and the gamma rays obliterated numerous cells, spawning cancerous growths. Under such intense radiation, a significant portion of Ross's body began to exhibit liquefaction, presenting a truly grotesque spectacle. Zod perceived that the weakness exhibited by Blonsky's transformation into the Abomination was likely correlated with his lack of gamma radiation absorption, as he had merely injected himself with the serum of the Hulk. Furthermore, such a metamorphosis necessitated a formidable willpower. Otherwise, succumbing to unconsciousness would signify failure. Despite his disheveled appearance, Ross clenched his teeth and refused to concede, for Zod's presence beside him indicated that the situation remained within Zod's realm of control. Indeed, through Zod's discerning gaze, he observed that Ross's internal cells and immune system had miraculously restored themselves, becoming even more potent. However, these cells were saturated with high concentrations of gamma radiation. Encountering even a modicum of it was akin to traversing the vicinity of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Suddenly, a crimson hue enveloped Ross, rapidly swelling in size. He had transformed into the Red Hulk. Unlike the Green Hulk, the Red Hulk did not gain strength with anger. Rather, his fury generated increasingly intense thermal energy. Additionally, the Red Hulk possessed the ability to absorb radiative energy, typically gamma radiation, as well as other forms of energy, such as cosmic radiation. The more energy he absorbed, the mightier he became. Zod employed his telepathic powers to fortify Ross's mind, preventing the emergence of the Hulk persona while simultaneously implanting a wave of longing. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Ross felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. The constraints of the laboratory table were trivial in comparison. The Red Hulk shifted slightly, only to discover that the metallic table remained immovable. Increasing his efforts, he found that the handcuffs and leg shackles yielded no response. How can this be? I'm the Red Hulk, Ross exclaimed, exerting all his strength in a futile struggle against the metallic apparatus. Utterly ineffective, Ross. This is a new alloy I have developed, one that even the Hulk cannot shatter, Zod declared. Since acquiring electromagnetic and gravitational powers, Magneto had been capable of metal fusion, and Zod surpassed even that. Within a magnetic field, metals appeared as distinct, observable molecules. Mastering manipulation at this microscopic level allowed Zod to conjure even vibranium from thin air. The Edelman alloy before him was not indestructible, as Zod could effortlessly rearrange its molecular structure. The primordial kryptonite, the alloy Zod had procured from the cosmos, was no longer hindered by a lack of essential materials for replication. He had successfully recalled the molecular structure of that critical new material and produced it with ease. The laboratory table, crafted from vibranium and primordial kryptonite, was formidable. Even the majority of the Hulk family would find it impossible to escape once secured upon it. The Red Hulk regained his composure, contemplating whether Zod truly deserved the title of genius. The new alloy he had created was beyond the reach of even the Hulk. Had the Hulk truly become obsolete? At Zod's command, the laboratory table transformed into a multitude of nanobots, restoring the Red Hulk's freedom. Then, the nanorobots reassembled into a colossal machine, its head crackling with electric currents. What is that? Red Hulk felt a sense of unease. An electromagnetic generator. To prevent you from suddenly turning against me, Zod calmly stated. After all, he couldn't just knock Ross to the ground with a single punch. He needed to minimize exposure as much as possible. After all, the use of electromagnetic and gravitational forces would suffice to resolve any issues. Do you mean to say that this device can thwart me? Ross was eager for a challenge. If I were you, I would not so foolishly seek to confront a scientist capable of manipulating magnetic and gravitational forces. Though you may certainly attempt it, Zod extended the invitation, theatrically donning 2 gloves crafted for nanorobots. It was simple to mislead Ross, who lacked expertise, making him believe that he could wield electromagnetic power through the gloves. Ross's desire to challenge was not born of recklessness. Rather, he sought to demonstrate to Zod, this arrogant genius, that Hulk's strength surpassed his expectations. With one hand, Red Hulk prepared to grasp Zod, only to see Zod's lips curl into a smirk. A blinding white light erupted, and chaotic electric serpents surged forth from his body, spiraling into a tempest, creating ripples in the air. Moments later, the electrical energy coalesced into a mass of destructive plasma. The intensity of the energy sent ripples radiating outward, tearing apart the surrounding space and distorting the air into sinuous black lines. Confused, Red Hulk raised his hand to intercept, only to be struck by an unusual sensation. The atmosphere had undeniably shifted. He prudently chose to evade, sidestepping the lethargically descending plasma, watching as it plunged to the ground. A deafening hum resonated, the plasma merging with the earth. With a peculiar arc of his fingers, Zod clenched his fist. In an instant, the tremors ceased. Yet the space had transformed into his private dominion. Chapter 68. Contempt. What just transpired was a mass of plasma infused with a magnetic field. Red Hulk was utterly bewildered. Did this plasma miss its target? Observing Red Hulk's perplexed expression, Zod deemed it unnecessary to explain solar electromagnetic radiation, material escaping gravitational pull, or high-energy charged particles. He surely would not comprehend. Directly, Red Hulk unleashed a punch, shattering the air, a shockwave sweeping across the entire laboratory. Zod remained unhurried, manipulating his fingers like a puppeteer, then abruptly pressed downward. In that fleeting moment, Red Hulk felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, a terrifying pressure that crushed the ceiling above. His bones creaked under the strain, and a constant buzzing filled his ears. Then, he crashed to the ground, prostrated. What is this? Red Hulk struggled to voice his thoughts. The immense pressure slowing his blood flow, his heartbeat no longer strong and steady, every slight movement proving to be an arduous task. This is the electromagnetic field. Zod grinned, raising 2 fingers slightly. The body of Red Hulk, rigid on the ground, swiftly elevated to the ceiling. Before he could utter a harsh word, the Red Hulk fell heavily to the ground at Zod's command, the unforgiving surface causing him to cough up blood. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of more than 10 violent impacts, he clenched his fingers and swiftly swept sideways. Like a conductor's baton, the suspended Red Hulk moved in accordance with Zod's gestures, crashing against the wall. The ground trembled. Zod waved his arms chaotically, causing the Red Hulk to oscillate erratically, reduced to a mere plaything in his hands, utterly devoid of resistance. Damn it! The Red Hulk, fueled by rage, broke free from his invisible constraints, growing even stronger before lunging at Zod. Unfazed, Zod thought only a fool would dare to continue resisting. With a downward thrust of his hands, he altered the magnetic field of the entire city, constricting the electromagnetic waves that spread outward and concentrating them upon the Red Hulk. Countless invisible wave patterns assailed him, unleashing an immense pressure that felt like millions of tons bearing down upon him. Had the laboratory not been reinforced with vibranium, it would have collapsed long ago. Yet, the red giant nearly succumbed to the pressure, only to be saved by Zod as a timely adjustment of the magnetic field. After this ordeal, Ross reverted from his Red Hulk state, overwhelmed by the fear of being effortlessly crushed like tofu. Zod, with the aid of a mere machine, had subdued the Red Hulk while retaining his own rationality. Is this what it means to be a genius beyond the ages? Zod, indifferent, allowed the nanobots to disassemble and the electromagnetic generator to vanish, which brought Ross some relief. After all, he was to be appointed Secretary of State, and any mental suggestion might pose a problem. Thus, Zod, under the guise of observation, extracted a significant amount of Ross's blood, to which Ross paid little mind. Although he appeared aged, his transformed state felt robust and powerful, capable of taking down 5 or 6 soldiers in one breath. Observing the high concentration of gamma rays in the blood, Zod became intrigued by how the chief initially studied the Green Giant's blood. If the Red Hulk was this exaggerated, the Green Hulk would be even more so, as he was not immune to gamma radiation like Zod himself. Having witnessed Zod's formidable strength and brilliance, Ross readily accepted the collaboration proposed by Zod, who also suggested the path of Secretary of State, leaving Ross in contemplative thought. However, Colonel Ross, while you have become strong and robust, it would be wise to refrain from indiscriminate relationships, for the radiation you emit could be lethal. Zod's reminder darkened Ross's expression. What did it mean? Was he destined to pursue the Hulk for the rest of his life, having had his fill of women in his youth? Yet, seeing Zod engrossed in his research, Ross decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was time to summon Blonsky back. Zod addressed the Black Queen, remarking that Bruce Banner ought to be grateful to him. Had it not been for the emergence of his war machine, Ross's plans would not have been thwarted, and the pursuit of the Hulk would likely have been abandoned. With the acquisition of the Red Hulk serum, Zod found little reason to remain fixated on the Hulk serum. Conversely, Blonsky was not disheartened by his perceived futility. Rather, he recalled the words exchanged prior to his departure and returned with great enthusiasm. Blonsky turned his gaze towards Zod. Well done. Zod's words left Blonsky momentarily speechless, as he had accomplished nothing, failing to procure either the Hulk serum or the Super Soldier serum. Blonsky reclined upon the experimental platform composed of nanobots, as Zod prepared to readjust him. The genetic makeup of the beastly soldiers exhibited a rejection reaction to the Red Hulk serum, a conclusion Zod had drawn from extensive experimentation. After administering the Red Hulk serum to Blonsky, he began to experience a collapse of his immune system and cells, akin to what Ross had endured. At that moment, Zod injected him with the Apocalypse virus. Simultaneously, electromagnetic forces acted upon Blonsky, regulating the interaction between the Red Hulk serum and the Apocalypse virus, which rapidly reconstructed Blonsky's immune system and initiated the repair and regeneration of his cells. This approach had emerged as the optimal solution after numerous trials, designed to minimize the subject's suffering and prevent them from succumbing to unbearable pain while ensuring the stability of the Red Hulk serum against catastrophic failure. A deluge of gamma rays was directed at Blonsky, intensifying his agony. However, his cells began to awaken, absorbing the radiative energy of the gamma rays. By the conclusion of the experiment, Blonsky had transformed into a monstrous entity, not resembling either the Green or Red Hulks. Instead, his appearance was grotesque. Perhaps the alterations from the beastly soldier enhancements had left their mark. His skin had taken on a dark hue, while his bones protruded through his muscles, forming bony spikes that emitted steam and a crimson glow, suggesting an exceedingly high temperature. Had he spontaneously developed thermal organs, a remnant of the beastly soldier modifications? Zod's X-ray vision allowed him to scrutinize Blonsky's transformation, revealing that the Apocalypse virus within him had amassed considerable thermal energy. While a thermal organ in Blonsky's mouth could project thermal energy rays at presumably elevated temperatures, Blonsky gazed at his hands, feeling a strength far beyond his previous capabilities. Yet, he dared not provoke Zod, for the echoes of his own thoughts were accompanied by the formidable power he had witnessed in Zod. Chapter 69. The Ascendancy of Obadiah. Zod assessed Blonsky with a thorough examination and testing. The Blonsky in this narrative proves to be far more formidable than the original incarnation of the abomination. Firstly, the structural composition of his skin renders him impervious to energy assaults, exhibiting an exceptionally high refractive index. Moreover, the grotesque bone spurs adorning his body are astonishingly resilient, surpassing even the strength of secondary kryptonite, while also emanating a terrifyingly high temperature, essentially transforming him into a biological heat-melting blade. The temperature he can withstand is beyond that which secondary kryptonite can endure, and he possesses the ability, to further elevate this temperature. As the desperation virus coursing through his veins generates exceedingly high heat levels. Thermal energy beams, biological heat-melting blades, bone spur energy refraction, desperation virus regeneration, and the regenerative capabilities of the Red Hulk serum culminate in a being that utterly dominates the original abomination. My current strength exceeds 100 tons? Bronski is profoundly astonished. Feats he could not accomplish during his Super Beast transformation are now within his grasp. Zod further informs him that, after his transformation, barring a nuclear explosion, over 90% of human weaponry poses no threat to him. Emboldened by his newfound strength, Bronski is exhilarated and eagerly anticipates testing the limits of his power. Of course, Zod and Hise are not within the scope of his considerations. Seeking a sparring partner? Upon hearing Bronski's request, Zod nods and subsequently introduces the Black Tank, clad in a vibranium helmet. Who is he? Bronski gazes upon the Black Tank, who stands at an imposing height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. His musculature appearing explosively robust. This is the Black Tank, a product of my experiments, endowed with a body of steel, immortality, and laser vision. In due time, I plan to replace all of his bones with kryptonite ones, Zod explains. Immortal? Bronski gazes at the Black Tank with keen interest, particularly as Zod has also mentioned his own immortality and indeterminate lifespan. Hypothetically, he could live indefinitely. Bronski and the Black Tank simultaneously launch punches aimed directly at each other's heads, resulting in a thunderous impact. The Black Tank, adorned with his vibranium helmet, remains unscathed, while Bronski finds himself with an injured cheek, though he quickly recuperates. Realizing the helmet worn by the Black Tank is extraordinary, Bronski shifts his focus to his physique. The Black Tank's body transforms into a metallic composition. Bronski's fists, now adorned with bone spurs in place of fingernails, strike the Black Tank, crimson spurs piercing through the Black Tank's steel form. The Black Tank emits a muffled grunt, yet, thanks to his self-healing factors, he remains unconcerned by this minor wound and retaliates with an uppercut that connects with Bronski's jaw, leaving his teeth rattled. However, Bronski counters by seizing the Black Tank's arm and employing a joint-crushing technique, overpowering the Black Tank, who, lacking the same strength as Bronski, find his arm broken. However, due to the metallic nature of the Black Tank, it did not suffer as one might expect. Bronski, who had anticipated hearing agonizing wails, found himself sorely disappointed. Soon after, he was tripped by the Black Tank, which executed a grappling maneuver that caught Bronski off guard, resulting in his legs being violently twisted and broken at the joints. A cry of despair escaped Bronski's lips as he swung his right arm, the sharp bone spurs at his elbows slicing through the Black Tank's chest, effectively eviscerating it. To his astonishment, the interior of the Black Tank was also metallic, devoid of any viscera. What on earth are you? Bronski wondered, as his legs miraculously healed in the blink of an eye, thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the extremist virus and Hulk serum, surpassing even that of Wolverine. Once restored, Bronski unleashed a relentless assault on the Black Tank. Despite the latter having studied combat footage under the tutelage of the Black Queen and acquiring numerous lethal techniques, he was unable to contend with the weight class disparity and soon succumbed to defeat. Although the Black Tank still harbored the intent to engage Bronski for an extended period, he was ultimately thwarted by Zod. Bronski regained his human form, and even in this state, he was far from the frailness of Bruce Banner, possessing around 10 tons of strength and showing no fear of small-caliber firearms or submachine guns. As the ultimate being, Bronski felt elated. Indeed, aligning himself with the World Serpent and Zod Hise seemed to be the most promising path. However, Zod Hise soon extracted a considerable amount of his blood, intending to utilize it for the Abomination Serum. Yet, it appeared that both the Red Hulk serum and the Abomination serum were quite selective, as even with Zod's electromagnetic assistance, a significant number of subsequent test subjects perished for reasons that defied explanation. Zod Hise furrowed his brow. These inexplicable failures were less about genetic incompatibility and more akin to limitations. But why had the Black Tank succeeded? It was utterly perplexing. Shaking his head, Zod Hise could only attribute it to the peculiarities of the Marvel Universe. At that moment, a moderately significant news event emerged. Stark Industries was officially taken over by Obadiah. Tony Stark, having no heirs, would see his shares inherited by Obadiah. Zod watched the press conference, noting Obadiah's reddened eyes, giving the impression of recent tears, yet inwardly, he likely felt a sense of triumph. Initially distressed by Tony Stark's disappearance or presumed death, Obadiah gradually began to perceive the advantages of the situation. Although it was undeniable that Stark Industries had suffered greatly from the loss of its genius founder, resulting in a substantial drop in stock prices, the company still had its merits. A ship, even one in disrepair, still bore a significant capacity. The mere patents for weapons left behind by Tony Stark would be sufficient for Obadiah and Stark Industries to thrive for a considerable duration. Due to the robustness of these weapons and the apparent lack of involvement from Blade Technology in weapon innovation research, Stark Industries stock has ceased its decline and even begun to show signs of recovery. Realizing this, Obadiah, through networking and sharing benefits, successfully positioned himself as the true decision-maker of Stark Industries. Now, he harbors no desire for Tony Stark's return. Rather, he wishes for his permanent absence, especially since there has been no ransom demand to complicate matters. This has inadvertently benefited Obadiah. Xaxis sighed, yet remained indifferent to Obadiah, whom he considered a mere buffoon. However, Black Queen had delivered some promising news. The long-silent Dr. Otto was finally set to commence experiments on the tritium reactor. He had invested a significant amount of money to construct the machinery and fashioned 6 alloy mechanical arms to assist him, as he found his assistants rather clumsy. Chapter 70. The shift of the world at the tritium reactor site. Xaxis appeared as the investor. Anticipating unexpected developments, he refrained from inviting others to witness the event. Even after conducting a thorough inspection of the equipment, which he believed was functioning properly. However, this was the Marvel Universe, and Xaxis had encountered numerous irrational occurrences in the past. Dr. Otto, appearing confident, interpreted Xaxis' decision to forego journalists and peers as a testament to his prudence, which he greatly appreciated, as caution among researchers is paramount. Thus, he didn't mind demonstrating the mechanical arms for his esteemed employer, with his beloved watching eagerly. Even with the palladium and zirconium reactors already in existence, I still assert that a new chapter for humanity will commence today, Otto declared, slightly exhilarated, as he prepared to showcase his lifelong achievements to a genius who transcended the ages. He envisioned himself among the great scientists like Planck, who would be immortalized in human history. Otto then proceeded with the experiment, heating the tritium through the apparatus to achieve thermonuclear fusion. Xaxis could hardly believe that tritium had successfully reached a fusion reaction, despite growing somewhat accustomed to such marvels. After all, according to his studies in physical chemistry, helium-3 should ideally be used for controllable nuclear fusion. He had long suspected that the scriptwriters had confused protons and neutrons. 2 protons and 1 neutron constitute helium-3, while 2 neutrons and 1 proton form tritium. Theoretically, the optimal material for achieving controllable nuclear fusion is helium-3, which at least has scholarly support. The use of tritium was an eye-opener for Xaxis in the Marvel Universe. He suppressed the urge to voice his critiques regarding this spectacle. It appeared to him as merely a forced miniaturization of the sun. He could not discern any element of control. A massive mass of tritium reacting directly could likely obliterate the laboratory, unleashing radiation that would spell doom for all observers. And what was this solar prominence-like phenomenon? How could such a small entity possibly produce a prominence? The appearance of the sun is primarily the result of the equilibrium between gravitational forces and radiation pressure. Its color, perceived as diminutive from such a great distance, belies the staggering temperatures that reach millions of degrees, proximity so intense that the thermal radiation could scorch one's very scalp. The equation for the nuclear fusion reaction of tritium should be 176, and while reading Dr. Otto's paper, Zod couldn't help but feel compelled to critique the inaccuracies within his equations. Yet, Dr. Otto and his colleagues gazed with fervor at Mr. Hise, exclaiming that the experiment had achieved perfect success. Dr. Otto turned to Zod and Hise, affirming, indeed, it has succeeded. Zod's emotions were conflicted, as he felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. At that moment, however, he keenly observed a shift in the gravitational and magnetic interplay of the solar model, as the surrounding objects began to tremble under the influence of an invisible force. Dr. Otto, You should leave this place at once, Zod urged. But before Otto could comprehend the urgency, two war machines swiftly escorted him away. As Otto's mechanical arm prepared to resist, Zod subtly manipulated it with an invisible magnetic force. What has transpired? Dr. Otto's partner inquired anxiously. An accident has occurred in the experiment, Zod replied, his gaze fixed on the miniature sun. As papers and lighter objects within the laboratory began to gravitate towards it, soon followed by heavier items. A sense of unease spread among the onlookers. There is still a chance to salvage this. Dr. Otto insisted. No, this is the wrong direction. It has been confirmed. Zod shook his head. After Dr. Otto and his partner were taken away, Zod stepped forward, approaching the perilous mass of tritium reactants. The sun's energy? Zod extended his hand, plunging into the treacherous surge of energy. The biotic, magnetic, and gravitational fields rendered Zod defenses nearly indomitable. Even the magnetic fields of Magneto in comics could withstand the absolute destruction at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, let alone Zod's own prowess. To his dismay, however, the reactants contained none of the elements required by the Kryptonians. Despite their similar composition, the absence of critical components rendered them utterly worthless. Dr. Otto, unable to accept his failure, appeared utterly despondent. Cheer up, Doctor. At the very least, you have illuminated misguided path for humanity. Science progresses through such accumulations of knowledge. The funding from Blade Technology Industries will not cease. I hope you can find a new direction. Zod consoled the doctor, who lay despondent on his sickbed. Otto escousa dimit. Yet the assurance of continued funding rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. I have squandered so much youth and time. To find a new direction seems an insurmountable task. Your investment may well be in vain, he lamented, touched by Zod's unwavering faith in him, yet unwilling to allow Zod to shoulder the risk. Doctor, money is merely a number to me now, and I shall allocate it towards the advancement of human science. Furthermore, I trust in your capabilities. Do you lack confidence in yourself, Doctor? Zod spoke with eloquence, igniting Otto's competitive spirit. In the realm of nuclear physics, I am confident that I am not inferior to anyone, Otto declared resolutely, thereby offering Zod a guarantee. I look forward to the surprises you shall bring, Dr. Otto. Zod replied with a nod. The world was subtly transforming due to Zod's emergence, particularly in the land of rabbits. It is likely that aside from the rabbits, no one could fathom that countless high-precision components, often deemed unattainable or prohibitively costly to manufacture through machines, could indeed be crafted by hand. Renowned artisans from great nations, one of whom was known as the Master of Two Threads, had surpassed their own limits through the use of new tools, advancing toward a path of zero tolerance. Furthermore, some individuals experienced a significant reduction in precision errors in certain components after switching to blades forged from secondary kryptonite. Each unit of error represented a deviation of several kilometers post-launch. Reducing these errors undoubtedly saved considerable margin for error in that particular endeavor, a boon for national interests. As research and application of secondary kryptonite deepened, an increasing number of cutting-edge industries began utilizing this alloy, achieving remarkable progress as a result. More than a dozen significant space projects accelerated their timelines, saving at least 6 months. Numerous experiments that had stagnated due to material issues could now proceed anew. Additionally, in a certain top-secret research facility, the lavish use of components crafted from secondary kryptonite allowed the creation of an experimental engine, long confined to storage due to its overly advanced design. Testing of this prototype was progressing smoothly, and preliminary data indicated that its successful design could enable the aviation industry to leap ahead, far surpassing the publicly acknowledged top-tier engines of various nations. The pivotal factor lay in the synthetic materials of several key components, which, astonishingly, originated from abroad, products of the prodigious genius Hise, whose reputation had soared in elite circles recently. This circumstance rendered the production and supply of such critical metals dependent on external sources, an intolerable reality for any ambitious and powerful entity, compelling them to strive for control. Secondary kryptonite is truly a remarkable substance. You cannot imagine how many research institutions have caught wind of it, incessantly seeking my assistance. It has reached a point where I am reluctant to answer their calls. I am well aware of the metal's value. But how could I possibly provide secondary kryptonite to them? It is indeed fortunate that Zodies has not imposed restrictions on exports. After all, significant resources are being appropriated by the United States. To put it plainly, should the United States enforce a blockade, the prospects for secondary kryptonite would diminish drastically. Thus, dear old Five, it is imperative that you exert yourself. Even if you cannot obtain the formulas and manufacturing methods, it would be prudent to secure as many transactions as possible. The middle-aged, bespectacled gentleman, affectionately known as Old Five, occupied a window seat at the conference room's circular table. Upon hearing these remarks, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, yet he refrained from retorting and could only murmur, "Minister, I shall do my utmost." During this period, individuals within the upper echelons of society were largely aware that secondary kryptonite could yield tools of extraordinary efficacy, significantly enhancing the productivity of senior technicians. It is, indeed, a national treasure. However, due to the machinations of certain individuals, only a select few prominent figures and top experts in relevant fields were privy to this knowledge. The potential of secondary kryptonite extends far beyond mere applications. It is a novel alloy whose material properties surpass the current limits of material science. Its existence presents humanity with a genuine possibility of creating epoch-making technological artifacts, no longer mere reflections in a well or water, but for the first time, tangible, realizable prospects. This alone is sufficient to compel various nations to pursue it with unrelenting fervor. As more and more factions acquire secondary kryptonite through diverse channels, research institutions and technologically adept corporations worldwide have become fervent in their pursuit of this new material. There are even eccentric scientists proclaiming that with an ample supply of secondary kryptonite, they could bring nuclear fusion to fruition. Of course, such claims are clearly exaggerated. The challenges of nuclear fusion extend far beyond mere material considerations, or else it would not remain unsolved for decades. It is worth noting that individuals like Tony Stark and Zodies, along with the near-successful Otto, represent exceptional cases. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that secondary kryptonite has the potential to significantly elevate the thresholds of many technologies, beyond its application in manufacturing tools. The strategic use of this novel alloy in critical components offers the prospect of translating next-generation designs into reality. While the mass production of such advanced equipment may be inherently impractical, it undoubtedly signifies a monumental enhancement of technological capabilities. This is precisely why Zodies is regarded as a genius transcending the century. Had it not been for certain considerations, he would have long been hailed as the father of new materials. Zodies is acutely aware of the transformative impact that secondary kryptonite could have on the field of materials in various domains. Thus, after developing both primitive and advanced kryptonite, he chose not to sell it, primarily because this new material possesses the potential to revolutionize humanity and catalyze the fourth industrial revolution, which is prophesied to disrupt even artificial intelligence and robotics. However, an accelerated industrial revolution could have profound implications for the world. While there are benefits, the drawbacks are also considerable. Therefore, Zodies finds himself unable to release it all at once. As for the United States, imposing restrictions on the export of secondary kryptonite, whether one believes it or not, other nations that have already tasted the benefits of secondary kryptonite may unite to sanction the United States. No matter how formidable one may be, can they truly contend against the entirety of the globe? The war machine operates under similar logic. Indeed, products from Blade Technology Industries are beginning to be marketed worldwide. While they may not yet rival the colossal Umbrella Corporation, a behemoth merely existing in the realm of fantasy, their scale is unmatched by any other company. Under the directives of Zodthes, the Black Queen swiftly located the United States Poseidon Project aircraft carrier. Currently, Blade Technology Industries has delivered approximately 10 tons of secondary kryptonite, and Zodthes is acutely interested in the whereabouts of this batch. He harbors suspicions that something is amiss with the Poseidon aircraft carrier project. Fortunately, the Black Queen faces no rivals in the realm of cyberspace. Even if Ultron were to emerge later, he would not stand a chance against her. The United States firewalls and technical personnel are utterly oblivious to the fact that the Black Queen has breached their defenses and begun to peruse those highly classified documents. An aircraft carrier? The information Zod received was merely a summary of the plans. Detailed documentation was presumably preserved in physical form, perhaps even without any written records, relying solely on select individuals' memories to retain the information. Nevertheless, even the mere mention of an aircraft carrier sparked Zod's conjecture. The Insight Project, perhaps? He pondered while tapping his desk. If they intend to utilize secondary kryptonite to construct an aircraft carrier, it would certainly explain much. In this new millennium, the Insight Project has indeed commenced, with 3 super flying fortresses anticipated to consume an astronomical amount of secondary kryptonite, unless they merely intend to apply it as outer armor. Hydra is indeed formidable. Zod would not obstruct them, as this endeavor would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for him. Moreover, do the super-flying fortresses pose a threat to Kryptonians? Even if they were to engage recklessly, akin to a mindless brute ramming a battleship, the electromagnetic forces alone would render these 3 flying fortresses ineffective, posing no real danger whatsoever. Old, adjust the price of secondary kryptonite. Let it be known that our production is limited, now setting it at $10,000 per gram. Zod believed the previous price of $8,000 per gram was far too modest, especially since Hydra, the United States, and S.H.A.L.D. would be the ones footing the bill. Old nodded. She too felt that the price of secondary kryptonite warranted an increase, given the recent influx of favorable news surrounding it. The influence of this novel alloy, secondary kryptonite, is only beginning to manifest subtly, proving to be even more impactful than the war machine or any AIDS remedy. Chapter 72. Special circumstances. The adjustment in the price of secondary kryptonite has caused quite a stir, particularly within the United States. While the Russians and the Chinese are not particularly concerned about money, they're simply anxious about the availability of the product. Therefore, purchasing remains a priority. Old dismissed the representatives from the United States, citing a scarcity in production and the likelihood of reduced output. Following this, the United States ceased its insistence. Although they offered assistance in production, Old was not naive. Should the United States acquire the formula for secondary kryptonite, they would no longer be inclined to engage with her. Zod was not idle either. He ventured out once more to resolve a case involving an armored truck heist. The dark night Zod's appearance prompted enthusiastic cheers from many citizens, while some police officers exhaled in relief, although the lead sheriff's brow furrowed deeply. After all, the fact that the Dark Knight Zod had resolved the situation implied that the Los Angeles police were as inept as their counterparts in Washington, D.C., merely pocketing taxpayer money. This time, Zod's armor appeared to have undergone a transformation. The magnificent 8-blade wings were absent, replaced by a peculiar device that emitted electric sparks. Zod upgraded the high-frequency sword and floating cannon on the back of his Dark Knight armor into an electromagnetic generator, granting him the audacity to wield electromagnetic and gravitational forces openly. It was likely that very few adversaries could withstand the electromagnetic and gravitational might capable of obliterating his Dark Knight armor. Thus, onlookers witnessed Zod yank with both hands, twisting the robber's firearms into twisted metal, ensnaring their hands as electromagnetic forces invaded their bodies, simulating neural currents that rendered them motionless on the ground. The uncontrollable state instilled profound terror in the robbers, yet they could not even muster a scream. At that moment, an explosion suddenly erupted nearby. Zod harnessed the electromagnetic force to form a binding circle while gravitational forces warped the flames and shockwaves, rendering what should have been a catastrophic explosion into nothingness. However, one individual was still affected, a striking young girl. Zod scooped her up and unexpectedly sensed a fierce transformation occurring within her. Mutant? Inhuman? Or merely a poor soul undergoing mutation? Zod was uncertain, yet he found this transformation captivating. Furthermore, the explosion seemed to have been aimed directly at him, given its tremendous power capable of flattening an entire street. Black Queen traced the source of this explosive device. "I wish to know everything," Zod commanded as he soared away with the girl in his arms. During their flight, Zod noticed that the edges of the girl's hair began to shimmer in a radiant blue, resembling highlights. He promptly shielded himself with electromagnetic force and teleported back to the base. Placing the girl on the examination table, the Black Queen immediately began scanning her. This character was absent from the comic. Could her emergence be a consequence of my intervention? Zod pondered, and at that moment, the girl's transformation completed. Her long black hair now adorned with luminous blue crystalline tips. Strangely, this glowing substance emitted no radiation and possessed a softness akin to hair. Then, the girl opened her eyes, revealing irises transformed into an icy blue. "Where am I?" she inquired, clutching her head as she sat up. "This is the medical room of Blade Technology Industries. You were caught in the explosion while I was battling the robbers, and I was concerned for your safety, so I brought you here," Zod replied calmly. "Zod," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it is I," he affirmed. Zod nodded, recognizing that the aura of an idol and the charm of a hero could indeed soothe troubled hearts. The girl, once apprehensive, transformed her unease into delight upon recognizing him. She felt incredibly fortunate. Given her status, how could she possibly encounter a genius like Zod? Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. The girl found herself captivated by Zod, her unspoken admiration resonating clearly in his ears. Yet, Zod felt no embarrassment. Instead, he produced a report. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" he inquired. "Is it related to my condition?" The girl replied with a wry smile. "Well, the bad news is that your appearance has changed to this," Zod said, presenting her with a mirror. The girl gazed in astonishment at her reflection. She had always been beautiful, but now she exuded an ethereal quality. Cool, she thought, finding no fault in what she considered bad news. The good news was that her body had undergone a transformation of which he was unaware, possibly granting her superpowers. Zod was quite intrigued. While she had been unconscious, he had collected samples, and the Black Queen was currently analyzing them. Superpowers? Really? The girl was thrilled. While she might have dismissed such claims from others, the speaker was Zod himself. But how will I know if I possess superpowers? She pondered, regaining her composure. "I can arrange for you to undergo tests," Zod offered, equally curious about the situation. After rigorous examinations, her latent powers were indeed awakened. To Zod's surprise, what she possessed was not superpowers, but rather magic. A unique force within her had been activated, leading Zod to speculate on her lineage. Perhaps her ancestors were extraordinary, akin to Star-Lord's celestial heritage. Alternatively, they could have ties to demons or devils. He resolved to consult with Ancient One to clarify the matter. The girl's magical abilities were remarkable, encompassing molecular disintegration lightning, protective barriers, and soul siphoning. Molecular disintegration lightning allowed her to unleash blue lightning, devoid of electrical current or voltage effects, yet capable of disassembling anything at the molecular level, even vibranium, which was quite formidable. Fortunately, Zod had already mastered electromagnetic and gravitational forces, alleviating his concerns. The barrier enabled her to conjure a blue, polygonal crystalline shield enveloping her entire form, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, so much so that even Zod's mental prowess could not breach it. The soul siphoning ability, however, left Zod perplexed. Targets ensnared by her magic could have their strength, life, memories, and souls drained away. He mused that only the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, might stand a chance against her. Then, sensing the presence of a magical power not belonging to the Earth dimension, the Ancient One hastened over. The sorcerer Zod, observing the sudden appearance of the Ancient One, felt a strong urge to sarcastically remark on her idleness. However, through the Ancient One, Zod learned that the girl's origins were far from ordinary. The Ancient One surmised that the girl might be a product of a dimensional deity akin to the Red Tank, intended as a tool for invading the Earth dimension. Much like how the dark god Shumagorth bestowed chaos magic upon Scarlet Witch Wanda, each utilization of chaos magic deepens the connection between Shumagorth's dimension and the Earth dimension, facilitating his invasion. Simultaneously, the Ancient One unveiled the origins of the magic employed by the girl. Soul magic, an evil form of sorcery fueled by souls, remained shrouded in mystery regarding its dimensional deity of origin. In simple terms, should the girl expend hundreds of souls in a single strike, the potency of that strike would escalate with the strength, quality, and malevolence of the souls involved. Similar to chaos magic, soul magic could accomplish the wielder's desires, be it ensnaring minds, extracting memories, erecting spatial barriers, or even reversing time, if only there were sufficient souls at hand, which intrigued Zod greatly. However, the Ancient One revealed a grim truth. A staggering 90% of the consumed souls would be directly claimed by the dimensional deity, leaving only a fraction as the source of magical power. Such a dark revelation. According to the Ancient One, all souls, upon death, journey to either the hell dimension or the heaven dimension. Yet, if a dimensional deity channels their power into a being within a tangible reality, compelling it to hunt, the souls of the slain would belong to that deity. Naturally, the Ancient One refrained from mentioning one of the 5 deities' death, primarily to shield Zod and the girl from excessive knowledge. As per tradition, the Ancient One would prioritize the elimination of such beings. Zod pondered why the Ancient One hadn't intervened against the Red Tank or Wanda. Thus, the Ancient One sought to seal the girl as soul magic. No objections from either of us, Ancient One. Zod assented with a nod. After all, Zod was not a fool blinded by arrogance. Should he incite a dimensional deity, he would be utterly defenseless. Despite his newfound abilities to absorb energy and wield mental powers, which granted him formidable physical prowess, Zod remained cautious regarding the realm of the mystical. He possessed a primal fear of the unknown, coupled with the insatiable curiosity and fervent thirst for knowledge of a researcher. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. The girl hesitated, as this was a rare gift of superhuman ability, and it sounded quite exhilarating. After all, soul magic thrived on the wickedness and strength of the souls it consumed. Surely, wouldn't it be better to eliminate more nefarious beings? Once the Ancient One securely sealed the soul magic within the girl, she departed swiftly. Zod, still with questions lingering in his mind, noted the Ancient One's hurried exit. "Morgan, what are your plans for the future?" Zod inquired, having already gleaned information about the young girl from the Black Queen. Raised in an orphanage, she was still a high school student, and her soul magic remained sealed. Her hair and eyes had not reverted, rendering her appearance quite unconventional. "Mr. Heath, may I stay here?" Morgan expressed her rare desire to remain in Zod's company. This girl seemed to harbor a rather intense infatuation with appearances. Zod mused silently. "Certainly. I shall introduce you to a brother and sister. Their circumstances are quite similar to yours," Zod replied with a smile. Since Morgan was enamored with looks, he saw no reason to withhold his own advantageous attributes, particularly as it appeared that once Ancient One was no more, Morgan's soul magic might be unleashed. Morgan's cheeks flushed at the thought. Soon after, she met Wanda and Pietro. Pietro was taken aback by Morgan's beauty, but with everyone currently devoid of superpowers. His way of impressing her was to invite her for a street race. Morgan, however, would not acquiesce. Her mother had perished in a tragic car accident caused by a wealthy youth's reckless driving. The affluent culprit had faced no repercussions, and instead, the legal proceedings had resulted in their home being seized for compensation, which fostered a deep-seated aversion towards all street racers, including Quicksilver. Zod contemplated the future and decided to have Old construct a private academy, where he could house the underage individuals from the superhuman records he had collected. As for the adults, they would be consigned to work within the World Serpent. It was uncertain whether Morgan's soul magic had an effect on Jessica Campbell. But the day after this incident, she awoke in an unfamiliar environment, feeling out of place and retreating to a corner. At that moment, a screen appeared before her, broadcasting news of the car accident involving Jessica's family. Seeing the date had long since passed, disbelief washed over her. "This is all real, Campbell," Zod stated as he appeared, his presence soothing Jessica without the need for mental powers. Such is the fate of those who possess beauty and charm. Soon, under Zod's comforting influence, Jessica came to terms with the reality of her situation. However, her superpowers had not yet fully manifested. Certain conditions were required for their awakening. Zod did not press her, as her abilities were of little consequence to him, being rather feeble. After arranging for Jessica to meet Wanda and Morgan, Zod turned his attention to a news report. The renowned genius Ines Reed was set to explore solar storms, a venture funded by Doom Industries as part of their aerospace research program. It seemed reminiscent of a storyline from the Fantastic Four. Zod, through the Black Queen's inquiries, learned that Reed had previously sent a message to Blade Technology Industries seeking financial support, only to be outright ignored by Old upon review. Primarily, Hise, the executor and proprietor of Blade Technology Industries, harbored no intentions of venturing into the aerospace sector. At most, he was preparing the satellite launch program for Blade Technology Industries. Yet the satellites were still in the manufacturing phase, rendering any imminent launch improbable for several years. Despite the substantial wealth of Blade Technology Industries, with daily transactions amounting to tens of billions, there was no inclination towards extravagance. In a moment of desperation, Reed accepted conditional support from his rival from university days, the billionaire Dr. Victor von Doom. Doom placed greater trust in Reed's abilities than Reed himself, which justified his extravagant investment in the flight initiative. However, he remained oblivious to the countless individuals that the charlatan, known as the trickster, had ensnared, including both superheroes and supervillains. This was the very reason Doom Industries faced bankruptcy in the original narrative, explaining Doom's profound enmity towards the trickster. As cosmic rays enveloped his thoughts, Zod contemplated whether these cosmic phenomena bore any advantage for him, noting the peculiarities of the cosmic storm. Chapter 74. The Symbiote's Integration. Doom remained unaware that he was on the verge of financial ruin, consumed by visions of success and triumph. The news had been saturated with Doom's endeavors. As he repeatedly emphasized the significance of the current project and its future prospects, Zod found himself feeling a twinge of pity for him. Meanwhile, the Black Queen uncovered clues amid the explosives, directing attention towards Western Europe. Western Europe? Zod considered numerous possibilities, but had not entertained the notion of Western Europe. This term referred to the region of Europe bordering the Atlantic Ocean and its nearby islands, encompassing 7 nations: the United Kingdom, Ireland, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and Monaco, as well as developed capitalist countries such as Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, and Greece. The situation suddenly grew complex, leading Zod to question whether he had erred. Was the target of the explosives not himself, but rather an act of terrorism? However, if it were a terrorist attack, the explosive power seemed excessively formidable. He instructed the Black Queen to continue her investigation while enlisting the assistance of beastly soldiers, as certain locations were challenging for electronic devices to penetrate. Most of these mercenaries had witnessed various scenarios, making them well suited for the task. Additionally, Zod delved into the research concerning symbiotes. He had thoroughly explored the life structures of the 3 symbiotes: Whip, Riot, and Tearing, even achieving the capability to replicate them. After further contemplation, Zod resolved to eliminate the self-awareness of these 3 symbiotes through psychic power, prompting them to coalesce into a unified symbiotic battlesuit. Much like Deadpool's experience with multiple symbiotes, the resultant power would far surpass that of any individual symbiote. Was this not akin to the unit of the strong colonization armor? Albeit lacking weaponry, such as particle cannons and high-frequency swords? Zod remarked with a hint of disdain that the symbiote was the closest thing to a strong reproductive cell. Had he possessed the biochemical engineering technology of Krypton, the creation of strong reproductive cells and armor would have posed no challenge. However, he found himself bereft of resources. This thought ignited a flicker of envy towards Clark Kent, who guarded a treasure trove yet failed to utilize it. Such a waste, indeed, how splendid it could have been. Though spawning was technically a malady of the symbiote, Zod considered that the progeny it produced were inherently superior in various capabilities. Thus, he allowed the Ripper to exhibit signs of spawning. Altered by electromagnetic forces, the Ripper complied and successfully spawned. Upon sensing Zod's formidable prowess, the new symbiote lunged toward him. Yet, Zod swiftly employed electromagnetic forces to accelerate the molecules surrounding the symbiote, generating intense heat, which caused it to retract in an instant. The symbiote possessed the ability to replicate its host's capabilities, and Zod was determined to prevent anyone from acquiring his powers. Hence, he endeavored to avoid utilizing the symbiote himself. He found a beastly soldier to serve as the host, and once the symbiote attached itself, it immediately launched an assault on Zod. Pathetically weak, with a mere flick of his finger, he summoned a subtle yet potent magnetic force that distorted the surrounding magnetic fields. The binding forces between atoms experienced minute alterations, and these slight displacements manifested in reality as a formidable twisting power. The symbiote before him was instantly contorted and rendered helpless against the immense, unseen force. "What is your name?" Zod inquired, observing the symbiote with electromagnetic precision and enhanced vision. Quite impressive. This symbiote was indeed more powerful than the Ripper in every aspect, even exhibiting some resistance to ultrasonic waves and flames, albeit not to a significant degree. Aware of Zod's might, the symbiote, now embodied in the beastly soldier, who was not deranged, retained a semblance of normal thought. "Roar," the symbiote proclaimed its name. "Excellent. Do you see your three kin? They were erased from consciousness for their disobedience. I presume you would prefer to avoid a similar fate, would you not?" Zod stated. Roar glanced at the Whip, the Riot, and the Ripper, who were lethargically fused into one, a sight that unsettled the symbiote. "What is it that you desire?" Roar pondered momentarily, ultimately deciding to acquiesce, seeking an opportunity to escape Earth, which was far more terrifying than it appeared. "You may maintain a symbiotic relationship, but from this point forward, you will serve me and heed my commands. Naturally, I do not expect you to comply without question, so I have implanted my psychic energy within your consciousness. Should I wish it, your awareness will vanish instantaneously. Do you understand?" Zod declared. Roar's expression darkened. Yet it recognized the absence of choice and thus succumbed to obedience. Zod nodded with satisfaction. The sheer strength he exhibited surpassed even that of Spider-Man. If the symbiote could be harnessed, it would indeed hold some value, at the very least as a formidable enforcer. As for the amalgamated symbiote, Zod contemplated its potential and decided to leave it in the laboratory, as it would likely prove useful in the future. There was no reason to let it go to waste. Presently, Zod was eager to ascertain whether Venom had birthed Carnage, for Carnage would also make an excellent enforcer. It seemed a waste to allow a lunatic like him to remain unutilized. Fortunately, Zod had previously taken precautions by having the Black Queen monitor Eddie and Venom's every move, as well as any locations they visited. There had been no signs of Venom laying eggs thus far. To ensure adequate surveillance, Zod modified a portion of the nanobots using electromagnetic forces, equipping them with 4 high-definition cameras and night vision capabilities, allowing the Black Queen to oversee their monitoring operations. As Zod savored the succulent beef barbecue from his farm, he mused about raising some Wagyu cattle, for he had yet to experience the taste of such exquisite meat. Suddenly, a news report flashed across the television, announcing a prison break at an independent facility. A mortal by the name of Carl Lucas, an African-American born in Harlem, New York, was suspected to be returning to the city. Zod calmly finished his soda, reflecting on how the Marvel Universe seemed to be rife with events making headlines daily. Carl Lucas was, in fact, the very Luke Cage Zod sought. Luke Cage, originally named Carl Lucas, had once roamed the streets in his youth, but the loss of family members compelled him to abandon such a life. However, after being wrongfully imprisoned due to the treachery of a former friend, he voluntarily participated in an experimental revival of the Super Soldier program in hopes of swifter release. During the experiment, a hostile inmate named Billy Bob intruded upon the lab with intentions to harm Carl. By sheer happenstance, this encounter accelerated the chemical processes within Carl's body, resulting in his cells mutating, greatly enhancing his strength and rendering him impervious to harm. Subsequently, Carl utilized his newfound powers to escape prison and, upon returning to New York, resolved to employ his abilities to uphold justice while earning a living. Thus, he adopted the name Luke Cage and accepted contracts to act as a vigilante. Of course, now that Zod had set his sights on him, Luke Cage would likely find his path to heroism obstructed. Luke Cage's muscle tissue and bone density had been significantly augmented, granting him extraordinary strength capable of lifting approximately 25 tons, having been enhanced. He could now lift 50 tons or more, and the ability to punch through steel plates 4 inches thick. While his strength may not rival that of Spider-Man, who was already a paragon among superheroes, ranking within the top 100 of over 6,000 superheroes in New York, Luke Cage was undeniably formidable. His skin is as tough as armor, capable of withstanding the impact of a ton of weight, as well as assaults from blades and daggers. It can even endure close-range gunfire from a conventional handgun, and the explosion of 150 pounds of explosives. Moreover, he possesses a regenerative ability 3 times faster than that of an ordinary person. Hell's Kitchen, a notorious locale where poverty and violence reign supreme. If not for the valuable real estate in Manhattan, the government would hardly bother to manage this place. Life is arduous, leaving one to find joy amidst the struggle. The residents of Hell's Kitchen share 2 fundamental traits: audacity, lack of wealth, and a penchant for troublemaking. Thus, even amidst rampant crime, they dare to stroll the streets at night. Luke Cage was once a street thug, but as he matured and faced the loss of loved ones, he resolved to turn over a new leaf. Ironically, this decision landed him in prison. While incarcerated, Luke encountered a pivotal moment in his life. He voluntarily participated in a super soldier enhancement experiment in hopes of an early release, serendipitously acquiring invulnerability and a significant boost in strength. He utilized this newfound power to escape prison and adopted a new identity in Hell's Kitchen, aiming to uphold justice while striving to earn a living. However, who could inform him of the current circumstances? Surrounded by grotesque and menacing creatures, Luke Cage nearly believed he had stumbled into another realm. For beastly soldiers should be manageable, Zod remarked eagerly. Beside him, Bronsky stood rigid, displaying an air of indifference toward Luke Cage. Even though Zod suggested capturing Luke for potential transformation, Bronsky remained unconcerned. For he was indeed a super abomination. To Zod's astonishment, Luke Cage swiftly incapacitated the 4 beastly soldiers. This outcome was inevitable, as Luke's abilities seemed tailor-made for resilience. In addition to his immense strength, he possessed enhanced muscle tissue and bone density, granting him remarkable defensive capabilities against cold weapons, close-range gunfire, and blunt force trauma. Coupled with his thrice-ordinary regenerative power, his stamina was formidable. Just as Luke Cage prepared to depart, his body became rigid with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. A figure clad in a black leather coat emerged, regarding Luke with an unflinching, predatory gaze. Bronsky was dissatisfied with his subordinates. How could 4 beastly soldiers, whose basic abilities were on par with or superior to Luke's, fail to defeat him? This was unacceptable, and he thought to himself, "What shall I do if I have not properly trained you?" They would all need to undergo rigorous training upon their return. Luke had never encountered such terrifying malice. He was unsure if it could even be identified as malice. Bronsky, having scrutinized all the footage from the underground fighting leagues to refine his lethal techniques, found it far from challenging to subdue Luke Cage. In mere moments, Luke was brought to the ground. Although his resilience took Bronsky by surprise, it merely served as a warm-up for Bronsky. Subsequently, Luke Cage was dragged away and transported to Zod's laboratory. Zod first performed a mental suggestion on him, leaving behind a wave of longing in his mind, and then commenced the transformation process on Luke Cage. Unlike his approach with the Red Hulk and Abomination serums, which have high limits, Zod intended to reserve those for his elite cadre, similar to Bucky and the anticipated Crossbones. As Zod grew increasingly powerful, his interest in the beastly soldiers waned, for their potential was limited. The prospect of the Beast God seemed indefinitely postponed, lacking crucial biotechnological advancements. It was far more advantageous to cultivate a cadre of formidable subordinates, super elites capable of facing hundreds or even thousands alone. As Luke Cage slipped into a state of slumber, Zod implanted mutant genes into him. Recently, he had acquired numerous mutant genes, and with his growing mastery over electromagnetic forces, the rejection reactions had become exceedingly rare. Not to mention, Luke Cage, having transformed into such a powerful being, possessed genes and cells that were strikingly akin to those of an ordinary human, a product of modern science. The transformation process, aided by electromagnetic forces, required no time for the mutant genes to alter Luke Cage. It was swiftly completed, turning him into a mutant. When Luke Cage opened his eyes, under Zod's previous mental suggestion, he believed himself to be a second-generation serpent with parents who were members of the World Serpent. He thought he had just garnered the favor of Zod, the current leader of the World Serpent, and was granted the opportunity to be transformed into a World Serpent warrior. Luke Cage felt a twinge of excitement. Was the transformation complete? Indeed, your transformation is complete. I have endowed you with several intriguing genes, Zod affirmed with a nod. The mutant genes bestowed upon Luke Cage were remarkable. Initially capable of regenerating only his arms, they had been modified to provide him with regenerative abilities akin to those of Wolverine and Sabretooth. Though lacking their immortality, he could regrow his head before succumbing to natural death. Additionally, the newly acquired mutant gene allowed him to transform his body into the same material as whatever he touched. Zod had prepared a vibranium ring for Luke Cage, enabling him to morph into a vibranium being at will, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. However, Luke Cage could only assume a solid state. He could not transform into an energy state through contact with energies, such as those exhibited by the Human Torch or Electro. Chapter 76. Morgan, the self-healing factor and vibranium body further enhanced Luke Cage's physicality. Yet, this was not sufficient, as mere bulk held little significance. Thus, there was an additional mutant gene that granted him superhuman strength. This gene, initially quite ordinary upon awakening, would likely endow this mutant with the capacity to exert approximately 10 tons of force. However, after being modified by Zod, the mutant genes of super strength became exceedingly powerful, although lacking in defense. After Luke Cage assimilated the mutant genes of super strength, combined with his inherent mutation, his strength surpassed 100 tons, enabling him to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Red Hulk, the Green Giant, and the Super Abomination. Notably, his physique did not undergo significant alteration. Even after transforming into a vibranium form, his agility remained largely unaffected, as vibranium is considerably lighter than most metals of equivalent volume. Morgan stealthily approached Zod. "Is there something you need?" Zod nodded and turned his gaze toward her. "What will happen if I can no longer utilize soul magic in the future?" Morgan understood that her current situation and her relationship with Zod was entirely due to the incident involving soul magic. Otherwise, numerous more beautiful young women would vie for Zod's attention, leaving her in a state of unease, devoid of the carefree attitude that characterized Quicksilver. "Even without soul magic, you can still learn other disciplines to assist me, such as cellular research, gene editing, high-energy physics, astrophysics, space physics, theoretical physics, energy physics, and so forth. I am in dire need of talent in these fields." Zod observed Morgan's anxiety. Unlike Quicksilver's carefree demeanor and Wanda's diligent seriousness, Morgan seemed to harbor a desire for shortcuts. Jessica Campbell, on the other hand, was not burdened with such thoughts. After her family was suddenly reduced to just her, she was at a loss until Zod took her in. Now, she was diligently studying, aspiring to alter her fate through education, unaware that she would soon become an exceptionally diminished version of a superwoman. Upon hearing the terminology Zod mentioned, Morgan felt overwhelmed, as much of it was beyond her comprehension. And Zod's private academy offered every subject imaginable, provided one had the desire to learn. "I will do my best," Morgan declared before hastily retreating, fully aware of her own apprehensions. After her hurried exit, Morgan wandered the streets, her spirits low. Despite her attraction to Zod's striking appearance and physique, she realized he was a genius of transcendent caliber, and she likely lacked the intellectual rapport to engage with him. Thinking to herself, "I am so foolish." "Do you wish to earn his affection?" A voice suddenly echoed in her ear as she reached a deserted area. Startled, Morgan, having experienced soul magic, understood that this world encompassed more than mere science. It held mystical elements as well. She turned to find a shadow, a blue-black luminescence, trailing her unbeknownst to her. The silhouette was indistinct, yet it vividly imprinted itself in her mind. Before her stood a colossal demon, towering like a mountain, with 4 horns resembling blue crystal gems adorning its head. Its body was covered in scales, each one larger than Morgan herself, and its face bore a grotesque expression, perfectly aligning with the devilish imagery she had encountered in her readings. Morgan immediately felt the urge to flee, yet her body remained rigidly rooted in place. "Do not be afraid, Morgan. I am your father," came the direct proclamation from her adversary. Strangely, this declaration only heightened Morgan's fear for the esteemed Ancient One, whom Zodkisis held in high regard, had once suggested that one of her parents was likely not human, possibly a byproduct of the dimensional demon invasion. Though Morgan was unaware of what a dimensional demon entailed, Its name alone implied malevolence. At that moment, a swirling shadow of black and blue materialized before her, revealing an image of Zodkisis. In the projection, Zodkisis was showcasing his chiseled physique while training in a gravity chamber, causing Morgan to widen her eyes in astonishment. "Morgan, do you wish to earn his affection?" The paternal dimensional demon coaxed gently. "You shall not tempt me." Morgan struggled to swallow, attempting to turn away. "No, Morgan. I am your father. I am acutely aware of your thoughts, and all I desire is for my little girl to have a better life." Morgan squeezed her eyes shut, adopting a dismissive demeanor. "Did you see that woman beside him, his secretary named Uld, who is far more beautiful and capable than you? Do you truly wish to allow Zodkisis to belong to her?" The dimensional demon spoke with a leisurely cadence, even presenting an image of Uld, who happened to be bathing at that moment. As Morgan gazed upon Uld, she felt utterly defeated, finding no aspect of herself worthy in comparison. "As far as I know, Zodkisis favors mature women. How many more years must you wait?" The dimensional demon continued. Then, sensing the Ancient One's attention shifting towards their location, it hastily retreated. "I shall give you a few days to ponder this, Morgan." Gasping for air, Morgan collapsed to the ground, only managing to rise after a moment. She dashed toward the Blade Technology Industries, intending to inform Zod about the dimensional demon's visit. However, upon reaching the upper floor, she found Uld engaged in light-hearted conversation with Zodkisis. Although unaware of their discussion, the sight of their camaraderie rendered Morgan's feet immobile, as if rooted to the spot. A surge of jealousy blossomed within her. The dimensional demon, sensing its connection to Earth's dimension deepening, revealed a satisfied smile. Every negative emotion would transmute into negative energy, nourishing the dimensional demon, for no human existed devoid of such sentiments. Morgan refrained from disclosing her recent encounter, quietly slipping away. "If I lack power, I will never be able to grow close to Zodkisis," she pondered. Wanda noticed her friend's demeanor was off, sensing that something troubled her. "Morgan, what is the matter?" Wanda inquired with genuine concern. "I am fine, Wanda," Morgan replied, recognizing Wanda's sincere worry. She managed a smile and shook her head, attempting to dismiss her feelings. She wished to keep Wanda uninvolved, for Wanda was truly a wonderful person. "If anything were to happen, just let me know. We are good friends, are we not?" Wanda cherished all of this beauty, including her two dear friends, Morgan and Jessica. "Rest assured, I will certainly pester you when the time comes," Morgan teased, simultaneously resolving her determination. Chapter 77. The She-Devil time swiftly passed for over a month, and just as Morgan grew increasingly anxious, the familiar dark blue shadow reemerged. The Dimension deity found himself at an impasse. He discovered that Ancient One had been vigilant for quite some time before finally locating a breach to enter. "Morgan, my daughter, it seems you have made up your mind," the Dimension deity remarked. "Father, how do you intend to assist me?" Morgan hesitantly called out to her father, her eagerness evident in her inquiry. "Quite simply, I shall awaken your bloodline, and in doing so, you will possess your true power," the Dimension deity replied, his tone softening as if he were touched by Morgan's call to him as father. "But won't this be discovered by the Ancient One?" Morgan asked with concern. "If she finds out, and another seal is placed, wouldn't that render our efforts futile?" "Fear not, it will not be the case," the Dimension deity assured her. "You are a product of this world, and the Ancient One seldom interferes with the affairs of the reality dimension. As long as I await your growth, I can use you as a conduit to invade the reality dimension." Morgan was still quite young and, due to her limited education, remained unaware of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of others. Moreover, the Dimension deity's paternal identity added a layer of influence. For Morgan, who had never known her father, there was perhaps some resentment, yet ultimately, a greater longing for familial affection prevailed. "What should I do?" Morgan inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Very simple, do not resist," the Dimension deity instructed as he infused his power into Morgan's being. Instantly, she felt as if her entire body had come to life, the demonic part of her soul awakening, a hazy blue mark appearing upon her forehead. Soon after, a potent surge of negative energy coalesced from the void, flooding into her being. Her bones creaked ominously, and a pained wail escaped her lips as her flesh and blood underwent a drastic transformation under the corrosive force of negativity. Both her visage and physique morphed violently. Her form expanded proportionally, her limbs elongated more than before, her nails extending outward, the keratin hardening into slender claws. Spiraled horns twisted backward grew from either side of her forehead, while her leg bones mutated at the calves, extending into reverse joints, and her feet morphed into delicate yet lethal talons. Her originally exquisite visage began to transform, evolving into features that captivated like an enchanting sprite, complete with elongated ears. However, her skin took on a pale blue hue, and her pupils were replaced by luminous azure orbs. Her deep blue hair flowed and swayed as if caught in an unseen breeze, exuding an undeniable aura. Within her, a surge of magical energy coalesced into a pair of enormous bat-like wings, and at the joint, agile claws emerged. Above her were delicate collarbones, below, a graceful mermaid's silhouette, and at the center, an astonishingly pronounced D-colletage, all hinting at a dangerously seductive allure. Yet, upon completing her transformation, Morgan charged directly towards the Blade Technology Industrial. Blinded by desire, she plunged forward, oblivious to the potential attention of the Ancient One. "My dear daughter, I hope you find your way," murmured the dimensional demon, choosing to retreat rather than risk being caught in Ancient One's wrath. Zod! With a thunderous crash, Morgan shattered the concrete wall of the office, her deep blue magic surging forth as if it were an inexhaustible torrent. "Who are you?" Zod asked, bewildered by the fierce onslaught of Morgan. The transformation had rendered her unrecognizable. Her height surged from 1.6 meters to 1.78, and her figure was now impossibly alluring. It was not merely Zod who struggled to recognize her. Even Morgan's own mother would have been hard-pressed to identify her. Moreover, Zod discovered that his psychic powers could not penetrate this seemingly demonic entity, even though Morgan had not broken free from the seal of the soul magic. A portion of her soul had awakened to its demonic essence, unleashing the formidable magic that coursed through her veins. This magic bestowed upon her superhuman strength, speed, resilience, flight, mind control, soul manipulation, energy projection, magic erosion, barriers, and soul absorption, among other potent abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that Morgan could now contend with the Hulk in close combat, provided the Hulk's rage did not exceed her own. If she were to harness soul magic, she would ascend to the level of a formidable dark sorceress. "You do not recognize me?" Morgan felt a pang of anxiety, suddenly aware of her drastic change in appearance. She approached Zod, who, curiously, did not detect malice or hostility emanating from her. Subsequently, Morgan unleashed her mind control capabilities. Zod's brow twitched, yet he offered no resistance, allowing her to intrude upon his mind. He opted to conceal his own extraordinary abilities, intending to exploit her belief that she had ensnared him in her mental grasp, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Seeing Zod's eyes glaze over, Morgan mistakenly believed she had successfully dominated him and could not resist stepping closer, cradling his head in her embrace. Zod felt utterly confounded. This enigmatic demoness, whose size was comparable to his own head, pressed him firmly against her chest with an overwhelming force, suggesting she possessed superhuman strength as an inherent ability. "Zod, I love you. You must love me in return." Morgan was consumed by desire, yearning to merge completely with Zod in that very moment. "I love you. Who are you?" Zod uttered, his expression one of confusion and bewilderment, his right hand gathering power, close enough to obliterate or severely injure the temptress before him with a single blow. "I am Morgan," she declared, causing Zod's hand to freeze mid-air. Shortly after, the sorceress Ancient One appeared, sensing an unusual aura and witnessing a scene unfit for young eyes. Her expression remained unchanged. She acted swiftly, transporting the two into a mirrored space. Ancient One. Upon seeing her, Morgan regained a modicum of clarity. It was quickly overshadowed by fury. The Ancient One merely glanced at her before beginning to survey the surroundings. Clearly, Morgan's aura was too weak to be the target the Ancient One sought. Furthermore, she recognized the seal within Morgan, identifying her as the girl with the soul magic. Having witnessed numerous transformations, Ancient One surmised that Morgan had succumbed to temptation, eroded by the negative energy of the Dimension Demon. However, given her devilish lineage, she had taken on this form. Otherwise, those afflicted by negative energy would merely become grotesque and devoid of humanity. Chapter 78. The Combat Style of the Master of Gravity, Ancient One. Why has she become like this? Zod broke free from Morgan's grasp and inquired of the Ancient One. Morgan was astonished that Zod had so easily shattered her mental control. Had she truly not dominated him? Perhaps the awakening of his bloodline had been triggered by the Dimension Demon. The Ancient One saw through Morgan entirely. Her lineage as a descendant of the Dimension Demon did not come as a surprise. After all, she had encountered many such cases over the years. While some Dimension Demons, like Sidorak, created items imbued with their dimensional powers to turn individuals into their pawns, many opted to bear children. These offspring could easily awaken their bloodline abilities, becoming parasites in the realm of reality. The Ancient One had not anticipated that, after all these years without incident, the emergence of another child of a Dimension Demon would occur. Since Morgan was born within the realm of reality, devoid of the external dimensional aura of the Dimension Demon, she would not be rejected by this reality. The Ancient One would not expel such a native entity. Yet she remained concerned that Morgan's excessive use of her powers might afford the Dimension Demon greater opportunities. With a sigh, the Ancient One felt her responsibilities had intensified since Zod's arrival. The thought that Stephen Strange would require several more years to ascend to his role only deepened her melancholy. Suddenly, a swirl of azure flames erupted from Morgan. Be cautious. Her magical power is highly corrosive and can erode your life force and soul, the Ancient One cautioned, observing as Zod grasped Morgan's fiery magic with his bare hands. Beneath the triad of defenses constituted by the electromagnetic field, gravitational field, and his own biofield, the arcane flames could not so much as graze Zod. Although Zod contemplated testing whether his energy absorption could harness this magical force, he ultimately refrained from courting danger. Ancient One cast a surprised glance at Zod. Her extensive studies in science during her protracted life had rendered her capable of understanding Zod's actions. Yet, she had not anticipated his rapid approach to the pinnacle of unified theory, suggesting that most spells and curses would likely prove ineffective against him. A low hum resonated as two beams of intense heat surged forth, following Zod's utilization of gravity as a medium for energy transmission. The potency of these thermal rays far exceeded their anticipated strength. The capacity for matter to convey energy is inherently dictated by its properties. Air is, regrettably, an inadequate medium. For instance, consider gravitational conduction. The energy transmission capability of gravity surpasses that of air by several magnitudes. And if the energy frequency of the thermal rays were transformed into gravitational waves, their might would be unfathomable. The energy of photons is calculable, defined by the Planck constant and frequency. The higher the frequency, the greater the energy. The frequency range for lasers spans only from 3.846 1014 to 7.895 1014 Hz. However, employing gravitational waves for transmission could amplify this frequency tenfold. Microparticles possess a series of energy levels at any given moment. A particle can occupy only one energy level. A particle transitioning from higher to a lower energy level emits a corresponding photon, a phenomenon known as stimulated emission, which is incited by another beam of lower energy photons. The two searing beams, imbued with heat comparable to that of the sun's core, surge towards Morgan. The converging energy even warping the fabric of space, generating an eerie fluctuation within the gravitational field. Upon perceiving the red light, it was already too late. This was a velocity beyond human reaction, comprehension, or even reach. The speed of light is insurmountable. Concurrently, Zod manipulated the surrounding electromagnetic field, pushing the transitioning particles to a state of extreme limitation. This colossal energy field extended over several miles, further amplifying the thermal rays. As the thermal rays traversed their path, the distorted air erupted, and Zod's gaze met all existing matter, which was torn asunder into discrete particles in a mere 1,000th of a second. The swirling ashes cascaded like ocean waves, obliterating all existence, regardless of mass, hardness, size, or strength, into mere dust before this overwhelming force. Ancient One furrowed her brow, distorting the mirrored space within that fleeting moment, refracting the thermal rays. Even so, Morgan, positioned over 10 meters away, was carbonized. Her shield could not withstand even a second. "Do you wish to kill her?" Ancient One remarked to Zod, bewildered. Had she not deflected those 2 thermal rays, Morgan would have been reduced to nothingness, leaving only moving molecules in her wake. Due to Zod's manipulation of gravitational waves combined with the electromagnetic field stimulating high-energy particles to transition to lower-energy states. The 2 beams, originally intended for cutting objects or demolishing buildings, have transformed into an immense energy capable of vaporizing the entirety of New York City. Morgan's body was carbonized, yet she quickly regained her form. "I believed her to be exceptionally powerful now." Zod expressed his confusion regarding the combat capabilities of the mysterious faction. If it were the Hulk, he would not even need to use his fists, as gravitational forces alone could easily overpower him. However, Morgan's formidable appearance compelled Zod to exert his utmost effort. "Zod!" Morgan charged towards him. "Get lost!" Zod exclaimed, channeling the sound waves through gravitational waves. What began as ordinary sound waves suddenly unleashed terrifying power, sending Morgan staggering back, blood streaming from her orifices, her body shattered by the sonic force. Even the mirrored space momentarily fractured, causing destruction comparable to the shockwave of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. The essence of sound is vibration, and every material possesses a specific resonance frequency. Once aligned with that frequency, even the most resilient substances like kryptonite and vibranium can easily shatter. Zod felt as if he could momentarily step into the role of Black Bat King. "Enough! Leave it to me!" Ancient One interjected, halting Zod's further attempts, primarily because the mirrored space could not withstand Zod's turmoil. "Ancient One, what do you intend to do with her?" Zod inquired, as Morgan had been rendered unconscious by his thunderous voice. Fortunately, her innate magical powers granted her a rapid regeneration ability. Though not immortal, it was nearly so. "I will soothe her spirit," Ancient One calmly replied, suggesting that placing Morgan in a time loop for hundreds of cycles would likely resolve all issues. "Will she be harmed?" Zod continued to question, despite Morgan appearing quite weak, having failed to withstand his experimental attacks. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by her current state. Her physique appeared exquisite, igniting a desire for thorough examination. Chapter 79. Today is my birthday after all. Zod had never encountered a demon before. Morgan was indeed a rare specimen. In her unconsciousness, Morgan shivered. "Rest assured, she will not suffer any harm. I will also guide her on how to control this power," Ancient One assured him. Zod, recalling that the female Ancient One did not share the old man's penchant for mischief, felt reassured. "How long will it take for her to return?" Zod asked. "She will return once she can control this power," Ancient One replied. Zod interpreted her words to imply that it would not be a simple task for Morgan to master her abilities and that it might take considerable time. However, regardless of the situation, Ancient One was the expert, and Zod knew he should refrain from offering unsolicited opinions, especially as a researcher who despised the interference of those unfamiliar with the field. Gu-E departed with Morgan, leaving the walls of Blade Technology Industries unscathed, likely thanks to Gu-E's assistance in their restoration. Meanwhile, Zod had the Black Queen fabricate nearby surveillance footage, while he himself altered the memories of all witnesses. Unexpectedly encountering a child of the dimensional demon left Zod feeling increasingly perplexed by the world around him. Fortunately, there was still the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, a being capable of effortlessly overpowering Thanos in a one-on-one confrontation. In a universe where mutants exist, she could erase all mutants, including those with superpowers, with but a word, even nullifying Spider-Man's abilities. Wanda's strength and potential undoubtedly surpassed that of Morgan, considering that Morgan's father was likely just a celestial-level dimensional demon, at best a singular universe-level entity. The power tiers in the Marvel Universe are categorized as planetary, celestial, omnipotent celestial, the peak being Odin, singular universe, multiverse, hyperuniverse, omnipotent universe, and beyond. Currently, Zod did not even reach the planetary level. However, his potential ceiling was exceedingly high, alleviating any concerns in that regard. Moreover, there remained ample time before Gu Yi's demise, providing Zod with sufficient opportunity for growth. By the time Gu Yi met her end, Zod might well have ascended to celestial status. Morgan accompanied Gu Yi to Kamartaj, shortly after which Wanda sought out Zod to inquire about Morgan's whereabouts. Zod explained that Morgan had gone to a significant location for training. He was not lying, as that place was a magical academy borrowing the powers of dimensional demons, Kamartaj. Additionally, it offered tutorials on how to confront the debt-collecting dimensional demon with both fists and feet. Should Morgan truly master these skills, she might no longer need to worry about her father. Wait. Zod suddenly pondered whether Gu Yi was impatient for Stephen Strange and intended to cultivate Morgan as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Theoretically, as a child of a dimensional demon, she could indeed possess the potential to become a Sorcerer Supreme, considering that the Vishanti had ascended to become dimensional demons themselves. However, upon further reflection, Zod deemed this unlikely. Gu Yi did not strike him as someone lacking in responsibility. Morgan was still quite young, and appointing her as Sorcerer Supreme might lead her to be easily misled. Speaking of Stephen Strange, he was currently a rising star in the medical field, not yet having reached the pinnacle of fame. At this point, he accepted all high-risk and complex surgeries without hesitation, unconcerned about his accident rate, as he was determined to make a name for himself. Once he achieved recognition, he would likely refuse high-risk procedures. Zod's level of interest in Stephen Strange was second only to that of Tony Stark and Reed. Tony Stark was of little concern. He had just completed a suit of armor only to have it stolen, with demands for him to produce more. Stark had anticipated the terrorist's fickleness and felt neither disappointment nor despair. Rather, he found relief in the fact that they chose not to kill him. In this purgatorial existence, Tony Stark endures relentless mental torment, akin to being forged repeatedly like steel. One can envision that when he finally emerges from his chrysalis, he shall no longer suffer from the anxieties that plagued him during the Avengers' Second Saga. At that moment, Tony Stark is likely to dismiss such anxiety as trivial. Moreover, thanks to the vegetarian nutritional regimen prepared for him by Zod and the rigorous training in crafting his iron suit, he has developed a physique marked by well-defined muscles and graceful contours, a veritable asset in the pursuit of romantic interests, the physique of his dreams. His muscles, taut and ready, swell in an instant, taking on sharp angles reminiscent of steel being forged, each strike echoing against the metal. As for Reed Richards, the illustrious Mr. Fantastic, he has commenced analyzing rockets data in preparation for the impending launch scheduled for a month hence, marking the countdown to Dr. Doom's financial ruin. Alas, Zod has learned from the Black Queen that Doom has not only liquidated all his cash flow and some assets, but has also secured substantial loans from banks to support Reed's endeavors, demonstrating a misplaced trust in Reed's capabilities that surpasses even Reed's own faith in himself. One can only conclude that such self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Furthermore, Doom has not limited his quest for funding to banks alone. He has sought numerous investors, including Blade Industries, albeit without success. Doom's irritation towards Zod's disregard for him is palpable. He scoffs, "Today you may ignore me, but tomorrow I shall still remain beyond your reach." The truth is, in comparison to Zod's achievements, his own project appears to fall woefully short of even a third of Zod's brilliance. Blade Industries has invested a staggering $100 million in the establishment of the Blade Academy of High Technology, which, upon completion, has become the dream institution for many aspiring youths from the middle and upper classes. Graduates from this academy are given preferential consideration for employment with Blade Industries, an organization renowned globally as a preeminent industrial conglomerate. Countless elite talents from around the world aspire to join Blade Industries. While it is likely that half of them may be clandestine operatives or spies, they nonetheless represent a wealth of potential, perhaps even more diligent and responsible than regular employees. akin to the Black Widow operating under the 8117 work system, albeit with a lucrative salary. It is said that the Black Widow has recently developed a penchant for shopping, having previously admired luxury bags and shoes that she could not afford, which she now acquires without hesitation. Consequently, the Blade Academy has received an influx of applications, though the admission standards are exceedingly high, leaving few candidates eligible for entry. Jessica Campbell, however, is part of the privileged few granted direct admission. Yet, she finds herself overwhelmed by the advanced curriculum offered at the Academy, not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather because subjects such as cellular research, gene editing, high-energy physics, astrophysics, spatial physics, theoretical physics, and energy physics are realms she has never encountered before. Chapter 80. Jessica sought counsel from Wanda. Having grown up amidst the chaos of Sokovia and lacking formal education, was also in the nascent stages of her own learning journey. United by their shared plight, Uldar, upon understanding their situation, arranged for them to receive private tutoring, commencing with the fundamentals. On one fateful day, burdened with a multitude of books, Jessica encountered a robbery on her way home. Initially, she intended to ignore the scene and hasten away, yet unexpectedly, the robber's firearm misfired, piercing the body of an elderly man with whom he had been conversing. The bullet tumbled erratically through the air, and Jessica perceived time as if it were in slow motion, helplessly witnessing the projectile hurtling towards her, its lethal force considerably diminished by the elderly man as sacrifice. However, uncertainty loomed. She had no desire to gamble with life and death. In her moment of acute anxiety, Jessica felt a surge of movement within her. In this languid world, her speed began to accelerate, enabling her to evade the bullet. When she regained her senses, the bullet had struck the wall behind her, shattering fragments and leaving a small crater. Meanwhile, the robber stood dumbfounded, only to be pulled away by his accomplice, while the fallen elder was soon surrounded by onlookers and aid. At that moment, a young man rushed into the scene. Jessica heard the elderly man refer to him as Peter, yet after awakening her latent powers, she felt utterly uncoordinated. Her steps cracked the cement beneath her, and leaning against a lamppost threatened to topple it. Overwhelmed by fear, she fled back to her home. "Sir, I believe you need to see this." The Black Queen presented Zod with a video clip depicting Jessica's chaotic transformation into a public menace. "Have the traces been eradicated?" Zod inquired, unfazed by the unfolding events. After Jessica regained consciousness, it was anticipated that she would awaken her powers within days, but her prolonged dormancy had raised Zod's concerns of unforeseen complications. "It appears to be perfectly cleared away," replied the Black Queen. "Otherwise, Jessica would have attracted the attention of the Serpent Shield Agency. Indeed, she must be feeling quite uneasy." "Where is she now?" Zod asked. "She is in Wanda's dormitory," the Black Queen responded, presenting another video. Jessica was seen confiding in Wanda about her transformations. She had become immensely powerful, impervious to blades and bullets, and even capable of flight. She resembled a diminutive version of Superman, although, due to the absence of a Superman franchise in the Marvel Universe, having prioritized Batman instead, this comparison was merely a narrative device. Wanda gazed at Jessica with envy. Despite Jessica's evident trepidation, her newfound abilities could indeed aid Zod in his endeavors. Furthermore, Jessica might be the sole human endowed with such powers, unlike Wanda herself. Initially intending to comfort Jessica, Zod found himself disinterested, recognizing that he could not compete with the bond shared by the two young women. Under Wanda's soothing presence, Jessica gradually came to the realization that her actions were not necessarily a misstep, but rather a positive turn of events. Reflecting on the robbery earlier that day, she grappled with the fear that had compelled her to flee rather than assist those in peril, essentially leading to a loss of life. This thought weighed heavily upon her heart, yet she resolved to follow Wanda's advice and swiftly contacted Zod Hise. "Mr. Hise, I have a secret to share with you," Jessica began, glancing at Uld, who was nearby, and quickly amended her words. "A secret?" Uld's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. What kind of secret could possibly require discussion with a minor? Engaging with a minor in such matters is illegal. "Uld, Why has the Ministry of Justice received over 1,000 legal notices? Zod interjected, directing his query at Uld. An investigator from a certain company dismantled our war machine and discovered that one of the screws bears a striking resemblance to their patented design. They suspect we have infringed upon their patent. Initially, we received only one legal notice, but I never anticipated they would send so many, Uld explained hastily. All components of the war machine are produced by Blade Technology Industries. While imitation is indeed feasible, the most crucial aspect is the energy core, he continued. A single screw? Zod could hardly believe the absurdity of the situation. Which company? The Roshan Energy Group, a notoriously litigious energy corporation known worldwide for its legal notices, Uld replied with resignation. Additionally, Roshan Energy Group stands as the leading energy company on Earth. Furthermore, they're the founders of numerous prominent social media platforms, including the widely used Futbu, among hundreds of others. As an oligarch in the oil industry, Roshan oversees many subsidiaries that produce various petroleum derivatives, such as lighters, Uld elaborated. Meanwhile, Zod's superintelligent mind began to recall memories from a previous existence, revealing the true identity of this company's mastermind. The nefarious villain, Dario Agger, is one of the arch-nemeses in the Marvel comic universe. During a harrowing escape from pursuing pirates, he stumbled upon the tomb of the Minotaur, a mutant from ancient Greece, and in a moment of desperation, consumed its remains. This led to an unexpected genetic mutation, transforming him into a new Minotaur. However, in this universe, where mutants do not exist, his awakening was not that of a conventional mutant, but leaned towards a more mystical form of power, truly a genuine Minotaur. Typically, Dario maintains a human facade, only transforming into the Minotaur when engaged in battle, boasting formidable strength and defense. Nonetheless, if it merely involves legal disputes, the legal department of Blade Technology Industries and its well-compensated team of lawyers are no mere amateurs. Many are elite legal professionals or even titans of the industry who have transitioned from other firms. After resolving the matter of the overwhelming number of legal letters received by the legal department, Zod finally found the time to address Jessica's situation. He led her into a secret chamber, an act that deeply moved Jessica. After all, many adults fail to show respect to minors, which is unacceptable in a land like America that cherishes independence and freedom. Is there a secret you wish to share with me? Zod inquired with a smile. I encountered an accident today, and while dodging bullets, I developed superpowers. Jessica initially hesitated, but upon meeting Zod's gaze, she summoned the courage to speak. Superpowers? Zod's expression held no skepticism. He reiterated her claim in a serious tone. Chapter 81. The electromagnetic superhuman Jessica understood that such a claim might seem implausible to Zod. So she hurriedly added, "It's true, Mr. Hise. I can prove it." Zod nodded and guided her to the testing facilities within the secret room. This was Zod's usual training area, now aptly utilized to assess Jessica's abilities. After conducting the tests, Zod obtained detailed data on Jessica's capabilities. In terms of strength, she reached a remarkable 25 tons. Although she could not yet rival Spider-Man, it was still impressive. Her speed peaked at 700 miles per hour. Yet her defensive capabilities were lacking, unable to withstand bullets, though her recovery ability was commendable. Jessica was astonished as she reviewed her detailed statistics. Am I really this powerful now? Congratulations, you have become a superpowered individual, Zod remarked with a smile, though he mused that Jessica would likely struggle against even one of his beastly soldiers. Compared to the first generation of beast soldiers, the newly upgraded second generation overwhelmingly surpassed their predecessors. Zod did not pursue the multifaceted approach of the Chronio's beast soldiers. Instead, he developed his soldiers to excel in close combat. Their strength consistently stabilized at 50 tons, allowing them to withstand most physical attacks, with even tank shells inflicting only minor injuries. Moreover, they possessed rapid regenerative capabilities reminiscent of Dr. Lizard. These soldiers could synthesize liquid explosives using the Doomsday virus within their bodies, filling them into explosive projectiles mounted on their shoulders. When launched, these inducement bombs could be guided to some extent through brainwaves. Additionally, They were capable of firing from launch tubes in their arms. Their mouths housed biological laser cannons that utilized the doomsday virus and internal thermal energy for firing, achieving exceptionally high temperatures. It could be said that the combination of the doomsday virus and the genes of the tardigrade significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the bee soldiers. On Earth, this legion of over 1,000 bee soldiers would be formidable enough to dominate all. Yet for Zod's requirements for cosmic warfare, it was still woefully insufficient. Not to mention, they were too fragile against the likes of the Hulk. Those superheroes nearing Hulk strength could likely dispatch them with ease. There remains the unpredictable element of Tony Stark. Mr. Heath, might I join you in becoming a superhero? Jessica inquired hastily, her heart fluttering with trepidation. The superhero, Dark Knight Zod, had already ascended to the status of an idol among many young individuals and older gentlemen alike. In contrast to Captain America Steve, who was still confined within a museum, the stylish and technologically advanced Dark Knight Zod captured far more attention, especially with his remarkable armor that allowed him to soar through the skies. This allure had prompted many to apply for the War Machine pilot assessments, even though it was likely that they would not have a chance for a decade. Jessica was no exception. She, too, was one of the many impressionable youths harboring dreams and a profound distrust and dissatisfaction towards the government. To become a superhero like Dark Knight Zod, fighting against evil and upholding justice, such aspirations were indeed appealing. Of course, but you must first undergo superhero training, Zod replied with a smile, refraining from outright rejecting Jessica or admonishing her to focus on her studies instead of battling malevolence. Recognizing that she was likely in a rebellious phase, he chose not to express doubts about her abilities or intentions, as such remarks might only breed resentment. Instead, he opted to engage her in training, allowing her to discover the challenges for herself. Should she succeed in her training, it would not pose a problem with Zod's oversight. Even should she falter, a mere activation of her brain waves through electromagnetic means would suffice to revive her. As the adage goes in governance, it is better to guide than to restrain. Elated, Jessica departed to embrace the training regimen that the Black Queen had arranged for her the following day. At 6 in the morning, she would rise to undertake a fasted, weighted marathon of 100 kilometers, only permitted to eat after completion. Following this, a series of physical conditioning exercises awaited her. Even superhumans had room for improvement. Jessica would certainly greet the day with joy, for this was the path of her most cherished superhero aspirations. Zod intended to grant her a temporary leave from school for 6 months of superhero training, hoping that by the end, she would not be in tears, pleading to return to her studies. He had made significant breakthroughs in the realm of electromagnetism, with a distorted magnetic field swirling in his palm. From air, he began to condense certain substances, swiftly extracting hydrogen atoms, followed by oxygen atoms. A spark of electromagnetic fire ignited in Zod's hands, flames dancing within the confines of the magnetic field, manipulated effortlessly by him. In his other hand, lightning flickered at his fingertips, transforming seamlessly from electrical to photonic, radiative, and electromagnetic states, a fluid mastery over the manipulation of energy. The powerful magnetic field accelerated the molecular motion in the air, and a torrent of plasma surged forth from his fingertips, obliterating the molecular structures of everything in its path. As the molecules accelerated, the target could be vaporized. The molecular accelerator, resurrected by Zod through the power of magnetic fields, serves as an exceptionally effective means against both matter and energy, whether employed for offense or defense. After all, everything in the universe is composed of molecules, which themselves are made up of smaller atoms and subatomic particles. Temperature merely manifests the motion of molecules. With movement and heat, one can obliterate all. And with metal and electric currents, one can create anything. Among the interactions between atoms, the influence of magnetism is undoubtedly the most formidable, exceeding the strong force by a factor of 10,000, while gravity remains the weakest, even inferior to the weak force by a similar margin. Zod laughed heartily. The unification of the three fundamental forces through electromagnetic power establishes him as the absolute ruler at the microscopic level. granting him unparalleled control over atoms. In his current state, even the Phoenix, force-wielding Dark Phoenix from the cinematic realm, would fall easily before him, though the comic version of Dark Phoenix, unless endowed with the complete power of the Phoenix, might prove a worthy adversary. Simultaneously, brainwaves represent a form of electromagnetic wave, aside from the mystical realm of psychic abilities. Even those with mental control capabilities akin to Professor X will be unable to influence Zod, and might even find themselves on the receiving end of his attacks. The pursuit of knowledge often reveals one's own ignorance. Science is an intricate and multifaceted system. Zod does not feel superior. He merely possesses mastery over the electromagnetic domain at the atomic level, while the deeper realms of subatomic particles, quarks, and Planck scales remain far beyond his grasp, let alone the domains smaller than Planck. Chapter 88. Profaning the domain of the divine, the spray froze the opponent's arm, halting the bleeding, yet that hand was rendered useless. Well, I've already called an ambulance for him, Zod remarked, considering that the American ambulance would likely induce despair in the thug. Jessica, dazed, followed Zod back to his home, where she sat silently on the sofa. Relax. What you did was commendable. No one will blame you, Zod reassured her. No, I just feel a bit nauseous, Jessica confessed, shaken by the gory scene. Your current strength is essentially a starting point of 30 tons, equivalent to the impact of a large truck. It is hardly surprising that such results ensued, Zod explained. It was impossible for that thug to merely be sent flying and then rise unscathed. That would defy the very essence of a thug. What if I accidentally killed someone? Jessica couldn't help but inquire. It depends on the circumstances. If it was not a deliberate act, remain at the scene and call old. She will handle these matters. However, if it was intentional, we must consider the laws of America, Zod contemplated, having taken many lives himself and holding no particular moral stance, recognizing that the world is not merely black and white. The gray areas of chaotic shadows far exceed the dichotomy of good and evil. Jessica embraced Zod. Zod felt a considerable impact. However, the biological force field and magnetic field perfectly dissipated the force. I am not your father. Is such a display of affection truly appropriate? Zod inquired calmly. He then noticed Jessica attempting to kiss him, which prompted a smile from him. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead, pushing her away. Save this gesture for when you turn 20. It merely amuses me at present, he remarked, observing Jessica, who was now covering her forehead. Although Jessica was indeed developing, Zod had little interest in the unripe fruit, preferring instead the allure of mature women, though, of course, not those already married. Jessica watched with a glum expression as Zod departed. Am I truly so undesirable? Many at school wish for me to join their parties. Even the clumsy giant from the football team is eager to ask me out. She mused, aware that many also pursued Wanda. Zod was not in a rush to entice the purple-skinned woman, as he had sensed others in Hell's Kitchen that day. Daredevil, or the Man Without Fear, as he was also known, Matthew Murdock, by day a lawyer advocating for the impoverished, transformed by night into the vigilante dubbed the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. It is noteworthy that Daredevil is among the numerous former lovers of Black Widow, and he too has had a share of past relationships. Daredevil often quipped, "Everyone knows I am blind, hence my numerous girlfriends are not merely due to their beauty. The reasons for my breakups stem from realizing that we were not compatible after some time together, leading to amicable partings." Murdoch lost his sight during a childhood act of heroism, which inadvertently exposed him to radioactive materials. Yet, this incident also endowed him with extraordinary abilities. Apart from his blindness, all of Murdoch's senses function at superhuman levels. Through rigorous training, he developed radar-like abilities, allowing him to perceive every corner of New York City even while seated at home. While this may sound exaggerated, scanning Hell's Kitchen is effortless for him, as all objects and beings manifest as vague silhouettes in his mind, akin to a three-dimensional projection. In a Marvel universe, many superheroes possess formidable perceptual abilities. Spider-Man's spider sense provides warnings of impending danger, while Wolverine's heightened animal instincts, though not advantageous, help him avoid peril. However, Murdoch's perception differs significantly. It resembles an electromagnetic energy emission resulting from a cerebral mutation, providing him with 360-degree coverage of his surroundings, gathering information to produce a visual effect. Nonetheless, due to the rather mundane nature of Daredevil's abilities, Zod found himself entirely uninterested. At that moment, Zod's secretary entered the room and observed Zod engrossed in some activity before a human model. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Zod noted that Old's address towards him was not typical. Being well acquainted with his secretary, he immediately surmised that their forthcoming discussion would delve into personal matters, likely of significant importance. After all, Old would not broach such subjects during work hours at the company. "Today is my birthday," Old remarked, casting a glance at Zod. "Oh, I was unaware that today marked your birthday. Please feel free to select a gift," Zod replied, retrieving a bank card. Unlike Tony Stark, who required Pepper to remember his bank card password, Zod was more self-sufficient, particularly since this card was from his own bank. Indeed, he had established a bank for his convenience in managing his affairs. However, the reality of being a banker was less exhilarating than he had anticipated. "That is not what I meant. I was hoping to ask if you would join me for dinner tonight," Zod continued. Old hastily shook his head, aware that Zod, being a genius devoted to scientific pursuits, would likely not conceive of any extraordinary gift. The mere act of him presenting her with a bouquet would be a delightful surprise. She feared he might gift her something entirely unfamiliar. "How many will be joining us?" Zod inquired pointedly. "Just the two of us," Old replied, playfully tossing her hair to reveal her enchanting facial contours. Zod understood the underlying implication. Just the two of them? That was agreeable. He nodded, intending to reserve a table at the finest restaurant in Los Angeles for their meal, while also contemplating a birthday gift. Although it might seem somewhat kitsch, he felt that a gemstone would be a splendid choice. Old departed with a cheerful demeanor, leaving Zod to reflect on her retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, the anatomical model before him split apart. Having finally reached this stage, Zod sighed, for he had been engaging in a forbidden practice, human transmutation. Of course, this was merely alchemical terminology. Zod was simply assembling the human form like building blocks at the atomic level. Nevertheless, this act was tantamount to desecrating the divine realm. Lacking a soul, Zod's intention with this transmutation was to activate brain waves to ascertain whether he could create a sentient being. If successful, this would mark the inception of his first artificial human. The taboo of encroaching upon the divine domain was a grave transgression. Zod began reconstructing the human form, binding atoms with magnetic fields, meticulously orchestrating their assembly. Chapter 89. The authority of the Creator with Zod's extraordinary intellect. The task of shaping a human form was swiftly accomplished. The remaining challenge lay in activating the brain waves to awaken the body. The slumbering figure remarkably resembled the 18th artificial human, and Zod had also replicated a genetic structure akin to that of mutant cells. Should this endeavor prove successful, he anticipated creating a host of synthetic mutants, including characters like the White Queen and Mystique. Electromagnetic waves infiltrated this body, simulating brain waves and subsequently controlling the neural currents to invigorate the entire being. The heart commenced its rhythmic beating, blood began to circulate, the lungs expanded for respiration, and the stomach secreted digestive fluids as the internal organs sprang into action. Yet, the brain remained unresponsive, having been stimulated numerous times without yielding any brain waves. If Frankenstein could succeed, then surely my scientific endeavor to create life should be equally fruitful. Zod grasped the head of this body firmly, amplifying the output of electromagnetic force, causing Subject 18 to tremble visibly. Her eyelids fluttered, and one could see her eyes darting beneath their covers, reminiscent of a person lost in dreams. Suddenly, a powerful current erupted from Subject 18, while the surrounding instruments remained steadfast, constructed from Zod's atomic alloy, impervious even to his own might. Her eyes opened, electric sparks dancing within. Like a newborn, she possessed neither awareness nor a sense of morality. She lunged towards Zod, reaching out to him. Zod remained immobile, and Subject 18 was ensnared in an invisible magnetic field, unable to move an inch. Though she exhibited the innocence of a child, she was akin to a blank canvas. Zod manipulated the magnetic field, flipping her over, and soon she began to wail, her cries echoing through the soundproof chamber, a space where misunderstandings were of no concern. Once he had thoroughly examined her, finding no significant issues, Zod maneuvered Subject 18 before him, his psychic power invading her mind. He could freely sculpt and rewrite her memories, endowing her with consciousness and cognitive abilities. Am I the artificial human number 18? She gazed at the man before her, her creator, a figure of immense power. Does this mean I can conjure the characters I have previously encountered? However, she realized that while she might embody their forms, their essence, capabilities, and core were distinctly her own. Zod contemplated as he observed Subject 18. Subsequently, he released her from the magnetic constraints, allowing her to descend to the ground. His creation, Subject 18, lacked the strength to rival a super scion, for even Zod himself could not best them. It was unlikely his creation could. Yet, the future held untold possibilities. Let us not forget, Zod possessed the Codex of Life, a repository of all Kryptonian genes from which he could craft beings. When that day came, he would command an army of Kryptonians, rendering the three great cosmic empires and Thanos' Dark Legion inconsequential. However, caution was still warranted against the unpredictable powers of the Mind Stone and Soul Stone. Zod had always hesitated to summon the Kryptonian army, primarily due to this reason, compounded by the lack of a cultivation chamber. After all, he had previously served merely as a researcher in weaponry and materials on Krypton, rather than as a specialist in genetics or biology. How do you feel now, number 18? Zod inquired, despite the fact that the subject was devoid of clothing. With a mere wave of his hand, an atomic reconfiguration enveloped number 18 in a suit crafted from vibranium fibers. I feel quite well, she replied, hesitating momentarily before acquiescing to her creator's inquiry. Based on his recent observations, Zod estimated that number 18's strength had likely surpassed 100 tons, nearing 200 tons. Her body was impervious to blades and bullets, exhibiting remarkable resistance to both physical and energy attacks, and she possessed the ability to discharge energy waves. In terms of power, she was comparable to Blonsky's super abomination. After advising number 18 to remain there and refrain from wandering, Zod made his way to celebrate Old's birthday. At New York's finest restaurant, Old had deliberately donned an outfit vastly different from her usual attire. Zod, you've arrived, she exclaimed upon noticing the absence of patrons, save for the waitstaff. Initially, she had intended to reserve the entire venue, only to discover from the restaurant manager that it had been purchased outright by her employer, Zod, for private use. This establishment was not widely known, circulating primarily among the upper echelons of society. Old had never dared to imagine dining here until she became Zod's secretary assistant at Blade Technology Industries, a privilege that many affluent individuals sought but were often denied. The owner of the restaurant was a man of considerable capability, with numerous attempts to acquire his establishment ending in failure. However, when Zod expressed his desire to purchase the restaurant, the owner simply gifted it to him. Zod valued this location for its panoramic view of the New York skyline, relishing the chance to feel like a figure of high stature. He typically refrained from squandering his resources on trivial matters, despite his current financial abundance. The restaurant manager's behavior was somewhat unexpected for Old. He promptly cleared the premises, politely escorting all diners out, and donned a waiter's attire to serve Old personally. As a group of social elites departed, their glances toward Old were laden with meaning. Rather than displaying anger, they fervently offered their business cards. Zod raised his glass to clink with Old's. You look stunning tonight, as though you have stepped out of a painting. I fear that speaking too loudly might disturb your return to the canvas. Thank you for your compliment. Old replied, her spirits lifted. A birthday gift. Zod produced a box. Your presence is the finest birthday gift I could receive. Although Old expressed that sentiment, she nonetheless accepted the box, opening it to reveal a gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg. Its crystalline clarity, illuminated by the restaurant's lighting, radiated a dazzling brilliance that captivated Old's gaze. I believe you are well suited for cool tones, Zod remarked with a smile, expressing his fondness for such hues, particularly in shades of blue and black. Does it have a name? Old, captivated, inquired. The Azure Empress, "It is the finest sapphire," Zod replied. "I adore it, thank you." Old carefully tucked away the sapphire. "As long as you like it," Zod nodded. Gratitude is extended to the supporters. Dream Chaser, the pseudo-otaku, Rain watching the sky, Qiao Yefeng, under the moonlight of Asakusa. Hi, and floating life as leisurely as a fish. Chapter 90. The first step against old energy. Old opened her eyes to find her surroundings utterly empty. Zod was as punctual as ever in rising. Old felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to lie against Zod's chest in the morning. Yet, despite their previous night's intimacy, Zod maintained his remarkable discipline, rising at 8 o'clock. Regarding their encounter from the previous night, Old was uncertain if it was love or something else, but she knew that Zod had not rejected her kiss, and that was sufficient. Zod, however, had not dwelled on the events of last night. He had previously been concerned about the possibility of pregnancy, but that was no longer an issue, as he could utilize electromagnetic force to negate such concerns. Number 18 had obediently awaited Zod's return in the laboratory overnight. Upon his arrival, she immediately stood and regarded him in silence. "Black Queen, please arrange your schedule," Zod instructed after a moment's thought. He held little interest in the type represented by number 18, having chosen her appearance out of mere habit. With the feasibility of artificial beings now confirmed, Zod was eager to begin crafting figurines. After some contemplation, he selected a form and commenced the creation process. Atoms coalesced within his grasp. Mastering atoms was impressive enough. He pondered what would occur if he could control fundamental particles. Zod recalled Molecule Man, the only superhero capable of matching a transcendent being who merely controlled molecules. So, why am I still merely planet level? Zod mused. The standard for celestial being is the ability to explode a star, while the criterion for a planetary entity is the inability to do so. Although Zod could extract cataclysmic power from atomic nuclei, namely through a chain reaction, it would only amount to the capacity to shatter continental plates. With ice blue hair and a tall stature, even with her eyes closed, she emanated a chilling aura. Zod caressed her cheek, wondering if this could be considered his act of crafting a doll. "Awaken," he urged, having experienced the awakening method for number 18. He had discovered the key, so he merely pressed his fingertip gently against her brow. The electromagnetic force penetrated deeply, activating her brainwaves and prompting her to open her eyes. As the artificial being opened her eyes, Zod imparted all that he knew to her. "I am Esteth." The synthetic being gazed around in confusion. Shaped by Zod with a variant gene reminiscent of the Iceman, combined with a diluted Kryptonian gene naturally suited for a soldier's vocation, Zod was cautious not to endow her with overly sophisticated genetics. Esteth swiftly assimilated her memories, her personality aligning closely with the vision of the Queen of Despair that Zod had in mind. The thrill of being able to sculpt figurines was indeed exhilarating. Zod felt immense satisfaction as Esteth turned her gaze toward him. The creator, who had fashioned her existence, evoked within Esteth sentiments akin to those of Akafil toward the descendant, a blend of loyalty and reverence. It was known that Akafil's greatest aspiration was to traverse the cosmos in search of her father, the descendant. Esteth, molded by Zod, shared a similar sentiment, and Zod's willingness to utilize Kryptonian genetics for her creation stemmed from his fondness for the character. After all, she was the beloved from a bygone era, a longing once unattainable, now realized in this life. However, Zod had called many his beloved, and should he summon them all, it would be as if Kryptonians were to take root in the Marvel Universe. From this day forth, Esteth, you shall be a member of the World Serpent. Yet you need only heed my commands, Zod declared to Esteth. She nodded in acquiescence. Observing the graceful figure of Esteth, Zod shifted his gaze. He was not one to act hastily and felt no urgency at this moment. The emergence of number 18 and Esteth caused Zod to lose interest in his previous subordinates. After all, he was now capable of creating beings at will, implying that even an army could be molded by his hands, rendering the brutish soldiers insignificant. Zod's penchant for novelty was swift. He believed in the survival of the fittest, much like the evolution from old energy sources to new. Thus, he deemed himself ill-suited to be a ruler, as he was prone to disregard losses and swiftly eliminate outdated products. This was a common flaw among researchers. Otherwise, the world would not be governed by those less intellectually gifted. However, such matters were of no concern to Zod. He simply recognized that he could expedite the process. At Blade Technology Industries, in the satellite launch facility, Zod utilized atomic combinations to flawlessly create 3 satellites. Rather than launching them, he teleported each one into outer space for placement. These satellites were equipped with Zod's cloaking technology. During this period, Earth possessed no means beyond advanced technology to detect these 3 satellites. Simultaneously, Zod employed an indestructible atomic alloy to forge them, ensuring they would not malfunction upon encountering any external force. The interior houses a magnetic fusion reactor, complemented by solar concentrators, allowing for an alternating use of energy, thus boasting a lifespan superior to all satellites. Blade Technology Industries has finally commenced the utilization of its private satellites. Zod has returned to Blade Technology Industries, and many employees have suddenly noticed a significant improvement in signal quality. The radiant and resplendent Older has drawn much attention, appearing notably more beautiful, perhaps having just undergone a cosmetic enhancement. Resuming her official duties at the company, Older placed a stack of documents on Zod's desk. Does the company currently have this many operations? Zod quipped. All these ventures were initiated at your request, including this magnetic fusion reactor power station, which requires negotiations with over a dozen nations. However, I suspect that apart from the Rabbit Nation, the others may not express much interest. Older extracted a document. It was the initial step towards Zod's promotion of renewable energy, leaving him momentarily speechless. In this, the Lunar Mining Initiative, which the United States does not view favorably. Older continued, pulling out another document that she intended to discuss with the American military. In reality, Zod sought to establish a so-called extraction point on the moon, which would function as a base and potentially as a platform for weaponry directed at Earth. Do not misunderstand. Zod is merely preparing for the invasion of the Chitauri. When the time comes, a laser cannon descending from the heavens, with the radiant light of death obliterating the Chitauri forces, would seemingly deter any future provocations against the Dark Knight, Zod. Furthermore, there is also the Seawater Development Initiative,